If we can get back to Purgatory Heaven, maybe I can try, Guna said. How? Everyone asked at the same time. It is too late for me to spend time explaining here. Let us return first. Right now, Purgatory Heaven is not under the control of anyone, but the power is increasing over time. Soon, more and more purgatory beasts will be showing up. It is difficult to tell if we can reach the goddess statue before then. So, let's get there first. Guna stood up and gestured for Gaia to follow her. Hansen knew that time was tight and they could not afford any delays. Wang Yuhang and the others followed, too. Guna and Gaia went together. While the pool of light was brighter, it still had a very limited reach. Han Sen and the others had to stay as close as they could to them. Han Menger and Spell kept firing at the purgatory beasts that tried coming for them. It surprised Han Sen a lot to learn that Han Menger could shoot and kill the purgatory beasts. Han Menger's powers were special. There was no doubt about that. Her genes originated in those of a god and a destructive goddess. Part of it was Han Sen, too. The death-destructive power that she had gained was very unique. If Menger can kill purgatory beasts, that means purgatory beasts and purgatory heaven are somehow connected to death powers, Han Sen thought. Han Sen could guess the element of the purgatory beasts, but with the elements that could be used to counter them, it looked like something Spell could do, too. It was a shame that Spell was only Baron class. She could still do battle now, but when purgatory heaven became stronger, Baron class skills might not be of much help. The only skill he had at Viscount level was Jade Skin. It did not work on purgatory beasts, and that made him depressed. Iceberg Duke followed Han Sen and looked rather shy. She had the highest rank, but she was one of the most useless people there. She could only follow. Guna and Gaia were surprised with Han Sen's spell Geno armament and Han Menger's power. It was rare to encounter any that could kill the fiends they were up against. They entered the city, and then their greatest worry appeared. They heard a cow, bellowing like thunder. And then, heavy footsteps trotted toward them from the dark. Han Sen's eyes couldn't see in the dark, so he could only hear the scary purgatory beast heading for them. Be careful. A high-level purgatory beast has emerged. Guna warned them. There was no need for such warning, though. Spell and Han Menger had their weapons drawn and aimed at whatever was coming. They could not dodge and they could not leave. Without Guna and Gaia by their side, the arms would claim them as soon the dark reached them. Moo! A cow's bellow came echoing out of the sky, rocking the darkness around them. A black hell cow emerged from the blur, churning its legs to sprint towards them. Spell and Han Menger struck at the same time, with a fusion of black arrows and white bullets. Dong! A black arrow hit the black hell cow. It was dealt minor wounds, but none of the hits were able to break its flesh. The bullets lodged inside the skin, but that was where their flights ended. Get out of the way! Han Sen saw that the cow was still coming. Spell and Han Menger would be unable to block it. He pushed Guna towards Wang Yuhang and Dragon Lady. Han Sen held onto Gaia and pulled her and Han Menger back. Iceberg Duke could not deal damage to the latest hellish beast, but she reacted quickly to the commands barked by Han Sen. Everyone split up, just as the cow came rushing down the middle of their swift parting. It didn't hit any of them, but the near miss had most certainly given them a cold sweat. Han Menger and Spell kept shooting at the cow, but it wasn't accomplishing much. They were only barons, so it made sense that they could not damage the black hell cow all that much. The black hell cow decided on a new target, and that person was Wang Yuhang. Little uncle, catch! Han Sen threw his Marquis armor to him. Out of everyone there, the person in the most danger was certainly Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang knew the purgatory beast would end up going for him. Wang Yuhang caught the armor and put it on with haste. The black hell cow was quick to start chasing after him. Pang! Wang Yuhang was unable to dodge in time. He took a nasty hit, but the Marquis' armor was strong. The plating had prevented the cow from piercing the armor with its strike. The force knocked him to the ground, though. Guna's light was weak, and it only worked for a proximity of 2 steps. Wang Yuhang fell down next to the ghoulish arms on the ground. Han Sen started attacking the arms next to Wang Yuhang, trying to slice the arms that came for him. No matter how sturdy the Marquis's armor was, it couldn't stop the things from pulling Wang Yuhang into a hole. Ghost teeth knife and teeth power were useless under these circumstances. Han Sen found himself tightly gripping another knife, and he managed to hew down a few of the arms when he tried with that one. He was surprised by the result. Han Sen noticed it was the knife blank from Planet Knife Grave. The knife blank was like a steel rod. It did not possess the edge of a blade, but even so, he was able to slice through the arms that not even a duke's power could cut down. Of course, there was no time to mull this over right now. So, Han Sen got back to work by swinging the knife blank. He cut every arm that had grabbed on to Wang Yuhang and pulled the man out of the ground. Gaia and Guna were unable to close their mouths. If someone could kill purgatory beasts, then that meant they were strong. But the arms were the energy of purgatory heaven. Not even king-class folks could kill those arms. So, how was the stick-like item Han Sen wielded able to cut them down with such ease? A few seconds later, the black hell cow came speeding over to Wang Yuhang again. Old Han, help! Wang Yuhang was shaking, and he did not dare run. If he moved, he'd fall into the arms. That was just as bad as getting run over by the cow. Seeing the black hell cow almost reach Wang Yuhang, Han Sen pushed him over to Guna and swiped at the cow with his knife blank. A black cow's head barreled through the sky. Boom! The headless cow's body ran for a while before coming to an end atop the arms. They both became black smoke and disappeared. Gaia and Guna's eyes were open wide. They peered at Han Sen, thinking how unbelievable the entire thing had been. Han Sen kept swinging his knife blank, as if he was mowing down swathes of grass. He cut down endless numbers of purgatory beasts and the ghoulish arms. Little Han, what are you using? That is exceptionally good. Wang Yuhang's mouth hung wide open. It's nothing. It might be useful right now, but it is difficult to tell how well it will fare if higher-level purgatory beasts rear their heads. Come on, let's run. Han Sen led everyone towards the hall. Han Sen knew the knife blank did not possess special powers. After all, it was simply the child of a knife, and it wasn't an actual knife. Its spirit was still weak, and it was still growing. But that knife blank could very well be deified. That was because only items and weaponry of the same tier could defeat the purgatory beasts. That was how he was able to defeat the creatures and the arms. Han Sen still had to decide how hard he wished to hit each creature he came against, though. Black Hellcow's power was equivalent to that of a Viscount. Han Sen was able to kill their current enemies, but if they came up against something of an even higher level, it was likely he'd end up performing like Hanmenger and Spellhad. He'd only be able to stagger the fiends, and not do any proper damage. Han Sen walked near Guna and Gaia. They went at a meandering pace, so Han Sen went forward with knife blank. He killed everything he could see in his path. From arms to two-headed beasts to black hell cows. Everything was slaughtered, and it allowed Gaia and Guna to move at a faster pace. It wasn't long before they arrived at the hall they wished to go to. When they got there, though, the situation gave them quite the shock. The hall had fallen. The gold Gana Gata statue was still glowing, though, bathing the area in a light that forbade the entry of beasts and phantom arms. But inside the hall, Han Sen saw 6 shadows. They were the king-class elites that had previously escaped. Gold Jade King was there, too. I thought they ran off. Why have they come back? Han Sen looked at them with surprise. Gaia said coldly, they thought that since Purgatory Heaven does not have a deified elite to control it, they could escape before it was activated. Clearly, they miscalculated. Han Sen could guess this. After they left, they had hoped to escape the entire planet. Unfortunately, they could not. So, they had tried to destroy Purgatory Heaven. Han Sen had left the place before then, so he hadn't seen them return. The 6 kings were carrying with them a strange array of powers. The use of those powers seemed to be twisting and distorting the very dimension. They were doing their best to get close to the statue. Gold Jade King's hand gripped a sword that looked very sovereign and prim. The sword was being thrust at the goddess statue. Gold Jade King wielded it with finesse. It looked as if it could sever the atmosphere at any moment, but whenever it came within 2 meters of the statue, its approach was stalled. It became extremely slow, and no amount of effort could move it closer. The Ghana goddess gold light became solid. The powerful weaponry and powers wielded against it could not defy that tangible light. Nothing was even able to scrape the statue. Gold Jade King wasn't the only one suffering this suppression either. The same thing was happening to the other kings there as well. A beast king was trying to bite it in the air. The creature's fangs had the power to crush mighty objects, and it looked likely to break the statue with its maw. But it was ultimately unable to, as its bite was stopped 2 meters away. It did not matter how hard it tried. Its power wasn't sufficient to deliver the attack. A giant-looking king was holding a mighty hammer. The hammer was coming down on the statue. Every swing broke the air, but it could not break the statue. It never got closer than 2 meters from it. Amidst those 6 kings, Han Sen saw a bald monk. He wore monkish garb like a robe. He struck the statue with the shadow of a Buddha. The same thing occurred to the monk as it did the other kings, too. The godlight could not be broken. The 6 wielded an extreme amount of strength. Together, they kept pounding on the statue. If it was a planet they were striking, it would have exploded many times over. If they were unable to break the goddess statue's godlight, the power gap between a deified being and a king must have been rather large. What about the nobles in the hall? Han Sen looked around. Aside from the 6 kings attacking the statue, they were all gone. Gaia said, "Where the statue shines, there won't be any purgatory beasts and hellish hands. Ordinary people cannot withstand basking in that light for too long, though. I can only assume they were blasted and dragged into purgatory that way." Guna, is there a way to stop purgatory heaven? Han Sen asked Guna. Guna looked at the statue and the elites and she said, "I want to sacrifice myself and hopefully obtain control of it that way. Then, I can ensure Gaia gets out of purgatory heaven." In attacking the statue, however, they have increased its power output. Even if I do sacrifice myself, doing so now would be useless. You are so cruel. You only want to have Gaia escape this place, while everyone else is left behind. Wang Yuhang was so mad. You guys are not nice. Whoever comes here has a reason to do so. They want to use us. Guna hummed. This is not the time to talk about this, so let me ask again. Do you have a way? Han Sen frowned. No. The statue has been activated. Not even a king can get close to it. Unless someone deified is here, we will all die, Guna said. Is there no other way? Han Sen asked, as he looked at the statue. Guna hummed and said, yes, the other way is what the kings are attempting. Break the godlight and take control of purgatory heaven the hard way. Only then can you stop it. How do I control it? Han Sen asked. It is difficult to control purgatory heaven if you don't have the blood of the Ghana. The same would apply even if you were deified. But underneath the statue there is a crack. You can escape purgatory heaven that way. That is what they planned to do. But they underestimated its power, Guna said, while pointing at the statue. Han Sen looked in the direction she pointed to. The end of the statue's tail did indeed possess a tear in the fabric of space. There was a long mark there. That mark is where our deified elites fought their enemies. After 1,000,000 years, it has yet to heal. That is why there is such a blatant flaw. Unfortunately, only deified elites can make use of it. King-class elites cannot, so we most certainly can't, Gaia said. We have to give it a shot, no matter what. We cannot willingly let ourselves die here, Wang Yuhang said, then jumped into the godlight area. When his legs and his head touched the godlight, it was like he had struck a plank of raw steel. He bounced off with a pang, and it was fortunate he was wearing Han Sen's Marquis armor. Had he not, that would have hurt. Damn! Is that light or a wall of steel? Wang Yuhang looked at the golden light. Why else do you think the kings tried to run? Gaia looked at him with disdain. Han Sen touched the golden light, and it was like stone. It was so smooth he couldn't even find a seam or crevice. So Han Sen tried to use his ghost teeth knife to slice golden light. Sparks flew from the blade, but he could not break through the light. It's so hard. Han Sen was shocked. They could not penetrate the wall, so it spoke volumes about the kings who had been able to move through the light. But even so, despite their massive strength, they were unable to get close to the statue. Wang Yuhang and Han Sen were both unable to enter the godlight, but the six kings soon noticed them, even as they tried hitting the statue. They looked around them and were shocked. They did not expect another big bunch of people to still be alive. On top of that, Han Sen's group only had average power. Aside from Iceberg Duke, the others were all decidedly weak. When they saw Guna and Gaia, however, they were even more shocked. And adding to that, they then looked happy. The giant king, still clad in armor, walked before Han Senator. He grabbed Gaia and Guna in his hands and took them over to the statue. There was a long pause. Han San saw this happen, but he did not move, and the giant had already taken them and brought them before the statue. What does he want to do? Wang Yuhang asked. Iceberg Duke coldly said, they cannot break the godlight. They want to use Guna and Gaia's blood to hopefully achieve a connection with purgatory heaven. It might enable them to reach the tear. Han Sen could not say anything. After they were taken, their protective light went with them. The arms started to rise like mad. But Han Sen's people could not enter the godlight, so he kept on swinging his knife blank to cut down the arms. Buddha King, you are the best at this. I will let you handle it. Our survival solely depends on you, the giant said, right before handing over Guna and Gaia to the monk-like king. Who will go to hell if I don't? The king recited the line of an ancient Buddha, and then he raised his hand and became a Buddha himself. In a shroud of white light, he came before Gaia and Guna. The Geno universe has monks, huh? Han Sen was shocked, as he had thought that monks were a human thing. They are not monks, they are the Buddha. They are one of the higher races, Iceberg Duke said. Buddha. Han Sen and Wang Yuhang came from the alliance. Their faces looked strange. The Buddha's head was as smooth as a light bulb, without a single hair, as if he had been born bald. The dots across his head were 9 naturally born moles. Guna and Gaia's faces turned pale. It looked as if they wanted to struggle and get free. But beneath the Buddha light of the Buddha King, they could not even flicker their eyelids. Buddha King moved his finger, and then a Buddha light landed between her eyebrows. Blood began to seep out of her brow. It was more than a mere dribble as well. Suddenly, it became a long streak of blood that floated away from her head. This target became clear as it began to drift towards the statue. The blood began to suffuse into the golden light. Gold Jade King and the others started to gather up power, ready to strike the blood. As the kings prepared a frightening attack, the blood-tainted light started to crack. Blood began to fill the cracks like a blooming flower. The kings were happy with this result, and the giant shouted, Buddha King, take the essence of the other Gana, so we can escape with greater haste. The longer we are here, the more danger we are in. Amitba, Buddha King said again. His face did not look very kind. He pointed at Gaia's forehead, and then more blood came flowing out. That too started to drift towards the statue. With Gaia and Guna's blood, the godlight seemed to have weakened. The 6 kings kept attacking without reprieve. Then the godlight began to shatter. The smashed light could not coalesce again because of the blood that was spreading through the rupture. Gold Jade King and the others were all made supremely happy, as they were able to destroy the godlight with their crazed attacks. Now, they wanted to create a path through the godlight and head towards the rupture. These scumbag assholes. Wang Yuhang was so mad, he punched the godlight. But he was too weak and he could not even break the outer layer. All he did was make his fist numb. Han Sen didn't like what had happened, either, but at the end of the day it was just natural selection. He couldn't have helped Guna and Gaia, even if he wanted to, and they weren't in a much better position themselves. Their powers would not be enough to breach the godlight. Even if Gold Jade King cleaved a path all the way through, they had no choice of entering. Han Sen could jump into the sanctuary for safety, alongside Wang Yuhang, but Dragon Lady and Han Menger did not have anywhere to hide. If they were left alone, they'd surely die. Guna and Gaia had been frozen stiff by the Buddha King. The essence of their blood continued to leak from their foreheads. The blood was leaking slowly, but they had already lost a large volume. Especially Gaia. The two of them looked so angry, hopeless, and sad. They looked at each other, but understood that neither of them could do a thing. They could not even die holding each other. They stood where they were as their blood was stolen, bit by bit. Gold Jade King and the other kings were waiting for them to finish bleeding out. The godlight was cracked, and a blood path opened. They were only 1 meter away from the statue. Roar! A giant dragon-like purgatory beast was came rushing towards Han Sen like mad. It was a high-tier purgatory beast. Seeing it, everyone's faces paled. Han San was busy cutting down the twisted arms as the dragon-like purgatory beast came rushing for them. He did not have the power to deal with it. Dragon Lady and the others were starting to think that this was the end. They used all the powers they could exert against the purgatory beast, but it was all to no avail. Hansen frowned. He kept thinking, wondering if now was the time to use Super King Spirit. Just as he was going to activate Super King Spirit, there was a loud boom. A giant body appeared, and it was the Giant King. He landed in front of them and used his hammer to smack down the purgatory beast. Go! The giant killed the purgatory beast, and his body possessed a radiant godlight. He ran back into the godlight, and it looked as if he had been talking to Han San and the others. This made Han San very happy, and he and the others followed Giant King into the goddess godlight. They stayed near Giant King, whose light was like a shelter. It shielded them from the goddess suppression. Giant King, why are you bringing them here instead of focusing on removing the godlight? A king with a spear asked coldly. Giant King's voice boomed like thunder, and he replied, "For this small group to have survived this long in purgatory heaven, they must be useful in some capacity. And furthermore, if we exhaust the blood of the Ghana, we can use theirs. Like hell we can. The blood of these two Ghana only works because they are of the goddess bloodline. This group isn't even Ghana. So what is the point?" The king with a spear kept attacking the godlight while he berated Giant King. "It's better than nothing." Giant King hammered the crack again. His strong attacks could crack open the godlight, and the shockwaves almost tossed the others onto the floor. Luckily, Giant King's power was sufficient to keep them protected. Otherwise, the force could very well have killed them. "I thought they wanted to save us, but no. It seems that they are after something else," Wang Yuhang said. "No matter what the case is, it's better than getting killed out there, as seemed likely." Han San stood near the giant's foot. Han San was quite tall for a human, but even so, he only reached the giant's ankle. "I just hope the kings can clear a path for us," Icebird Duke said. Many horrible powers came crashing against the godlight, and the path cleaved was becoming deeper and deeper. Guna and Gaia's blood was on the path, and it prevented the godlight from repairing its defenses. 6 elites kept striking at the path, and outside the godlight, the arms were rising and wriggling in countless numbers. There was an abundance of purgatory beasts, too. They could not step into the godlight, and so they roared at the people inside. In the beginning, there was just that dragon-like one, but then other purgatory beasts emerged. They all looked murderous. There was a purgatory beast that looked like a real dragon, and it was flying in the sky. It looked as if it could consume everything. Han San could also see a creature that resembled an angel of some sort, but it was black. Even its wings were black too. It looked like it had come crawling out of purgatory. Han San and the others felt like they were in some big glass bowl. If the bowl broke, any of the purgatory beasts could eat them. It was fortunate that none of the creatures were able to set foot inside the godlight. Even so, Wang Yuhang and the others were very scared. Boom! There was an explosion, and the godlight shattered beneath the big hammer. Giant King had managed to destroy the final layer of the godlight. It revealed the statue body of the golden Ghana. The entrance they needed was by the statue's tail. Guna and Gaia were dying, as they had lost most of their blood. They were still alive because they were strong, but also because the Buddha King had forced them to remain alive. He was worried that their blood would be rendered ineffective if they died. When the path opened up, Giant King ran straight for the crack. As the giant entered the crack, he became smaller and smaller. Eventually, he disappeared inside the space tunnel. Gold Jade King and Buddha King went in at almost the same time. When Buddha King went in, he did so with a grip on Guna and Gaia. The rest of the elites went towards the crack too. Hansen and Iceberg Duke followed Giant King. Giant King's body was getting smaller the further it went, until it slipped right into the tear. Hansen and the others were the last to draw near the crack, and luckily, the path was still dyed red. It hadn't been suppressed by the godlight yet. So quickly he jumped into the crack. The dimensional tear in the fabric of that space was crooked. Hansen dug himself in, and he felt the same sensation he'd get when using a teleporter. Space turned blurry, and when his vision was restored, he was someplace completely different. He was atop a sea of clouds. There were many palaces built in a sky realm. There were many large plants, adorned with flowers all around them. It was a picturesque scene of heaven, as taken from long ago myths. Hansen and the others appeared in the plaza of one particular palace. There was a gold fountain at its center, and it looked incredibly beautiful. But when Hansen entered that heavenly place, his gut clenched. His powers had vanished. He couldn't feel anything anymore. He was like an average commoner, without a modicum of extra power. Hansen looked around, and so did Iceberg Duke. And when they did, they were shocked. It wasn't just them, either. Giant King himself looked stunned, and none of the other kings looked to be faring well. Guna and Gaia, who had been under the control of the Buddha, now had their freedom restored. Buddha King's Buddha light had all vanished. Welcome to heaven. The Ghana heaven. Guna and Gaia helped each other up as they clenched their teeth. They looked very angry. Their anger was understandable, though. The Ghana had been treated like worthless slaves, and their blood had been sucked dry. It was only natural for them to be angry. Hansen thought things were quickly turning sour. This was not a way out. The gold fountain unleashed a gold light. The gold light descended on Guna and Gaia, quickly repairing their ravaged bodies. When Giant King witnessed this, he ran to the fountain and threw his hands into the water to try and absorb that same power. Arg! Giant King cried. The spring water was like a corrosive acid on his hands. The water was good for Guna and Gaia, but it was deadly for Giant King. Gaia coldly looked at Giant King and said, I told you that this is Ghana's heaven. For you, this place is nothing short of hell. Only the Ghana have power here, and can receive the boons bestowed by their goddess. We are practically invulnerable. All your power is stripped, so you are little better than an ordinary creature. After that, she smiled and went on to say, It is in thanks to you lot that we are here, of course. Even if we had tried to use our own blood, we wouldn't have made it here alone. Is this purgatory heaven's heaven? Buddha King frowned. Yes. Outside is purgatory, and here is heaven, Gaia said. I have heard heaven is in the clouds. Why is it here? We arrived here through a slipspace crack, which we broke open, Gold Jade King said. The slipspace crack was just a lie that we created about purgatory heaven. The gold clouds outside are just a path that can take you to purgatory, through the statue. The clouds won't kill you, but you can be killed in heaven, by someone with power, of course. Guna said this and then punched Giant King in the head. The strong Giant King was sent soaring. After his descent, he rolled violently until he came crashing into a wall, coughing up blood. Giant King stood up in a fury. He was a king who had never been humiliated before, and he really wanted to fight back. Before he could straighten himself up, though, Guna came forward and punched him again. This time he went flying into the clouds. Gaia did not join Guna, and she simply walked to the palace near the fountain. Not long after, the clouds rumbled. Many clouds rose, and they each looked like a cage. Many creatures were inside them, and Giant King was one of them. Hansen now learned that the creatures that were trapped here were the ones who had been zapped by flying into the clouds. He knew Gaia wasn't lying, as all of those creatures were here. They had been trapped in the clouds, and while they had not died, they most certainly weren't free. Death was still an inevitability for them, though. Many clouds came towards the palace. Hansen saw that the clouds that flew there housed Ghana. Hansen counted their numbers, and he noted that most of the Ghana were here now. Han Sen tallied 30 or 40. It seemed as if they had planned to be captured, also they could end up here. It was the same for the other creatures who had been trapped by the clouds. They couldn't get out on their own. But now things were different. The clouds were supported by some phantom power. The Ghana were sent to the palace, and the clouds faded from sight. They were free now. The Ghana were so happy, and they all bowed to Guna. They then proceeded to speak their own language, which was one that Han Sen did not understand. Throw them all in the clouds. They deserve it, Guna said angrily, pointing at the kings. The Ghana headed towards Gold Jade King and the others. They could not use Geno armor, so they were pretty much worse than the average commoner. And while they had skills, they did not have the power to make use of them. Quickly, they were taken to the Sea of Clouds. Hey! Hey! We are together! One Ghana approached Han Sen and tried to take them too. Wang Yuhang was quick to shout. He even turned to Guna and said, Guna, we meant you no harm. We went through all that together. Doesn't that make us friends? Guna looked at Wang Yuhang, and then Han Sen and said with a venomous tone, You guys are not nice people either. Get moving. Han Sen knew he had kidnapped Guna, which hadn't made her very happy. She wouldn't consider him a friend. You guys are not loyal at all. When Wang Yuhang saw the Ghana approaching, he started to tread backwards. This is pointless. Let's just jump. Han Sen made it sound easy. He was, of course, referring to a jump into the clouds. Han Menger and Dragon Lady jumped without thinking. Icebird Duke didn't fancy getting hit, so she did so, too. Wang Yuhang didn't think there was another way out of there, so he jumped as well. Not long after, they found themselves floating inside the clouds. They were trapped inside them. Giant King and Gold Jade King were in a similar situation. This heavenly power of imprisonment was scary. Aside from the Ghana, no king could escape. It was likely only a deified being would be able to break the chains that bound them. Gaia walked out of the palace. Her hands were clutching a piece of golden jewelry. Han Sen couldn't tell what it was, but Gaia could use the power of the gemstones to control the clouds. Han Sen sat in his cloud, watching Guna and the others. He wasn't going to just sit there, of course. He was going to figure a way to sort all this out. In Ghana's heaven, all powers other than the Ghanas were suppressed. Even Ghost Teeth Knife had no power. He could not summon Geno armaments, either. But Han Sen had one thing that wasn't restricted. The knife blank that was currently in his hand. There was still a strange power inside it. Aside from the knife blank, Han Sen also felt a power inside him that was not restricted. Guna and Gaia were at the edge of the palace. They looked at the people they had imprisoned, and their gazes were looked. It looked like they wanted to murder their prisoners. Gaia looked at Buddha King. The clouds that trapped Buddha King rose up and drifted over to her. Did you take the leader? Gaia asked Buddha King expressionlessly. Amitba, I don't know what you mean, Buddha King said, after speaking out his Buddha phrase. Gaia looked at Buddha King and went on to say, I know how powerful the cow are. Without support, they wouldn't have been brave enough to betray us in the manner that they did. Amitba, what does that have to do with me? Buddha King said. You think the Buddha Duke's meeting with the cow leader slipped our notice. Gaia looked angry and she went on to say, if the leader had simply listened to me, none of this would have happened. Tell me, where did the leader go? Now Han Sen understood why they had not met a stronger Ghana. At the auction they had only seen viscounts. The dukes had not appeared, and neither had the earls. They had already been taken by Buddha King. Buddha King and the cow had used the auction house as a distraction for the other races. While it played out, the more important Ghana were successfully kidnapped. Buddha King and the cow hadn't expected the purgatory heaven to come into play. It wasn't Buddha King's fault, of course. No one expected the Ghana's deified item to have been in the Ghana's hands, or for it to have been inside a random statue. Amitba, if you release me, I will keep you safe and bring you all together again. Buddha King admitted he had his hands on their leader, clearly planning to use this as leverage. As soon as Buddha King said this, though, Gaia drew a ghostly scimitar and swung it toward his neck. In a split second, the King-class elite was beheaded. His head rolled across the floor with his eyes open. No one had expected Gaia to simply cut his head off. The other kings were all in shock after what they had witnessed. Gaia was a very decisive individual. In this heaven, a king-class elite's life was as worthless and weak as the average commoners. There was no need to pay them respect. Han Sen was shocked, but it made sense. Gaia had already cast a spell to activate Purgatory Heaven, so yes, the fact she was a very decisive person was already established. Sister, you killed Buddha King. What about our leader? Guna sounded worried. Gaia coldly said, killing him did not make a difference. Our leader isn't going to be returned, but don't worry. He's not going to die. He will likely be made a slave, for the Buddha won't kill him. The other kings did not speak, and Gaia was correct. The Ghana couldn't save anyone. If they had been reckless and left Purgatory Heaven, Buddha King would have found a chance. Instead of saving their kin, they'd end up captured like the rest. Everyone knew this was a familial matter, but not everyone could make a decision like her. Gaia killing Buddha King had put an end to his tricks and deception. It also counted as vengeance for her own people. When Gaia looked at the clouds, she noticed that all the elites were in shock. You! Gaia looked at Han Senator. She spoke one word, and Han Sen's cloud started flying towards her. Everyone was shocked. No one expected that the second guy she'd kill to be Han Sen. What are you doing? We have been through so much together. We didn't take your blood, and neither have we forced you to do anything against your will. Why don't you kill the guys who robbed you of your blood instead of old Han? Ha! Wang Yuhang said. Gaia ignored him and looked at Han Sr. But you did bully Guna. Did you not? What do you want from me then? Han Sen asked, sitting on the cloud. You did not harm Guna, and you did help us. I can give you one chance. Gaia looked at Guna while speaking to Han Sen. What do I do with this chance? Han Sen did not believe she would let him go so easily. Kill them, and you VDLL be considered one of us. Gaia pointed at Gold Jade King, Giant King, and the others. The 5 kings were sent forward, near Han Sen. Good idea. Killing this many elites will gain me so many enemies, and that's just what I need. Even a king of the rebate. Not even Knife Queen would protect me for such a transgression. With this leverage, I could only work for you and no one else. If I don't do what you say, you can tell the others and make me one of the universe's most wanted. Han Sen said coldly. Are you going to kill them or not? Gaia asked, looking at Han Sen. Sure. Why not? They're not my family. There's no point giving up my own life for theirs. Han Sen just shrugged with his shoulders. Good. Use this to cut their heads off, and then you will be considered a friend. Gaia gave the ghost scimitar to Han Sen. Giant King and Gold Jade King were surrounded by clouds. They could not move. They watched Han Sen approach, still holding his knife. Han Sen, do you really want to betray Knife Queen and the rebate? Gold Jade King said icily. From what I recall, you never treated me as one of the rebate anyway. If you did, you would have taken me with you when you tried to escape. Now you think I'm betraying you? Is this a joke or something? Han Sen slightly pressed the weapon against Gold Jade King's neck. The touch of the blade gave him a cold sweat. But Han Sen did not cut him. He then brought the scimitar in front of Giant King and said, What did you say? You said if their blood was not enough, you'd use ours. I should kill you for that, shouldn't I? Kill me if you want to. Just the crap and get on with it. Giant King said stolidly. Han Sen didn't strike. He walked past each elite, and eventually he turned back to Gaia and said, These are 5 king-class elites. It would be a shame to kill them all. You should hold on to them. If you don't kill them, I will kill you and your friends, Gaia said dangerously. There is no way we are dying. Han Sen smiled. That is not up to you to decide. I decide what happens here, Gaia said. Han Sen threw the ghost scimitar back to Gaia and said, From now on, I call the shots. You and Guna can be my secretaries. Treat this place nicely, and I will treat you nice in return. Gaia, Guna, the Ghana, and the kings all looked at Han Sen like he was a madman. Did you really just say that? Are you sick? Guna asked, lifting her lips in a sneer. Gaia looked at Han Sen and slowly said, Han Sen, you're special. That is why I have given you this opportunity. You have the chance to be friends with the Ghana. This is purgatory heaven. Unless a deified elite appears, no one can challenge my will. Buddha King is a good example for you to follow. Or do you not want to end up like him? Hansen nodded and said, and I thought you were smart. I'm the one giving you a chance here. You and Guna can become my secretaries and nothing more. Don't misunderstand that. This asshole has lost his marbles. Let's lock him up, Guna told the others. Gaia used her gem to control the clouds again. But it didn't seem like the clouds could be used to capture people unless they jumped off the platform. Gaia had erased Hansen's cloud, since she expected him to kill the kings. In order for her to gain control of him, he would have to go to the cloud first. A few Ghana Viscounts rushed towards Hansen, hoping to capture him quickly. The kings that had been locked up now watched Hansenator. They wondered what he was planning. In this place, not even the kings could fight against the Ghana. Unless they had a deified elite using deified items, the Ghana were practically invincible. The kings could not fight them, and Hansen was a baron. Iceberg Duke could not fathom what sort of trick Hansen was looking to play. Killing the kings would have guaranteed Hansen's survival. But he hadn't taken the offer, and now things were uncertain. While Hansen had pulled off unbelievable performances in battle elsewhere, Purgatory Heaven was different. Not even Iceberg Duke thought he could fight back here. Still, she hoped he'd pull something off. If there was one thing Iceberg Duke did know about Hansen, it was that he wasn't crazy. Seeing a few Viscounts rapidly approaching, Hansen had yet to move a muscle. Eventually, he drew out his knife blank. The Ghana Viscounts weren't very concerned about that, though. Thus far, only the Ghana had been able to use items of power there. Boom! A scary presence exploded out of Hansen, as if it was breaking the earth. He was like a beast, laying eyes on heaven. Teeth, knife, knife, mind. Gold Jade King and Iceberg Duke both squealed. The teeth knife of the rebate was quite famous. And even so, not many people were able to practice it. Even fewer could make proper use of it out in the field. Hansen was an outsider. It was absolutely shocking that he could use teeth powers, almost unbelievable. But right now, that was not the primary concern. It wasn't just that he was using teeth, knife, knife, mind. It was amazing that he had been able to summon power at all, while else was suppressed by the deified rules that governed the place. Gold Jade King and the others had very strong wills, but in Purgatory Heaven, they were unable to release it. Hansen's knife mind could be used to its full extent, without suffering from the hampering and suppression of Purgatory Heaven. But this was because Hansen's knife mind had reached the level of Purgatory Heaven. That was the reason it was not suppressed. But Hansen was just a baron. How was it possible for him to have such an experienced knife mind? All the nobles were in shock. It made some people jump to the conclusion that Hansen himself was a deified elite in disguise. Aside from deified elites, who could reveal such a formidable knife mind here of all places? What is this? How long has he been practicing teeth knife? How is it possible for him to have learned the teeth knife mind? This mind, if I am not mistaken, is greater than the Queen's own. Iceberg Duke could scarcely believe the current spectacle. But there it was, Hansen and his knife mind. He was nothing short of a monster. The Ghana Viscounts suddenly started to fall back, looking extremely pale. A deified knife mind was a very cruel thing, and it could break a person's will simply with the weight of its presence. But a knife mind was just a knife mind, and Hansen did not have a deified body. If an elder of the rebate was present, the knife mind could have been used to kill all the Ghana a long time ago. Guna and Gaia looked at Hansen in shock. The knife mind they were witnessing was rendering them speechless. Is he deified? Guna was extremely shocked. Impossible. I haven't a clue why he has this knife mind. But he is not deified. Why are you all still standing there? Go and get him. This heaven belongs to the Ghana. It is a sanctuary built specifically for us. We're safe here. Gaia was actually quite frightened by what was going on. Still, she managed to keep herself under control and issue commands, telling her people to snatch Hansen. In heaven, unless the Ghana were killed, Their wounds would seal up and heal at a tremendously fast pace. They were pretty much almost immortal in many regards. Seeing the Ghana nobles continue to advance, Han Sen said, "I don't want to hurt any of you. So why are you pushing me to do just that?" Han Sen was depressed. He had planned to use his powerful knife mind to bluff his enemies. But evidently Gaia was too smart for that. Han Sen's plans had fallen apart. A knife mind was just a knife mind, after all. Using it with knife skills was very powerful, but a knife mind on its own did nothing. Aside from the knife blank and the deified knife mind, Han Sen's power was under a big strain. Gaia did not show any sign of relenting, and she continued to command her Ghana troops to apprehend Han Sen. In that case, I must resort to Plan B. Han Sen's eyes began to shine, and soon after, the light quickly spread to the rest of his body. Han Sen's Plan B was always the same. He would assume the identity of Dollar. He activated his Super King spirit. His black hair became sparklingly white. It grew quickly, becoming a long white stream of hair. His body glowed with holy light. As the light shone from him, his body did not look real. Instead, he looked like a burned plate of steel. He was like a half-transparent god. Incredible power surged out of him. Everyone was in shock. They watched the godlike body approach. He really can use his powers in heaven. Guna looked stunned. She took a few steps back. A few Viscounts were directly before Han Sen right now. They swung their swords and arms towards him. They were afraid. They had originally planned to take him alive, but now they were keen to wave their swords instead. When the sword lights came against Han Sen, it was like they were hitting nothing. They didn't hurt Han Sen at all. How is that possible? Everyone stared at Han Sen, who currently looked like a god. The Ghana people used all their powers on Han Sen, but they accomplished nothing. Han Sen's body was like that of a real deity. He could shrug off any mortal damage inflicted upon him. Iceberg Duke looked at Han Senator. She was totally frozen, and her mind had come to a complete standstill. This was partly due to shock, but it was also because she had now discovered a secret. A very scary secret. Iceberg Duke was Isha's best friend. She was also her most loyal follower. Isha put her absolute trust in Iceberg Duke. They shared a lot of secrets with each other, and they disclosed many private and personal matters. Isha had told Iceberg Duke that she was once bullied by someone in Demon's Grave. The man that had bullied her was called Dollar. Isha had commanded her to keep her ears to the ground and learn anything she could about the elusive Dollar. Thus far, Iceberg Duke had come up with zilch. But Isha knew what Dollar looked like, and she was able to describe his powers. The power Han Sen currently wielded was very similar to what Isha had described. Isha had mentioned all this more than once, so Iceberg Duke remembered it well. Han Sen is Dollar? This is scary. Iceberg Duke felt chilled, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Isha's important almighty student was, in fact, her nemesis, the one she despised the most. Just thinking about that cruel twist of fate made Iceberg Duke's mind go for a loop. And as she looked down at Han Sen, he suddenly looked like a demon. Han Sen did not have time to act in a model manner, though. When he donned his Super King spirit mode, he lifted his ghost teeth knife and let the knife rage with purple light. The purple light rose tangibly across the blade. Super King spirit let Han Sen release the powers contained within all his gear. Like the holy angel bone arrow, Ghost Teeth Knife activated its own power. Ghost Teeth Knife's power, combined with Han Sen's deified knife mind, rendered Guna and Gaia speechless. There was only one explanation for Han Sen being able to use terrifying powers like that in Purgatory Heaven. He must be a deified elite. Only deified elites could use their powers in heaven, just as he was doing. As they thought about fighting a deified elite, the Ghana suddenly felt hopeless. Their faces were drawn and drained of color. Things weren't looking good for them. Gaia was the palest of the bunch, though. She had the stone to control Purgatory Heaven, but she was not deified herself. All she had was the blood of the goddess lineage. She couldn't control heaven well, and she knew she wouldn't be able to compete or bring that power to heal. Gold Jade King and the other imprisoned nobles all stared at Han. Senator Gold Jade King could not believe Knife Queen's student was that strong. Han-san pulled out his ghost teeth knife and started swinging it towards Guna and Gaia. The lights of the knife were like individual monsters, wanting to swallow the entire dimension they resided in. Guna and Gaia's faces turned gray. The Gana wanted to help them, but the knife was way too fast. They couldn't react in time, and it was already coming down on the two women. It didn't hit Guna or Gaia, though. It actually flew past them, striking the fountain behind them. Catcha! With that surge of power, the entire palace behind them was sundered in half. That wasn't the end either. After the scary teeth power cut the palace in two, it spread. A purple mist was swallowing it, making the palace look like some cursed ruin. Boom! When the palace was covered in this purple mist, it suddenly shattered and fell to pieces. Dust choked the air, and the entirety of the heavenly realm rattled and shook. Everyone was in utter shock. Seeing the godlike man and the palace he had reduced to rubble, no one could find the words to speak. Han-san put the knife back in the sheath on his waist, and then the white light faded. He looked normal once again. He looked at Guna and Gaia and coldly said, "I thought you two were smart, and I would very much like to give you another chance. I'd like you and Guna to become my secretaries. What do you think of that proposal now?" It was almost the same sentences as before, but now the words sounded very different than before. Gaia was catatonic. She just stood where she was. Now that Han-sen had dismissed that incredible power, he looked even more mysterious. He was like a god, disguised as a mortal. Gaia pulled Guna closer, and then she knelt. "Guna and I are willing to follow you. Our lives are dedicated to your service. Please spare us and the rest of our race from certain annihilation." Okay. Planet Crooked Rock had suffered one mighty disaster. All the creatures there had been killed in one day, and that included all the kings that were there. No corpses were left behind either. When the rescue teams arrived, they couldn't find anything living. But judging from what they could see, a few people conjectured about what had happened. Purgatory Heaven was not a big secret, so they guessed that the Gana had attacked. Others came after that to investigate this incident, wanting to know where Purgatory Heaven was. Han-sen was on his way back on his ship, and he had something on his mind that was giving him quite the headache. Gaia and Guna were obeying him now, and Han-sen had taken measures to keep their lives in his hands and ensure they wouldn't revolt. Purgatory Heaven consumed everything on planet Crooked Rock. It had stopped now, but the gem Guna and Gaia used to control the statue had become a little gold statue that Han-san had brought with him. The nobles and Gana were still locked in that heaven, and Han-san wasn't planning to let them out anytime soon. After all, they had seen Han-san become a super king spirit. He couldn't trust them fully, and so he couldn't release them back into the universe. Especially Icebird Duke. He could not let her see Isha again. But if Icebird Duke did not return, what would he tell Isha about what happened? If he said that Icebird Duke disappeared on the planet, then how would he explain the fact that he was fine? If he told her that they weren't on planet Crooked Rock, why would Icebird Duke be gone? Han-sen had gotten a headache just thinking about how he could explain all this. The ship was not at Narrow Moon just yet, and still Isha's battleship had come to meet with him. Her sudden appearance gave Han-sen a shock. He knew Isha was coming after him and Icebird Duke. "Where is Icebird Duke?" Isha asked Han-sen as they stood on the knife battleship. "Queen, I do not know where Icebird Duke is." Han-sen gave her a wry smile. He wasn't planning on admitting anything. Plus, no one had survived on that planet, and they were all trapped in Purgatory Heaven. As long as he did not admit what had happened, no evidence would be unearthed to suggest otherwise. "How can you not know? Icebird Duke should have been by your side at all times, protecting you." Isha spoke to him calmly, but Han-sen could detect what was really boiling beneath the surface. If he gave her the wrong answer, God only knew what would happen. Han-sen did not hesitate to tell her. "Icebird Duke and I went to planet Crooked Rock. I wanted to see if I could recruit a few of the Gana. But when I arrived, I realized I had no chance. So, I asked her to help me recruit. But then the cow revolted. They put the Gana on auction. We were invited, so Icebird Duke went ahead to the auction. With someone else to recruit on my behalf, I didn't bother going. And then what happened? Isha asked. And then I recruited them. Before we got back to the ship, the entire planet was veiled by gold clouds. And there were many arms coming out of the ground, alongside many beasts that crawled out of some nether. We tried to hide in a cave, and we fought those monsters side by side. After a day of this, the beasts, arms, and clouds disappeared. When we got back to the ship, we noticed Iceberg Duke was gone, and so were many others. Everyone else on the entire planet was gone too. Han Sen cooked up a hearty mixture of lies and truths to sell the story. He had to keep running with this yarn, whether or not Isha believed him. Isha looked at Han Sen, Han Menger, Dragon Lady, Wang Yuhang, and then looked back to Han Sr. How did you deal with those creatures in the arms? Those arms were scary. Our powers didn't do anything. If we were grabbed, we'd be pulled into the ground. The beasts were even scarier. Our powers did nothing to hinder their assault. Only Spell and Menger were able to fight them, Han Sen said. You are saying that Spell and her powers can defeat the purgatory beasts? Isha asked with a frown. Yes, but they can't deal with the arms. But we survived because of this item. It enabled us to shred the arms. Han Sen presented her with his knife blank, showing it off. Isha took the knife blank and gave it a stroke with her fingers. She released some sort of purple power onto the knife blank, but the power could not be absorbed. Isha looked shocked and she said, This knife blank is godly. It is no wonder it could cut through those hell hands. With the god element, does that mean it is a deified item? Han Sen was happy to hear this. Isha shook her head and said, It is not a deified item. It is just a material for a deified item. That is great. I can forge it into an item of some sort. Then, yes, you should take this knife, my queen. You should forge it into a godly knife and make it something properly deified. And then, you can shock the whole universe. Han Sen said quickly, You are willing to give this to me? Isha smiled at Han Sen as she held onto the knife blank. Of course. You are my master, after all. Your glory is my glory. If you achieve more, I would be even more proud. This is just a meager knife blank. If I had a deified knife, I'd give that to you first. If your life is getting better, then my life is sure to improve too. Han Sen looked awfully sincere. Isha looked much nicer now, but she gave it back to Han Sr. You are nice. But this knife blank was obtained in the knife grave. It'll be difficult to forge it, and it isn't too godly. I can't make it into something powerful, I am afraid. After a pause, Isha continued speaking to Han Sr. I will ask someone else to escort you to Planet Eclipse. I am going to Planet Crooked Rock, where I hope to find a lead on the whereabouts of Iceberg Duke. I will avenge and destroy any who has done something bad to Iceberg. Iceberg Duke was put in danger because of me. I should go with you, Han Sen said. It's okay. And by the way, don't tell others you have been to Planet Crooked Rock. That will bring unnecessary hassle. It'd be bad. After a brief talk with Han Sen, Isha sent him on his way to Narrow Moon. She went ahead to Planet Crooked Rock. Han Sen felt a lot of relief when he was back. Somehow he had made it through. Even if she did not believe him entirely, he should remain safe as long as she was not able to find any evidence that contradicted his story. Han Sen brought his companions into the base. Then he gave Wang Yuhang a truckload of xenogeneic genes, wanting him to get stronger and generate a geno armor. Although there was a Marquise-class armor, Han Sen was worried that the man was so weak that he'd end up getting killed anyway. Han Sen had nothing but Baron-class xenogeneic genes, but that was fine for Wang Yuhang. And after a few days, Wang Yuhang's xenogeneic gene tally reached 100. Wang Yuhang started to evolve and he ended up generating a black geno armor. But he couldn't evolve a second time, so Han Sen gave him a magnet fruit. He made it and became a fully fledged Baron. Little uncle, your geno armament is cool. Han Sen looked at Wang Yuhang's geno armament in surprise. Wang Yuhang's geno armament was a black dirt bike. It looked like a vintage model, but it looked sweet. Haha, I knew I was born a special chap. It looks pretty badass. Huh? If you need anything, I got your back. Wang Yuhang looked so cocky, sitting on his new bike. What powers does it have? Han Sen asked with curiosity. It's awesome, Wang Yuhang said, then started the bike. He drove around the base and returned to Han Senator. He proudly said, "What do you think? Fast? Powerful? The speed is okay, but what else does it do, aside from carry you?" Han Sen asked. "I can run over people." Wang Yuhang sounded a bit weak. "So it deals no damage. Does it have any other function? Like can it fly? Can it carry you across water?" Han Sen asked. "Bro, this is a bike. You were talking about boats and planes." Wang Yuhang laughed. Han Sen felt his heart sink. This bike was like any other he could buy. It could drive him around and little else. Han Sen thought about it, though, and he decided that the bike was probably quite suitable for someone like Wang Yuhang. If the man could use it to escape things chasing him, then it would be useful enough. Perhaps when the armament evolved some more, it would develop other abilities. Isha learned nothing from her trip to planet Crooked Rock. All the factions were now in search of Purgatory Heaven, but no one had turned up any leads yet. Han Sen was going to take Wang Yuhang to explore the Red Mist Valley, but Isha gave Han Sen a call and told him they needed to talk about something important. Han Sen went to meet with her, all the while thinking over any trace of evidence he might have left suggesting what had really gone down on planet Crooked Rock. He didn't think he had, though. When they met, she said, "Buddha Ambassador will be visiting Narrow Moon, and there will be a meeting. If you have nothing important that requires your immediate attendance, I suggest you attend," Isha said. Han Sen felt some relief, hearing what she wanted. She didn't want to talk about planet Crooked Rock and the missing iceberg Duke. Knowing this, he felt much more at ease. "Queen, why would the Buddha visit Narrow Moon? What is all this going to be about?" Han Sen asked. Isha said, "The rebate are quite friendly with the Buddha. We are close allies. The meeting is a formality to sustain our friendship and exchange geno arts. The people who can join the get-together are usually the best of the best." Isha paused for a moment before going on to say, "The rebate usually send in members of the Moon Garden. You may not be one of them, but you can still observe the proceedings. The geno arts of the Buddhas are fairly unique, and it might be quite useful for you to learn them. Even if you cannot try them out, you can watch them at least." "Yes, my queen. I will take a look." Han Sen did not know what the point of going there actually was, but if Isha was telling him he should go, he thought there had to be more to it. But Isha didn't explain any further, so he didn't ask. Isha spoke about the Buddha, though, and it jogged Han Sen's memory about something. After Buddha King was killed by Gaia, Han Sen had found 2 items. One was a Buddha necklace and the other was a scroll. The scroll was scrawled in the text of the Buddha. After its translation, Han Sen learned that it was about a geno art called Unlimited Sutra. Han Sen checked it out. The main part of the text pertained to evolving, which was practically useless where Han Sen was concerned. He wasn't interested in a technique that could generate a geno armor. What did interest him, though, were the additions of smaller techniques around the main body of text. It was interesting, and it helped Han Sen understand more about the Buddha. The Buddha necklace was a high-class treasure, but Han Sen could not use it. Maybe the user required a certain blood lineage or a special power of some sort. Isha was allowing Han Sen to participate in the event, and Han Sen thought it might give him a look into Unlimited Sutra. That would only further his knowledge about the Buddha. After Han Sen left, Isha picked up a book and got to reading it. She was in a foul mood. Iceberg Duke was still missing, someplace on planet Crooked Rock, and Isha had no clue whether she was alive or dead. The spots for properly taking part in the event were only available to members of the Moon Garden. But now, the 10 kings of Narrow Moon, aside from 2 kings that did not have any students of their own, could allow their students and children to attend. It was only Isha's student that wasn't allowed a spot in the proceedings. Hers was relegated to spectating. It made her feel quite poorly. Isha still allowed Han Sen to go there, though, because she wanted Han Sen to learn more. There was something else that made her eager for him to go, too. Han Sen was not a member, so if he was challenged by one of the Buddha students, the challenge couldn't happen. Han Sen went back to the base and got back to reading Unlimited Sutra. Then he gave Wang Yuhang a call. He also called the others and told them all to rendezvous at Red Mist Valley. The mist in Red Mist Valley was thick. Could be clearly seen from as far as 10 miles away. The mist resembled fiery clouds. Fortunately, it was planet eclipse. The magnetic storms and vortexes in the sky were scary. No one could see such things from the sky, and so many of the planet's secrets had yet to be discovered. Little uncle, all of this hinges on you, Han Sen told Wang Yuhang as he pointed down into the valley. Wang Yuhuang was wearing the Marquis's armor, and he confidently gave Han Sen a don't worry gesture. I will handle this. I'm good at this sort of thing. Wang Yuhang summoned his bike and rode it towards the valley. He didn't speed straight in. At first, he skirted the entrance before spinning around. He shouted out towards the valley. Everyone hanging out in this mist, listen, Grandpa Wang is here. If you guys don't come out of here, I'll destroy you. Wang Yuhang shouted, and then a sudden chorus of screams erupted from within the mist. And then, many fiery shadows started to emerge, coming straight for him. Mamma mia! Wang Yuhang put his foot down on the pedal and escaped with his bike. The bike speed was very good for a barren armament, but compared to the fiery shadows it was actually quite slow. He had only made it a few meters before the shadows had caught up with him. There was a pang and Wang Yuhang crashed his bike. He was sent flying a dozen meters before he hit the ground. He rolled quite a bit before coming to a total stop. Luckily, Wang Yuhang was wearing the Marquis's armor. If he hadn't, he'd have been a dead man by now. But even though he had the armor, he still felt very dizzy. He picked himself up off the ground, and soon enough, a fiery shadow was before him again. It knocked him away once more. Han Sen, Gu Qingcheng, and Xie Qingqing finally noticed that the fiery shadow was a beast shrouded in red mist. It looked a mink with 3 eyes. The red mist looked as if it was actually under the red beast's control. Every time the creature attacked, though, it left marks across Wang Yuhang's armor. Quick! I'm going to die! Wang Yuhang screamed as the creature happily tossed him around. The beast could not break the Marquis's armor, but the force with which it shook him was still enough to have him spewing blood. Han Sen put on his rabbit shoes. Without hesitation, he leaped towards the little monster and swung his ghost teeth knife, which was swirling with purple light. There was no one else around, so he did not have to hide anything. He used his Jadeskin's godlight, which was Viscount class, with the ghost teeth knife's knife mind and struck the beast. It cut through the shadow and left behind a cleft on the creature's skin. The little beast got hit, and it squealed in agony. It turned around and jumped towards Han Sen. Han Sen was very fast, and because his rabbit shoes were Duke class, he had Duke class speed to run with. The beast was only Earl class, so it was much slower than Han Sen. Han Sen moved like a shadow. He swung his ghost teeth knife and hit the little beast again. Every time he did this, a small wound was left on the creature. Over time, after many more strikes, those cuts were all over its body. The wounds kept bleeding as a purple mist oozed out of the injuries. It was only a matter of time before the wounds started to spread. The beast was injured, and being unable to withstand the pain, it sought to race back into Red Mist Valley to escape. Han Sen felt depressed. He had the speed and he had a good knife to boot. Unfortunately, his powers were actually quite weak. The Viscount-class godlight with teeth knife could not grievously injure the Earl-class beast. He continued to slash at the beast as well as he could, but the foe was still able to escape into the valley. Little uncle, draw him out again. Han Sen retreated to a position where he could hide. Little uncle ran back to the entrance, but this time without the bike. The bike was too weak right now, so it was pointless bringing it before an earl. Where are you running off to, boy? Come out and fight Grandpa Wang again. Wang Yuhang kept barking into the mist, but the creature did not reveal itself again. Perhaps it was because the beast really was quite injured. Wang Yuhang shouted like that for a while, until his voice started to crack and leave him. Still, their foe refused to reveal itself again. Hey, is it working? If it doesn't work, we'll just have to find another way. Xie Qingqing shouted at Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang acted confidently, and he said, "What do you mean? Is it working?" "No. But I am a man, and I will not give up so easily." After that, Wang Yuhang turned his back to the entrance of the mist-veiled valley and pulled down his pants. He bent over to reveal his butt, and in a bid to provoke the enemies inside the mist, spread his cheeks. "If you have the balls, you'd come out and fight with me. Otherwise, your kid is my kid." Squeak. After Wang Yuhang shouted, a red shadow appeared. It was the same beast, and it was still bleeding from the lacerations it had procured earlier. It ran out very angry, as if Wang Yuhang had just slaughtered its parents. Wang Yuhang started running, and eventually resummoned his armor. Unfortunately, he was a little late in doing that, and he suffered a bite. He lost a big chunk of flesh from his backside, which bled profusely. "Oh my God!" Wang Yuhang kept running as fast as he could. Fortunately, he was able to re-equip the armor and avoid getting bitten again. But the blood from his bum dyed the armor red. The beast was still not keen on giving up, though, and it kept running after Wang Yuhang. Han Sen gripped his knife and ran out after it. With his speed, he caught up rapidly. The ghost teeth knife, with tusk, had created a nasty wound on the monster. The beast's recovery had been slow, as a result. The wounds it had incurred were still bleeding, and they were continuing to spread. The beast wanted to kill little uncle, but Han Sen hit it again. Now that it had regained its senses, it tried to reverse course back to the valley. Han Sen kept slashing it. He cast Jade Skin and the Bloodpool Sutra, and he ran them both at maximum velocity. His body looked like jade, and his blood was boiling. Dong! 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 After 3 swings, Han Sen felt as if his own blood was going to spill out. A weird, blood-like power entered his ghost teeth knife and dyed it red. Mutant blood ascended to Viscount. The announcement rang inside Han Sen's mind, and it brought him sheer delight. The Bloodpool Sutra had finally leveled up. Catcha! The now reddened ghost teeth knife was covered in a jadeskin godlight. It came down on the beast and sliced its paws off. Han Sen felt very happy about this. The red blade he now wielded was flashing, and blood was being thrown about everywhere. Before the enemy could escape all the way into the mist, Han Sen was able to cut off its head. Red mist mink xenogeneic Earl hunted. Xenogeneic gene found. Xenogeneic beast soul obtained. Han Sen was happy. He picked up the beast and cut it open. He found a red bone inside its body, which he knew was the prized xenogeneic gene. "Help! I'm going to die." Wang Yuhang was on the ground, screaming. His butt had been sorely injured. "No one told you to be that reckless." Xiaqing King kicked Wang Yuhang's bleeding butt, which prompted another scream. "You guys have no heart. I did this for you lot." Xiaqing King looked at the man with disdain and said, "You had it coming. Little Silver, go heal him." Han Sen called to Little Silver. "No. Arg." Before Wang Yuhang could finish, Little Silver fired 2 bolts of lightning at him, 1 from each eye. They struck Wang Yuhang's bum and had him squealing in even more pain. Little Silver's Viscount class healing was very effective. Its only downside was that it dished out a lot of pain. Wang Yuhang's wounds were completely healed after a short amount of time. "Little uncle, try again. See if there are any more xenogeneics inside." Han Sen smiled at Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang didn't want to, but he still shouted before the entrance of the valley. He wasn't taking his pants off this time, though. After a while, there appeared to be nothing more. Xiaqing King decided to sketch some shadows and send them into the valley, though. They soon disappeared, but not because they were attacked. "It looks like there are no more xenogeneics inside." Xiaqing King put his book away and approached the valley. They all entered that place, and as suspected, they weren't attacked. The red mist was too strong, though, and they couldn't make out anything. "The mist is too strong. I can't see anything. I won't be able to see any sort of treasure, assuming there is something here," Wang Yuhang said. They couldn't find anything there, so eventually, they abandoned the valley. "There has to be something. It's just that finding it will be annoying." Xiaqing King frowned. Han Sen was going to say something, but suddenly, an aircraft came flying down towards Mirror Lake. It doesn't look like an aircraft that belongs to the rebate. Who would seek to visit this place now of all times? Han Sen frowned and called for everyone to return. There weren't many electronic tools that could be used on planet Eclipse. If they wanted to get some intel, they'd have to go back to base. Outside of Mirror Base, an aircraft came to park. When the door of the ship opened, it revealed a woman with white, monk-like robes. The woman was very beautiful, and she had a red on her forehead. She was a Buddha. Han Sen had seen many bald people but very few women, and he definitely hadn't seen a bald woman that pretty before. Her delicate face, and the grace she exuded, made it easy to ignore the fact that she had no hair. She was different from Buddha King. This Buddha woman did not possess a scar, and she only had that red dot on her forehead. Behind the Buddha woman, a Buddha man came forward, and then a few of the rebate did too. "My lady, planet Eclipse is so poor. There is nothing to see here, and I can assure you that this is not a place you will enjoy visiting," a rebate man said to the woman. The Buddha lady, called Speechless, smiled and said, "No Flower and I want to see Knife Queen's student. We are here for the sole purpose of visiting this planet." No Flower Buddha quietly said, "The crystallizer that is called Han Sen. He brought out a king-class knife from Knife Grave, did he not? And he managed to practice teeth knife techniques, yes? Are these claims true?" "Yes, but he is a mere baron. Because he is so weak, Knife Queen has squandered a great many resources on him. He is not even a viscount yet. I am afraid there is no point in you guys visiting," Sad Knight said. "That's okay. We are merely sating our curiosity. We just want to observe what sort of creature he is." Speechless smiled. "This way, then." Sad Knight led the way for them. When they stood before the entrance of the base, Sad Knight said to the guards, "Tell your master Han San that Sad Knight, Black Cliff, Speechless Buddha Lady, and No Flower Buddha are here to visit." After that, Sad Knight performed a welcoming gesture to them. Then he said, "This way." After walking a few steps, a guard stopped him and said, "This is our base. You cannot enter here. Move." Sad Knight looked at the guard coldly, then tried to force his way inside. The guard did not say a word, and instead pulled out a giant cleaver. The guard swung it at Sad Knight. "How dare you attack me? You are a mere servant." Sad Knight was enraged by this, and so he threw a slap towards the cleaver to eliminate the guard. The Knight family did not have much respect for Han's senator in the Moon Festival. Han's son had stolen the thunder away from the Knight family. It made Sad Knight very angry with him, and that was only fuel to the fire of his current rudeness. Sad Knight could tell that the guard was just a baron, though. Sad Knight was a viscount, so killing the guard should have been an easy feat. But when the cleaver was about to come into contact with his hand, the giant cleaver moved like a fish. It slid to the side of his wrist and cut it. It was a small cut, but it was enough to make Sad Knight extremely angry. Being injured by a baron was quite humiliating for him. He was the son of Night River King, and he had been dealt a speck of damage by a weakling guard. This was just too embarrassing for him. He started to glow with a godlight, preparing to use all his power to kill the guard. Unfortunately for him, he had found the wrong person. A normal baron might have been killed by 3 of his punches. But this guard was Lady Chef. Lady Chef was just a baron, but she had lived a very long life. Her fighting talents were like those of a grandmaster. The guy in front of her was nothing by comparison. A light shot out of Sad Knight's palm, but Lady Chef's movements were like magic. He was unable to do anything to her. Speechless and No Flower were shocked. For a baron guard to fend off such an enemy with such ease was a big surprise. Amazing blade skills, for sure. It looks like she has something of a knife mind. It is rare for a baron to possess something like that. No Flower thought this was very shocking. Sad Knight's face was swollen with rage. He was trying to kill a baron, and he had yet to have any success. He looked useless in front of the Buddha. "What are you guys up to?" A voice came from a short distance away. Everyone turned around to see 3 men, 1 woman, and 1 creature approaching. Han Sen was amongst them. Sad Knight coldly spoke to Han Sen. Han Sen, how much disobedience do you teach your slaves? They have stopped a few kings and Buddha. What's more, they are fighting me. I will teach them how to behave properly if you want. Han Sen recognized him. They last met in the Moon God's festival. Dragon Lady, what's all this about? Han Sen walked over to Dragon Lady. They tried to force their way inside. I stopped them, Dragon Lady answered. Good job. Han Sen patted her on the shoulder, then walked inside the base alongside Gu Qingcheng. Sad Knight was frozen, unsure of what to think about this. He shouted, Han Sen, did you hear me? I brought Speechless Buddha Lady and No Flower Buddha to see you. Do you not possess any manners whatsoever? Han Sen turned around, looked at him and said, This is Planet Eclipse, not the palace of Night River King. Who gave you permission to come down here? I should ask Night River King if this is how his family has been taught to behave. Go back. I'll give you half an hour to leave. And you are only given that out of respect to Night River King. If you guys are still here when the time is up, I'll punish you all with my special sort of discipline. When Han Sen finished speaking those cold words, he vanished into his base. Everyone was so mad, and they didn't expect Han Sen to be so disrespectful. Sure, we only wanted to see the sort of rules you enforce. What do you think, Black Cliff? Sad Knight's face was green as he asked the black-eared man. Black Cliff nodded, agreeing with what he said. Sad Knight was not stupid, though. Speechless and No Flower were with them, and the rebate that had come along were all nobles. Black Cliff was Black Moon King's son. Han Sen couldn't do anything. Sad Knight knew there were no elites there, though. At the very most, they could only expect to find viscounts inside. Black Cliff could get rid of everyone inside if he chose to. Unfortunately, the law in Narrow Moon was strict, and Knife Queen made fights breaking out between the planets difficult. If Han Sen struck first, it wouldn't be their fault. They couldn't kill Han Sen in return, but they could sure teach him a lesson. If Mr. Han Wall not welcome us, we should go back, Speechless Lady said. She looked quite surprised. The student of Knife Queen was far more unique than she had expected. She was actually all the more curious about him now. Don't worry, Black Cliff and I will take care of this. We will wait here and keep an eye on what Han Sen is up to. Sad Knight coldly laughed. Hearing that, Speechless and No Flower looked at each other. They didn't say anything. They were curious about what Han Sen was planning to do, though. Dragon Lady followed Han Sen into the base. Wang Yuhang and Xiaqing King then took up positions on opposite sides of the gate. They were like two soldiers, just smiling at the intruders. Brother King, what is your least favorite meal? Wang Yuhang, standing at the side of the gate, suddenly decided to ask. I am not sure. I like pretty much everything I am able to eat. I even like all desserts, such as stinky tofu, Xiaqing King said. Brother King, you really do like to eat everything, but you know what? I know of something that you would not like to eat, Wang Yuhang said with sincerity. What? Xiaqing King rose to the question. A closed gate. Would you like to eat that? Wang Yuhang asked, laughing to himself. I don't want to eat that. I don't think anyone would like to. Xiaqing King smiled. Maybe, maybe not. Some people might love to eat that, and they certainly enjoy it. They can't get enough of it. Wang Yuhang smiled, and he looked right at Sad Knight. What a rude slave. Sad Knight was angered by the jest. He drew his sword and sent a scary swordlight soaring towards Wang Yuhang's neck. He could not kill Han Sen, but he did not care about disposing of his slaves. Dong! A silver shadow blocked Sad Knight's swordlight. It was a leopard, composed of silver light, from the looks of it. Sad Knight was not quite sure what it was, but he wasn't afraid. He swung his sword like lightning to do battle with the leopard. Sad Knight's sword skills were wonderful. It was to be expected. After all, he was the son of a king. His fighting techniques were top dog. After a dozen strikes, the silver leopard was slain. The creature vanished into thin air. If you keep talking crap, you'll end up just like that, Sad Knight said, staring right at Wang Yuhang. If you like to kill so much, Would you like to do a few more? Xiaqing King moved his fingers to scribble out a few more of those silver leopards. They quickly surrounded Sad Night. It hadn't been difficult for Sad Night to take out the silver leopard, but there were so many of them now. They were all viscounts, and they worked together smoothly to establish a proper formation. It'd be hard, that was for sure. Speechless and No Flower were shocked by this. The ability to draw beasts was very rare. Sad Night killed one silver leopard, then found that Xiaqing King had already drawn another to replace it. He kept spawning more and more, as soon as each one died. The numbers didn't reduce, and the fight looked as if it could go on forever. The leopards were able to get a few hits in every now and again, too. Although none of the wounds were grievous, it sullied his image. Come and help. Seeing Black Cliff and the others merely waiting and watching, Sad Night suddenly felt fear. He couldn't keep fighting these leopards by himself. Just as the rebate looked ready to strike, Xiaqing King closed the book and the leopards disappeared. He coldly said, "Just as I thought. A run-of-the-mill king's child. Just a bully. You!" Sad Night was so angry, but knew he could not compete. When he was flying solo, he hadn't been able to take out the leopards. If he was unable to take out the leopards, he'd be unable to take on Xiaqing King. The rebate were curious about all this, though. They wondered where Han Sen might have found such a man. In a solo fight, Sad Night would not be able to beat him. The drawing abilities were rare, too. They had never seen it before. You are a bully, too. If you have the guts to do it, fight him mano a mano. I guarantee you cannot fight Sad Night solo. One of the rebate barons shouted to Xiaqing King, referring to the fact that there were so many shadow leopards. You sure you want to engage me in a solo fight? Xiaqing King looked at Sad Night with a smile. He didn't even spare the baron a glance. So what, yeah? But do you dare to come at me? Sad Night knew it sounded ridiculous as soon as he said it. He was not too happy about this situation. Are you sure? Don't go crying to Daddy when you get beaten up. Xiaqing King smiled at him. I'm afraid you won't even be able to cry, Sad Night said coldly. Then come on. It's been a long time since I last had the chance to throw my weight around. The creatures here are so strong, so it's hard to find someone weak enough to enjoy bullying. Now the opportunity to do just that has come. Xiaqing King put his book away, and then the silver book became a set of armor to plate him. Then he stretched his limbs. Sad Night knew Xiaqing King was mocking him. He looked murderous, and his sword was like the wind as it came to take a bite out of Xiaqing King. He had a terrible thirst for bloodshed right now. He might not have been able to kill Han Sen, but he could most certainly kill a family member. Even though it would cause him trouble, this was something Night King River could sort out. As the sword light flashed toward him, Xiaqing King was still stretching his wrists and rolling his neck. Pang! Just as the sword light was going to strike his nose, Xiaqing King threw a punch. The silver light broke the sword light. Xiaqing King's strong body began to gleam with silver light. He was like a demon, and he began throwing punches towards Sad Night. Alu alu alu. A raging bevy of fists was coming at Sad Night like a furious storm. Sad Night knew he wouldn't be able to fight back, so he blocked it with a sword. He was like a boat in the middle of the rain. The fists kept striking the sword, shaking it. A catch a noise sounded. The sword shattered to pieces under the pressure of Xiaqing King's repeated attacks. The punches eventually landed on Sad Night. Arg! Sad Night was sent soaring through the air with a body that had been totally twisted by the punches. His armor had shattered even. His gear had been completely destroyed. Everyone was shocked, and no one had expected that would be the end result. The son of a king had been beaten by a guardsman. He couldn't resist the flurry of attacks, and he was broken and sent flying. They found out that Xiaqing King was actually scarier when he put the book away. A few of the rebate were shocked. They wished to save Sad Night, and only Black Cliff did not move. It looks like you guys love to fight in groups. Xiaqing King was wearing an evil smile. His silver armor returned to the shape of a book. So he drew something inside and brought a new shadow to life. But this time it wasn't a leopard that came out. It was Xiaqing King himself. Alu alu alu. The shadows of Xie King all began punching the rebate. Not much later, the rebate noble heirs were beaten. Their armors had been broken, and their faces were all swollen. They fell to the ground, crying their eyes out. Speechless, No Flower, and Black Cliff were all in shock. It was unheard of for a nameless viscount to beat down so many nobles. Xie King seemed terribly overpowered. And he was nothing more than a guard in Han Sen's roster. It was a scary thought. It looks like solo or even in group fights you guys are all weak. None of you can fight, Xie King said simply, and then returned to the entrance. He returned to standing at his station like a proper guardsman, and he paid them no further attention. Sad Knight picked himself up off the ground. His face was completely swollen, stained with blood and dirt. His eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to go and hide. He wouldn't mind losing to Han Sen, but he and the other rebate had been beaten by an insignificant viscount. This wasn't just embarrassing to them. This was an embarrassment to their elders. Everyone would be laughing if news of these events ever spread. The worst thing about it, though, was that Speechless and No Flower had seen it all. Black Cliff, what do you think? Sad Knight looked at Black Cliff. Sad Knight was not going to continue fighting, as that would just lead to greater embarrassment. But Black Cliff was different. He was the oldest son of Black Moon King, and he was a duke. If he struck, it was unlikely anyone near Mirror Lake could withstand the blow. I am only here to see Han Sen's knife blank. The rest of this is none of my business, Black Cliff said with disinterest. Sad Knight's face went red. He looked at Black Cliff, then left. He was way too embarrassed to stay now. A few more of the nobles drifted away, and then the rest got up and said goodbye to Speechless and No Flower. Speechless and No Flower didn't want to leave yet. They were happy to wait outside with Black Cliff. After half an hour, Han Sen exited the base. Han Sen looked at Black Cliff and the Buddhas. With a frown, he said, "Why are you still here? I am Black Cliff, from planet Black Moon. I have heard you are in possession of a mystic knife blank. I would like to borrow it. The conditions are yours to decide," Black Cliff said, looking at Han Sen. "Are you related to Black Steel?" Han Sen asked. "Black Steel is my fourth brother," Black Cliff answered. "If you are a sibling of Black Steel, please come inside." Han Sen welcomed him inside. Black Cliff was willing to comply, and he let one of the Kate lead him forward. "What do you two need?" Han Sen looked at Speechless and No Flower. "Amitba, I am No Flower of the Buddha. This is Speechless Buddha Lady. I have heard Knife Queen accepted a genius for a student, and so we have eagerly looked forward to meeting him." No Flower bowed. "Well, you guys have met him. You can go now." Han Sen turned around and walked back into the base. "Hang on." Pang! Before No Flower could speak, Han Sen had closed the gate. Speechless and No Flower had seen a lot in their time. They had seen many people express all sorts of different tempers, but Han Sen was unique amongst all they had seen. The student of Knife Queen is special. No Flower had a wry smile. "Never mind. If he doesn't want to see us, then we'd best depart." Speechless looked strange as she made the decision. "That is the only way, I suppose." No Flower nodded. They left the base and flew off in the aircraft. Speechless was thinking to herself, Knife Queen wouldn't just accept any student. We haven't yet found out why she selected him, but seeing how strong his followers are, it might suggest he is hiding something. I need to force him to talk to me sometime. After Han Sen went back into the base, he went to the meeting room to discuss things with Black Cliff. "Why do you want to see my knife blank?" Han Sen asked. The knife blank was not an ordinary item. If Black Cliff hadn't been Black Steel's brother, Han Sen wouldn't have let him in, regardless of his rank. He certainly wouldn't let him see the knife blank. Black Cliff said, "The Black family forges weaponry, and I am quite skilled at the process. I have been doing this for 50 years, but even now, I have yet to be able to forge a king-class knife. And that's all because I've never been able to get my hands on decent materials. Only fine materials can make what I seek to create. I have heard the knife blank you found inside Knifegrave is a good item, so I was hoping I might borrow it. And if not, I hoped I could make an offer to purchase it outright. I wasn't planning on selling it. And you do know that because it came from Knifegrave, it cannot actually be forged. Hansen said. The weaponry from Knifegrave can be forged. You just have to know how. It's okay if you do not wish to sell the material, but if it does work, I can forge it into something of your choosing, all for free. I'd even be willing to pay. You will still keep ownership of the knife too. Blackcliff looked excited. Hansen thought that was a worthy bargain. The knife blank was only a knife blank. He couldn't utilize its powers, so it would be great if it could be forged. It'd be free, and it'd also come from the best blacksmith of the rebate. That was a very good deal. Hansen did not need to worry about Blackcliff destroying the weapon. This was Narrow Moon, and he wouldn't do something like that unless he was genuinely crazy. And Blackcliff did not look like a crazy man, so Hansen was not worried. Okay. Please wait here. Hansen asked someone to bring the knife blank. But just as he was about to hand it over, he felt that something was wrong. When Blackcliff saw the knife blank, he froze. It looked as if his eyes were on fire. The fire did not really exist, but Hansen could see it. It looked very familiar. King June. Hansen immediately recalled where he had seen this before. The gold sunbird that Hansen had killed, and the being called King June that named himself Sky God, and the fire he used. What Hansen saw in Blackcliff's eyes reminded him of all that. Hansen was going to hand the knife blank over, but right before he did, he pulled it back. Knife blank. Knife blank. Blackcliff was acting as if he had been possessed. He mumbled over and over, as he tried to grab the knife blank from Hansen. Fuck! King June is behind this. Hansen immediately reacted. Unless Blackcliff was stupid or just plain mad, he wouldn't have come here to try to steal the knife blank. Even if he stole it and killed Hansen in the process, he couldn't have owned it. But that seemed to be exactly what Blackcliff was doing. The man's mind seemed to be scrambled, and it reminded Hansen of King June's Sky God. Hansen quickly fell back as Blackcliff roared. His body was on fire, and he leaped towards Hansen like a beast. He was shouting, "Knife blank! My knife blank!" In that precise moment, the meeting room was blown up by the power unleashed by Blackcliff. His Duke powers were scary to witness. Many people heard the commotion and came rushing toward them. Hansen shouted, "Please stay away! Run as far as you are able to." Hansen held onto the knife blank and also ran. The rabbit shoes were on his feet, and he headed out of the base. Blackcliff was like a hungry beast as he ravenously pursued Hansen. He summoned a big black hammer and swung it forward. The fire was like a living thing as it tore a big hole in the ground. The nearby houses were being smashed to pieces. Luckily, the rabbit shoes made Hansen just as fast as Blackcliff. Hansen made it out of the base, but he hadn't gained enough of a lead to lose Blackcliff. Blackcliff ran like a lunatic. He kept trying to smack Hansen with the hammer. He wanted to smash Hansen into nothing but bits and take the knife blank for himself. King June, that asshole. He is so obscene. Hansen knew that Blackcliff was not himself. The fire in his eyes was growing brighter, and he attacked without holding back. It was fortunate Hansen had the rabbit shoes. Otherwise, he'd be mush right now. "Zero, contact Queen," Hansen shouted as he kept running. He was running towards the mountains, leading Blackcliff away from the base so he wouldn't inadvertently destroy it. Hansen couldn't lose him, but he used his Dongshin movements to dodge each attack. He kept evading as he led the raging rebate towards the Red Mist Valley. Hansen could not fight Blackcliff. He needed Isha to help, but God only knew how long it would take her to get here. So, he needed to find a way to buy himself some time. It'd be bad to suffer even a single strike. A random Duke-class hit could be enough to break him to pieces. Hansen guided Blackcliff towards the Red Mist, and in the meantime, Zero got in touch with Isha. Isha had the time to see her message. "What? This has really happened?" Blackcliff did this. After Isha heard Zero explain the matters at hand, she frowned. She could not believe he was willing to do such a thing. But it was Hansen's subordinate that had contacted her, and she knew Zero wouldn't lie. Isha went quiet and quickly left for Planet Eclipse. She was soon at the base. "Where are Black Cliff and Han Sen?" Isha asked with a frown. Master was getting chased. He was leading the enemy off that way. Zero pointed to Red Mist Valley. Isha did not delay. Like an act of teleportation, she instantly disappeared. Isha was in a major rush right now. If what Zero had told her was true, then there was a duke chasing after Han's senator. It was difficult to gauge how long Han San might last in such a pursuit. He could have been whacked into jelly by now already. Isha scanned the valley ahead, and what she saw shocked her. Han San was sitting on a rock outside the valley, singing. "Where is Black Cliff?" Isha asked as she ran up to Han Sen. "In that valley," Han Sen said, as he pointed down into it. Han Sen had drawn Black Cliff into the valley, and his pursuer had gotten lost in there. Han Sen was able to get back out and wait for Isha's arrival. Black Cliff was still down there. Isha looked into the valley with much confusion. Her face changed and she said, "A red mist spring? Do you know what it is?" Han Sen asked Isha. Isha looked at the red mist plaguing the valley and said, "It is a red mist spring. I don't know if it is good for you or bad for you, though." "What is a red mist spring?" Han Sen felt a chill hearing this, but he asked her for more info. They had been in the valley searching for quite some time. Last time they were there didn't seem to be anything useful inside. They couldn't find what was causing the mist, either. Even if there was a treasure, it seemed unlikely they could find it. Now hearing Isha say this, it sounded as if it might not have been treasure that was inside there. It might have actually been something harmful. Just as Isha was about to answer, Black Cliff came out of the clouds with a big hammer. After seeing Han Sen, he roared and swung towards him. Isha frowned. She could tell something was wrong with him, and she knew he wouldn't behave like that in front of her. She waved her hand and a purple mist came out, cracked Black Cliff's big hammer in an instant. Black Cliff coughed up some blood. The hammer was his Geno armament, and as soon as Isha broke it, harm was delivered to his body. But even so, he still wanted to go after Han Sen and Han Sen alone. He was acting like a man possessed. Isha then hit Black Cliff himself with the purple mist. She didn't want to kill him, though. All she wanted to do was knock him out. "We cannot let others learn about this spring. I will discuss this with you when I return." Isha told Han Sen that, then picked up the unconscious Black Cliff. After that, she warped away. Han Sen went back to the base. After what happened with Black Cliff, he knew he'd have to be more careful. King Jun was able to use Black Cliff to come after him, so it was clear he could assume the form of other people to get to Han Sen. Having an association with a god is a bad thing, indeed. They are so powerful, but they won't kill directly. Why is that? Maybe if I find out why, I can kill King Jun. Han Sen retreated into thought. When it was nighttime, Han Sen sought rest. When he turned around, he saw Isha standing right there. She had been behind him, and her sudden presence there scared him. "Queen, when did you get here?" Han Sen blinked. Isha smiled and said, "I just wanted to take a look at you. I almost don't recognize you." "Why? Why would you not recognize your student?" Han Sen smiled. "Under the threat of Black Cliff's pursuit, you managed to run so far and so fast without sustaining any damage. I don't even think a marquise could do such a thing." Isha squinted her eyes as she spoke. "You know, I have shoes that can give me speed. I'm weak in other talents, so I guess I'm just good when it comes to being speedy. These take me up to around Duke class, I think." Han Sen said that and then used his rabbit shoes to walk 3 meters. "That is a good item. It gives barons the speed of a duke. That is very rare. It is better than your holy item, even." Isha looked at the rabbit shoes as she spoke. Han Sen felt strange all of a sudden. He was afraid Isha might want to try them on. They were a beast soul, and Isha couldn't use them because she was not from the sanctuaries. Fortunately, she was not interested in the rabbit shoes. She thought of something else and said, "Do you know what the red mist spring is?" "I don't know," Han Sen said quietly. Isha sighed and said, "I don't know if the red mist spring is a good thing or a bad thing. But for you, it might be an opportunity. It's possible that this spring could make your spell Geno armament level up. It could become a Viscount." That means the red mist spring can level things up? Hansen was happy to hear this. His spell Geno armament had been difficult to develop. It required an external sort of power for that to occur. If he tried to level it through solo practice, it'd be a slow process. It'd probably take him 100 years to get it up to Viscount class through training alone. That wasn't about Hansen performing poorly, though. It was because the story of genes was not for humans. It was extremely unlikely that Hansen had been able to practice it in the first place. It'd be better if it was simply a treasure, Isha sighed and said. There is only one way to generate a red mist spring. It has only been created because many creatures have died in this area and remained buried here for billions of years. Changes have occurred beneath the ground, which resulted in the generation of this new substance. The red mist is a sign that the substance has finished formulating, and that it is now available. Hansen waited for a bit, hoping she'd continue speaking. This is a substance that comes from the corpses of xenogeneics. Nobles have no use for it, but it is great for ordinary types. Average creatures who touch it can become xenogeneic. If a xenogeneic ate this substance, they'd evolve quickly. Isha went on to say, but your Geno armament is special, and I think there is a way in which spell can absorb it. We can speed up your growth by doing this. If there is enough of the substance, we can level her up to Viscount. What do I do? Hansen asked. It was too difficult to level up spell, and if there was a chance to cut comers here, he didn't want to let it escape him. I have a Geno art I believe you should practice. When the red mist spring comes out, you use that skill and transfer the power obtained into spell. If you do that, she will level up. But this Geno art is very difficult to learn, and transferring the spring's power will be painful. It's entirely up to you if this is what you want, Isha said. She would provide him as much information as she could, but the decision was ultimately up to him. Thanks, Queen. Hansen accepted the papers she offered him and looked over the Geno art that was called Yin-Yang Change. Don't forget to go to the event I told you about, Isha told Hansen before she left. Hansen confirmed he'd go, despite his total lack of enthusiasm in it. He began practicing Yin-Yang Change right away, though. Hansen gave it a read-through, and he was immediately taken by surprise. Yin-Yang Change was just like Yin-Yang Blast. It had simply been developed in a different direction. Yin-Yang Blast's focus was on exchanging power that came against it, in which a power's direction would be reversed. Yin-Yang Change was based on making a power stronger. With Yin-Yang Blast as a base, he could easily learn how to take advantage of Yin-Yang Change. He would only need a bit of practice before using it. He didn't know how Isha had dealt with Black Cliff. She didn't mention anything about the man, so he didn't ask. But Isha hadn't killed Black Cliff, he knew that. He thought she might have simply sent him back to Black Moon King. Isha thought the red mist spring would make itself apparent in around 40 days. So Hansen had plenty of time to practice. Wang Yuhang went to Hansen's room, smiling. Hansen, there is a rebate woman looking for you. Rebate woman? I don't know any rebate women. Hansen frowned. Still pretending? She says you are her teacher and you two used to be close. You even taught her knife skills. Wang Yuhang was still smiling. No, I never taught any rebate women. There is a rebate woman that teaches me, however. Hansen was depressed, unable to think who he might have been talking about. What rebate woman has been teaching you? Wang Yuhang looked at him with a disgustingly creepy face. Knife Queen. Who else? Hansen said, then left. He didn't know who Wang Yuhang was talking about, so he went to take a look. He went to a meeting room, and there he found a 15-year-old rebate woman. She had white rabbit ears and a face that was quite chubby. She had big eyes and she was really cute. Seeing her there, it was tempting to reach out and squeeze her cheeks. Looking at the rebate girl made Hansen think of Wang Mengmeng. They were not of the same race, but they sure looked similar. I don't believe I know you, Hansen said, while looking at the lady. Master, please allow me to follow and obey you. The girl immediately kneeled in front of Hansen and bowed via the rebate's typical gesture. What is this? Who are you? Hansen looked at the lady. My name is Qingli. I am Flower King's daughter. I really admire Knife Queen. and I wanted to become her student. She, however, did not accept me. So, I will have to ask you to become my teacher in her stead. That way, I can sort of be Queen's student. Qingli looked rather smug. I haven't made plans to accept any students, Hansen said. He was so busy these days that he really didn't have the time to accept students. Qingli was Flower King's daughter. Flower King was at the same level as Isha. If Qingli became Hansen's student, it would suggest that Flower King was of lower stature than Isha. If Hansen actually accepted her, it was highly unlikely that Flower King would agree to it. It is too late. I am already following you. From now on, you are my teacher. Queen will become my elder teacher. Qingli looked quite excited. You are Qingli, right? Hansen was not mad, and he actually smiled at her. Yes, and you are my teacher, right? You can call me Little Li. Qingli sounded rather sweet. Qingli, I'm not refusing to be your teacher, but if you want to be my student, you are going to have to pass my tests first. Forcing me to become your teacher is useless, Hansen said. What kind of tests do you want me to perform? Qingli asked. Why do you want to follow Queen so much? Hansen asked. It is because Queen is great and her knife skills are the best. She practices the strongest teeth knife of the rebate. I really want to be like her, so that is why I want to obey her, Qingli said in explanation. So, you simply want to learn teeth knife? Hansen smiled. I guess, but I want to learn it straight from Queen. I don't care if others teach me, Qingli said seriously. How about we do a test, and see if you possess the adequate talent to learn it. If you do, I can accept you as my student. Then, you will become Queen's student, Hansen said. Really? Then test me. How do we do the test? Qingli sounded excited. I will write a few words for you, and then you can go practice them. If you can write them down exactly the same, I will take you as my student. Hansen said that and then brought out a wooden board. He used his fingers to write down a few words, and then gave her the board. Sky mind like knife. What does that mean? Qingli held the wood board and wrote down the 4 words. She looked at Hansen with a modicum of confusion. She knew the 4 words, but she did not understand the meaning of their combination. Go home and look it over. When you understand it, you can write it. And when you can write it, I will take you as a student. Hansen smiled. As long as I am able to write out those 4 words, you can accept me as a student? That simply. Qingli did not believe Hansen copying out 4 words to pass a test was far too easy. Yes, it is that simple. Now go and practice. But I have a rule for you to follow, and that is you cannot ask for the aid of others. You have to write this out by yourself. If you get help to do this, then you forfeit. Hansen smiled. Those 4 words were simple, but copying them was not easy. The words Hansen wrote contained the teeth knife mind. The words could be copied, yes, but the feelings they elicited could not. He gave Qingli this task because he wanted her to give up in her pursuit. That being said, if she did understand the meaning behind the text and could copy it as she had been instructed, then she'd be something of a genius. No one would mind taking on such a student if that was the case. Okay, you said that. No regrets now. Qingli was too young, and Hansen thought she was too naive. She didn't understand the real task that she had been given. I won't have any. Hansen smiled. Qingli left for home quite merrily with the wooden board. She planned to write down 4 beautiful words for Hansen, so he'd have no choice but to accept her as a student. When she was back home, she could not wait to start practicing. Rebate generally took their education seriously, but Qingli was an exception to that rule. She studied, but she didn't focus on it too much. She'd finish any homework she was given, but she wouldn't go the extra mile with practice. It was fortunate that Flower King was good at teaching and that he had forced her to practice some writing. Qingli's writing was not the best, but it wasn't too bad either. If this was just writing, Qingli had a chance. But when Qingli started to write out the words Hansen had given to her, she felt rather strange. And that was because she was unable to write them out like he had. When she started, she thought they looked similar, but the further she went, the more she realized they drifted apart. Weird. Why is this happening? Li held up the wooden boards to investigate. It was then that she realized the words were changing. They weren't exactly changing, though. It was because the markings on the board were getting deeper, and the words elicited the feeling of them changing. It was as if the text could move. Teeth powers. Li immediately realized that the words Han Sen had written out contained the power of teeth. Teeth powers were breaking the wood. That was what was happening. But no matter what, this would not scare Li away. It actually flared her curiosity and her urge to go on. She swore to her God that she'd write it all out, if it was the last thing she did. This time, Li tried her hardest. She kept trying to write down Han Sen's words and practicing the knife skills at the same time. As the daughter of Flower King, many teachers would be willing to teach her if she was willing to learn writing and knife skills. Plus, Flower King had a wide collection of writing techniques, and she was a naturally smart woman. So, it should not have been too difficult. It was hard to learn writing in such a short time, but the added pressure made her focus more. The more she watched Han Sen's words, the more fascinating she found them. It wasn't because of how well they were written, though. It was because the knife mind was so strong. As Li looked into the writings and the knife skills, she realized that the 4 words were really unpredictable. The more she wrote, the less she found herself following. She was starting to think she couldn't practice it at all. Pat. After 10 days, the wooden board cracked. The knife mind and the teeth powers broke the boards. And then the 4 words disappeared. Li was shocked. She understood that this was the time limit given to her by Han Senator. She felt depressed. She had failed to copy them down, and on top of that, they were now broken. She had failed the test. Li, why have you been hiding yourself away at home for so many days? The event is going to start. A woman's voice sounded from the outside, and then she pushed the door open. The person who entered was a rebate woman the same age as Li. Her name was Du Lisha. She was Moon Will King's daughter, and they were members of Moon Garden. They were also best friends. Li was an outgoing person, but she had been hiding away at home for 10 days, and she hadn't gone looking for her friends once. Du Lisha was curious about what was going on, and so, she came looking for her friend. The Buddha is already here. Why don't you come take a look? Why are you hiding at home? Du Lisha asked. Ah, you are practicing writing? Did Uncle Flower force you to? Du Lisha saw writing all around the place. She picked up one and went on to say, the words aren't bad. You have definitely improved. Father did not force me. I wanted to practice this myself. Li shook her head. That is strange. You are practicing writing out of choice. That's not your style at all. What made you take this up? Du Lisha looked at Li with surprise. Li looked depressed and said, you know I admire the queen? Well, I want to be her student. But she said that I am not qualified enough to learn teeth knife, and so she did not accept me as a student. I know, but that was a long time ago. Is this still on your mind? Du Lisha said. Li shook her head. Queen is my idol, and that'll never change. So, I thought that if I could not have her as a teacher, I would become the student of her student. Then that would make me her student's student. It can't be all that different, can it? The daughter of Flower King is becoming Han Sen's student? Even if you wanted to obey him, I doubt he'd take you. Du Lisha smiled. He didn't reject me. He wanted me to write down 4 words. If I do them successfully, he'll take me as a student, Li said. So, you've been practicing how to write this the entire time? Du Lisha saw that all she had written were sky mind like knife. Yeah. I have been practicing for so long, and yet I still fail. Li felt depressed. How can it be so difficult? Let me see. Du Lisha was curious about this. Li shook her head. The text is gone. Gone? How can they be gone? Du Lisha asked curiously. Li explained it, and then let her take a look at the broken wood chips. After Du Lisha heard what she was told, she had a look of disbelief. Really? How long has Han Sen been practicing teeth knife? You say he has a teeth knife mind and can use it to such a high level? I can't help but find that hard to believe. I wouldn't have believed it, either, if I hadn't seen it with my own two eyes. But I really did watch him write it down upon the boards. And then, I saw the wooden board get broken apart by the words he had scrawled. You have to believe me. Hansen really is so strong. It's no wonder the Queen picked him as a student. I am far inferior, Qingli said. Don't think too much about it all just yet. The event is going to start soon, so let's head over to the meeting. Dulisha hadn't seen the text herself, so she didn't think it was that incredible. She put it out of her mind and dragged Qingli with her to the event. The exchange event was hosted by one of the two races, and they alternated each time. This time it was the rebate's turn to host. The Buddha Clear Sea King brought around 20 of his Buddhas here. Before the event started, they met with the nobles of the rebate. That way, the two groups would be familiar with each other during the event. Amongst all those Buddhas, there was one called Sunday. He had the highest rank out of them all. He was a Marquise-class fellow. If this was down to raw talent, Speechless and No Flower were the absolute strongest. Buddhas had a special ability. When Buddhas became old, they could transfer their knowledge and experience to the younger ones. They called that ability Open the Mind. The Buddhas that used it would die a short time after, and the Buddhas that were on the receiving end would only be able to absorb as much knowledge as their prowess allowed them to. No Flower and Speechless had their minds opened. They had been very talented when they received their knowledge, so they were able to absorb a lot. They learned far more than the average Buddha did. Speechless was the best, though. The elder that opened their mind for her was a half-deified Buddha. Speechless was extremely talented, and people expected her to be the first fully-fledged deified Buddha in the last 30,000 years. But Open the Mind was classified, and most people did not know anything about this process. Even those who knew about the ability couldn't tell who had received a predecessor's knowledge. Qingli and Dulisha went to the meeting and met up with friends there. Someone introduced a Buddha to Qingli. The Buddhas and the rebate were allies, so there was a good atmosphere and relationship between them. But there was a competitive side to their cordialities, and they were fond of finding out who was stronger in various categories. This was an exchange event, but right now it was more like a competitive display of skills than a swap meet. Han-san was not at all interested in events such as this. But Isha had repeatedly asked Han-san to attend, so he had no real choice but to come. Wang Yuhang and Xie Qingqing were fond partygoers, and Gu Qingcheng was interested in learning about the Buddhas. So, they all decided to follow Han-sen. The four of them found a corner to sit down in, and there they could watch the show and enjoy the food of the rebate. Because Han-san was not a member of the Moon Garden, he could only sit outside to spectate. He could not enter or interact with the Buddhas. While this meant nothing to Han-san, Speechless kept looking for him. When the meeting began, she had yet to see Han-sen around. She felt confused about his absence. Speechless thought Han-sen was the student of Knife Queen, and because of that, he would have been allowed to participate in the event. But Speechless looked around for him for a long time, with no hide nor hair of him to be found. She didn't ask about him, though. She'd feel weird to ask. Isn't Han-sen Queen's student? Why are you watching the event from the outside? Like us. As Han-san and his companions were munching away, he heard someone speak with a rather mocking tone of voice. Han-sen looked over and saw a few xenogeneics. They were not old, and neither were they rebate. The person who spoke was someone with the head of a cow. While they were some sort of bovine race, but they looked different from the cow. Han-sen did not know which race they belonged to, but he had seen this cow-headed person before. In the Moon God Festival, the cow-headed man was with Gold Jade King's son Gao Ji. He was one of the very few earls there. Han-sen looked at them but did not say a word. They were outsiders and they were simply leaning on the rebate. I thought Queen would give her students special treatment. But he's just like us, an outsider not allowed to be a member of the Moon Garden. He can't participate in the event, and he can only sit out here and watch. So what? Even if he could join, what could he hope to exchange? Maybe he can exchange a little luck, you know? The young man with the head of the cow and his fellows were talking so loud. It was obvious they wanted Han-san to hear them. Han-sen frowned, though. He wasn't sure what they meant. They were outsiders there as well. They should have felt the same way about things as Han-sen himself did. He did not know why they'd bother picking on him, wanting to start trouble. So, Han Sen ignored them and pretended he did not hear them. He continued talking with Gu Qingcheng and the others. The cow-headed man thought it was pointless to continue talking, after noticing that Han Sen wasn't paying them any mind. After a while, Clear Sea King and Moon Will King arrived. They announced the start of the event. The guests have come from far and wide, so let them take the stage first. Moon Will King smiled. Amitba, let us hope we don't embarrass ourselves. Clear Sea King looked at No Flower, and then he went on to say, No Flower, you go first. Share your experience with your friends. Yes, my king. No Flower stood up and bowed before Clear Sea King and Moon Will King. He walked on stage and spoke to the worker, saying, Please help me prepare a testing gold rock. A testing gold rock was a rock for testing one's power. While the rock could be dented, it was very durable, almost unbreakable. It was usually used for the testing of genoarts. They have No Flower coming on stage. It looks like they are ready to show off, Dulisha said with a smile. The worker brought a testing gold rock on stage. Everyone looked at No Flower, wondering what genoart he was going to perform. Although No Flower was bald, he looked poised and elegant. He bowed before them, and to the surprise of all the nobles who were present, he said, I am going to perform a genoart called Touching Flower Finger. Touching Flower Finger was famous because it was very common amongst the Buddha. It was something each one of them could perform. This event had been created to show off new stuff. No Flower was going to perform something extremely common, and that was surprisingly disappointing to the attendants. No Flower Buddha, Touching Flower Finger is very powerful. But we have seen it many times before. There is no need to display this, is there? Someone said from below the stage, which prompted a number of agreements. No Flower smiled. He was not in a rush, and he said, The point of this event is to demonstrate new things, yes. I am stupid and cannot create new skills. So, I had a little idea to modify Touching Flower Finger somewhat. If this can make you smile, that'll be enough for me. Seeing No Flower say this, folks became curious. Someone shouted, Then perform your Touching Flower Finger and let us see the difference. Amitba. No Flower spoke out the Buddha phrase and walked in front of the testing gold rock. No one saw him do anything. They merely saw him raise his hand and press his thumb up against it. The people inside and outside craned their necks and leaned forward to see No Flower's Touching Flower Finger. But No Flower only pressed his thumb into the rock by a single inch. Even an ordinary baron could do something like that. Amidst their confusion, the audience suddenly noticed that finger marks were spreading all across the rock. A word was being painted onto it. It was then that the people realized that No Flower wanted to show something more than mere destruction. He was showing off that he could write with that skill. Still, they did not quite understand why. It did not matter how well you wrote. What did that have to do with showcase of power? Even barons could break the rock. You did not need tricks for that. No Flower kept on writing, and then his entire body changed. His body surged with strength, like a king standing firm against crazy winds. When he waved his finger, it felt as if flowers were falling, or as if dead leaves were falling. The flowers open and destroy it. No Flower was writing these words out. Touching Flower Finger was supposed to be a gentle genoart, but as he used it, it felt as if people were amidst a rain of flowers. It made you feel so lonely and depressed. It was different from what the ordinary Touching Flower Finger would make you see. Some young men with weak wills became very pale. They felt as if they had become old men, or dying flowers on the verge of giving up the ghost. Even the members of Moon Garden looked bad. That is a strong mind. He is so young. How can he create such a thing? Dulisha looked ill as she spoke. Black Steel said coldly, The Buddhas can open their minds. No Flower must have received this from a king. If I guess correctly, this should be the device of Wilted Buddha King. Moon Will King's eldest daughter, Rebecca, said, Not bad. Wilted Buddha King died 2 years ago. No Flower must have opened his mind before then. Wilted Buddha King was good at wilted skills. This Touching Flower Finger feels like something wilted. You must be right about where it came from. He has absorbed the experience of wilted Buddha King in only 2 years? He is very strong indeed, Black Steel said. Rebecca nodded and did not say anything. She looked more serious than ever, though. Sister? Is he not cheating? He's got the will and experience from wilted Buddha King, but we don't. Who can reach that level with such an age and rank? Dulisha asked, frowning. Clear Sea King put no flower on stage first for an obvious reason. Now, I don't think anyone can compete with him. It looks as if we will have to let them win this one, Rebecca said. No flower finished writing. Then he stood up and walked back. The lonely feeling disappeared from everyone once he was done. Inside and outside, everyone snapped out of their daze. They looked at the text on the testing gold rock, and what they saw was shocking. The wilted presence was spreading. That is a powerful finger skill. I have only seen a few kings who have a skill such as that. No flower Buddha is still so young, and it is rare to see someone like that do something like this. Why is it strange? Don't you know the Buddha can perform open the mind? The older ones can transfer their will and experience to ones of the younger generation. No flower's mind must have received such a transference from a Buddha king. That is how he has it. Mark my words. The open the mind skill is overpowered. It's like cheating. They are so young, and yet they are much stronger than us. Every race has an ace up their sleeve, allowing them to exceed in some way. The rebate have an advantage of their own. Don't give up faith. True, but I don't think anyone from our race can compete with no flower. Normal viscounts couldn't give out a feeling like that. Not even earls or marquises can do something like that. Well, they did travel a long way to get here. We should probably just let them win. All the nobles were talking about how envious they were of the open the mind technique. No flower lowered his head and waited on stage. As this happened, a rebate needed to go up on stage and perform a geno art of their own. This way they could be compared. That was the general purpose of this entire event. But no flower Buddha's touching flower finger was far too impressive. There wasn't anyone else in Moon Garden that could come close to this. Whoever came next would be too weak, and it'd be an embarrassment for them to follow. Dulisha and the other second-generation rebate all looked at each other, with none making a move forward. They all sighed. They knew the rebate were weaker than the Buddhas at this level. Are those words really that good? I think Han San did better than him, Qingli said to herself. Looked at the testing gold rock. Qingli, what are you talking about? Dulisha asked from her seat next to Qingli. I think Han San wrote better than no flower did, Qingli answered. When other members of Moon Garden heard this, they thought she meant something about his handwriting being prettier. One of the members scoffed. Qingli, no flowers touching flower finger is something that ascends mere prettiness. There's a meaning inside it that is far more important. The shape of the characters is secondary. Qingli answered this by saying, I was referring to the meaning. I think the meaning of the Buddha's text was lacking compared to Han Sen's. They all heard what she said, but no one believed her. That was aside from Black Steel. Black Steel was the only one there who knew Han Sen possessed such a frightening knife mind. Rebecca looked at Qingli and said, Qingli, when did you see Han Sen write? And what did his words mean? It was a few days ago. The words he wrote meant teeth knife's knife mind, Qingli said. Rebecca shook her head. I don't think so. How long has he been practicing teeth knife? He is just a baron. He cannot generate any sort of significant knife mind. Even if he was able to, it couldn't be half as good as no flowers touching flower finger. That is something only one of the king class can generate. And Han Sen is no Buddha either. How can you believe a baron has a knife mind like that? Your thought process is right, but I'm telling you, Han Sen's writing abilities are better than no flowers. Qingli was weak. She could only feel it instinctually, but she was still sure it was true. Han San and Gu Qingcheng were observing no flowers writing at the time. Gu Qingcheng was shocked, and she said, That monk is not bad. Gu Qingcheng actually meant exactly what she said. Rather than being amazing, no flower's talent was simply not bad. The creatures in the sanctuary were far weaker than those in the Geno universe. but that was just a factor of base strength. When it came to the actual workings of combat, and the finesse of it all, those that had made it through the sanctuary were far superior to those in the Geno universe. Gu Qingqing's sword skills were the best to be found in the sanctuary. Her sword mind was among the greatest there, too. Despite that, her raw power was weak in comparison to others found in the Geno universe. That being said, her knowledge of sword skills and sword minds exceeded what a king class in the Geno universe would know. Most beings from the sanctuary were this way, too. There were a few exceptions to that rule, like Wang Yuhang, though. He didn't really have all that much knowledge when it came to fighting, but even so, he was better than most viscounts and earls. Not bad? You sure sound cocky. If no flower is only not bad, then do you care to enlighten us as to what can be defined as good? Said the cow-headed man next to them. Gu Qingqing did not want to talk to a cow, so she ignored him. Han Sen saw no flower and was shocked. When he had looked at Unlimited Sutra, he felt the Buddha's Geno art was quite strange. Since he had seen the raw text, he could understand why this was so weird. Buddha King and No Flower's powers were not the same, but Han Sen felt they were similar. It reminded him of a scary guy. Han Sen poked his head into his sea of soul. There was a tower in there, and it still had the word destiny scrawled across it. He put his will inside Destiny's tower, and there, Han Sen saw Armored Man and Ancient Devil. They were still both incarcerated there. Since Ancient Devil had been locked up, Armored Man had been fixated on the concept of skinning him alive. But with them both locked up, he couldn't lay a finger on Ancient Devil. So all he had done was shout at the spirit all day, every day. Ancient Devil had been locked up for a long time, but he didn't pay too much attention to his cellmate. He meditated all day like a monk, not caring for the constant shouting in his ears. In the beginning, Han Sen had frequently watched Ancient Devil, but that man meditated like he had been frozen. He never moved an inch, and so Han Sen lost interest. Now that he could see No Flower's performance, he knew why it felt so strange to him. It was because the Buddha gave Han Sen the same feeling he got when he observed Ancient Devil. Does Ancient Devil have Buddha genes? Han Sen guessed. Ancient Devil seemed to sense something as well. He opened his eyes and looked right at Han's senator after being imprisoned for so many years. His eyes were still sparkling with clarity. They hadn't gotten dusty. If you stared at him for a while, you'd feel as if his eyes were bottomless wells. Looking him in the eyes was like peering into an abyss. "What would you like to know?" Ancient Devil suddenly asked. Han Sen was shocked and thought to himself, "This guy has been locked in Destiny's tower, and he could sense I was watching him. What a scary man." Han Sen did not plan on avoiding the question. He used his will to echo answers throughout the chambers of the tower. He said, "Ancient Devil, do you know about the Buddha?" "Yes," Ancient Devil answered. Han Sen felt even weirder now, and that was because Ancient Devil had just leveled up to the Alliance when he was trapped inside the tower. There was no way he had ventured to the Geno universe before then and learned about the Buddha that way. "What do you know about the Buddha?" Han Sen asked. Ancient Devil smiled and said, "I once summoned a god, and the god said he was a Buddha." This shocked Han Senator. If Ancient Devil had summoned a Buddha, that also meant that Azura had been the one to kill a Buddha. But Buddhas were in the Geno universe, and it couldn't have been possible for it to be summoned to the sanctuaries. It made no sense. The Buddha could most certainly not enter a sanctuary, especially since it was summoned to a sanctuary below the Alliance level. "I am talking about the race, not the religion," Han Sen said, hoping he'd get a confirmation. "Bald with 9 moles? Like scars? This is what you mean," Ancient Devil said simply. Now, Han Sen knew that Ancient Devil did indeed know of the existence of the Buddhas. Whether they were real or fake, Ancient Devil knew about them. "How did you summon that god to the 4th god's sanctuary?" Han Sen asked. "You want to know? Give me back my freedom and I'll tell you everything." Ancient Devil seemed his usual self. He didn't exhibit any personality changes. "You don't have what it takes to bargain with me," Han Sen coldly said. "There is no need for this discussion to continue, if my freedom is not up for debate." Ancient Devil closed his eyes and returned to that frozen state. Han Sen felt pretty bad. He had used death threats and torture techniques in the past, but using them on Ancient Devil was pointless. Even when the spirit was tortured, he would simply continue meditating. Ancient Devil must have had the strongest will there was. Not even kings of the Geno universe could compare to him. If no one can compete against No Flower, this round will be over, Moonwell King said, as he stood up. He understood the thoughts of those from Moon Garden, though. He knew no one else from Moon Garden could compete with what they had just witnessed. So he did not want to waste any further time. It'd only reflect poorly on the rebate and Moon Garden. Moonwell King, I would like to suggest a friend that may be able to compete against No Flower. Dulisha suddenly bowed before Moonwell King. Lisha? What are you doing? Rebecca pulled her sister back, unsure what preposterous thing her sister was about the attempt. Lisha? Which student are you recommending? Moonwell King was shocked by this. Dulisha was his daughter, but he couldn't imagine who she might be hoping to suggest. Who I recommend is not someone privileged to be a member of Moon Garden. It is the student of Knife Queen, however. It is Hansen of Planet Eclipse. Dulisha smiled. After that, Hansen was frozen. Thus far, he had only been spectating. The rest of Narrow Moon was frozen, too. No one expected Dulisha would request Hansen like that. Qingli was taken aback, too. She pulled Dulisha close and said, "What are you doing? Did you not say Hansen's words were far better than No Flowers? If that is true, then I recommend he be the one to compete against No Flower. If he wins, he will only make the rebate look better," Dulisha said. "That's just what I thought. I don't know for a fact that Hansen really is better," Qingli said quickly. Dulisha wore a mystic smile and said, "It does not matter, even if he does lose. He is not one of the rebate, and he is not a member of Moon Garden. He can't embarrass us, even if he fails." Qingli did not know what to say to that. She stared at Dulisha and said, "If he loses, it will embarrass Knife Queen. That'd be even worse." Before Dulisha could say something more, Moonwell King frowned on stage and said, "Hansen is not on the member list. Moonwell King, I have heard about Knife Queen's student. If we can truly compete and compare our techniques, I would relish the chance." No Flower bowed before Moonwell King. When Speechless and No Flower returned from Planet Eclipse, they talked between each other about how they might get to know Hansen more. The best way to do that was to force him on stage and challenge him to such a competition. Hearing Dulisha suggest Hansen, the eyes of Speechless and No Flower gleamed with radiance. They wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Before Speechless herself agreed, No Flower was agreeing. Since No Flower agreed, though, Moonwell King had no choice but to ask, "Is Hansen even here?" "Yes, I am." Hansen stood up and bowed before Moonwell King. "Are you willing to compete against No Flower?" Moonwell King asked. "I am willing to," Hansen answered, and it shocked everyone around the stage. Even Isha, who was on Planet Blade, was flabbergasted to hear Hansen agree to compete against No Flower. Hansen thought that Isha had let him come so that he could prove himself. He thought this had already been prearranged, and that's why he accepted the challenge so quickly. So, he had already prepared to show off again and make Isha take him even more seriously as a student. He hoped she would be willing to spend even more resources on his development. Isha actually wanted Hansen to earn her some extra reputation, but No Flower's touching flower finger was incredibly strong. It'd be difficult to find a king-class person to compete with that. So, she didn't expect this would be what Hansen would agree to so soon. "In that case, you can come on stage and compete against No Flower." Moonwell King thought Dulisha was trying to prank Hansen, and that was why he asked Hansen if he was willing to do it. It'd also give Hansen the chance to avoid participation. But Hansen was really willing to go on stage, and that shocked Moonwell King. Hansen walked toward the stage, then stepped up to the testing gold rock. "Amitba, Mr. Han, we meet again. To be able to compete against you in the display of Geno arts is a grand honor." No Flower nodded and said, "Are you being polite?" Hansen asked, as he walked closer to the testing gold rock. He wasn't keen on talking too much with the Buddha, Speechless looked at Han Senator. She really wanted to see how Han Sen would choose to compete with no flower. She didn't believe he could actually have a skill that exceeded what they had just witnessed, though. No matter what the case might be, this was a fine opportunity to observe. Han Senator Speechless watched intently, not wanting to miss out on a single detail. Many nobles of Narrow Moon were not happy with the concept of Han Sen actually going on stage. He is just a baron. He is actually going to compete with no flower? Even if you used your ass to think, you'd know that this won't end well. Yeah, he's not a member of Moon Garden. To hear him actually be recommended, why would Dulisha invite him? Does she want to embarrass him? And why didn't Han Sen just say no when Moon Will King asked him? It'd be better than being humiliated here. Yeah, I don't know what he is thinking. He is just a baron, after all. He actually thinks his skills can rival those of no flower, which were learned from a Buddha king. He's just asking to get beaten. He is cocky. Far too cocky. He got a king-class knife and practiced teeth knife, but so what? His confidence grew way too quickly, and he is acting far too big for his britches. He is brave, but obviously stupid. This will be very embarrassing. Han Sen going up against no flower is like a fake product being taste-tested in a face-off versus the real thing. If he can go up there, I can do it too. At least I'm a viscount. Not even an earl would be able to do much versus that. I felt the will earlier, and it was really crushing. Rebecca frowned and scolded Dulisha. This has gone too far. Although Han Sen is not a member of Moon Garden, he is now representing the rebate in this competition. It will be embarrassing for us if he loses. Dulisha shrugged and said, You can't blame this on me. He is the one who decided to come up here. He could have said no. It's not my fault that he insisted. Qingli thought about things for a moment, and then said, If Han Sen was willing to go, that also means he is confident about winning. Maybe he really does have a mind that was stronger than no flowers. Impossible, Rebecca and Dulisha said at the same time. They did not believe Han Sen could beat no flower. No flower was so strong. It was like he was cheating. Dulisha recommended Han Sen just for fun, though. She didn't expect he'd win. It wasn't just Rebecca and Dulisha thinking this way, however. Most of the rebate didn't think he'd win either. Not even Moon Will King and Isha herself. Han Sen didn't trouble his mind with all this, though. He had a plan. He walked up to the testing gold rock and had a look at what No Flower had written. With his finger, he drew on the other side. Han Sen stood in front of the testing gold rock, and his mind moved quickly. No Flower's touching flower finger mind was not a king-class display, but to young nobles, it certainly seemed that strong. Teeth Knife's knife mind was stronger than No Flower's, but Han Sen could not use it. If he used all of his power, then he could definitely triumph. But Isha would become suspicious of him. Even if he didn't use Teeth Knife mind, Han Sen's own sword mind was not weak, either. He could easily defeat No Flower with that, too. But it was something Isha had already seen before. If Han Sen used it, he'd expose the fact he was dollar to her. And it was highly likely Isha wouldn't let him go after that. Fortunately, Han Sen had an alternate plan. Unlimited Sutra had a record of touching flower finger. Although Han Sen had not practiced it yet, he knew what sort of Geno art it was. Every Buddha knew touching flower finger. And that proved to him it wasn't a difficult Geno art to get to grips with. No Flower's version was so strong because he had been gifted the strength of Wilted's mind. Ancient Devil, it is just as you have said. Show me your power and be sincere about it. Han Sen placed his will inside Destiny's tower. He spoke to Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil smiled and said, As you wish. After that, Ancient Devil remained where he sat. He raised up his finger to draw. Ancient Devil was now using Buddha's touching flower finger. It was different from No Flower's touching flower finger, which had been altered with Wilted's mind. When Ancient Devil brought out his finger, it was like a Buddha touching a flower. Everything in the world was inside that finger. When Ancient Devil drew, Han Sen felt his heart connect to him. Han Sen could feel what he felt and see what he saw. Han Sen was in sync with Ancient Devil. He brought out his finger and pressed it against the testing gold rock. The movement of the two was perfectly synchronized. But Ancient Devil was drawing in the air, as Han Sen's finger ran across the surface of the stone. Hey! It's touching flower finger. Han Sen is using touching flower finger. It looks that way, but why does he possess the Buddha's touching flower finger? Touching flower finger is not rare, and it is common amongst the Buddha. Many outsiders know how to use it too, so it's nothing too surprising. It surely is strange to see him want to copy and write it down too, immediately after. One flower, one leaf, one world. Han Sen did not pay heed to what others said about him. Boom! When the nobles saw what Han Sen had written, they fell into a stunned silence. Quickly, a cold sweat developed across all their bodies. They were so scared, it was like a curse had been laid upon them. They didn't move, and all they could do was solemnly stare at Han Sen's written word. There were no petals, falling like no flowers, and there was no threat of death or wilting either. Even so, everyone felt scared witnessing what Han Sen had written. It zapped into the deepest recesses of their minds and latched on to them. Seeing those words was like watching a Buddha stroking flowers without talking. It was like he could see through everything. He was smiling as he went, but the smile was worse than the devil's. At least the devil would lure creatures to fall with him, but this Buddha went straight for the darker side of your heart. They couldn't hide anything. It was like their ugliest, filthiest, and evilest sides were being exposed for all to see. Facing death required courage. If they fought and failed, there could at least close their eyes and be at peace. But in front of that touching flower Buddha, they didn't have the strength to face it. They felt nasty. They felt as if they were muddied with sin. Arg! One of the young nobles, with a weak will, started screaming with his eyes closed. It was like he was running from something. The dukes and marquises were all pale. Night River King looked at Han Sen, and he too seemed very glum. Including Clear Sea Buddha, all the Buddhas were in utter shock. None of them could summon the strength to say a word. Blurg! A young noble pulled out his knife and drove it into his own heart. He couldn't withstand the pressure, and so he decided to kill himself. I didn't kill you. I didn't steal it. I didn't do it. More young people started to scream and run, erupting into a frenzy of madmen. They all kept on talking nonsense. Amitba, Mr. Han, please stop. No flower has lost. Clear Sea Buddha said the Buddha catchphrase, and the young nobles woke up from the trance of that flower mind. They all looked pale, as if they had just awoken from the most horrible, lucid nightmare. Han Sen stopped moving his finger, and he pulled it back slowly. He had only written half of it. No one could face that fear. A Buddha truly touching the flower is pierced and reflected on people's minds, yielding only fear. One thought to be a Buddha and one thought to be a demon. It is hard to understand that, and Mr. Han can practice touching flower finger to this level? The Buddhas can only be ashamed of themselves. Where did you learn this? Clear Sea Buddha looked at Han Sen with massive shock. He tried to ask as politely as he could, but he had trouble suppressing the shock. Many people practiced touching flower finger, but very few established a connection with its true meaning. No flower had associated it with wilting, but Han Sen had actually shown the real meaning right here. Ever since the Buddhas had created that technique, fewer than 5 people had ever achieved what had just been performed. Han Sen was a baron and not a Buddha, and yet he could practice touching flower finger to that extent. It was all so difficult to imagine. It is a simple finger art, and no flower explained it well enough. So I guess I have just learned it. It didn't feel all too smooth, so I added a few modifications of my own. I apologize if I did not write it down well. Han Sen smiled. After Han Sen said that, the Buddha stared at him in silence. The nobles of Narrow Moon almost choked. So he learned some, he modified it, and he says he did not write it down well. All the nobles felt as if their lives had been wasted. They did not know Geno arts could be practiced like that. Isha and Moon Will King looked at Han Sen strangely. Clear Sea King looked shocked. After a while, he said the Buddha catchphrase again. Amitba, Mr. Han is talented. He is very well suited for the Buddha arts. If you ever come and visit us, I will be eagerly waiting for Han Sen's Buddha talk. Clear Sea Buddha, saying something like that, put another shock upon the assembly of Narrow Moon. This is too much. Han Sen frowned. Ancient Devil's mind was stronger than he thought. Even the Buddha were shocked by it all. When Han Sen returned to his seat, everyone looked at him differently. Now, people were looking at him as if he was a monster. Han Sen was not in a good mood. He had only wanted to show off Ancient Devil's mind a little bit. But that display had obviously gone off the rails. He wondered what the kings of Narrow Moon might be thinking of him now, Isha in particular. Ancient Devil, why did you do that? Han Sen asked coldly, placing his will back inside Destiny's tower. I was just giving you what you wanted, Ancient Devil responded. He sat where he was unmoving. He smiled like a Buddha touching flowers. Han Sen didn't say anything in response. He merely looked at Ancient Devil for a bit, then left the tower. Ancient Devil is way too dangerous. I can't risk letting him out, Han Sen thought to himself. What happened next in the gathering was suddenly much more boring. After no flower and Han Sen's performances, even though there were many talented Buddhas and rebates, the event was a slog. People weren't thinking much about the event anymore. People's minds were too preoccupied with Han Sen. An amazing mind, Qing Li. You were right. Han Sen's mind is strong. I wonder how he managed to practice that. Du Lisha looked strange. Qing Li did not know what to say. This was not the mind she had previously seen. What she had seen was teeth knife mind. But now they were not going to believe that, so all she did was smile. It is a shame he has hair. Otherwise, I would believe him to be one of the Buddhas. He could most certainly be a king-class Buddha, or even a deified one. Rebecca kept looking over to where Han Sen was sitting. That Buddha sentence shocked the people of Moon Garden. It was hard to imagine that it had all come out of a barren. The event kept on chugging along, and when Speechless took the stage, she looked over to where Han Sen was sitting. She bowed and said, I hope I can compete so skillfully against Han Senator, please teach me something. Being challenged by Speechless like that made everyone look at Han Sen again. They were all hoping that he'd accept. People in Narrow Moon knew Han Sen could use teeth powers. Han Sen shook his head. You are too polite. I have not practiced sword skills much. I am afraid I'd perform too poorly for you to see. Han Sen was too obvious earlier, and he wasn't keen on the prospect of performing again in front of everyone. That is okay. Skills are all connected. Knife Queen's teeth knife is so famous, and if you can use knife skills, I would be glad, Speechless said. Now that Speechless had said that, it would reflect poorly if Han Sen continued to decline. So Han Sen thought for a moment and then said, I am not very good at sword skills, and I don't like hitting women. How about this person next to me? Her sword skills are great. If you really want someone worth competing against, ask her to practice with you. Hearing that, Speechless frowned and looked upset. Han Sen, Speechless is a guest here. You cannot be so rude as to deny this, Moon Will King said. Okay, Han Sen answered, standing up. Speechless suddenly smiled and said, in that case, I will fight against her, and if she loses, you will compete with me. Is that correct? If you really are that desperate for this, then okay. Han Sen nodded. They were both Viscount-class opponents, so Han Sen did not believe Gu Qingqing could lose. I am sorry to bother you, my lady. Speechless bowed to Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing rolled her eyes at Han Sen, got up, and walked to the stage. Narrow Moon and the Buddhas were curious. They did not know why Han Sen would let his subordinate practice against Speechless. Many people thought Han Sen was just a baron. He had a powerful will but not powerful strength. Perhaps he did not want to embarrass himself, so he pushed a subordinate out to take the fall for him. But that did not make sense either. If she lost, he would have to go fight Speechless anyway. As people guessed what Han Sen was trying to accomplish, the practice started. Speechless let a worker bring out the same Viscount sword. Then she said to Gu Qingqing, if you think this sword is poor, you may feel free to use your own. It's the same. Gu Qingqing picked up the offered sword. Speechless smiled and picked up the other. She said, please. Gu Qingcheng pulled the sword back and swung it at Speechless. It was an ordinary technique to draw back the sword. But in her hands it wasn't so simple. Gu Qingcheng's sword skills were overbearing. The moment she held the sword, they were at one with each other. In Speechless' eyes, it suddenly felt as if her entire world had been taken by that sword. She could not dodge the quick strike, and all she could do was use her hand to fight against it. What a powerful sword mind! Speechless was shocked. She did not expect a subordinate of Han Sen could be such an effective swordsman. She never anticipated that the sword would come at her with such speed. Speechless gathered up her sword power and composed her sword mind to fight back. But Speechless was not very good at fighting in this manner. She wasn't called Speechless because she was mute, but because the Buddha that opened her eyes was called Speechless. She was grateful for that, and so she called herself Speechless. Speechless Buddha King was good at Speechless Sword. But Speechless Sword was silent. It was a sonic power skill that no one could hear. It was scary. The swords made no sound, and no one spoke. Many of Speechless Buddha's past enemies never knew what happened to them, or why they were killed. Their deaths had come faster than they could utter a word. Speechless Sword was scary, but you could not fight it head-to-head. The two swords clashed against each other. But then, Gu Qingcheng returned her sword and walked off the stage. Catcha! Everyone saw Gu Qingcheng leave the stage, and as they did, the nobles wondered what had just occurred. And then, they heard a sound. Speechless one sword had been broken in half. Her eyebrow was now home to a small cut. Blood dripped out from the laceration, and it looked like another red mole. Everyone was shocked. Speechless had been quickly defeated by Han Sen's subordinate. The whole event had been silent, as if the spectators had watched a battle of ghosts. Sword skills like that. Where do my sword skills stack up against that? 11. Everyone recalled what Han Sen had said, and their stomachs felt hollow. The exchange was supposed to be a stage for Moon Garden and its members, but Han Sen's Buddha writing and Gu Qingcheng's display of sword skills made the aforementioned members and the Buddhas look rather lame. Han Sen was on the tip of everyone's tongue now. People thought Gu Qingcheng was a family member of Han Senator, believing that it meant one member of his family could beat Speechless Buddha. Han Sen also had teeth knife and created a mind simply by watching a Buddha's performance. It was all so unbelievable. The whole of Narrow Moon was fascinated. The real elites did not believe Han Sen's words, though. They did not think he could learn as simply as he had claimed. Isha was one of these non-believers, too. As soon as the exchange ended, Han Sen was summoned to the palace. "Where did you learn touching flower finger?" Isha asked. "I found this book, and I learned touching flower finger from it." Han Sen gave Unlimited Sutra over to Isha. Han Sen had prepared an explanation when he borrowed Ancient Devil's mind. But Ancient Devil's mind had been too strong, and so Isha found it difficult to believe him. This must be the original version of Unlimited Sutra. It is a secret skill of the Buddha. Where did you get it from? Isha looked at the Unlimited Sutra text and seemed very surprised. When I was young, I saved an injured man. He was an old fellow. I brought him home and I healed him. He gave this to me before he left. Han Sen had prepared all the stuff he was going to tell her. What did he look like? Can you confirm he was one of the Buddha? Isha asked. I was very young, so I didn't know what a Buddha was back then. Even so, I don't think he was. I'm fairly sure that the old man had hair. Han Sen described Ancient Devil's face to her, but with a few added years. Isha heard what he had to say, but she did not immediately respond. After a while of thought, she said, You used this Unlimited Sutra to practice touching flower finger to such a high degree of skill? Yes, Han Sen forced himself to say. He was going to pretend he was a genius so Isha might be willing to part with more resources. But Ancient Devil had deliberately overcast his mind and made Han Sen look ridiculous. He didn't know if Isha would believe him. Isha didn't believe him entirely either. It was just the Unlimited Sutra from what she could see. There didn't seem to be any extra guidance. Furthermore, Han Sen was just a commoner. No one should believe he could reach that level. It looks like you are a genius, Isha said, while looking right at Han Sen. She could not completely trust what Hansen said, but she was still happy about his performance. She didn't want to think about Hansen possibly lying. Thank you very much. I am a bit stupid, and others can learn many things. All I can learn is one thing at a time. I am afraid that is why I am so slow. I keep practicing as I did with that, and that is how it happened, Hansen said. Isha looked at Unlimited Sutra, and then looked at Han. Good. In that case, keep being the stupid self of yours. If your stupid way can enable you to practice touching flower finger to such a high level, I am sure you can practice teeth knife mind just fine. Is 3 months enough for that, do you think? My queen, teeth knife is the ultimate knife skill. It is not all that easy to generate a knife mind. I am afraid I will only disappoint you again. Hansen pretended to look bitter. On the inside, however, he was delighted. This was a two birds one stone affair. With the title of a genius, he could use teeth knife mind without being required to hide his ability. Just this unlimited sutra can yield a mind like this? Right now I will teach you. I will make you generate a knife mind. You don't need a deep mind for this, and you are already willing to say you cannot achieve this? Are you telling me that teeth knife is worse than unlimited sutra? Or are you simply saying that I am a poor teacher? Isha looked coldly at Hansen as she spoke to him. That is not what I meant. I will do what I can. I will not disappoint you. Hansen quickly swore to God. Good. This is the good student I know. Isha nodded. Isha did not actually believe what Hansen was telling her, but she did not want to mistakenly place blame on him. So, she gave Hansen a test. If Hansen could generate a teeth knife mind in 3 months, it really would prove that he was a genius. And if that was true, she would go ahead and treat him even better. If Hansen failed this, then Hansen would have a problem. And if so, he would need to be investigated. She could not blindly spend resources on him. Hansen knew her thought process on this matter, though, and he was really happy about it. Generating a teeth knife mind was not even a test. It was way too easy. What is that family member of yours called? Where did you take her from? Isha asked. My queen, her name is Gu Qingcheng. She is a member that comes from planet Crooked Rock, Hansen said quickly. Not bad, but you should keep an eye on her. People with a sword mind like that are usually out for something else. Isha warned Hansen. Isha knew many factions had sent spies to keep tabs on Han Senator. She thought Gu Qingcheng might be one of them, but it was because Gu Qingcheng did not use all her powers against Speechless. Isha wouldn't feel this way if she had. Isha had much greater strength than Gu Qingcheng, but Gu Qingcheng's sword mind might rival Isha's. Speechless only received her mind from an old monster. Gu Qingcheng was the real old monster. Yes, I will ensure that I am careful. Hansen nodded. After he left Isha, Hansen took a ship back to Planet Eclipse. He called Chao, Lansei, and Stay Up Late. He invited them to Planet Eclipse, but Chao and Lansei thought things were fine with Seven Mirror. What's more, they had friends there now, and so, they made no plans to go to Planet Eclipse. Stay Up Late wanted to know more about the Geno universe, so he made plans to come. He was hoping to learn more news about the location of Little Flower and Nine Life Cat. 2. He did not want to stay in the same place for too long. After talking with Chao, Hansen returned his mind to Destiny's Tower. There, he spoke with Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil was trapped in the tower, but he never assumed himself to be at a disadvantage. He spoke to Hansen as if they were both equals. When Hansen borrowed help from Ancient Devil, he told Ancient Devil that if cooperation went well, he'd be willing to give him a chance. Helping Hansen with his mind was just a part of his show of sincerity. He had performed too well, though. Hansen couldn't be sure if he had done it on purpose. But Hansen believed that he had. Ancient Devil, you should cooperate properly. You shouldn't make stupid moves. Hansen hadn't killed him because he knew too many secrets. And Hansen wanted those secrets. All he could think about was finding a safe method for getting Ancient Devil to talk. Hansen wanted those secrets too badly to get rid of Ancient Devil. In Narrow Moon's full moon meeting room, 6 kings had shown up for this meeting. Isha, Moonwill King, Night River King, Flower King, Black Moon King, and Shadow King. Knife. Do you really believe what he tells you? Despite being only a baron, he has managed to achieve a mind such as that with unlimited sutra? Seriously? Not even barons who go on to become deified elites are that strong. Night River King said. Black Moon King coughed and said, Night River, let's not impose limits that might not exist. This universe is so grand in its reaches that there could be anything out there. Hansen really is talented. Just because you are unable to achieve such feats of might, don't presume others cannot either. Black Moon, don't talk such nonsense. Look at this universe. Are there any barons with that level of capability? Night River frowned. If everyone was able to do it, why else would we single out the exemplary and call them geniuses? Black Moon King asked slowly. Night River King started to respond, but Moon Will King cut him off. Moon Will King looked at Flower King and Shadow King and said, What do you two think? Flower King groaned and said, Hansen's power seems unlikely, but we can't claim that there's a problem without knowing what it is. That hardly seems fair. Moon Will King nodded. He looked at Shadow King and Shadow King said, I would rather put an end to this before it gets out of hand. Yes, Night River King said immediately. Hansen's history is far too strange, and he cannot be kept. Moon Will King looked at Black Moon King, and Black Moon King said, Killing a genius like that makes no sense. It will just scare off the other races, and no other race will want to cooperate with us. Knife, you understand where we're coming from, yes? He is your student, so it is best that you decide what to do. Moon Will King looked at Isha. Isha said calmly, I gave him a chance. If he passes the test, I can prove that he is fine. If he cannot pass the test, I will sever ties with him and search for any threat he might pose. If I find something, I will get rid of him. What is the test? If he really is a spy from some other race, he will have come prepared. He will pass the test. Night River King looked displeased. Oh? You think a baron spy will be able to create a teeth knife mind in 3 months? Isha's face was expressionless. Hearing Isha say this, the other kings stared at her with wide eyes. Generate a teeth knife mind in 3 months? Really? Moon Will King asked, stumbling slightly over the question. What is the problem? Isha responded. I have no problem with that. If he can accomplish that in 3 months, then I will believe he is a real genius. Night River King slowly said as he sat down. It sounded like complete lunacy. It was silly to think of generating a teeth knife mind in 3 months. Across the history of the rebate, no one had managed anything like that. Night River King did not believe Hansen could do it, as teeth knife was exclusive to the rebate. Even among the rebate, it was rare. The only person who had mastered the skill was Isha, and you couldn't cheat your way to learn it. The kings were mollified. If Hansen could generate a teeth knife mind in 3 months, then practicing touching flower finger with such proficiency would make a lot more sense. If we can confirm Hansen is legit, and he really is a true genius, should we give him a bit of a reputation? His identity should allow him to become a member of Moon Garden. He did make us proud in this event, after all. If we still don't let him in, the outsiders in Narrow Moon will become suspicious of us, Black Moon King said. If he can generate a teeth knife mind in 3 months, I would be willing to make him a teacher in the Moon Garden, Night River King said grimly. Black Moon King smiled at Night River King, then turned his gaze across the table. Moon Will King, what do you think? If he is legit and he really is that talented, he should definitely be a member of Moon Garden, Moon Will King said. If everyone has no problem with this, then we shall all reconvene in 3 months. Isha stood up and left the full moon meeting room. Lu Xiaomei was walking down the street. The dark circles under her eyes were heavy, and she kept rubbing her head. Ever since Han Bauer had entered her school, she had begun to feel like she was drowning. She was a kindergarten teacher. Before Bauer, she had dealt with kids crying, not wanting to go to school, and things like that. But now, going to work was like walking into hell itself. If her job hadn't paid well, she would have quit a long time ago to escape having to deal with the monster that resided there. I can't do it anymore. I am going to die. Today is supposed to be a holiday, and so I should treat myself with a day at the spa. and buy myself a nice gift. Ever since that little witch arrived, I look 10 years older. Lu Xiaomei walked into a high-class female club. She swiped her card as she walked through the door. I really do need to treat myself better. I can just eat nutrient fluids for the month to make up for what I spend today. After she entered the place, the attendants served her with passion. She felt as if she had ascended in society, taking the place of royalty. This is my life. Finally, I don't have to worry about that monster. Lu Xiaomei wrapped a bathrobe around herself and lay down to wait for her masseuse. Miss Lu! A voice sounded in her ear. It made her muscles freeze. She jumped up and frantically looked around. She didn't see anyone there, so she felt relieved. She lay back down on the bed and said to herself, I am starting to hallucinate. Clearly, I am far too stressed out. Maybe I'll go shopping today, too. That should help. After lying back down, Lu Xiaomei turned over, and there was a pretty little girl next to her, smiling. Miss Lu, what stores are you going to? You? Why are you here? Lu Xiaomei looked like she had just seen a ghost. She jumped up and pointed at the girl. I own this club. Did you not know that? Bauer shook her head. Lu Xiaomei's eyes opened wide. You own this place? Yes. I have 31 branches of this establishment, all across the city. Bauer spoke with innocence. This bitch is showing off again. Lu Xiaomei felt both jealous and depressed. She was really hoping Bauer would disappear right now. But an evil expression crossed Bauer's face, and she said, By the way, I am going to the VIP area for a session. Would you like to come? Can I? Lu Xiaomei was quite shocked. It was a very expensive place, and she could only come here once a month. For half a month, she would have to eat nutrient fluid just to compensate for how much that place cost. The VIP area was a place you couldn't easily go to, even if you had a lot of money. She wanted to go, but non-VIPs weren't allowed. Of course, if you want, I can ask the manager to provide you with a VIP card. Bauer smiled. This is the life a woman should have. I've wasted my life. I should have gotten rich instead. Lu Xiaomei was as pretty as the next snobbish woman. She was reveling in the high-tier service, and she was almost in tears. Bauer called for a high-class massage, food, and drinks she had never tried before. She showed Lu Xiaomei what it felt like to be royalty. This little witch can actually be quite cute. It is only just a kid, after all. Perhaps the creature is innocent at times, Lu Xiaomei thought. She observed Bauer as she sipped on a drink. Miss Lu, are you enjoying this service? Bauer was holding onto a bottle of juice as she sipped it with a straw. Yes, I love it. This place is great. Your family has very good taste. Lu Xiaomei had another sip of wine and felt so good. I am glad you like it. You can come whenever you like. Bauer smiled. Really? Lu Xiaomei's eyes looked bright. Of course. I have already prepared a VIP card for you. Bauer clicked her fingers. Quickly, a waitress rushed over with a plate. She walked in front of Lu Xiaomei and put down the dish. Politely, she told her, Miss Lu, this is your very own VIP card. Lu Xiaomei accepted the card, then saw a bill. The waitress said, And yes, this your bill for the day's services. A bill? Lu Xiaomei's face stiffened. When she looked at the bill, she almost fainted. She couldn't even pronounce the sum, but with all the numbers, she knew it was more than exorbitant. The muscles in Lu Xiaomei's face twitched. She looked to be in a far worse state than someone crying their eyes out. Bauer, you gave me all this. Wasn't this all a treat on you? Bauer's eyes opened wide, and she said with shock, I am just a kid. I don't have any money. I asked if this was what you wanted, and you said yes. You had me order all this. Damn, this little thing must be doing all of this on purpose. Lu Xiaomei almost coughed up blood. Bauer's cute face had turned into a demon mask. I don't care. I didn't order all this. I am not paying. Lu Xiaomei jumped up. What are you saying? You're not paying. Bauer looked at Lu Xiaomei with shock. Lu Xiaomei wished to say there was nothing Bauer could do but pay it herself. When all of a sudden, 2 8-foot-tall women stepped into the room. They stood in front of her. Lu Xiaomei looked at their beefy arms and hastily took back her words. She replaced them by saying, I don't have enough money to afford this. That's okay. You are my teacher. So why don't you sign this paper, and then we can make this bill all go away. Bauer smiled and pulled a contract out of her little bag. She put it in front of her teacher, as if this was all going according to a scheme she had already planned out. Damn! She prepared for this. Lu Xiaomei was grinding her teeth as she looked down at the contract. It was a contract that required her to relinquish her very self. There were more than 100 unfair terms on the contract, and if she signed it, she would be wholly owned by Bauer. I am not signing this, even if you kill me, Lu Xiaomei said through gritted teeth. Bauer smiled. Miss Lu, what are you talking about? I have a decent club and I won't hit you. But the stuff you have just enjoyed, the gambling you've done, even the look on your face when shopping, it has all been recorded. You like the teacher Mr. Luo, don't you? He's handsome and rich, yes? He is even chasing you, you know. I'm thinking I should show him all the footage, and present him with your unpaid bill. The elegant image you have been clinging onto for so long will be gone with the wind. Think about that for a moment, and then reconsider whether or not you wish to sign this. Hellspawn. You are Hellspawn. The stuff you have is so expensive. A cup of wine costs 30,000. This is a scam. The luxuries you have been enjoying were all imported from other planets. They are the best of the best, and some of them were even Shura delicacies. Of course they are not cheap. If you'd like, you can check the prices on Skynet. If you happen to find that our prices are too high, we will certainly price match. Bauer smiled. Lu Xiaomei struggled a bit. She signed the contract because of the handsome Mr. Luo. Then she started to cry. Bauer patted her on the shoulder and said, Don't worry. Work for me for 50 years and you'll have paid off your debt. The contract will also be erased at that point. It would have been better if Bauer hadn't said anything. Now the woman really wanted to cry. Lu Xiaomei began walking out of the club. Fortunately, Bauer had already arranged for an aircraft to come and pick her up. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have had the money to get home. Everything she had belonged to Bauer now. You've gone off course. You should go to the Eastern Lake, Lu Xiaomei said. I'm sorry, who's driving this aircraft again? The driver asked snarkily, looking at her through his sunglasses. Lu Xiaomei was furious. Yeah, you are just the driver. Let me out so I can walk home. Sure. The driver stopped the aircraft and landed. Lu Xiaomei got off the aircraft and kicked the door closed. She said, You are all bad people. This karma will come back to bite you one day. She turned and left. She eventually saw a familiar form walking nearby. It was her Prince Charming. It was Mr. Luo. After having bad luck for so long, finally, something good. My Prince Charming, here I come. Lu Xiaomei walked towards Luo Yushu. But just as she was about to greet him, she saw the woman with him. The woman was dressed sexily and holding his arm. She leaned close to him. Luo Yushu, who is this woman? Lu Xiaomei was so angry that she didn't even care about maintaining her image. She grabbed his arm and pointed at the woman. Luo Yushu was shocked. The woman then said, Luo Yushu, who is this woman? Luo Yushu's face changed, and he pushed Lu Xiaomei away. He explained to the woman, Honey, listen to me. She works in the kindergarten with me. She keeps hounding me for my love, despite me constantly pushing her away. She has never stopped, and even now, she follows me around. Luo Yushu, what are you saying? Lu Xiaomei was so angry. He was the one who kept chasing her, and she couldn't believe what he was now saying. The woman looked at Lu Xiaomei, rolled her eyes and said, You are just a teacher, and yet you want to steal a man away from someone like me? Are you crazy? I can give this man pocket money, the likes of which you will never earn in your lifetime. Maybe when I grow tired of him, you'll get your chance. After that, the woman walked forward and pushed Lu Xiaomei back. She kept herself from falling, but she still dropped everything she was holding in her hands. Apologize to me, and then pick everything up. Lu Xiaomei was so angry. She wanted to throttle the woman. Are you crazy? Get lost. I told you I am not interested in you. Luo Yushu looked annoyed, and he also pushed her. He did not want her to hurt the woman he was currently with. When Luo Yushu pushed her, Lu Xiaomei fell back with nothing but anger and hopelessness. Suddenly, an arm grabbed her waist. It steadied her shoulders, then her body. She opened her eyes and realized it was the driver with sunglasses. She wished to say something, but the sky suddenly drew her attention. Many aircraft were suddenly headed towards them. In a minute, the vehicles had parked all around them, making the place very crowded. Many men, dressed in black with sunglasses, got out of their vehicles. They looked like gangsters as they gathered around. "What are you people here for? What do you want?" The woman and Luo Yushu began stepping back. Lu Xiaomei looked at the aircraft around them. King, Steel, Silver, Ghost, Starry, Star, Miracle. They were all special editions that not just anyone could buy. Having a single one of them meant you were one of the super rich elite. Now that there were so many of them there, the woman and Luo Yushu were frozen. The men looked intimidating in their black clothes and sunglasses. It made the couple's legs grow soft. The men dressed in black ignored the woman and Luo Yushu. They all walked in front of Lu Xiaomei and said, "Second lady." Luo Yushu and the woman widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. They could barely stand on their feet. Lu Xiaomei was just as dazed, too. She had no clue what was going on. "Second lady, Miss Bauer asked us to come and pick you up," the driver said to Lu Xiaomei. And then, he looked at the woman and Luo Yushu and said, "Did these two bully you? I can kill them for you if you'd like." "Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I will pick the stuff up. Please forgive me." The woman's legs were wobbling, and she raced to collect all the items Yu Xiaomei had dropped. "She forced me, Xiaomei. I did this for our future together," Luo Yushu said. "Go to hell." Lu Xiaomei grabbed her bag and smacked him in the face with it. He hit the deck, so she went ahead and kicked him in the nuts. He writhed and screamed in pain. The woman saw Lu Xiaomei looking back at her next. She slapped herself. "Pat, Pat, it's my fault. Please forgive me. Let's go." Lu Xiaomei gritted her teeth, and no longer paid them heed. The driver opened the door to the aircraft, and there, Lu Xiaomei saw Bauer. She cried and went over to hold her, saying, "Bauer, don't cry." Bauer stroked her head and tried to comfort her. "Thank you, Bauer." Lu Xiaomei couldn't help but cry a little. She did her best to hold back her tears and look at the child with gratefulness. "You are welcome. I used 223 aircraft to help you. The fuel for each comes to a sum of around 78,000. With the wages for the drivers and the damage." Bauer fiddled with a calculator and whipped out another contract. "Hellspawn! You Hellspawn!" The aircraft echoed with Lu Xiaomei's screams. Hansen planned to practice in the mountains. He didn't need to practice teeth knife, but there were too many spies occupying the base. If Han Sun stayed there without practicing, people might grow suspicious. So, Han Sen headed into the mountains to train. But instead of practicing teeth knife as he had told everyone, he began to work on the Dongxian Sutra. His mutant blood and jade skin had reached Viscount class, but the Dongxian Sutra and the story of genes hadn't. The story of genes couldn't be leveled up through mere practice, so he could only focus on the Dongxian Sutra for now. Han Sen didn't take anyone with him this time. He planned to push himself hard in order to break through, which would make it dangerous to have others around him. Fortunately, there were many resources on planet Eclipse. Xia King and others could venture out and hunt xenogeneics on their own. The people he had brought over from the sanctuaries could eat xenogeneic genes and use beast souls, so they leveled up faster than the people in the Geno universe. Xenogeneic gene eaten. Iron Wolf. Viscount gene +1. Han Sen gobbled up some xenogeneic meat, and his Viscount xenogeneic gene tally increased. When one of his bodies became Viscount, he could increase that gene tally. Barren xenogeneic genes were currently useless for him. He had to eat Viscount materials exclusively now. Killing Viscount xenogeneics was an easy task for Han Sen, and his Viscount genes were increasing quickly. After 6 days of travel, Han Sen found himself more than 1,000 miles deep into the mountains. He met strong Marquise creatures, but he was able to run away with the rabbit shoes. Overall, the venture wasn't too dangerous. What is this? As Han-sen treaded along a path, he spied the presence of a strange mountain. The weather on planet Eclipse wasn't great. There was no grass growing, and so all the mountains were barren and rocky. The mountain in front of him was very green, though. Trees were growing all over it. There were flowers, and some of the plants even possessed fruit. There were birds and insects on this mountain. They were far away, but Han-sen could feel their life force. Planet Eclipse has a mountain like this? Han-sen thought it was weird. He examined the surrounding area and realized that it was the only mountain like this in the region. Han-sen carefully approached it. There had to be a reason why it was so luscious. Perhaps there was a treasure or something. That thought prompted Han-sen to have a look around. Han-sen trekked to the mountain. While he noticed that there were a large collection of life forces coming from the mountain, he could tell that the birds and the trees were completely normal. There didn't seem to be any xenogeneics either. Weird. Xenogeneic plants are difficult to grow on this planet, and even xenogeneic creatures often have trouble surviving. And yet, how are these all alive? Especially since they seem so ordinary. Han-sen was quite curious about this anomaly. Han-sen kept walking up the mountain, and the foliage was just as lovely as it had appeared from a distance. Normal plants and creatures were spread out all across the mountain, as if the entire mountain had been transplanted to planet Eclipse. After an hour, Han-sen was able to reach the peak. He was quite shocked by the view he now saw, though. Atop the mountain, amidst a small grove of trees, there was an emerald field. A wooden house stood there, and it looked very old. "Is anyone there?" Han-sen called out to the occupied house. He thought it was a strange thing to find, and so he thought to himself, who could build a house in a place like this? Han-sen shouted again, but he received no response. So he walked to the house because the windows were open. He wanted to take a look at what was inside from there. The decorations of the interior were simple and rustic. They were all comprised of wood, and the primary features were a table and bed. Even the teapot and the plates were made of wood. It looked as if the people there used wood to build everything. The wood was not big, though. You could see it all in one eye. There was a room at the back of the house, too, but you could not see it from outside. "Is anyone in here?" Han-sen asked. He received no response. So he pushed open the door and it swung forward. A lock hadn't been fixed on it. Han-sen walked inside and poked around. There didn't seem to be anything worth examining, so he decided to check out the back room. Han-sen opened the door and froze. All of a sudden, he found a person standing next to the bed. They were facing Han-sen with their eyes open. "I am sorry. I called from the outside, and I believed this place was empty," Han-sen explained, but his words were met with awkward silence. Something was giving him pause. That was because the person next to the bed was a man. A human. The man stood where he was and did not move. He didn't even look at Han-sen. "Excuse me." Han-sen looked at the man and spoke carefully. He wanted to know what he was and why there might be a human there. But Han-sen did not know for sure that the man was a human. He could have been a crystallizer, forgotten long ago. Han-sen asked him a few questions, and each time he received no response. Han-sen would have thought the man was dead if not for his life force. "My name is Han Senator, what is yours?" When Han-sen said that, the man suddenly moved. He put a finger in front of his lips, like a gesture to indicate he should be quiet. The man did not appear hostile, and that brought Han-sen much relief. He stopped talking and just watched the man. The man continued standing there for a whole hour, without saying as much as a single word. He looked more like a statue than a living being. "Is he practicing, maybe? But it doesn't look like it." Han-sen felt very confused, but also very curious. He sat on a chair to watch the man and see what he'd do. But 10 hours went by, and still the man did not budge. "Friend, can we talk?" Han-sen could not wait any longer. "SSH." The man gestured for silence again. Han-sen's heart sank. He hadn't a clue what he was doing. He couldn't ask anything, as the man kept hushing him. Han-sen looked around the room and noticed that it was all rustic, just like the rest of the house. Han-san looked at a table and found something that was actually not made of wood. There was paper alongside a stack of books. "Friend, can I check this out?" Han-sen walked before the table and glanced over the books. There was a diary with many words scrawled on it. But Han-sen didn't begin reading immediately. He still wanted to ask the man for permission. The man looked very nervous, and he performed the SSH gesture again. "If you don't object, then I'll assume you are agreeing." Han-sen went ahead to read the contents of the diary. Quickly, Han-sen noticed he was able to read the text contained within the diary. It was written in the ancient language of humans, a text often used by the crystallizers. There were, however, a variety of symbols not even he could understand. All in all, he didn't understand everything together. There were some formulas jotted down. Han-sen wasn't very good at science. He had learned a bit in school, but he had forgotten most of that by now. But Han-sen was still able to tell he had never seen these formulas before. They were extremely complicated. Judging from the content of the book, the man had been trying to calculate something. Han-sen flicked through the pages of the book, and the man showed no reaction. As long as Han-sen made no noise, the man didn't mind his presence there. That's how it seemed leastways. When the man didn't object to Han-sen's behavior, it made Han-sen feel safe enough to relax a little. So he continued reading the diary. It must have been a draft of sorts. There were many random things jotted down. However, there were enough words and symbols that Han-sen did not understand to make the book unintelligible. Han-sen put the diary down and took a gander at the other books. They all seemed to concern themselves with science. There were ones based on quantum theory. Han-sen knew he would not understand those books. Since the books were in messy disarray, Han-sen decided to tidy them up. By doing that, he also hoped to find a book he might enjoy. And soon after, his breath caught. He saw a book titled The Story of Genes. This was what Han-sen had retrieved from the main control room of the crystallizers. Ever since that time, he hadn't found a single thing associated with the book. Not even Stay Up Late knew where The Story of Genes came from. He read it, shook his head, and thought it must be a prank. No one could use The Story of Genes or even practice it. It was not something any creature could learn. Han-sen had never expected that he would find another copy in a place like this. Perhaps it is just a coincidence. Maybe the title is the same, but it's not actually the same book. Han-sen tried to regather the composure of his thoughts, and then flipped the book open. When he read the first line, he knew he had not been mistaken. This was indeed another copy of The Story of Genes. It was exactly the same. Han-sen kept reading the content, and word for word it was the same. Aside from the standard content, there were actually many notes explaining things. But they weren't related to how you'd actually practice with the text. The notes were of a scientific nature. Han-sen read it all seriously, right up until he reached the end. The content, from back to front, was the same as his own The Story of Genes. There was, however, an additional page. That page had nothing to do with how to practice the work, though. It was a summary. The summary used an extensive vocabulary. Han-sen did not understand what was written until he reached the final line. It said the test had failed. There was something else he understood, too. Cannot figure out the requirements for practice. The story of genes theory does not make sense. Can I not create a god? Is this guy the creator of the story of genes? Han-sen looked back at the man strangely. The man was dressed in ordinary garments, but they were in tatters. He stood motionless like a mannequin. He was focused, as if he was trying to hear something. Han-sen had something he wished to ask, but he knew that if he tried to ask anything, the man would simply tell him to be quiet. Han-sen kept sorting through the books on the table. There were books on many different subjects, from genes to quantum theory. Overall, Han-sen could not understand much. After Han-sen tidied up the books, he decided to sit and observe the man. The man really wasn't moving, and he was unsure how long the man could do this. Han-sen had almost fallen asleep when the man finally moved. He walked gently towards the table, looked down at Han-sen, and said, "Who are you? Why have you come here?" "I am Han Senator, what's your name?" Han-sen asked happily. Run, or it will be too late for you to escape. The man looked annoyed. What does that mean? Han-san felt a chill, and he thought the man might try to fight him. You don't know that you are on a spirit's body. If it moves, it will travel through space. The man explained. You mean the mountain is a creature? Han-san asked with shock. What is so weird about that? There is plenty of life in this world, the man said. It's a mountain. How can a mountain have life? There are other creatures like birds and worms on this mountain, Han-san said. The man looked at him with disdain. You have so many bacteria and parasites on you. Does the fact that they have life mean that you do not? But I am a living thing. The mountain is just a rock, Han-san said. Who said rocks cannot possess life? It's like a piece of meat. You wouldn't say it is living, but it is a part of life, the man said. It's not like that. If the rock is like flesh, then why are we able to create minds? And why does the life of rock not resist? Like us. If someone was digging into our flesh, we'd want to kill whoever was assaulting us, Han-san asked. The man laughed. It's because we are too fast. Too fast. Han-san froze, unsure of what he meant. The man explained. The rock lives longer than we do. 1 billion years might only be a moment for them. Even if we do dig into its body, the rock might not even have the time to notice our presence. It cannot see what we do. Han-sen was frozen. He had never thought of things this way before. The man looked at Han Sr. You said we would kill anyone who harms. Yes? But things aren't like that. What if we grow a sickness like cancer? It destroys our bodies, but often we can't root out the thing that is killing us. When these things harm your body, you cannot do anything. Just like the rock is unable to do things about us. This is just a simple way for me to explain these things. The truth of such matters is far more complicated. If you are interested in learning more, read this. You will understand far better. The man gave Han-sen a book. My scientific background is pretty bad. I might not understand. Han-sen felt awful saying this. The man said, scientific research is all about simplifying the complicated things. You can let those other fools worry about science itself. This is a geno-art I created through the theory of rock creatures. Ordinary crystallizers can practice it. Han-sen wished to say something, but the man looked outside and spoke again. He said, you should leave now. The spirit is going to move. Unless you want to travel far away with me, that is. Han-sen started running out of the lodge. The man might be lying, but it was better to run than risking everything by remaining. If Han-sen was transported to another star system, that'd be pretty bad. When he made it some distance away, Han-sen turned around to face the man and ask, what is your name? Left crazy, the man answered. Han-sen wished to ask something more, but he felt the mountain begin to shake. Without hesitation, he said goodbye and hastily departed the mountain. Boom! With the speed of his rabbit shoes aiding his flight, Han-san was able to just about get off the mountain before hearing that deafening sound. The mountains all around were vibrating like mad, and when Han-san turned back around to face where the mountain had been, he saw nothing. It was as if the mountain did not exist. How did that mountain move so quickly? I thought the man said that rocks were slow. Cold sweat dripped off Han-sen's forehead. It was fortunate he had moved as fast as he had. If he hadn't, he'd have been long gone. Han-sen took a gander at the book he had been given by Left Crazy. There was no name, and it had all been written by hand. Petrify? That sounds so lame. It sounds like a skill that can make your skin as hard as stone. Han-sen thought, as he started to read the text. But as he read, his expression turned to surprise. The skill was called Petrify, and while the name was lame, the contents were impressive. It was a complete geno-art. From commoner to baron, from viscount to king, all could practice and become proficient with it. It had its own power. Practicing Petrify did not make your body harder, though. It would just make your body closer to that of the rocky creatures. Crystallizers were like herms, so they could become like rocks completely. The higher your petrification was, the closer to the life of a rock you'd attune. You wouldn't become completely the same as a rock, you'd only adopt some of their attributes. Petrify made humans and crystallizers petrified. It gave them the life of a rock. Petrify couldn't make someone impervious to death, but time had more difficulty leaving its marks on petrified bodies. Thousands of years result in many humans and crystallizers dying, but to a rock it was only a moment. It did not affect them. Han Sen examined the requirements for bringing Petrify up to king class, if that was what he chose to do. At that point, he would have a life that was very similar to a rock's. And with a body like that, many millions of years could come and go without affecting him. There was one significant flaw to Petrify, though. When you used it, your body really would turn to stone. You'd be unable to move because of it. And your mind would still be there, active too. The more you practiced the skill, the closer to the life of a rock you would get. It sounds really cool, but it seems fairly useless. You'd only turn into a rock, and rocks aren't hard enough to provide great protection. And you can't move either. Why would that guy bother creating this skill? Han Sen thought to himself. After a while, Han Sen was able to come up with a useful application for it. If I can practice while petrified, then time would be of no issue for me. I could just keep practicing without eating or drinking. In that case, Petrify might be really useful. He planned to learn it, thinking it might come in handy. Petrify was a geno art that allowed for the swapping of genes. It did not make your body better. You still needed a strength like the story of gene as a basis. Han Sen thought it was a crystallizer geno art, so he used the story of genes to practice with it. Han Sen found a safe cave to take refuge in, where he could practice Petrify. It was easier to learn than he expected. After casting it once, his skin started to feel rocky. Already, Han Sen could tell that he had learned the first tier of Petrify. That was much easier than I thought it'd be. Han Sen then moved on to try the second tier. It was a Baron class Petrify. Han Sen finished Baron Petrify easily, too. He kept on going, and he realized that Petrify really was exceptionally easy to learn. He only spent 2 days practicing with it to get it all the way up to King class. After reaching King class, he noticed Left Crazy had not written anything more. That was likely due to the fact he had yet to reach that level. He guessed that, after the King level, you could actually become petrified. Without a skill that would teach him how to proceed, Han Sen decided to try other things. If he became a rock and was unable to return to a human form, then his life would be over. Why is it like that? According to Left Crazy, you had to reach a certain level before practicing such a skill. So why did nothing stop him from reaching King class? Is it because of the story of genes? Han Sen guessed a number of things, but he wasn't sure enough to put stock in anything. Han Sen tried using his Petrify, and he learned other geno arts could not be practiced as long as it was in use. That was because Petrify made a big change to the body. Geno arts for the human body were useless. Only the story of genes could run while he was in a petrified state. This geno art is so weird. Although it can take you to a very high level, its usefulness is practically non-existent. Losing interest in Petrify, Han Sen decided to return to practicing with the Dongshan Sutra. Han Sen remained in the mountains for an entire month. He fought and practiced with his Dongshan Sutra a great amount. Dongshan Sutra was on the precipice of breaking through, but it had yet to do so. There were 10 days left before the red mist spring erupted. After realizing this, Han Sen decided it was time to leave the mountains and head to the spring. His spell Geno Armament required this spring so it could become a Viscount. He couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Before long, Han Sen was right outside Red Mist Valley. There were hordes of Xenogeneics wandering around, and it was clear they had all come there for the Red Mist Spring as well. They all hung outside the valley. None of them had entered the mist yet. They were waiting for the spring to erupt. Han Sen looked around. The Xenogeneics there were Baron or Viscount. There were no higher-level sorts. Isha told Han Sen that the Red Mist Spring only worked for Viscounts. It would be ineffective on those of a higher level, so there was no point in high-class Xenogeneics coming. Han Sen found a hidden place in Red Mist Valley. He was going to wait for the spring to burst. He also hunted down many of the Viscount creatures that were around in order to collect their materials and genes. There were 3 or 4 days left now. according to the schedule Isha had proposed. And over the course of those next few days, more and more creatures gathered. Hansen guessed that there had to be around 10,000 in total, with most of them being Viscount. It was fortunate that no creature of a higher tier had come. If they had, Hansen could not have guaranteed that he would be the one to benefit from the spring. Perhaps because they were all too greedy in their desire for the spring, many of the creatures fought against each other. He had never seen so much conflict before. As Hansen was watching those Xenogeneics fighting outside the valley, he eventually caught sight of a few Xenogeneics retreating. They abandoned their position. It seemed as if something strong was coming. It can't be a higher-class Xenogeneic, can it? Hansen was shocked. He looked that way. But there were too many Xenogeneics there. Many were 2 meters tall, and they obscured Hansen's vision. He couldn't see whatever was coming. Hansen looked around and stayed close to the wall. He wanted to scale it and get a better look. There was a dark green centipede. Each part of its body gleamed with jewel-like eyes as it skittered across the earth. Every Xenogeneic in its path backed off as soon as they saw it. None dared to stay within 20 meters of the creature. The Xenogeneic was 10 meters long, but it wasn't tall. Its body was only half a meter off the ground. That was why Hansen had such difficulty trying to spot it. Hansen watched it for quite some time, and he didn't think it was all that high level. It should have been no better than a Viscount, so it was weird to see the fear with which so many Xenogeneics regarded it. Quickly, the centipede Xenogeneic reached the entrance of the valley. It was different from the other Xenogeneics, and it crawled right into the valley. Hansen was shocked. Isha said that the red mist spring was good for Xenogeneics. It could speed up their evolution, but the red mist itself was harmful by comparison. Until the spring was ready, the mist remained there. So it was most wise to avoid the mist until then. But the centipede climbed straight into the valley, and it did so without getting harmed by the mist. No, I have got to find that centipede. If it is going towards the spring, it might be able to swallow it the moment it opens up. I'll lose my own opportunity. Hansen frowned. He hadn't thought the centipede was going to climb down into the valley. And now that it was in there, it would be extremely difficult to find the creature. You couldn't even see your own hand in front of you. That mist was so thick. Trying to find the centipede would be difficult. I'll have to try. Luckily, it is just a Viscount Xenogeneic. It cannot be that large of a threat. Hansen donned his Marquis armor and the rabbit shoes. He flew past the heads of the Xenogeneics and headed straight into the valley. Just like before, the mist stifled Hansen's senses. It was as if he was deaf and blind. Hansen searched through the mist, hoping to find the centipede Xenogeneic. The valley was massive, and there were still a few days to go before the spring was supposed to erupt. Hansen thought he'd be able to find the centipede. Hansen walked more quickly through the mist, but he did not dare go too fast. If he ran into a rock wall and injured himself, he'd become a joke. Due to him being unable to see, though, he tried hugging the walls as he went. Once he had canvassed the area that way, he maintained a steady distance from the wall and went along them again. After searching the place like a neatly fitted carpet, he hadn't caught sight of the centipede. 8 hours had elapsed by now. That Xenogeneic was rather large. It shouldn't be too difficult to find. Why am I so unlucky? Hansen felt depressed. Hansen walked into the deepest recesses of the valley, and when he reached the far wall, he wished to turn back. But that wall felt different from the others. Hansen kept running his hands over it, and eventually, he realized there was a space next to it. It was a cave. Hansen thought he was adequately protected, with the Marquis armor and the rabbit shoes, so he entered the cave. After entering, Hansen's eyes gleamed brightly. The red mist was gone, and he could see all that resided in the cave. The red mist was like a fire burning behind him. It lit up the cave. The cave did not have any of the mist inside, though. All of Hansen's senses had returned. Hansen looked deeper into the cave, and when he did, something made him quite happy. The giant centipede was inside there. Does the spring reside in this cave? No way. Isha said the spring would have a darker mist. How can there be none at all? Hansen thought. He didn't stop moving, though, and he planned to get rid of the centipede just in case. It looked like that xenogeniac was a very sensitive creature, though. It detected Hansen's presence quickly, and so it turned around and used its jewel-like eyes to look at him. Boom! As this occurred, the jewel-like eyes shone with a green light. The green light was too bright, especially for a cave that was so small. It blinded the entire cave with that channel of light, prompting Hansen to run forward. It's lucky I have this Marquis armor. A light like this looks Viscount level at the lowest, Hansen thought to himself. He drew his ghost teeth knife, and with his ice powers and blood, he cut towards the light. Ghost teeth knife sliced through the green light. The light had a tangible presence, and it filled up the entire area. When it landed on Hansen, he himself turned green. Hansen then realized he could no longer move. It was as if he had been stopped by a strange power. He was stuck in the same position, unable to move. Crap! There is something wrong with that light. Hansen was shocked. He hastily used his power, trying to break through the light that was snaring him. He wanted his freedom back. Hansen fired up Jadeskin, the Bloodpool Sutra, the Dongshan Sutra, and the Story of Genes, but still he was unable to escape the green light. The centipede-like xenogeniac, with its jewel-like eyes focused on Hansen, continued to pound him with green light. Hansen's body could not move, and despite the fact that he still had control over his senses, he couldn't tell what element the green light was. He wasn't in a rush, though. The xenogeniac's power was amazing, but at the end of the day it was only a Viscount. Hansen had Marquis armor on, and that meant he had no reason to be afraid. Plus, he had his Super King spirit body to rely on. All things considered, Hansen was feeling pretty secure. When the centipede approached, Hansen noticed that it was skittering around small orchid-like plants. There were no flowers atop them, but small shapes like gold rats grew from them. No, they weren't rats. After a good look, Hansen noticed it was something quite familiar. The things growing on the plants were very small red mist minks. There were 7 of them, and their eyes all looked so big. They looked very spiritual, but even so, they all vibrated together in fear. Because their tails were grown into the plants, they could not run. They all looked so scared as they stared at the centipede. Now Hansen knew that the centipede had come for the red mist spring. It had come for the minks. What Hansen didn't know was who the creature was going to attack first. The centipede quickly skittered up to Hansen with its blade-like claws. It attacked Hansen, making repeated ding-dong noises. The claws were unable to break Hansen's armor, but they left marks on its surface. That was very impressive for a Viscount-class pair of claws. The Viscount xenogeniac should have found it impossible to damage a Marquis armor. This xenogeniac is a bit creepy. But even so, Hansen still felt safe. It was creepy, yes, but it could not harm him. The centipede wreathed itself around Hansen, trapping him in the grip of its body. Its feet were also like blades, and they kept scrabbling against him. Fortunately, only a few white scratch marks were left on the armor. The attacks still couldn't damage him. The creature did not have a mouth, and its head was very flat. It had 2 long beard strands, too. Aside from the claws and the blade-like legs, there was no other way for it to attack Hansen. Kept slashing Hansen for quite some time, but it was unable to hurt him. The centipede eventually gave up. It climbed over to the plants that were growing minks instead. It circled the minks, but it did not seem to hurt them. But the minks were still frightened. They were shaking in fear. What is it trying to do? Hansen was confused, and so he resumed trying to break through the green light. Jade skin, his mutant blood, and the Story of Genes were all useless. When he cast his Dongshan Sutra, he could sense something from the light. But it was just Baron class and 1 level lower than the green light. He could not get it to break through. Hansen kept using his Dongshan Sutra to battle the green light. He also watched the xenogeniac. He was interested in learning what it was up to. As he fought the green light, Dongshan Sutra's power flowed through him like it always did. But Hansen felt as if the power was changing slightly. He felt as if he was on the precipice of breaking through. Hansen was so happy about this, seeing as he had used the Dongshan Sutra to fight against the green light. He wanted the green light to sharpen the Dongshan Sutra, and perhaps prompt a level up. Right now, the most effective thing about the Dongshan Sutra was the Dongshan aura. Han Sen did not have the power to unleash Dongshan Sutra-fueled skills. If he made it reach Viscount, he could cast attacks with the Dongshan Sutra. Han Sen had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Han Sen kept using his Dongshan Sutra to fight the green light, but it was one level lower. The power was being used up very quickly. Han Sen could only take very minor breaks. Whenever he regained some of his power, he'd get right back into fighting. After 2 hours of this, the cave was shining with red light. Some of the mist had drifted into the cave like a river. The entire cave was full of this red mist now. As Han Sen wondered why the red mist was coming in, he realized that the red mist in the cave had begun reducing. The red mist was flowing as if it was being blown away by a fan. It didn't exit the cave, though. So Han Sen had a peep at where the red mist was going. It was seeping into the plants with the red minks. After half an hour, the red mist had become very thin. It no longer hindered Han Sen's senses. The plants that absorbed the mist were releasing a light, especially the 7 small minks. They looked so shiny, like little treasures. They looked very golden. After the mist was absorbed by the plants, no more mist entered the cave. The shiny look on the plants and the minks began to dull. Han Sen took a closer look, and he noticed that the fur of the minks was much fuller. Their eyes were brighter, too, and their life force had grown stronger. That centipede must be waiting for the minks to grow. I wonder how much longer this might take. Now Han Sen knew just what that xenogeniac wanted. Han Sen kept using the Dongshan Sutra to battle the green light. Every time Han Sen used up all his power in combat with the green light, his powers grew stronger as they recovered. It was a process that delighted him. After a while, the mist entered the cave again. Just like last time, the plants absorbed it. And then the minks grew bigger. The third time the mist was absorbed by the red mist minks themselves. Han Sen's body then moved. He lowered his ghost teeth knife, which he had been holding in the air. Han Sen could not break through the binding of the green light, but the Dongshan Sutra's power was starting to work, and he knew this because he could now move his body a minute amount. The centipede sensed his movement, though. It turned around and shone many of its eyes at Han Senator. It increased the power of the chains it had locked around Han Sen, prohibiting him from moving any more. The xenogeniac had not been able to hurt Han Sen, and he didn't consider it much of a threat. So Han Sen kept using the green light to practice with the Dongshan Sutra. And over time he developed a resistance to the green light. On the 23rd time the mist started pouring into the cave, the plant's light was growing again. They were becoming brighter than the red mist. Amidst that heavy fog, the outlines of the plants were visible, shining brightly. The 7 plants each had a red mist mink growing on them. On a planet of narrow moon, a rebate mother was praying sincerely. God of the rebate, please allow my child to evolve a second time, despite having already generated armor. I will give everything I have for this. The mother's face looked so sad. She was Jade Duke's wife. She had a son with Jade Duke. Both of their genes were exceptional, and their child should have absolutely become a noble. But when her son generated a geno armor a few days ago, he did not evolve a second time. He became a commoner. Even for a duke, it was difficult to gather items to allow a second chance to evolve. Jade Duke didn't have what was required. So, the son's mother prayed to God, hoping for a miracle. They wanted him to evolve a second time so they would not be laughed at. Your sincerity has touched God. I can satisfy your wishes. A god with gold clothing appeared before the lady. It smiled strangely at her. The news of planet Eclipse possessing a red mist spring had spread, and the reports sounded true. But without Knife Queen's permission, no one was allowed to go to planet Eclipse to find that spring. Despite that, the narrow moon factions kept pushing. Moon Will King gathered a few kings together for a meeting in full moon. Knife Queen was present there, too. Knife, does planet Eclipse have a red mist spring? Night River King asked. He had a child that had not evolved a second time as well. Yes, Knife Queen said. Why did you not tell us sooner? We cannot allow Han Sen to lay claim to that treasure. Night River King looked very angry. It wasn't just Night River King feeling this way either. The other kings were all peeved, too. Their children and the people who followed them needed the spring, too. The kings were here to represent all those who needed it. Isha coldly looked at Night River King and said, Han Sen is my student. And don't forget that you were the one to give him planet eclipse, as a slight. Do you think you can just break the narrow moon laws to suit yourself? Night River King coughed and kept going. We cannot break our laws, no. But Han Sen is still a suspicious individual. If we provide him this treasure and then discover he is a spy, we will suffer a grand loss. Don't you all agree? Yes. We shouldn't allow an outsider to receive such a treasure, Flower King said. Aside from Black Moon King, all the other kings shared the same opinion. Knife, we don't know how much is stored in that spring. If it isn't much, then it is fine. If it is a lot, we cannot allow a suspicious outsider to lay claim to it. Why don't we send someone to inspect how much is stored there? Then we can fairly share the contents of the spring. We can save some for Han Senator. Does that suggestion not satisfy all our desires? Moon Will King said. This time, many of the other kings agreed. They weren't greedy about the spring. The pressure was merely coming from their family members and other bad relationships. Han San is my student, and Planet Eclipse is bound to him legally. Isha spoke with an absence of emotion. Knife, why are you being so stubborn? He is just an outsider, and he is suspicious. Night River King looked glum. He went on to say, if you absolutely insist on this stance, then we'll take it to a vote. You know what will happen after that. Isha looked at all of them and said, fine. You want the Red Mist Spring so badly? You can bring 10 members. No one above Viscount is allowed. How much they can claim will depend entirely on them. That is my bottom line on this matter. Okay, deal. Night River King agreed, and the other kings did not have an opinion. After Night River King returned to his planet, he rounded up the 10 best Viscounts he could. He ordered them to collect as much of the Red Mist Spring as they could. Sword, no, you can stay. I wish to talk with you, Night River King said to a Viscount with a bird head and a human body. Yes, my king. Sword No's beady hawk eyes looked right at him when he spoke. Night River King gave Sword No a box and said, you only need half a step to become Earl. This is a spirit orb that I have saved. With this orb, you should be able to become an Earl. Take it to Planet Eclipse and make yourself an Earl there. And of course, try to grab as much of the spring water as you can. Yes, my king. I will not disappoint you. Sword No accepted the spirit orb and looked pleased. He thanked Night River King. With his skill, he only needed a spirit orb to become an Earl. There was no chance of him failing this. This saved him years of practicing. All the factions sent their Viscounts to Planet Eclipse. A big battleship was headed straight for Mirror Lake. Narrow Moon is still not my narrow moon. Inside the palace, Isha watched the monitor with a gloomy look. She looked totally cold. Han Sen was her student, and these people were going to steal and split up his spring. It made her incredibly angry. She had done everything she could to prevent this, but if she had stubbornly forced them to take a vote, the end result would have been far worse. No one would take her corner. Deified. I need to be deified to be the absolute queen of the rebate. Isha closed her eyes. The power inside her rumbled like thunder. It could have swallowed the skies. Even as strong as Isha was, she couldn't do anything right now. She wanted more power. Inside the cave in the Red Mist Valley, the red mist was sucked into a vortex. Then it disappeared. It went into the plants. The 3 little minks were like treasures. Their bodies were glowing so much, it was difficult to look at them directly. The centipede was moving quickly towards the plants. It extended its head, cracked open its mouth, and tried to swallow one of the minks. The glowing mink tried to run away in terror, but its tail was attached to the plant and it could not run. The centipede opened its mouth to eat the little mink. Suddenly stopped, though, and it turned to look behind itself. Tap, tap, tap. Han Sen's body was jerking like a poorly built robot as he slowly approached. The centipede released a weird shriek. And then, the eyes on its back started shooting out more green light. Its body maneuvered into a semicircle as it did this. The green light landed on Hansen like a spotlight. But Hansen's body still moved. He wasn't frozen in place this time. A second later, he was walking forward once again. The centipede let out another strange scream. The green light burst forth from its eyes, shining powerfully across Hansen, doing its best to hold him back. Despite all that green light, however, Hansen was still approaching the centipede. He didn't get stuck in place, and his pace was gradually increasing. As he drew closer, it became apparent that the green light wasn't actually hitting him. There was an invisible barrier around him that kept the green light 3 inches away from him. That barrier and the safety it provided were expanding. It was like an invisible wall, blocking the green light and red mist from reaching him. The centipede shrieked and continued firing rays of green light. They struck the barrier and immediately disappeared. It was useless now, and no matter how much green light the creature fired, nothing could change the tide. Hansen calmly watched the centipede as he walked forward. The barrier grew bigger and bigger until the centipede was inside it. The centipede felt the danger it was in, and so it twirled its body into a tighter defensive ball. The green, gem-like eyes were shining brightly. Inside the invisible barrier, it could still use its powers, but the green light was twisted. The light would flash randomly around the inside of the barrier, but none could strike Hansen. Hansen lifted Ghost Teeth Knife and cut the xenogenic centipede in half. Viscount Xenogenic hunted. Evil Eye Dragon. Xenogenic gene found. Hansen thought that was a bit of a shame. He hadn't gotten a beast soul that wielded that wicked power. But even so, leveling up his Dongshen Sutra through this battle was more than enough. See. The 7 red mist minks squealed. They were shining, their tails disconnected from the plants, setting them free. When the 7 minks matured and fell off the plants, their anchors wilted and disintegrated into dust. The creatures looked incredibly scared, and it was clear that they wished to escape. Hansen used his Dongshen aura to muffle their senses. Under his blinding powers, the 7 red mist minks ran around like headless chickens, unable to discern where the exit might be. Weird. It looks like these guys are really low level. They look barren at best. Hansen found this to be quite strange. After being born in such an important place and absorbing so much red mist, how could they only be barons? Hansen raised his hand, and the 7 of them flew right before Hansenator. They couldn't escape. Hansen grabbed one of them to examine. They had gold hair and bodies that were the size of a fist. Their eyes were big and took up 30% of their faces. Their cheeks were plump balls, and their tails weren't too different from a squirrel's tail. They were big and fluffy things. It is a baron. Weird. Continuing to stifle the senses of the 7 minks with his Dongshen aura, Hansen then walked over to the centipede. He broke its body and took out the emerald eyes. The evil xenogenic's evil eyes looked rather pretty. They were only the size of pigeon eggs, but they gleamed green like one of his grandmother's emeralds. Hansen dug out each of the eyes and readied himself to leave. The 7 minks were eating the body of the centipede. They were too small, and after eating a little, their stomachs were rounded and full. Their claws could barely even touch the ground. Hansen made them fly towards him, to tuck them into his satchel. After leaving the cave, Hansen expanded the effect of his Dongshen aura. And as Hansen walked through the mist, it couldn't penetrate his barrier. It was 10 meters wide by now, and Hansen had no issue with stifled senses. He could see all things clearly. With his Dongshen aura, Hansen could search through the red mist with great ease. He searched the entire area, though, and was unable to find the spring. It looks like I will only be able to find it when the spring actually erupts, Hansen thought to himself as he headed for the valley entrance. He wanted to see if there were any more annoying enemies out there. When he was beyond the valley's exit, he saw Xie King surrounded by xenogenics. He was fighting them like mad. "Brother Qing, what are you doing here?" Hansen walked straight out of the valley and asked him with shock. "The rebate have sent many viscounts here, saying a decision has been made." The spring is to be shared between everyone. Gu Qingcheng reviewed their documents and confirmed their legitimacy. Wang Yuhang is taking them around the mountains. I am here to inform you. Xie Qingking spoke all of this while he was still engaged in combat. How did they learn there is a red mist spring here? Hansen frowned. Only Xie Qingking, Isha, and the others knew about the spring. He trusted Xie Qingking and the others. If Isha, of all people, had told him he should be the one to absorb the spring, then she certainly wouldn't have shared the information with anyone. Stop fighting. Let's take a look at what's going on. Han Sen and Xie Qingking left the area. The greedy Xenogeneics wouldn't want to leave the valley, so they did not get chased. Xie Qingking gave Han Sen a document. After glancing over it, Han Sen said, "This has come from the elders, so it has to be legit." Han Sen knew it was the truth, though. Otherwise, without Isha's permission, the Viscounts would not have come. Where are they now? Han Sen asked. They are yelling at him about needing to be led to the spring. There are too many of them, and Gu Qingcheng is worried they might attack the base if their demands aren't met. She is worried the place will be messed up, and the women and the children could be hurt. So, Wang Yuhang is taking them around and around. Xie Qingking went on to say, "Should we let Wang Yuhang get rid of them? Take them to an area with powerful Xenogeneics, to ensure they won't return. This is an order from the elders. It is a decree that has been signed by 7 kings and Isha herself. If I don't take them to the Red Mist Spring, I will be in trouble. I can't tell Isha that I got them all killed." Han Sun looked over the document, smiled and said, "If they want to come, let them. What is wrong with you? Where are you taking us?" One of the Viscounts looked at Wang Yuhang very angrily. They'd been waylaid by many Xenogeneics on the road, and they had yet to see any hint of the Red Mist Spring. The many injuries they had suffered were taking a toll. Except for Wang Yuhang, of course. He was leading them, and he could run from his enemies extremely quickly. Whenever he saw movement up ahead, he'd take cover in the crowd. He was the only one not to sustain injuries. "Kid, I'm warning you. You better not be playing tricks on us. Even if Han Sen himself was here, he couldn't save you. We can kill you with the greatest of ease." The Tego Viscount shouted angrily at Wang Yuhang, grabbing him by the collar. "You have misunderstood me. Why would I play tricks? You know how dangerous this place is, and there is an abundance of Xenogeneics. We don't have many people in the base, either, so the mountains remain uncleared. I am taking a huge risk, leading you guys to the Red Mist Spring. The fear of death is not lost upon me, either. I have picked the safest route for us to take, and even so, there really are just too many Xenogeneics." Wang Yuhang gave them the look of someone who had been wronged. "Keep going." The Tego Viscount grunted in dissatisfaction and threw Wang Yuhang forward. "Yes, and we have to be careful, because this place is dangerous." Wang Yuhang smiled and got up. He wasn't mad, and he just swept the dust off and kept moving. As they walked, they went across a mountain, at which point Wang Yuhang suddenly started retreating. He also shouted, "Everyone, there is a bunch of Xenogeneics ahead." Before any of them could react, they saw a bunch of Xenogeneics crossing the distance. There were so many of them, it was like a sea of foes. One of them was wielding some sort of barrier, which marked it as an Earl Xenogeneic. The team quickly fell into chaos as the group of Viscounts engaged the Xenogeneics. Wang Yuhang ran to the back of them, saying, "Trying to be bossy to me, huh? Now you are going to die. Not bad, little uncle." Han Sun suddenly appeared next to Wang Yuhang and smiled. "What are you doing here? I told Brother Qing you could stay and absorb the spring while I handle these guys. Later, I was planning on taking them to Marquis Xenogeneics." Wang Yuhang smiled. "Don't kill them. They need to reach the spring. Otherwise, we cannot explain the reasons why they all died. But yes, before they go, we can use them to kill a horde of Xenogeneics for us." Hansen smiled. "By getting them to kill the Xenogeneics, aren't they the ones benefiting?" Wang Yuhang asked. "Of course not. This is Planet Eclipse, and this is all ours. They can kill the Xenogeneics, but the materials left behind are all ours for the taking. It's free labor, man. We should take advantage of it," Hansen said. Wang Yuhang understood and said, "Okay. I'll keep leading them as I have been." The people there were viscounts, and there was just under 100 of them. But there were 300 to 400 xenogeneics, and one of them was an earl. It was difficult to determine who would be victorious. Crap! These guys are so strong. They trapped the earl xenogeneic, Wang Yuhang said with much shock. The people here are the best of the best from Narrow Moon. They are very strong, but the red mist spring has yet to erupt. It would be best if you lead them elsewhere for a bit, and perhaps nab a few more earls. Hansen smiled. No problem. I have a handle on things. Wang Yuhang puffed up and patted his chest. Wear this too. Hansen gave the Marquis's armor to Wang Yuhang. After Hansen brought up his Dongxian Sutra to Viscount, he didn't really need the armor anymore. He only needed his rabbit shoes. Wang Yuhang put on the armor immediately. The Viscounts were fighting hard, and it took them half an hour to slay only half of the crowd. Many of them then turned to focus on killing the Earl. The Earl was very strong, but it could only use physical methods to fight, and it wasn't very smart. It was surrounded by elite Viscounts. It was powerful, but it was killed before long. The Viscounts all sustained their own injuries, too, but none of them were killed. No one was hurt too grievously either. Hansen, you are here. I thought you were going to disobey the orders of the elders. A few of the Viscounts, seeing Hansen there, walked over to him. The Tego Viscount laughed coldly. I am a rebate, too. I wouldn't disobey orders, Hansen said impassively. Good. Then take us there, the Tego Viscount said. Other Viscounts then echoed him. Of course. I will take you there immediately, but before that, I hope you give us back what we own. Hansen smiled. What are you talking about? Since when have we given you what we've earned? The Viscounts sounded angry. This is Planet Eclipse. I own all the resources harvested here. You killed my poor xenogeneics. I'm not asking for money. And there you are, going to steal my xenogeneic materials. Hansen calmly said. Hansen, you must be dreaming. We killed the xenogeneics. If you want xenogeneic materials, you should go and hunt the creatures yourself. One of them growled at Hansen. Well, if you don't give me back these xenogeneic genes, I can't take you to the Red Mist Spring, Hansen said. This is an order from the elders and the kings. Do you dare disobey it? The Tego Viscount shouted. Hansen looked at him expressionlessly and said, Planet Eclipse is mine. That is also a decree issued by the elders and kings. You can disobey these laws, but I cannot. I am sure the kings and the queen will support me on this matter. The Viscounts looked pensive. Hansen's reasoning was solid. And if they failed to take the spring, how would they explain that to their elders upon returning home? The Red Mist Spring is going to erupt any second now. If you'd rather waste time here instead of going there right now, that's your decision, Hansen said. You bastard. M1 Viscount threw the xenogeneic materials he had gathered upon the ground. The Viscounts weren't willing to lose the Red Mist Spring, so they had to swallow their displeasure and drop the xenogeneic materials. The Viscount that took the Earl-class xenogeneic materials hesitated a great deal, but still ultimately had to discard the items. Can we go now? Sword No stared icily at Hansen. Yes, Brother Qing. Send a few people over to collect the materials. Hansen smiled. Sword No and the other Viscounts were angry. They followed Hansen and Wang Yuhang for half the day, and wherever they went, they encountered a great many xenogeneics. And after every fight, the Viscounts were a little more injured. While many xenogeneics were slain, there was no sign of the Red Mist Spring anywhere. In addition, Hansen took all the materials from the xenogeneics they slew. It upset them quite a bit. When they were almost ready to unleash their rage, they saw something flashing red up ahead of them. It was obvious what that place was. The Viscounts then ignored Hansen and took off racing towards that place. Hansen, are they going to be okay? Wang Yuhang asked Hansen. They'll be fine. Go and fetch some more people to collect all these xenogeneic genes. When you've returned to base, stay there and do not come out, Hansen said. Wang Yuhang and Xie King went to fetch others to collect the xenogeneic materials and take them back to base. Then Hansen approached the Red Mist Valley. When he drew close, he saw the Viscounts establishing camp just outside it. They hadn't run into the mist yet. They knew they would not be able to see the spring before it erupted. So there was no point getting lost in the fog yet. Seeing Han Sen draw near the valley, no one paid attention to him. As this happened, a shadow appeared. It came through one of the magnetic storms and landed atop a mountain. Peered down at Red Mist Valley. Night River King, you are so early. Were you worried about your subordinates not being able to collect any of the spring? Right after that, another shadow appeared. That was Black Moon King. Night River King looked at Black Moon King and said, "You didn't send anyone here? So why have you come? Can't I have the pleasure of watching?" Black Moon King smiled. Humph. Night River King hummed and did not say anything. From every direction across Planet Eclipse, many shadows descended. They were landing in various spots, but they all had their attention fixed on Red Mist Valley. Planet Eclipse's magnetic storms were strong, so it would be impossible to observe the valley from off-planet. So, the kings had to come in person if they wanted to watch. Most springs would release a dozen drops of spring water. Springs had been known to release over 100, but such an occurrence was very rare. They'd be quite lucky if the spring spawned a few dozen drops. Han Sen was resting just outside Red Mist Valley, waiting for it to erupt. He felt the little red mist minks moving around quite a bit in his pack. He took one out and put it in the palm of his hand. Perhaps it was because Han Sen had been carrying them for a while, but they seemed to have realized that Han Sen was not planning on eating them. The mink did not look afraid. It used its claws to point into the Red Mist Valley. "You want to go in there?" Han Sen asked the mink with surprise. The little mink nodded. It sat down like a squirrel, continuing to point into the valley with a look of gleeful energy. Then, Han Sen looked at the mink and asked, "Why do you want to go in? Do you know where the spring is?" The little mink looked at Han Sen with confusion, unsure of what he was asking. "It's quite smart, but it has just been born. It doesn't understand what I'm saying." Han Sen frowned. The little mink, seeing Han Sen not move into the valley, continued pointing into the mist with its claws. It was trying to hurry Han Sen into going in there. Han Sen brought out the other 6 little minks. They were all behaving the same way, and they really wanted to go in. Han Sen put them inside his pocket and did as he was instructed. He walked into the valley. The Viscounts were watching Han Sen as he went. Sword no, Han Sen went into the valley. "Do you think we should follow him?" One of the Viscounts informed Sword no, bowing gracefully. After Sword no arrived on Planet Eclipse, he used the spirit orb to make himself an earl. He hadn't broken the law, though. He was a Viscount when he arrived on the planet, so he was merely being tricky. Sword no laughed darkly and said, "No, the red mist is still here, so the spring won't yet erupt. It is pointless for him to go inside. There are many Xenogeneics around, too. I think he is going inside for something else." In another tent, Dulicia said, "Sister, Han Sen went into the valley. Do you think we should follow him? The red mist is still there, so there's no point. Keep waiting." Rebecca saw the Xenogeneics approach Han Sen, and continued by saying, "He is just a baron. Even with Ghost Teeth Knife, it'll be difficult for him." The other people felt like this too. They were all in their tents, and no one was willing to stop Han Sen or follow him. Night River King, however, frowned and thought to himself, "What is he doing?" Han Sen's performances had never failed to surprise him, and Night River King was no longer willing to take Han Sen's behavior for granted. The few kings watching the valley had all seen Han Sen enter it, too. None of them had a clue what he might be hoping to accomplish. They thought the mist would disperse in about 3 hours. Anyway, by going in now, you wouldn't be able to see the spring. Quickly, Han Sen approached the group of Xenogeneics surrounding the mist. He moved his body swiftly and nimbly, needling his way past them all. He was too fast for the Xenogeneics to respond properly. Han Sen even stepped atop a Xenogeneic. Within a few seconds, he was inside the valley. All before the Xenogeneics could make a move. "I forgot he had those shoes." Rebecca frowned. "What are those shoes, anyway?" How can they give him such a grand speed boost? I worry that they might be Marquis class or something, Duleisha asked, with much shock. It wasn't just Duleisha feeling this way either. The Viscounts outside the valley were all mulling over the origin of those shoes. But the Viscounts did not freak out just yet. They were still going to wait for the mist to disappear. After Han Sen went into the valley, he pulled out one little mink. The little mink rapidly ran through the valley. No way this little guy knows where to find the spring, Han Sen thought, as he followed the mink through the valley. Because the red mist was strange, the kings who were watching could only detect vague movement within the mist. They could not see what Han Sen was doing, though, and so they frowned. Han Sen followed the mink deep into the valley. The deeper they went, the more excited the minks became. They went back to the cave where they were born. Is the spring inside this cave? Han Sen was confused, as he didn't think this was quite right. The place wasn't as Isha had described. Without the plants, the red mist had smothered the entire cave. Fortunately, Han Sen had his Dongxian aura to help him see things clearly. After they entered the cave, the minks returned to where they were born. Then, they started digging with their little paws. They wanted to burrow through the stone. The little minks had just been born, however, and they were only barren class. They were still very weak, so they could only leave small scratches across the rock. Han Sen commanded them to fly back inside his pocket. Then, he pulled out his ghost teeth knife and activated his jadeskin light. Then, he got to digging the ground in their stead. All 7 of the minks popped their heads out of his pocket. Their fluffy heads all lined up to watch Han Sen dig through the stone. Han Sen, after a little while of digging, had created a pit that was 2 meters deep. Suddenly, there was a dong noise. He wasn't sure what the knife had hit, but it sounded like it had struck metal. And furthermore, whatever it was did not sound broken. Han Sen examined the bottom of the pit and saw something of a gray and white color. Han Sen dug up the stones around it, and he realized it was a bone. Only 1 inch of the bone was showing, but it was obviously much larger than that. What the bone might have belonged to, he wasn't sure. So Han Sen swung his ghost teeth knife and resumed digging. When he unearthed not one but multiple bones, he was given a shock. It appeared to be a complete skeleton that was more than 4 meters long. It was that of a creature with 4 legs. It looked like the skeleton of a red mist mink. It was dead, of course. And there it was, with only the bones remaining. The ghost teeth knife was incapable of breaking the bones, and only faint marks were left on them. You could tell that its level must have been quite high before its passing. Han Sen examined the bones for quite a long, but he found no source of xenogeneic genes. This was surprising. Weird. Did someone kill this xenogeneic and take its xenogeneic materials? Han Sen thought that was incorrect, though. If it had been killed, why would the bones show 0 signs of damage? Han Sen did not know what to do, so he allowed the 7 little minks to hop out of his pocket. Han Sen thought their purpose here was to check out these bones. But when they entered the pit Han Sen had dug, they went into a specific corner and kept on digging. Han Sen was not a patient fellow, and he had no interest in waiting for them to complete the task of digging. So, with ghost teeth knife, he took over the spot they were digging. He dug out 2 feet of stone before he came across something else. A red mist started to ascend from it. Before Han Sen could see what it was, the 7 little minks jumped inside. They all ran into the red mist and disappeared. Han Sen looked closer, and there, he noticed an orb that was around the size of a grapefruit. It looked very clear, as if it had been made of crystal. But the red mist there made Han Sen believe it wasn't real. And now the minks had vanished. Han Sen dug out the orb and took a look. He was given another shock. Inside the orb, amidst the mist, there was a red palace. It looked like a suitable habitation for a god. For some reason, the 7 minks had gone inside the crystal orb. They appeared before the red palace, and then resumed trying to scratch their way in. They were trying to dig into the palace. There were no gaps in the walls, though. They were too weak, and they could not push open the doors to the place. Han Sen looked at the nameplate of the palace. There were 3 words on it, but Han Sen could not read them. They weren't of a language belonging to the humans or the crystallizers, and neither were they from a language that existed in the Geno universe. How did they get inside there? Han Sen was playing with the crystal orb, trying to activate it. Nothing he did seemed to work. If this was a treasure of some kind, it might require a very special element to activate it. If those 7 little minks could enter the orb, that must mean that their power is the same as the orb's power. I can cast powers with my Dongxian aura. Perhaps I can simulate the life force of the little mink and get it to work, Han Sen thought. Han Sen was wondering how to get the 7 minks out first, though. It was then that he realized the mist inside the cave was starting to fade. The spring was on the precipice of erupting. Han Sen quit his stalling, put the crystal orb in his pocket, and ran out of the cave. The valley's mist was starting to fade. Something was sucking it all away. Han Sen followed the subsiding flow of the red mist until he reached a place where the red mist was going into the ground. There was a big hole there now, and the red mist was drifting down into it. The mist around him was getting thinner and thinner, and it was then that Han Sen heard the sound of fighting. It must have been the Viscounts, rushing into the valley. Nothing was coming out of the spring, though, so Han Sen stood there as if he was guarding it. He waited for a flow to begin. Not long after, Sword No made it deep into the valley. The red mist in the valley was almost all gone, and that was when he saw Han Senator. He coldly laughed. Han Sen, it is useless. Even if you did come early, you still have to wait for the spring. Many Viscounts were approaching behind Sword No. Many Xenogeneics were on their way as well. They were all fighting hard. Han Sen couldn't be bothered to talk to him, so he just sat down to wait. Sword No was next to the eye of the spring. He found a decent spot and he got to killing the Xenogeneics around him. Whenever the Xenogeneics came within 10 meters, he'd kill them quick. Earl. Han Sen frowned. Sword No had not used spirit power, but his swordlight power was better than that of a Viscount. Han Sen reviewed the documents and read that only Viscounts could come. Why are you here if you are an Earl? Han Sen shouted over to Sword No. Sword No hummed and said, I was a Viscount when I came. Am I not allowed to level up? After that, Sword No looked at the other Viscounts sent by the other kings. Then he coldly laughed. I'm not the only one who became an Earl here. Han Sen looked around. He saw a few Viscounts that were stronger than what Viscounts should have been capable of. He also saw Moon Will King's daughter Rebecca. You guys have really worked hard for this, Han Sen coldly said. Stay away from me, in case I hurt you by mistake. You know I have only just leveled up to Earl, so I can't really control my newfound powers all that well, Sword No said threateningly. Han Sen quietly drew out his ghost teeth knife. He stood near the spring and waited for it to erupt. Sword No frowned, but he didn't attack Han Senator. He knew the kings were watching him. If they fought Han Sen now, Isha wouldn't be very forgiving. Don't think Knife Queen's protection grants you the ability to do anything you want. When the spring erupts, you better not stop me. I will fight you for it, Sword No said grimly. Han Sen continued to ignore him, and he just focused his attention on the spring's eye. Sword No, seeing Han Sen being so arrogant, was enraged. He was an Earl and Han Sen was just a Baron. That made him very upset. He wished to say something, but someone came closer to the spring's eye. It was Moon Will King's eldest daughter, Rebecca. The person directly behind Rebecca was the Viscount of the Tego. He had also become an Earl now. The change happened after he fought the Xenogeneics. Not long after, 7 or 8 Earls arrived. They had all just become Earls as well. They didn't make it obvious like Sword No had by making themselves Earls as soon as they arrived. But they knew what they were each trying to do, and so no one raised a fuss to blame one another. The people that the kings had sent were the Earls that needed to take the spring water. The Viscounts did not come. They took a path through the mountains to prohibit the Xenogeneics from coming in. They were killing all that dared to try. Suddenly, near the spring's eye, the red mist vanished, revealing a black tunnel. It was only around the size of a man's fist, and it was difficult to determine how deep it went. After the mist faded, a red light shot out of the cave. It fired straight up into the sky like a red beam. The beam was around an arm's thickness. It rose into the sky, but it did not spread out. It looked rather weird. The viscounts and the earls knew the red mist spring was now erupting. The earls quickly positioned themselves so they could steal the water. "Get away!" The Tego Earl came at Han Sen, holding a big knife. The spring I was too small, and the surrounding area was fairly limited. 7 to 8 people were already there. Han Sen had taken the best spot, and the Tego wanted to push him away. Han Sen stared at the man, because he was not going to budge for anyone. The Tego Earl's eyes looked cold. He swung his ghost head knife at Han Senator. The black knife looked like the gaping maw of a tiger, ready to swallow him up. Rebecca and the others were shocked. They weren't expecting Tego to go all in. He really wanted to kill Han Sen. Genuine fights often made the avoidance of death a difficulty, but Han Sen was Knife Queen's student. Even if Rebecca was the one who wanted to kill him, she'd have to think twice about doing such a thing. It was rare for the Tego to do something like this so recklessly, but the Tego Earl had been sent here by Shadow King. The others now thought that this might have made sense. Shadow King was a very cruel individual. He controlled the Rebate's Dark Moon Hall, and often committed to acts that destroyed families. He wasn't like any of the other kings. His men were fearless, unlike ordinary nobles. Han Sen merely moved his legs and evaded the Tego Earl's attack. He quickly leaped above the Tego's head. Good. The Tego had expected Han Sen to move away with that speed. His left hand punched upwards, though with a lion's roar to accelerate it. It was something that was even scarier than the blade he wielded. Now everyone realized his proficiency actually lay in fist skills and not knives. The attack was just to trick Han Sen. Scary guy. He must be a part of Dark Moon Hall, Rebecca thought to herself. Han Sen is either going to die or be heavily injured. Sword No and the others guessed. Han Sen was fast, but the Tego Earl could anticipate and match his speed. They were so close to each other, and the latter was a far stronger fighter. If he wasn't going to be merciful, Han Sen was a dead man. Seeing the Tego's facial expression, though, it seemed unlikely that he'd be handing out mercy. As the fist-like tiger come up to Han Sen accelerated. In the air, he flew around like a hawk and avoided the Tego Earl's fist attack. Then, he used his ghost teeth knife to slash the felon's neck. The Tego Earl's neck had a small slice. It wasn't a deep cut, but it was bleeding. And what's more, it emitted a purple mist. What are those shoes Han Sen has? They're so fast. That speed is equal to the best even a marquise can achieve. Rebecca and the other earls were all in shock. They looked at Han Sen's rabbit shoes with ravenous greed. The Tego Earl had been struck with teeth power. The wound was small, though, and he was an earl, so the power spread slowly. It'd be a little while before much damage was inflicted. The Tego Earl roared with anger, and he wished to strike Han Sen again. But then the spring eye flashed red. A red ball shot into the sky. It was so fast, not even Han Sen could react to it in time. But as it went higher, it slowed down. When it reached 100 meters in the sky, the red ball exploded. It was like a firework, and the spring water came out with it. There was a scatter of 7 to 8 drops. The Tego Earl did not have time to fight Han Senator Rebecca, and the others were rushing up into the sky to collect the red water drops. But after rising a mere dozen meters, something suddenly flashed and sent them back down. They couldn't even eat dust. Rebecca and the others were shocked. Han Sen was far too fast, and he was going to take 2 to 4 drops of the spring water. They had clearly underestimated Han Sen's speed. Han Sen was flying like a phoenix with the speed of shooting shadow. He managed to take every single water drop, and not leave a single one for the others. Everyone was so mad. They wished to fight Han Senator, but then another orb came shooting into the sky. Everyone was shocked, and they all tried to get the spring water that would be inside the second ball. Before they could do anything, Han Sen had already flown over towards the ball of light and grabbed it before it could explode. The red thing looked like a glob of jelly in Han Sen's hand. Without a single mode of hesitation, Han Sen shoved it into his mouth and swallowed it. Rebecca and the other earls were infuriated. But another red orb was coming. That is the 3rd drop of spring water. So there must be much to earn here. Rebecca and the other earls wished to grab the coming ball. But the same thing happened again with Hansen moving too quickly. Before the ball of light could even explode, Hansen had grabbed it and gobbled it down. The red, jelly-like liquid surged with power inside Hansen's belly, and such overbearing strength felt as if it could tear Hansen apart. So Hansen quickly used his yin-yang change. He turned that power into energy he could use, and then he let the story of genes absorb it. Transforming that energy was difficult. The spring water's incredible power was swelling inside his veins, and it coursed throughout his entire body with a ceaseless cycle. Every time it did, a certain amount of it would be converted into energy that was suitable for Hansen. As this occurred, Hansen's blood vessels endured stress that was akin to being repeatedly cut by knives. It was very painful. Hansen kept quiet as he suffered the pain of this exchange, though. He looked at the spring's eye, and he hoped to see more spring water coming out. The spring water had been surprisingly quick in the beginning, and it was now coming at the speed of light. No one could react when the water first appeared, but whenever the water drops finally began to slow down, Hansen was still the first to react. Hansen was far faster than the Earls, and they had no hope of competing against him. Pang! Another red flash came out of the spring's eye. Another red orb of spring water shot skyward out. Rebecca shouted, "You guys go and stop Hansen. I will take the spring water and then split it up. Otherwise, with Hansen's speed, he'll keep us from getting anything." Those that had been chosen to come to the spring were not stupid. The other elites were Earls, and it was why they had been selected by the kings. After hearing Rebecca, the Earls immediately moved to prevent Hansen from obtaining any more of the water. Suddenly, a great deal of scary power turned to target Hansen. The Earls summoned their strength, and although they did not expect to kill Hansen outright, they at least thought they could stall him for a time. In the meantime, Rebecca sprinted after the red ball. If another Earl had volunteered to go after the red ball, the others might not be so trusting. But Rebecca was Moon Will King's eldest daughter. She wouldn't break her promise to share the spring water, as that would cost not only her own reputation but her father's as well. Suddenly, dragons roared. Scary lights, smokes, and shadows were pursuing Hansen. Hansen's movement changed again, as if he was dancing. His body accelerated and flickered right past the attacks of the Earls. As he passed Rebecca, he snagged the drop of spring water that had almost been within Rebecca's grasp. His speed is like that of a duke. Rebecca and the other Earls were flabbergasted, in addition to being furious. He was just a baron, and even so, he had those scary shoes that granted him such unbelievable speed. Against it, the Earls did not stand a chance. It made them incredibly angry. It was worse to know that as soon as Hansen grabbed a droplet of water, he would swallow it whole without leaving behind even a single scrap. Even more confusing was the fact that when Hansen swallowed the spring water, his body should have been impacted by the overwhelming power. It should have been ravaging his insides and making him feel like he was dying. Yet Hansen had swallowed so many without showing any reaction. He wasn't exhibiting any emotion, so it was like he wasn't enduring any pain. Ordinary people, after swallowing one droplet, could become barons. A baron that swallowed a dozen could become a viscount. Hansen had swallowed 4 or 5 of the red orbs. Each of those contained 7 or 8 drops. He must have consumed at least 30 of the drops by now, and yet nothing seemed to have changed. They had no clue what was going on inside Hansen's body, though. Secretly, it really did feel as if he was getting cut up. But Hansen had endured a lot of pain over the years, and he could handle and hide it far better than most people could. That was how he could refine the spring water and still fight Rebecca. Rebecca and the others could not detect this, but the kings could. Knife Queen has a brilliant eye. He can endure so much pain, and yet he remains so calm. He hasn't made a single mistake. "I don't think I could have performed so well when I was in my youth," Black Moon King said in admiration. Night River King, on the other hand, looked awful. He said, "So? There have been 4 or 5 of the red mist orbs. He must have claimed around 30 drops without leveling up. With that talent, do you honestly believe he can become a king? Who knows? It is hard to tell." Black Moon King smiled. Flower King and Moon Will King were watching the happenings of the valley, too. Flower King frowned. This red mist spring offers a lot. It might even erupt a few more times. Hansen's shoes are too weird. They give him the speed of a duke. Rebecca and the others aren't able to collect any of the spring water. Moon Will King smiled and said, "Maybe not." Flower King looked at Moon Will King with shock. Moon Will King didn't elaborate, but Flower King could guess what he was hinting at. Pang! Another red orb came out of the spring water. Hansen fired his power to get over towards it. 7 or 8 earls roared together and unleashed their powers. But they still couldn't match Hansen's speed. He moved directly in front of the orb. Rebecca wore a complex expression. She was holding a spell card that was in the shape of a turtle. Light glowed from the symbols on the card. It looked as if she didn't want to use it, but she gritted her teeth and threw it at Hansen. It traveled through the air and landed on Han. Senator Hansen couldn't dodge, and the spell card attached itself to his body. When the turtle spell card landed on Hansen, he felt his body become heavy. He began to slow down, and gravity dragged so heavily on his body that he almost fell from the sky. Hansen's blood was boiling, so he reached out a hand and grabbed the red mist glob before he fell. The jade turtle spell? You already had a plan for slowing Hansen down? Flower King asked, looking at the spell that had been cast on Hansen. Moon Will King said coldly, "The speed of those shoes may not mean much to us, and they wouldn't work if there were dukes on the field. Against lower-level opponents, however, they make the boy undefeatable. So, I had a plan to mitigate that." Flower King was shocked, and he said, "The jade turtle spell comes from the remains of a deified turtle. There are only 1365 of them in existence. They can only be used once to suppress creatures and slow them down. Not even kings can withstand them. After all these years, very few remain. It is a waste to use one on a baron." Moon Will King looked tired, and he said, "That is why Rebecca did not use it at first. She did not expect this spring could provide so much. But since the spring was so abundant, and the shoes were proving too much of a challenge, she had no choice but to use the spell. She made a good decision. From how the spring has performed thus far, I'm guessing that it will erupt another 3 or 4 times. It was worth using it. If we failed to bring back a single droplet, I doubt our wives would soon forgive us." Flower King and Moon Will King both looked at each other. Hansen's body was near the spring's eye now. His legs felt as if they were made of lead. He used all the power he could to fuel his rabbit shoes, but he was still as slow as he would have been if he wasn't wearing the shoes at all. Hansen wished to detach the spell card, but it stuck to him tightly. It was like it was magnetized to him and he couldn't remove it. In addition to his decreased speed, his jumping and flying abilities were restricted. But those aside, Hansen could still use his power. Seeing Hansen get hit by the turtle spell and fall next to the spring eye, Sword No and the others were delighted. The Tego Earl ran forward with his tiger fist to strike Hansen. When Hansen had been able to use his rabbit shoes to full effect, he had not been afraid of the attack. But now that he was so slow, he could not dodge the fist and its hammering light. Hansen was next to the spring's eye, yes, but he was not worried. Hansen summoned something from his sea of soul. A red mist suddenly wrapped up his right hand. It was like a glove made of silk. This glove was obtained from the red mist mink that Hansen had killed before. It was a glove beast soul that increased the speed and power of Hansen's hand. Perhaps it was because he had yet to match the Earl class of the item itself, but it only wrapped up one hand. But to Hansen that would be enough. The nobles he contended with were Earls at best, and what's more, they had only just become Earls. They'd only be slightly stronger than the glove at best, and it was likely they were weaker. Hansen donned the glove and clutched his ghost teeth knife. Seeing the incoming strike headed for him, he did not try to evade it. Instead, he threw his own attack directly towards it. Because spell was not a viscount yet, Hansen could not use Jade Skin, Mutant Blood, nor the Dongshin Sutra. He could only use the story of genes to fight the Tego Earl. Everyone there, seeing Hansen fighting the Tego Earl, frowned. There was no way a baron could hope to defeat the Tego Earl. Han Sen was not wearing his Marquis armor either. He could be killed with a single punch. The Tego Earl saw Han Sen slashing towards his fist, and he looked cold. He increased his speed, hoping to finish Han Sen for good. A black tiger punch of light came roaring towards Han Senator. It was probably going to turn him into dust. Ghost Teeth Knife's blade was purple-black. Without any god light or godly presence, the attack that came forward to meet with the fist looked ordinary. Catcha! That scary attack looked incredible in the eyes of others, but it was cut open by the Ghost Teeth Knife. From top to bottom it was sliced in two. Ghost Teeth Knife and the Tego's fist came against each other, and a dong noise sounded. Han Sen stood where he was, unmoving. The Tego, on the other hand, went stumbling back for steps. The fist had an obvious knife mark, and blood leaked between the Earl's fingers. Impossible! The Tego Earl was shocked. The other Earls were stunned, too. That glove! There is something amiss with his glove. It is a powerful treasure that increases his strength and speed. Rebecca was the heir of a half-deity. She knew far more than an ordinary Earl, and she could immediately identify the problem. Pang! Before anyone's days had been broken, the spring's eye unleashed another red light. More spring water was up for grabs. His movement speed is being suppressed by the Jade Turtle spell. He cannot steal any more from us, so ignore him, an Earl shouted. But Rebecca and the other Earls had already realized this. Silently, they rushed after the spring water. Rebecca and the others could tell that Han Sen's hand speed and power had increased, but he was still slow to move. He could not fly or pose a significant threat in battle for them. But this belief made the Earl that made the call too comfortable. It's what prompted his shout. The others were moving already. A red light shot out of the spring's eye, as quick as lightning. Rebecca and the others were prepared to steal the water this time. But just as the light came firing out, a hand snatched it a mere 2 meters above the ground. Then, many more red balls came out from the red mist spring's red beam. Everyone was shocked as they stared at Han Sen's hand. He was standing near the spring's eye, and they stared at him in a daze. The spring water was random. When a droplet rose from the spring, it was initially moving at the speed of light. Not even a Marquis could capture one of those droplets at the moment it spawned. But Han Sen had managed to grab it with his bare hands. That was shocking. Coincidence? Rebecca wondered, not able to believe what she was seeing. It's not a coincidence, Night River King said, as his eyes froze on Han Sen. Moon Will King and the others had realized this too. It wasn't by chance, and it shocked them all. We cannot let him stay near the red mist spring. Sword No was furious now. He slashed towards Han Senator. The Tego came at Han Sen from the other side. Sword No's swordlight became a star in the sky. It descended like a meteor shower, drenching Han Sen's entire body in the starry swordlight. From the other side, the Tego Earl was like a tiger. His punch leaped forward like a beast, with Han Sen as its prey. Han Sen was under fire from both sides. He couldn't speed up, and neither could he hope to evade. He didn't want to leave the spring's eye either. With his immobility, he had to stop the spring water the moment it appeared. If the droplets made it past him, he wouldn't stand any chance of retrieving them. But there was a chance that the red beam was harmful, so he couldn't stand directly over the spout. Even if he could, he knew Sword No and the others wouldn't let him stay there. Rebecca and the other Earls did not fight alongside Sword No and Tego Earl. They believed Han Sen's power might have been the equivalent of an Earl, but his skill most certainly wasn't. Furthermore, his movement had been restricted until he was slower than a Baron. He'd be lucky not to get killed by those 2 Earls. Han Sen wasn't disheartened by those odds, though. He put the spring water into his mouth, while his other hand wielded Ghost Teeth Knife. He spun it in a circle. Sword No's starry swordlight impacted the twirling knife and vanished into the blurring circle. On the other side, the Tego Earl's fist was falling towards Han Senator. Han Sen moved his hand and pulled the knife circle closer. The starry swordlight emerged from the knife circle, prepped to strike the fist. Boom! The swordlight and the fistlight shattered, creating a large shockwave. Sword No and the Tego stumbled back. Han Sen, on the other hand, was unharmed. He remained standing exactly where he had been. Everyone was frozen. No one had expected this result. Empty mouth, white teeth. That is the hardest technique of teeth knife. Can exchange black and white, yin and yang. Even the few dukes that have practiced teeth knife would not dare risk using this. No one dares to use it because success is not guaranteed. Han Sen has just used it though, and he did succeed. Rebecca stared at the scene in disbelief. Rebecca wasn't the only one thinking this way either. Flower King and Moon Will King were in just as much shock. Empty mouth, white teeth was not difficult to practice, but it was extremely difficult to use in combat. The user had to have true understanding of their own power and their enemy's power as well. They had to know a lot too. If they didn't, they'd only end up bringing harm upon themselves. Out of all the rebate, the only one who could use this ability in combat was Knife Queen. A few of the dukes that had practiced teeth knife had given it a try in the past, but they all failed. And since a miss in combat could result in death, few others were keen on trying it. Amidst everyone's shock, the spring's eye gleamed with another red light. Another orb of spring water was shooting out. Han Sen reached out his hand and grabbed the droplet. It was really pleasing to see him do this, like watching someone catch a fly with chopsticks. I have to get him away from the spring's eye. Rebecca turned into a light, and she shot towards Han Sen. Sword No and the Tego Earl were running towards Han Sen too. They wanted to get him away from the spring. They'd kill him if they had to. Dulicia and the other Viscounts were still dealing with the Xenogeneics. Dulicia was still a little weak, though, and Moon Will King had not permitted her to become an earl there. So, she did not go to the red mist spring's eye. Still, she was able to keep an eye on the situation unfolding there. Han Sen had taken all the spring water alone, and he had managed to do it while beating back the Tego Earl and Sword No. Needless to say, she was surprised. But when Rebecca decided to join the two attacking Han Sen, what happened next made Dulicia believe she was dreaming. The purple-black ghost teeth knife moved in the same way Han Sen did. It was difficult to predict. He was fighting back the Earls, and despite Rebecca joining in to help, they could still not remove him from the spring's eye. The scariest thing about all this was that when Han Sen and Rebecca were fighting, Han Sen wasn't looking at the spring's eye. But when a red orb flew out, Han Sen would lean in and grab it really quick. He was faster than lightning, and in a flash he'd have put it in his mouth. Not only Dulicia was shocked by this. Rebecca, the other earls, and all the kings that were observing the events were in shock. Han Sen's teeth knife was like a raging beast. His skills were very serious, and he looked like a champion. The teeth knife skill was helping Han Sen a lot right now. He was surrounded, but even so, he never slipped up once. He wasn't even rushed or panicked, and his performance was flawless. Despite the difficulty of performing empty mouth, white teeth in combat, Han Sen used it 20 times without fail. Now they knew that Han Sen was really like Knife Queen. He could use the ability in combat to a degree that exceeded the chance of being a lucky fluke. Boom! As the observers watched the fight, Han Sen and his knife seemed to merge. Han Sen was Han Sen and Ghost Teeth Knife was Ghost Teeth Knife, but now they were combined. They were one, like an evil-looking beast with a grin. It gave people the willies. Teeth Knife Knife Mind. Suddenly, Night River King let out a scream. Yes, it was a Teeth Knife Knife Mind, the purest example of one, actually. And it was coming from a baron. Moon Will King and the others were speechless. Even with their years of experience, they had no idea how Han Sen could practice Teeth Knife Knife Mind in such a small amount of time. But this was the rebate's teeth knife. It was something most rebate could not practice. Han Sen was just an outsider, and he had learned it all within a month. Moon Will King and the rest wouldn't have believed it if they weren't there to see it themselves. Is he a knife skill genius? The kings looked at him with complicated expressions. Rebecca was shocked too. The scariest thing was that Han Sen's knife mind was gradually increasing. Han Sen lifted his knife. There was no shiny knife light, no spiritual glow, but the knife mind was so scary. It felt like a beast that had come to swallow the sky. It could not be avoided, and even space above would find itself fractured. Although it was a wrong feeling, It shocked everyone with awe. It was a feeling they couldn't escape. Catcha! Han Sen slashed towards the Tego Earl. He cut through his foe's armor and drew a deep cut across his chest. His teeth power was buffed by his knife mind, and a purple mist began to envelop the wound, tearing it wider. Sword Nose meteor-like swordlight and another Earl spear came striking at the same time. Han Sen did not move, though. His ghost teeth knife began whirling up another spiral. He caught the swordlight inside the circle, and then he threw it towards Rebecca to slow her down. At the same time, Han Sen's left hand grabbed the red mist spring water. He put it in his mouth and swallowed it. All these actions were performed in one uninterrupted sequence. It looked simple and smooth. So many Earls were attacking Han Sen. But he made it look like he was shooing off a bunch of kids. What the hell? Flower King's eyes were open wide as he stared at Han Sen. Han Sen didn't just generate a normal teeth knife mind. His knife mind was growing quickly, becoming something greater than usual. Even Flower King, who had lived for 1,000 years, had not seen anything like this before. Moon King and Night River King looked at Han Sen, but remained speechless. 3 months of a major gambit had been reduced to a joke. Han Sen had only taken 1.5 months to develop a terrifying knife mind. The most talented dukes had taken several years to make a remotely similar amount of progress. Isha's eyes looked bright as she watched. What she was thinking, though, you could not tell. Catcha! Han Sen cut Sword Nose's arm off as he grabbed another glob of spring water and shoved it into his mouth. Everything was so seamless. If Sword No and the others weren't the ones being subjected to this treatment, they'd undoubtedly have praised the marvelous performance. All they could feel now, though, was shock. It was unbelievable for a baron to use sword skills like that, even if he was being slightly buffed by the treasures he used. Han Sen kept on fighting, swallowing the orbs of spring water as he went. He had consumed at least 10 of them, and he used yin-yang change to convert them into power. His energy and spell armor began to turn red and give off a strange mist. He looked so very weird. Rebecca and the others did not want to retreat in such a state. They used all the power they could muster to fight Han Sen. But it meant naught. They still couldn't keep up, and they hadn't been able to claim a single drop of water for themselves. Han Sen had taken them all. The storage capacity of that particular red mist spring was beyond anyone's wildest expectations. It was still releasing spring water. So what? Even if he does have tremendous skill, he has swallowed at least 100 red mist spring water drops. Even if he was a bug, he should have been able to become a Viscount a few times over by now. But he hasn't yet leveled up. How does he expect to level up? I don't even think this guy will even be able to become a duke, Night River King said, as he coldly looked upon Han Sen. Black Moon King sighed. He greatly favored Han Sen, but what Night River King said was true. Even a minuscule insect should have become a Viscount by now, but Han Sen had not. His ascendance required far too many resources. If it was that difficult for him to become a Viscount, it would be even harder for him to level up and hit loftier tiers. Even if Isha was willing to keep growing him, the chances of Han Sen ever becoming a king were super low. It is a shame to have such talent and yet be shackled with a geno art and body such as that. Moon King sighed. He felt very sorry for the lad. Flower King looked at Han Sen with admiration. He sighed and said, "It does not matter how good his skills are. If he cannot attain a higher level, it is all for naught. 13 spring water drops could create 10 Viscounts. And yet, he has not leveled up. I don't think he will ever be a king." The red mist inside Han Sen's body was getting thicker and thicker, and it was as if it was getting hacked at by blades. But his spell armor remained quiet, and it wasn't releasing any energy at all. Han Sen kept fighting and drinking all the water he could grab. The spring continued to erupt and supply him with drops. Everyone thought each glob of water would be the last, but their expectations were shattered by the emergence of another, each and every time. When Han Sen had swallowed 17 or 18 globs, the springs began throwing out even more water. How many xenogeneics were killed here in ancient times to produce such a large quantity of water beneath the surface? Black Moon King said in wonder. Night River King's eyebrows kept on twitching. Han Sen had swallowed so much spring water, and he found himself having difficulty holding back. He had thought the spring water would have emptied by now, so he had held himself back each time. But every time he thought of that, more water came out. Right now, the 20th glob of spring water was emerging. Night River King was now full of regret. He regretted not making a move of his own any sooner. He could have grabbed at least 10 water drops. Now, all of the spring water was inside Han Sen's belly, and he could not even produce a fart. It was a waste of a rare material. When the spring erupted again, Night River King finally couldn't keep himself restrained. He did not care if there was any more spring water coming or not. He was going to make a move. If he didn't, he believed his heart would be buried by dust, and that would affect his training. Moonwell King and the others were shocked. If a red mist spring produced 100 water drops, it was considered very large. This spring had produced almost 200, and it was still going. The scariest thing was that Han Sen had swallowed so much of that water, and yet he had not become a Viscount. Sword Nose's eyebrows jumped, as if he had just heard something. His face changed, but he decided to spit out some blood and jump towards Han Sen like a bloody arrow. Han Sen slashed towards the blood arrow and cut it open. But inside the blood arrow was a red bug which continued flying towards Han Senator. It was so small and so fast that it hit Han Sen's forehead, even with his spell helmet on. As this occurred, the spring's eye was shining bright. A red light came out of the red spring, but this time it was not water. It was a red soul. The red mist soul. All the kings screamed. But before they could do anything, Han Sen grabbed the soul and swallowed it. Han Sen kept fighting and consuming the spring water he could get. His mind was thinking about the little bug on his forehead, so he wasn't paying attention to anything else. Han Sen thought what he had taken was just a larger water drop. It sure tasted like ordinary spring water, but after swallowing it, he acknowledged that something might have been wrong. It was as if he swallowed a vat of lava, and his entire body flared up with pain. He was burning on the inside with a sensation that was worse than any cut. But Han Sen kept on casting his yin-yang change, trying to convert the horrible substance. His other hand was reaching for his forehead to try to remove the red bug. The bug looked like blood. It was only the size of a needle head, and when it touched Han Sen's forehead, it tried to drill through the helmet. Quickly, a hole had been punctured through the spell armor. The fiend was going to go right through. Han Sen used his other hand to cover the hole, but the bug was already inside the armor. He couldn't get a hold of it. Han Sen frowned. Before he could think about how to deal with the bug, Sword No and the Tego Earl were coming for him once again. They were just like Han Sen right now, in that they did not know about the red mist soul. They didn't know that after the red mist soul, there would not be any more spring water. The red mist soul was extremely rare. It was an angry spirit that the spring itself had generated. The red mist spring worked on Viscounts. It was not effective when you reached Earl, but the red mist soul was. It could trigger an evolution for an Earl. The chances weren't very high, but the mere prospect of it being a possibility was quite scary. If normal Viscounts used a red mist soul, they could easily become an Earl. It was a guarantee. The kings watched Han Sen swallow the red mist soul, and they thought it to be an even grander waste. None felt this more than Night River King. He wished he had allowed Sword No to use the bloodbrain bug sooner. Bloodbrain bugs were a harmful xenogenic. As a parasite, they could latch themselves onto the brains of others. One of them would look like a normal bug, but when activated it could ravage the brain of its victim. Its behavior could be controlled remotely, too. Seeing the bloodbrain bug pierce the helmet, Han Sen's body shone. The spell armor was glowing white. The red mist soul in Han Sen's body, and the spring water, were converted into energy inside his armor. Spell's energy was finally released. It was going to reach Viscount class. Catcha! The spell armor was bathed in light, and in its radiance, the bloodbrain bug melted. Nothing of it remained. Han Sen's ghost teeth knife glowed white as it was imbued with spell's light. It was a knife light. Han Sen's knife mind was also increasing. It was scary before, but now it was becoming something even greater. It was way past the level of a duke. Boom! The person and the knife combined into one. The knife light was like the light of dawn. It banished the dark and signaled the coming of a new day. And now it was going after the Tego Earl. The Tego Earl was shocked. That knife light was scarier than any monster. Took over his entire world. The Tego Earl swung his fist like a tiger, but he himself wished to retreat. The knife light acted as if it had a life of its own. It smashed into his back and sent fractures all the way through his chest. He started to bleed profusely. When the blood spilled out, the purple mist began to spread across the wounds. The Tego Earl looked scared, and his wounds expanded quickly. His chest was torn wide open, and then his organs fell out. Arg! The Tego Earl screamed. He had been ripped apart by the teeth power. Rebecca and the others stopped attacking. They looked at Han Sen, holding ghost teeth knife like a demon. He didn't look like he was going to stop, and he turned his murderous attention onto Sword No. In that fight, all that the other Earls had wanted was a bit of that spring water. It was only the Tego Earl and Sword No that wanted to kill Han Senator, but he didn't look willing to stop. The knife he wielded was like a demon striker. The knife light was like a maw of toxic teeth, wanting to crush Sword No. Sword No knew he was injured, and far worse than the Tego Earl had been just before Han Sen killed him. He couldn't take Han Sen's strike, and he looked so scared. He flailed his sword to spawn another meteoric slash that could hopefully break Han Sen's sword light. Enough! The fight for the Red Mist Spring has ended. Night River King's scary power and aura landed. It covered the entirety of the Red Mist Valley. He spoke in a cold voice. Han Sen acted as if he had not heard him. He didn't care about the king's presence, and he still continued swinging his knife. The knife light cut through from the top of Sword No's head, down through his body until he flopped in two. Everyone was in shock. They never expected Han Sen could be so cruel. Even with Night River King there, he had mercilessly slain Sword No. Night River King was furious, and he said, "I told you to stop, and you are still killing." Night River King swung his palm, and his scary power came towards Han Sen to crush him. The mere presence that the hand possessed was terrifying. As rocks were broken, it felt like the end of the world. Han Sen was holding his ghost teeth knife. He stared at that hand that towered towards the sky like a mountain. He wasn't scared, though. His knife mind roared like a beast, but the king's power did not relent. Boom! Before the hand could land, a purple gust of knife wind came from Planet Blade. It traveled through space like a beam that crossed the universe. It broke through Planet Eclipse's atmosphere and cut through the hand. Arg! A scream sounded, and the big hand was sliced into dust by that fearsome knife light. Night River King's body disappeared, right from where he was on Planet Eclipse. "Please don't be mad, knife." Night River King was just angry, and he did not mean to hurt Han Sen. Moonwell King said, looking up towards Planet Blade. "I will decide the fate of my student. Others should learn not to interfere." Queen's voice sounded empty, but it was all over Narrow Moon. Moonwell King shook his head and then vanished from Planet Eclipse. The other kings left, too. There was no point in them staying any longer. If they tried anything, they'd be humiliated like Night River King had. Now Han Sen had his teeth knife mind. Isha could protect him properly. They weren't Moonwell King, and they were not deified. They wouldn't want to incite Isha's fury. Han Sen was believed to have obtained his teeth knife mind in 1.5 months. What's more, his knife mind was very close to the proficiency that only a king could demonstrate. It dazed the Narrow Moon elites into a state of disbelief. They had seen this with their own eyes, though, and so they couldn't actually doubt it. They couldn't claim that Han Sen was cheating, either. Isha was the only other that could practice teeth knife in such a fashion. Even if Isha was helping Han Sen cheat somehow, there was no way Han Sen should have been able to earn such a knife mind in such a short time. People were worried, though, and no one could doubt Han Sen's talent. Han Sen's performance with the Red Mist Spring was shocking. Many members of Moon Garden, such as Rebecca and Dulisha, now greatly feared Han Sen. The day after the events of the Red Mist Spring, Isha gave Hansen a call. She didn't say much, but she provided him with a Geno art to practice with. You performed well. This Geno art is your reward. But you cannot be cocky about it. You need to remember that if you do not obtain deified status, it will be useless. Your strength won't matter. She gave him some Viscount Geno fluid too so he could practice. Hansen did not understand what Isha meant by this. But he was relieved that Isha had protected him, indicating that things were okay between them. Not long after, Moon Garden invited Hansen to become a member, but Isha rejected it on his behalf. Isha had wanted Hansen to join Moon Garden to gain support from the tribe, but she changed her mind after all that had happened. She didn't want him joining them. Because of this, the kings at Narrow Moon held another meeting. They tried to convince Isha to allow Hansen to become a member of Moon Garden. Her response was cold. My student is not any boy you can push around however you wish. After that, she left. She didn't save face for Moonwill King either. Moonwill King and the others wanted Hansen to join simply because Hansen's talents were too shocking. His mind far exceeded the capabilities of others at the same level. If he could join Moon Garden and practice with the members there, the others should also benefit and become stronger. Isha was no longer interested in this arrangement, though, and it wasn't as if they could force Hansen to take part in Moon Garden. Hansen was in his room, playing with the Jade Turtle spell. Normally, it was a one-time use item. It wouldn't come off after being used. Instead, its power would be exhausted after a day and the entire thing would shatter. When Hansen returned to base, his body felt awful under the weight of the Jade Turtle spell. He tried to pull it off, but alas, he was unable to. Since he couldn't use Super King Spirit mode, he ended up trying the Dongshan Sutra. He spread its influence into the Jade Turtle spell, then simulated its powers and removed it from himself. The power of the Jade Turtle spell was very deep. Hansen only simulated a tiny part of it, but he was able to learn a lot. It also made him wonder where it had come from. Due to the power being too deep and profound, Hansen was unable to learn it all. So, he began fiddling with the thing using the Dongshan aura to slowly learn more about it. The Geno art Isha had given Hansen was a light-based art called Moon. As he practiced it, he found that it fit him quite well. Moon was fairly amazing as well. It could use the powers of light to generate a moon of his own. The power was something like the ability of an earl to generate a spirit that wasn't actually a real spirit. Hansen was quite interested in this Geno art. And since it was Isha who had allowed him to practice it, he didn't dare be lazy with the gift. He practiced with it whenever he was able to. The biggest reward he had received from the events at the Red Mist Spring was his spell evolving. Quite surprisingly, the Viscount class spell was able to unleash light powers of its own. Furthermore, it possessed a third form. Geno armaments had two forms, traditionally. One was the plain armor set form that was always there for him to equip. The second form came from reaching the second stage of evolution. In Hansen's case, it was a lady form, the gunner called Spell. Xiaqing King's book and Wang Yuhang's bike were the second forms, too. Very few, if any, had heard of there being a third possible form. Hansen knew very little about Geno armaments, though, so he wasn't sure if it was how uncommon it truly was. Regardless, this was the first time he had seen or heard of such a thing. Spell's third form was that of a sniper rifle. Hansen tried out the rifle and found it surprisingly easy to get headshots from a distance of 100 miles. The biggest advantage of having a sniper rifle was that Hansen's power was concentrated into bullets. Future engagements wouldn't be so costly either with the range of the weapon. The normal power of a Viscount came from sword lights or knife lights. It was very lucky if you could cast such strikes over a distance of a few hundred meters. But with that sniper rifle, Hansen could guarantee headshots without his targets being aware of his presence. It was a perfect weapon for assassinations. The only limitation was that the bullet velocity depended on Spell's power and Hansen's own power. But that still meant that the stronger they grew, the stronger the bullets would become. He just couldn't use other sources of power to fuel it. All in all, Hansen loved it. He could level up quite easily with the rifle, and headshots would not be difficult to get. See. See. Han-san was playing with the jade turtle spell, and as he did, something moved in his pocket. It made a sound. Han-san opened his pocket and saw the red mist orb inside. The 7 minks were re-emerging from the orb. When they saw Han-san, they opened their eyes and began crooning at him. "Are you guys hungry?" Han-san thought he understood what they were implying. The little minks in Han-sen's pocket nodded. So Han-sen fed them some xenogenic meat. During the Red Mist Valley incident, the Viscounts had killed many creatures for him. He moved the flesh back to the base and there was a lot. Because of this, he didn't mind feeding the little creatures. The 7 minks munched on the flesh, and while they were eating, Han-sen used his Dongshin aura to scan their bodies and observe their energy flow. After watching them for a while, something gave him a shock. The minks really were just barren class, but their energy flows were complex. They were unlike any other baron he had seen before. Han-sen tried to simulate the energy flow of the little minks. He could do this by transforming the Dongshin Sutra's power into the power the little minks possessed. Han-sen didn't think it'd be difficult to do, as the little minks had only just been born, but it actually took Han-sen 7 or 8 days to simulate their energy. Around this time, the little minks got hungry. They came out to eat again. After every meal, they returned to the red mist orb. They always tried to enter the red copper palace, but they failed each time. Seeing the little minks going back into the red mist orb, Han-sen finally finished simulating their powers. He then tried to put the new energy into the red mist orb. When the power hit the red mist orb, Han-sen felt the red mist orb respond, as if it had a weird power of its own. It sucked Han-sen right inside. Dong! The red mist orb fell on the floor, and Han-sen had entered it. He could see a lot of red mist in addition to the big red copper palace. Han-sen walked through the mist and headed straight for that elusive palace. The 7 minks kept on looping around the palace, unable to find an access point that would grant them entry. Seeing Han-sen, the 7 little minks looked surprised. They surrounded Han-sen, jumping and screaming. They then ran for the main door. They lined up. Some of them used their claws to push, some of them used their bellies to push, and some of them used their backs to push. They tried their hardest to push against the door, but it wouldn't budge. See. The little guys pushed so hard to no avail, then turned their attention to Han-sen to ask for his help. Han-sen had seen things like this many times before. If the 7 minks wanted to enter that place so badly, there must be something valuable inside. He didn't hesitate. He placed his hand against the door and pushed with the minks, trying to force it open. But the door was like stone. Han-sen tried his best to get it to move, but it wouldn't budge an inch. Han-sen looked at the door and found no indication of a lock. He frowned. See. The little minks kept pointing at something, trying to tell him something. What are you saying? Han-sen looked at them, but he could not speak their language. He couldn't understand them. Luckily, the Dongshin aura could allow him to read minds at least a little. The minks kept on running and pointing, and eventually he heard a sound. It was a simple sound, but Han-sen could guess what they meant. Han-sen tried pushing the door again, but this time he used the little mink's power to do so. He was simulating them, yes, but he could still use the energy flow far better than the minks themselves could. When he pushed, the red copper door slowly opened. The little minks were delighted. They lined up and helped Han-sen push. The door was opening slowly, and when the opening reached 1 foot wide, the 7 minks could not wait any longer. They hurriedly shuffled themselves inside. Han-sen couldn't wait either, and so he squeezed in through the gap. And on the inside, the palace really shocked Han-sen. Han-sen immediately noted how elegant the place had looked from the outside. It had led him to believe that it was some sort of ancient relic. But now that he was looking at the interior, the palace was shining with lights. It looked very scientific. It was different from what he was expecting. The 7 minks ran inside the palace as Han-sen followed. There were many strange tools and gizmos, and he felt as if he was entering the research quarters of some alien base. Han-sen saw there was a large throne inside the palace, though. There was a 10-meter-tall machine sitting on it. Curiously enough, it looked like an old model of Alliance Warframe. It was so old that it looked like a medieval knight. It was clad in heavy armor and everything. Upon further inspection, Han Sen realized that the knight did not have any electrical devices attached to it. It was built from what he assumed to be red copper. It sat on the throne, and it gave no indication of possessing a life force. Even so, it gave the threatening feeling that it could get up and fight whenever it wished to. The 7 little minks raced under its feet. Then they climbed its copper body until they reached the heart. They pushed and squealed. What they were doing was anyone's guess. Boom! Amidst Han Sen's confusion and wonder, the knight did indeed stand up off the throne. It lurched to its feet with a jerking movement and shook the minks off of its body. In the knight's empty eyes, a red light started to gleam. The light looked like some sort of warning beacon. Near the knight's heart, the red light grew stronger. It fired a red light towards the red minks, and all 7 of them disappeared. And then Han Sen saw the knight start to move. It was approaching him quickly. Its red copper body gave off a sense of foreboding. And shortly after, it was right next to Han Senator. It reached out its big hand and tried to pick Han Sen up. Han Sen frowned, and so he quickly retreated and evaded the hand's grip. But the armored knight bent its legs and unleashed a horrible power. It suddenly accelerated forward and ran before Han Sen. Han Sen was shocked. He used the Jadeskin's godlight to punch against the knight's hand. A metal noise rang out following the collision, but the knight was not hurt. Han Sen's hand, however, was left feeling numb. Han Sen summoned his rabbit shoes and evaded the knight's hand that was coming for him again. He thought the armored knight could not catch up with him. But the knight's speed increased again, and it actually revealed itself to be faster than the rabbit shoes. Caught up with Han Sen way too quickly, and Han Sen was unable to dodge. It simply grabbed Han Sen's body as easily as one would a doll. Han Sen was shocked, but it was then that he realized the knight's hand was not exerting force. It put Han Sen in its palm and did not hurt him. The knight's hand moved near its heart. That was where the little minks had been sucked into. Han Sen simulated the power of the little minks, and then placed his hand against the knight's heart. Quickly, the knight's heart lit up again. The light shone on Han Sen, drawing him in. Han Sen felt as if his body was taken through the red mist. He felt as if he was sinking. When his body came to a stop, he saw the 7 minks wrapped up in the same plume of red mist, right next to him. The red mist then cocooned itself around him, too. As the mist was attaching itself to him, a strange message penetrated his brain. Han Sen found that he could read the little minks' thoughts, primarily because they were so small and so simple. Their emotions were easy to discern due to their simplicity, unlike humans that have a complex variety of feelings. It was something he couldn't have explained in words. The stranger thing was when Han Sen noticed that the armored knight was trying to communicate with him. It spoke about how one would gain control of it. That knight was called Red Mist King. Han Sen read its description and learned that it was like a wartime machine like the ones he had used in the Alliance. But Red Mist King wasn't built from circuits and electricity. It was actually comprised of xenogenic material and little else. He didn't need buttons to control it, either. All he had to do was use his mind in addition to the red mist power. It did not take much red mist power for a Viscount to control the machine. Red Mist King generated its own power, too. It had been built from a swathe of xenogenic materials, and it possessed incredible strength. But every time it was used, some of the energy inside it would be consumed. So, it would have to be imbued with more xenogenic materials to replenish its energy. Han Sen sensed that most of its energy had already been spent, and that it only had around 9% of its energy left. Han Sen did not understand how it worked, though. The 7 minks were getting very excited. Their thoughts could control the Red Mist King, too. The Red Mist King returned to the throne and sat down in its previous place. Han Sen thought the minks were merely taking a break, but the equipment in the palace started up. With a whir, the lights of the equipment began to gleam. Even the throne itself started to shine. And then the dimension near the throne began to twist. Before Han Sen could react, he saw the space of the place begin to twist. Red Mist King was sent out, and it appeared near a teleporter on a planet. The little minx merrily guided Red Mist King out of that teleporter, and what Hansen saw surprised him. Machines that looked like Red Mist King were everywhere. They each had a different shape and size. There were some like beasts or bugs, and there were even a few resembling livestock. The buildings were built from a similar material, too. It looked like a mechanical planet straight out of a sci-fi movie. Hansen had seen all sorts of different xenogeneic materials. He knew that inside them, there had to be something like the little minx controlling them. Are there other minx inside these machines, too? Is it an entire race of them? Hansen was shocked at the mere thought. But when Red Mist King walked out of the teleporter, alarm noises started to sound. Then a language blared, one which Hansen could not understand. At that moment, all the xenogeneic material machines turned to look at the Red Mist King. Hansen thought things had gone pretty awry. The next second, many xenogeneic machines were coming for Hansen. Furthermore, they were aiming at Red Mist King. Their weapons were like lasers, and they started to fire at Red Mist King. Hansen could see that most of the lasers had Viscount-class strength, but there were a few that were Earl-class. Boom! After the chaos started to unfold, Red Mist King was sent soaring into a building with a crash. Hansen felt every movement, but Red Mist King hadn't sustained any injuries. The little minx were rolling around in the mist. They looked rather annoyed. And then Hansen saw the joints of the armor begin to shine red. The minx controlled the Red Mist King's fists, which were now blazing with fire. It moved forward and punched an opponent. Boom! A giant beam of light came out of the fist. It destroyed the streets, buildings, and xenogeneic machines all around. Everything was broken or melted under the force. A building that was a few hundred meters tall was vaporized, and a 10-meter deep crater was all that remained. The path of destruction kept extending out, though, as if it was the end of the world. It felt as if everything there would be wiped out. The red mist didn't seem bound to the planet's surface, though. It reached out into the atmosphere, as if it was going out to space. Shit, that's strong. Hansen was frozen. That punch was the equivalent of a king-class elite. That's scary. After the initial shock, a flurry of surprises continued to come. The Red Mist King was very strong, and furthermore, Hansen could control it. That meant Hansen could be that strong and not have anything to be afraid of. If Night River King came to provoke him again, Hansen could punch him into the sky, regardless of whether or not he was a fucking king. But Hansen's dream quickly came to a halt. The red mist had given him a lot of information, but one of the alerts was now warning him that the energy reserves were very low. It was lower than 1% now, at a figure of 0.75%. Fuck! One punch took away 9% of its energy. Hansen was shocked. He didn't dare hesitate now. He pulled the 7 little minks closer, to prevent them from piloting the Red Mist King any further. Hansen decided to take control of it, and he raced it back to the teleporter. The dimension twisted once again, and they vanished from the area. When the vortex untwisted and deposited them back in normal space, they found themselves back inside the Red Copper Palace. Hansen was greatly relieved. The 7 little minks, however, were looking rather angry. Hansen quickly scanned their minds, and it allowed him to understand why they were as angry as they were. They had merely gone in there because, from what Hansen could discern, they wanted to go home. But as soon as they teleported, they were treated like enemies. That was the source of their frustration. But then Hansen thought about the punch. Hansen thought that the creatures of that planet might have every right to be as furious as they were. Hansen grabbed the 7 little minks, in case they decided to drive the Red Mist King back. Red Mist King had next to no energy, so Hansen wasn't sure if it could return from another trip through the teleporter. Hansen brought them all the way out of the Red Mist Orb so he could keep an eye on them. He went on the internet to find out what he could about the Red Mist Orb, Red Mist King, and the little minks. Fortunately, now that he was a student of someone who was half deified, Hansen had some level of authority across Narrow Moon. It gave him access to information that the ordinary rebates were not permitted to know. Hansen could not find out anything about the origin of the Red Mist Orb, but he was able to learn about the Red Mist Minks and the Red Mist King. In the Geno universe, there was a race called Mecha. In truth, it wasn't one fixed race, but a title that included a number of subspecies and different blood lineages. So, because of their extreme diversity, the Mecha couldn't be considered a higher race like the Feathers were, even if their strength exceeded that of some higher races. Even if one of the Mecha managed to light a Geno lantern, it wouldn't be enough to enable all Mecha to be considered a higher race. There were too many differences in the blood between them all. The Mecha's xenogeneic space included everything from pigs to snakes. There were still so many different types of creatures that were considered Mecha that it was difficult to keep track of them all. But there was one connecting thread, and that was a talent shared by all the Mecha. They could consume xenogeneic genes and create a new material inside their own bodies. The Mecha used these materials to create xenogeneic battle bodies, creations that were similar to the Red Mist King. But in order to be used, xenogeneic battle bodies required a power that belonged solely to the Mecha. So, if you were not one of the Mecha and you had a xenogeneic battle body, you would not be able to operate it. Without a doubt, those little minks belong to the Mecha. They're related in some way, leastways. But if that's the case, then why were they born here? And why was the Red Mist King here? The Mecha need a lot of xenogeneic genes to create xenogeneic battle bodies, and the Red Mist Spring had a lot of spring water. That means many xenogeneics died here. These two have to be related in some way, Hansen thought. But this was all he could conjecture. He couldn't make any further guesses, as the information he had discovered did not talk about the Red Mist Minks and the Red Mist King specifically. Hansen tried to use xenogeneic gene ingredients to fill up the Red Mist King's energy, but he soon realized that it wasn't working. This was because xenogeneic genes had to be eaten by the Red Mist Minks, who would then release the energy they had gained. That was the top-up process for the Red Mist King. The Red Mist Minks were too small right now, however, so they couldn't eat much. And they were also slow to generate energy. Hansen let them eat as many barren xenogeneic genes as they were capable. But by doing so, they were only able to generate 0.01% of the needed energy each day. And that was with all 7 of them working together. God only knew how long it would take for the batteries to fill up. Hansen discovered that Red Mist King's planet, the one they had gone to, belonged to the Mecha's xenogeneic space. Red Mist King's arrival had been a big event for the Mecha, and there was a lot of news coverage on it. Hansen was happy he had managed to get out of there quickly. If the Mecha King class sorts found him, he didn't know if he could have made it out alive. Planet Eclipse had been quiet for a while. After a few days, Black Steel sent him a message inviting him to Planet Black Moon to observe a ceremony. The ceremony was about forging a knife. The knife was forged already, so this was more of an opening ceremony for the weapon. The Black family wouldn't invite others if it was an ordinary knife, but this was different. Black Moon King had spent 100 years to forge a king-class knife, and that was why he wished to arrange a ceremony that others could attend. Not just anyone was qualified to watch, either. Most of the invites were sent to king-class elites. A few lower-level subordinates could follow after their kings, but they weren't allowed to be there when the ceremony was taking place. No other viscounts like Hansen received a direct invitation, and only 3 or 4 dukes received a direct invite. They were Black Moon King's friends. Although Hansen was not particularly interested in attending a ceremony, Isha told him that Black Moon King was going out of his way to include Han. Senator Black Moon King had always spoken positively about Hansen, so he had no qualms in agreeing to the invite and going. On the day of the ceremony, Black Moon King called for a spacecraft to collect Han. Senator Isha also received an invitation, but she wasn't going, so Hansen had to go alone. When he reached Planet Black Moon, Black Steel invited Hansen to join him in watching the ceremony. Hansen realized he was sitting in the same spot Isha was supposed to. That also meant he was sitting next to Moon Will King and a few of the other kings. Rebecca and Ching Li could only stand someplace in the back, as they hadn't been honored with seats. Hansen wasn't very concerned about the situation, though. He had seen too much in his lifetime, so paltry things like social awkwardness no longer bothered him. He simply acted cool while he drank his tea. He wasn't unnerved by the proximity of Moon Will King and the others. But the kings took tears seriously. To them, Hansen was a small fry, so there was no need to converse with him. That meant no one talked to Han Sen. Half an hour later, no one had yet seen Black Moon King or the King-class weapon he was supposed to present. Just as Han Sen was wondering when the event was going to begin, Black Moon King appeared atop the peak of a stone mountain. Han Sen was surprised and he thought, "I thought this was a ceremony. What is he doing up a mountain?" Moon Will King smiled and said, "That stony mountain is a whetstone. It is a xenogenic gene from a king-class rocky giant. A long time ago, a king of the Black family slew it, and ever since they have used it as a whetstone. When a king-class weapon is forged, it is revealed here. This is the third time I have seen this. Are king-class weapons that hard to forge?" Han Sen was shocked. The Black family had a long history, but after all that time, they had only managed to forge 3? Moon Will King smiled. "Not exactly. The Black family has forged more than 3 king-class weapons, but those were mostly created from creatures. They don't show them off. Only king-class weapons that are created entirely by the Black family's hands will have a ceremony." After a while, Moon Will King said, "This ceremony is special. Black Moon King is taking this very seriously. The weapon is named after Narrow Moon." Han Sen was curious about this. He wondered what sort of knife would be granted the title of Narrow Moon. Narrow Moon was as big as the rebate themselves were. The blade had to be special to be named after it. Black Moon King stood quietly on top of the mountain. He drew out a knife. Han Sen thought a king-class knife would radiate, but the knife in his hands did not. This was a knife that was narrow like a crescent moon, but it was black, and it did not reflect a speck of light. It was as dark as the night. Han Sen looked at the knife and figured that it was probably only about 3 feet long. He wondered why it would have to be ground and sharpened on a mountain-sized whetstone. Black Moon King had not added the finishing touches yet, so he put his hand on the mountain. And then the yellowish mountain produced waves of water. The waves rose at the bottom of the mountain and surged up towards the top, headed for the peak. They gathered atop the peak and atop a rock there. That rock had a deep groove, and when the water waves reached it, they poured down into it. Black Moon King stood in front of the watery stone. He held 2 knives and looked very serious. It looked as if he wasn't holding 2 knives, but instead, 2 sacrifices. The black blade was planted on the rock by Black Moon King. The knife was 15 degrees away from the rock, and at that angle he began to grind it. When Han Sen was in the alliance, he became interested in blacksmithing. He wasn't, however, interested in forging knives. Z-Steel products had to be refined to make them sharp, although Beast Soul weapons needed nothing of the sort. But creating a knife and refining it in the Geno universe was different. A weapon that had been created from xenogenic materials could fix itself. That was, assuming it hadn't been too badly damaged. But overall, there was no need for maintenance and refinement. They looked after themselves. This was the first time Han Sen had seen a xenogenic weapon being created. While he wondered what the point of the refinement was, a light sparked between the knife and the whetstone. That light was as warm as the sunrise. When you looked closely, the black blade had teeth marks on it. Black Moon King continued refining the knife, his movements slow and methodical. The grinding was like the moaning of a newborn baby. Han Sen was shocked. This was obviously not as simple as refining a Z-Steel blade, so Han Sen was glad he had come to watch the event. Everyone watched intently as Black Moon King continued grinding the knife. No one spoke as they were worried they might interrupt his focus. On its 3rd pass over the whetstone, the black knife began to glow with a strange light. It looked like a jagged moon rising. The warm and clear light was coming down, and it gave the onlookers a chill. Everyone felt like they were naked under the glare of that light, and they imagined it had shaved off all their hair. After the 4th pass, another tooth appeared on the moon-like knife. Every time Black Moon King ground the knife against the whetstone, a moon tooth rose. They were small to begin with, but a full moon soon started to take shape. And then, a broken moon. And then, it disappeared. The moon above the mountain kept changing. A lot of cold moonlight came down. It was like Narrow Moon and the moonlight were interacting with each other. It was hard to see when the moon and the shadows combined. It was like the whole world only had the knife and the moon left. It made people feel as if they were intoxicated. The grinding sounds reverberated in the audience's ears. Every time the knife scraped across the stone, moonlight came down from the sky to imbue the knife with a greater brightness. From dark to bright, from bright to dark, the strange scene began to fade, and the knife was sharpened. There was no more knife light to observe. It was black like absolute darkness. At this time, Black Moon King pulled the knife away from the whetstone. It seemed to have been finished. The water waves on the mountain got smaller and disappeared. The mountain returned to its yellow color. Hansen felt strange about this, and he thought, has he finished grinding it? As Hansen was thinking about this, Black Moon King began walking down the mountain with the knife. He walked in front of the pavilions that Hansen was watching from. Hansen could feel nervousness rising from the kings around him. Maybe there was some excitement. Either way, it all seemed so strange. Moon Wheel, can you open the spirit of this knife? Black Moon King held the knife in both hands as he bowed sincerely before Moon Wheel King. Moon Wheel King stood up and said, if I can open the spirit of this knife, I would consider it an absolute honor. After that, Moon Wheel King exited the pavilion and walked with Black Moon King. He accepted the knife from him carefully. Rebecca and Duleisha watched their father go to open the spirit of the narrow moon blade. They looked excited, as the other kings looked disappointed. Black Moon King handed the knife to Moon Wheel King. With great seriousness, he said, please use your moon will powers to open this. Everyone was in shock, and Hansen had no idea what was going on, so he just watched intently. Moon Wheel King nodded and took the blade in his hands. His body began to glow with moonlight. Black Moon King fell back to the pavilion. Hansen looked at Moon Wheel King. He had heard Moon Wheel King was as strong as Isha, but Hansen didn't really know much about him. And when Hansen spoke with him, he didn't seem remarkable at all. He was like your average, middle-aged man. But he was now holding that prestigious knife, tasked with unearthing the knife's power. He was basking in the elegance of radiant moonlight. He was like an angel that had just come from the sky, and not a single speck of dust could ever fathom touching him. The moonlight floated into the black weapon. His body soon lit up. It was not quite shining, as it was just moonlight. There was no sign of fire, but it felt gentle. It was quiet and warm. Bzzzt. Everyone's knife began to buzz. They all wanted to hop out of their scabbards. Hansen looked at Ghost Teeth Knife. It did not make any noise, but it looked hostile. It didn't seem to be fond of its same kind. The moonlight started to get colder and colder, and all the knives in Narrow Moon were crying. It was as if they were really welcoming the birth of a new king. But Hansen's biggest point of interest did not rest with the king-class weapon. It was all about the power Moon Wheel King had inserted into it. Moon Wheel King's power was pure, unlike Isha's. Moon Wheel King's power was soft. It did not feel intimidating, and it would be easy to ignore. Hansen didn't dare underestimate that power, though. In fact, he felt more alert than usual. But the reason Hansen focused on Moonwheel's power was not because he was strong. It was because the power reminded him of Moon, the Geno art Isha had given him. Moon was a softer Geno art. To create light, you could not use pure power. When Isha gave Moon to Hansen, she hadn't shown him how to perform it. Hansen believed this was because she herself was not well versed with Moon, and even if she knew how to perform it, she couldn't do it spectacularly well. That was because Isha's power was too brutal. It lacked a softer finesse that was required. A Geno art like Moon needed a gentler touch, and therefore, Isha could not learn it. Hansen had wondered why she wanted him to learn it. He hadn't shown her his gentle power, and Isha didn't excel at it herself. But even so, she had given him Moon to learn. After much deliberation, Hansen was able to understand the reason. Isha was still suspicious of him. It hadn't gone away after Hansen displayed his talents in the battle for Red Mist Valley. Moon might very well be another test for him. Hansen tried to think of things through her perspective, and by doing so it was not too difficult to understand. If he performed very well with Teeth Knife, but not well enough on another brand new Geno art, there was plenty of space for suspicion. Of course, Han Sen could not confirm this was truly Isha's line of thought. But even so, he kept on practicing with Moon to avoid being exposed. Now, seeing Moon Will King's power allowed Han Sen to understand a lot more about gentle powers. He could not directly feel the power that Moon Will King was using, however. If he had, he'd have been able to learn a whole lot more. Boom! As Han Sen mulled over all this, he suddenly saw a moon appear in the sky. The moonlight gathered across the weapon Moon Will King was holding. Moon Will King slashed up towards the sky. The curve looked like that of an actual moon, slicing through the air. And the moon appeared up there in the sky, unmoving. Everyone's knives jumped out of their sheaths, no longer able to control themselves. This surely gets things done. Moon Will King put away his light and passed the narrow moon knife back to Black Moon King. Black Moon King looked happy. He accepted the knife and said, "Thank you for your help. Without the assistance of your Moon Will power in unlocking the blade spirit, it would not be perfect." Han Sen was looking at the knife light that was hanging in the sky like a moon. Instead of fading away in time, it just remained where it was, hovering like a genuine moon. That is powerful. The knife light has yet to fade away. If Moon Will King does not forcibly remove it, I am unsure as to how long it will last. Would it stay there forever? Han Sen thought to himself. A gentle power such as that surprised him. Teeth knife powers could break stuff, but that was an example of raw strength. It consumed its opponents through sheer force. Moon Will King's knife light wasn't like that, though. The power gathered up, and it wouldn't be affected by external forces. It didn't fade away, and that was scary to comprehend. In a fight, if a strike did not hit its target, the power would extinguish. But Moon Will King's knife light did not go away at all. It remained where it was, like a time bomb. If Moon Will King could still control it, that would be even scarier. This was similar to Han Sen saving money, but without the time limitation. Regardless, Han Sen thought it was quite meaningful. He wanted to take the time to research Moon Will King's knife light some more. But alas, he could not do that. The knife light was still in the sky, yes, but he did not have an aircraft to get close to it. He still watched and stared at the knife light, and as he did, Black Moon King handed the knife to Flower King so the kings could each inspect it. Han Sen was so happy about this. If he could see it up close, he could research it. And if he did that, he might be able to learn a thing or two. Narrow Moon Knife had a soft moon power in it. That was likely because it had been finished through Moon Will powers. The end result was that the power the blade wielded would likely be similar to that which Moon Will King possessed. He couldn't research Moon Will King himself, but he might be able to research Narrow Moon Knife. I don't know if they will let me see Narrow Moon Knife, Han Sen thought to himself. Now only a few kings were looking at it. The lower tier folk were unable to get more than a glimpse. They most certainly weren't allowed to hold it like the kings were. There were a lot of kings there, too. And if Han Sen didn't get the opportunity to hold it for a brief time, he'd be unable to use his Dongxian aura to quickly scan it. He'd end up walking away without learning anything. Ordinarily, Han Sen would not have been allowed to hold it. He was so very young and he was not qualified. But on this day, he had been invited to attend alone. In a way, he was there to represent Isha. So there was a chance he'd be allowed. Han Sen started to pray. Please let me hold it. I don't know if I'll get another chance at this. Flower King and the others were all looking at it. Each and every one sang praises about it. There are many king-class weapons here, but only this one can truly represent us. Moon Will King complimented the blade. Black Moon King was so happy, he smiled and said, "Actually, I am thinking about giving this to Moon God's palace. It could be used as a sacrifice for the Moon God." Every king was shocked to hear this. Moon Will King said, "You are so generous. The rebate are fortunate to have you." All the kings praised him. They never expected Black Moon King would be willing to sacrifice such a powerful knife. He was extremely generous, and this was not something the average king would ever think about doing. "You are welcome. This knife was forged with the purpose of becoming a sacrifice. Anyway, until I succeeded in crafting it, I kept my work under wraps. I didn't want to say something prematurely, and then disappoint you." Han Sen felt bored hearing such talk. If Narrow Moon Knife was always in the Black Moon family, he could have inspected it through the friendship he shared with Black Steel. If it became a sacrifice, that would suck. Aside from the major priests, no one would be able to touch it. The kings that were looking at Narrow Moon Knife all complimented it highly. Han Sen, on the other hand, looked as if he was suffering. The kings, when they finished looking, handed the knife back over to Black Moon King. Han Sen's heart was thumping in his chest. There were only a few dukes, and Han Sen was unable to get a look. He didn't know if Black Moon King would be so kind as to let him make a proper inspection of the weapon. If Black Moon King allowed the other dukes to see it, he'd have no chance. Black Moon King's eyes soon came to rest on Han Senator. He smiled and said, Han Sen is here to represent knife. You will have to come take a proper look, so you can sing its praises to her and have her regret passing on the opportunity to come to the unveiling. After that, Black Moon King passed the Narrow Moon Knife over to Han Sen. Han Sen was delighted, and so he quickly accepted the knife. He switched on his Dongxian aura to scan and observe it as soon as it touched his hands. The knife had been activated by Moon Will King, and its activity was still vibrant. It was gleaming with that Moon Will power, and the lunar power was still humming. Good knife. That is a good knife. Han Sen deliberately touched the body of the blade, feigning admiration for it. The kings there could feel Han Sen's power shroud the blade, though. People believed Han Sen was using some power to examine the knife. Everyone watched Han Sen closely, the dukes in particular. They were waiting for him to finish, so they might get their own turn at examining the blade. People like Rebecca looked on Han Sen with jealousy. They had seen king-class weapons before, like the ones possessed by their elders. But Narrow Moon Knife was an entirely different thing. It was a sacrifice, given in honor of the rebate at large. Aside from the most important priests, no one would be able to see it after it was given as a sacrifice. Holding it would be even more unlikely. Everyone was looking at Han Senator. Han Sen was holding it very carefully, and he kept saying over and over, "Good knife! Such a good knife." Han Sen kept saying those few phrases repeatedly. While he might have liked to say something more, he could not muster the words to speak. And at any other time, he would have spoken fairer praises about the blade. But right now he was focused on the knife itself. The fanciness of his compliments took a back seat to his keen examination of the knife. Many people were watching him, though. It'd be pretty bad if he was just to stand there without speaking. So Han Sen kept standing where he was, looking at the knife. He continued to repeat how good the knife was. His repetition of the phrases was into the dozens. The kings believed he wasn't an educated person, and so his lexicon was limited. He had been there for 10 minutes saying such basic things over and over. After all, it made them feel rather disheartened. All in all, the other kings had only spent a minute each, observing the blade before handing it back over to Black Moon King. None of them had taken longer than a minute. Han Sen had spoken 2 sentences and stared at the blade for 10 minutes by now. The kings were not reacting well to the time that Han Sen was taking. Fortunately, Rebecca and the others were educated in decorum. No one was willing to speak out during circumstances like that. Ordinary nobles of elsewhere would be yelling at Han Sen by now. Han Sen did not care what the others were thinking right now, though. So he kept saying, "Good knife! That is a good knife," for another few minutes. The dukes did look as if they were ready to murder someone, but their grimaces went uncared for by Han Senator. He kept looking at the blade, repeating his compliments. Half an hour went by. The faces of the kings had become livid. Black Moon King eventually said, "Han Sen, why don't you take a break? Black Steel has something he wishes to speak with you about." Han Sen knew he could not delay things any longer. So he acquiesced and gave the knife back to Black Moon King. He didn't want to let go of it, though. Black Moon King had to pull it out of Han Sen's tight grip. Sitting on his chair, Han Sen looked depressed. He was reviewing all that he had learned from the knife. The knife had Moon Will King's power and moon power in it. After using the Dongxian Sutra, he had been able to learn a lot. It is no wonder Black Moon King allowed Moon Will King to be the one that opened the knife. Moon Will King's power is like that of a gentle moon. He was most suitable for its use, Hansen thought. Hansen had heard Moon Will King's story. Moon Will King was one of the rebate that was half deified, and he had not hailed from Moon Garden. The story went that Moon Will King was not talented in his younger years, and that he came from a commoner family. When he generated a Geno armor, he wasn't even able to evolve a second time. But then, he came into possession of a treasure that accelerated his second evolution, and also turned him into a xenogeneic. Moon Will King was a xenogeneic and not a noble. That was a rare status amongst the rebate. Because Moon Will King did not have much talent, the first Geno art he practiced with was Moonlight. It was one of the most common Geno arts the rebate could learn. But Moon Will King used Moonlight with a fusion of his own power, and he had become a king over time. Now he was a half-deified legend. To the entire rebate society, Moon Will King was a mythical figure. He was practically an idol for everyone. He was different from someone like Isha, who was born with talent. The nobles admired Moon Will King more. They wished for themselves to be like Moon Will King, and because of this, his reputation was favored over Isha's. Moonlight had not changed over time, and he had used that Geno art to reach the status of being half-deified. Even Hansen thought Moon Will King was nothing short of awesome. Moonlight should have stopped getting any better when he reached Earl class, but after Moon Will King modified it, he had managed to create a higher tier for it. The rebate showed him great respect, and so in honor of his abilities and reputation, the rebate granted the higher tiers of Moonlight the title of Moonwheel. Moonlight was still kept as the name for the common version. Basically, Moonwheel was the use of a moon's power. Moon Will King's gentleness made people always wonder how he did what he did. Fortunately, Hansen had Dongxian aura to see Moonwheel and the knife's moon power. It greatly enthralled him. Most people, when pushed far enough, would concede. But Moon Will King's mind, while it was gentle, it was not soft. It was pure, but it wasn't dumb. He was like a cloud going by without leaving a trace. Very few could do what he could. Everyone wanted a smooth life like Isha's, but normal people would find themselves rolling around in the mud. But very few could emerge from the pit with a pure heart intact. Moon Will King had done this, though. His life's journey had led him through many different environments. His life could have forced him to compromise. His heart, however, was like the moon itself. It would never change. Seeing Narrow Moon's feelings and Moon Will power, Hansen saw a clear moon emerge. It was the moon coming out from behind the clouds. The dukes didn't look at the blade in the same way Hansen had. They all looked at it for less than a minute before handing it back over to Black Moon King. The entire thing was done in a few minutes. The young ones were not allowed to look at it by themselves. After they had all seen it, the ceremony came to a close. Black Moon King invited a few kings and dukes over for tea. Some accepted and stayed, others declined and left. Black Steel invited Rebecca and a few of the other young ones to the garden for a chat, Hansen included. So Hansen followed Black Steel to the garden. There he sat down. Aside from Hansen, everyone seemed to be acquainted with one another. So, there was no formal etiquette to follow. Without Black Moon King around, they were prone to speaking far more openly than they ordinarily would. As they began chatting, not a single person was left out. But with that being said, Hansen did not say a word. Hansen did not know anyone there except for Black Steel, and so he retreated into his mind to mull over what he had learned with the knife. He didn't care for their topics of conversation. Dulisha, noticing that Hansen wasn't speaking with them, hummed and said, "Genius Han, you looked at Narrow Moon Knife for so long, and you kept saying it was so good you could obviously detect something we could not. Why don't you tell us what you saw, so that we too can learn it?" After Dulisha said that, everyone turned to look at Han Senator. They were curious whether Hansen really had learned something, or if it was all some sort of act. Hansen's eyes were closed, still reviewing what he had learned. He hadn't noticed Dulisha was talking to him. His eyes were shut tight, and it appeared as if he was ignoring her. Dulisha, noticing him ignoring her, looked mad and did not say anything more. Dulisha's silence did not mean others wouldn't say anything, though. She was Moon Will King's second daughter. She was pretty, And she was talented. She had many admirers. The young ones that sat there with them were admirers of Rebecca and Dulisha. Now that Han Sen had apparently ignored her, someone could not help but stand up for her. "Didn't he tell you what he saw?" a viscount called Kryman asked dubiously. "What did he say?" Dulisha asked. Everyone looked at Kryman, but everyone knew he wasn't going to say anything nice. Kryman laughed. "Didn't you grow ears?" Genius Han said it was a good knife. He said it many times. Kryman spoke it in the tone Han Sen had, and Dulisha laughed. "Ha!" Kryman over-enunciated his words, laughing at Han Sen and pretending to understand, which made many people there laugh. The elegant one smiled. Han Sen sat where he was without emotion. He was deep in thought. He was afraid that occupying his mind with something else for a while would make him forget important details. So he still did not hear them. Han Sen continued to ignore the group. Black Steel frowned and said, "Han Sen has his reasons for viewing the knife the way he did." Black Steel did not know how to participate in that particular debate, so this was what he said. Kryman did not respect Black Steel. He only wanted to stand up for Dulisha in the hopes of getting closer to her, and so he said, "Black Steel, you know knives. Similar actions from you might make sense, but I can't feel the same for other people." He looked at it for half an hour, repeating the same two sentences over and over. "If he is not educated, don't pretend he is. This is the first time I've ever seen someone so dumb. Kryman, mind your tongue." Black Steel's face looked grim. Kryman smiled and said, "I don't beat around the bush. If I have said something that is incorrect, then you can have him point out the mistake. If he can convince everyone, I will earnestly apologize." Sad Knight and Night Giant King, who had a grudge with Han Sen, looked over angrily and said, "Yes, if he saw something, let us hear what it is that he saw. If it makes sense, then we will apologize too. What is the point in just saying that the knife was good over and over?" Black Steel could see Han Sen still sitting where he was, not saying a word. He touched him and said, "If you are willing to, you can tell people." Black Steel understood Han Senator. He knew Han Sen had seen something the others hadn't, and that was why he stared at it for so long. What Han Sen saw wasn't anyone else's business, of course. Black Steel would not push Han Sen to explain if he wasn't willing to. But now that the people were saying things like this, Black Steel could not stand by and watch. He was worried for Han Senator. If Han Sen did not say something, his reputation would suffer. No one ever let a person's reputation go. Outsiders had a tough life in Narrow Moon. Han Sen had built himself a good reputation. Black Steel thought it would be a shame if it was destroyed now. After being touched by Black Steel, Han Sen woke up from his daze. Han Sen looked confused, hearing what he said. And so, he asked, "Tell people what?" He hadn't heard anything else that had been spoken. All he had heard was what Black Steel had spoken to him. But when that went into the ears of Kryman and the others, they misunderstood. They thought Han Sen was admitting he didn't know or see anything. Hence why he had nothing to say. Kryman laughed and said, "Black Steel, you heard him. I didn't misplace my blame. I admire Genius Han for one thing only, his shamelessness. He didn't learn anything, despite staring at it for half an hour. I couldn't bring myself to do such a thing." Sad Knight coldly laughed and said, "Because he is a genius. Isn't that right? He isn't like us. He is already so smart, he was able to tell us the shocking fact that it was a good knife. What more can we expect?" Han Sen heard that and quickly understood what was going on without even needing to ask Black Steel. Seeing Kryman and Sad Knight speak, Han Sen coldly said, "I won't tell you, but my teacher did teach me something. Instead of using words, I can perform, and what I perform will make you smile. We would like to see what shocking performance you could do for us. You are not going to perform the astounding speech of good again, are you?" Kryman spoke strangely. He thought Han Sen was changing the topic, hence why he was repeating the same insults. He didn't want Han Sen to escape this. Han Sen smiled. He casually said, "I learned a Geno art called Moon." Han Sen's desire to perform Moon had little to do with satisfying Kryman. Han Sen thought learning Moon was a challenge from Isha. so he wanted to prove to his Shah that he was a genius. He didn't want her suspicions taking root. Han Sen wouldn't have dared to perform Moon before today, though. After all, he wasn't smart enough to learn something from a brief look. He had practiced Moon for quite some time, and he knew that if he had done it prior to seeing Narrow Moon Knife, the quality of his performance would not have befitted a genius. Examining Narrow Moon Knife changed this. That was why Han Sen was now confident to perform Moon there. He was confident he could quell Shah's fears now. Moon. Rebecca and Du Lisha were shocked. It was Moon Will King's Geno art, and they knew it too. They had learned it from Moon Will King himself when they were young, and it was something they were still practicing with. Kryman coldly laughed and said, "You are daring to practice Moon in front of Rebecca and Du Lisha? That is hardly appropriate." Everyone knew Rebecca and Du Lisha were excellent with the art. They were surprised that Han Sen had expressed his desire to perform it. Han Sen smiled and ignored Kryman. Then he said, "My teacher taught me Moon. I have been trying to learn it for some time, but my understanding of it has failed. I suddenly learned it when I looked at the knife. I don't know if this is correct, so please correct me." When everyone heard him say this, they all went quiet. Kryman swallowed the words he was going to speak, and coldly said, "Okay, let's see how Moon correlates with Narrow Moon Knife." Han Sen looked around and stopped his gaze on the teacup. He filled the cup up with water, then placed it back down on the table. Rebecca and the others were watching him, keenly wondering how he was going to do in his performance of Moon. Han Sen gave them a swift answer. He pointed to the middle of the teacup and fired an arrow of light at it. When the light entered the water, there was no impact. It was like a reflection of the moon, hovering on the surface of the water. "What do you guys think of my Moon?" Han Sen lowered his hands and smiled. Kryman laughed mockingly and said, "I thought you learned something amazing from the knife. The reflection of the moon is something only a beginner might have learned. You are much worse than Rebecca and Du Lisha. Then can I take a look at the moon of the two ladies?" Han Sen looked at Rebecca and Du Lisha with great interest. Rebecca felt worried. Du Lisha didn't hesitate, though, and she simply said, "Why not?" After that, Du Lisha filled up her teacup with water. Then, she looked at Han Sr. "This is just a beginner move on Moon. I was able to do it by the time I became Viscount. I can generate 3 moons, so I am worse than my big sister. Please do not laugh at my Moon if it is bad. 3 lunar reflections? That is much better than 1. Sad Night looked at Han Sen. Du Lisha smiled and did not say anything. She used her right fingers. 3 fingers created 3 moons upon the surface of the teacup's contents. When the moons entered, no ripples were formed. But those 3 moons almost filled up the entire teacup. It looked strange. "Sorry, I did that poorly." Du Lisha was actually satisfied with her performance. She was being cocky, and a little provocative to Han's senator. Her eyebrows were raised slyly. "Good. These 3 moon reflections are great. It is no wonder you are the heir of Moon Will King." Kryman loudly complimented her. Sad Night followed his example too. He wasn't bluffing, though. Du Lisha really had performed exceptionally well. The people there had all learned Moon, but like Han Sen, they could only cast 1 moon. They couldn't do 2. Du Lisha was able to do 3 because she had learned the skill directly from Moon Will King. Sad Night looked at Han Sen strangely. "Genius Han, is that what you learned from the knife? Perhaps it is best not to compare it to Du Lisha. Even the rest of us, who didn't learn from Moon Will King or stare at the knife for half an hour, can still do a reflection like yours. We didn't need half an hour. 3 moon reflections? This is great. I have learned a lot," Han Sen said emotionlessly. Then he stood up and told Black Steel, "I have something to do. I will talk to you later." Han Sen said that and left. He didn't want to interact with those people. He'd rather practice what he had learned while the memory was still fresh in his mind. "I will walk you out," Black Steel said. Han Sen shook his head. He didn't have a good relationship with the other heirs of kings, and he didn't want Black Steel to end up isolated like he was. Running off like that? He sucks. Kryman smiled. "Of course. Did you expect him to just let you insult him?" Someone laughed. "He deserved it. I don't like people who keep pretending, Kryman said darkly. Han-san was not in their circle, so it did not affect them too much. Now they returned to being happier and more friendly with each other. Dulisha felt really good, too. She had finally shown off in front of Han-san with success. She was smiling, and she just couldn't stop. Rebecca didn't look so happy, though. She felt as if something was amiss, but she couldn't put her fingers on exactly what was wrong. As everyone talked, a Viscount accidentally knocked over a genofluid and dirted a seat, so he moved to Han-sen's seat. Han-sen's cup was still there. The Viscount reached for the cup, wanting to swap it for a new one, but when he just touched the teacup, his face changed and he screamed, "What the fuck?" As everyone was talking merrily, hearing him scream made everyone turn to look at him. Kryman laughed and said, "What are you screaming about? Look at this cup." The Viscount pointed at the cup and looked at it strangely. "What about the cup?" Kryman asked. "This is Han-sen's cup. Look closer." The Viscount did not know how to explain, so he picked it up and moved it over. Everyone looked towards the cup that the Viscount was holding. They heard a cracking sound. Then the cup shattered. The pieces and the water splashed down to the table. Rebecca and the others saw it shatter, and then their eyes widened. Amidst the broken shards of ceramic, there was a moon-like thing. It was still floating where the cup had been. Dulisha was simply frozen, and could not speak. Rebecca's face changed, and she asked the Viscount, "Did Han-san really use that teacup?" The Viscount said, "Yes, I was sitting next to him. I saw everything he did, and that cup has not been touched since. But he has been gone for half an hour. How can the moon still be there, and how could it have broken the cup? That surely isn't moon." Kryman looked at the sisters with confusion. The reflection in the water was the beginning of moon. Putting light in the water wasn't something that was supposed to last, as it didn't physically exist. It would fade away quickly without a source of power to keep pumping into it. Han-san had been gone for half an hour, and the shape in the water still remained. That meant it wasn't just an illusion. The light was something solid. It had broken the cup, which no illusion could do. Rebecca stood up and walked over to Han-sen's seat. She looked at the light, examining it with a strange expression. The others came over to surround it, too. Kryman said, "Rebecca, is this moon? That guy isn't playing a trick on us, is he?" Rebecca looked down at the bright moon and said, "It is, and it is much better than what Dulisha and I can do. It has the secrets of Moon Wheel in it." The secrets of Moon Wheel? Everyone was shocked. When Rebecca mentioned Moon Wheel, it got everyone's attention. Rebecca pointed at the light and said, "Do you see? This is a solid light. This isn't just a mere shadow. This is not a reflection. It is a real moon. But it should be impossible for a solid moon to enter the water without at least causing ripples. Everything that touches water should deform it, unless you had the extremely gentle touch of something like Moon Wheel. Rebecca, you and Dulisha can do something like this, yes?" Sad Night asked Rebecca. Rebecca shook her head. "My father practiced Moon Wheel to a half-deified status. This skill stems from moonlight, so it is easy to learn, but difficult to practice. Not everyone can bring it up to its highest tier. Dulisha hasn't practiced Moon Wheel at all. I have practiced it, but I am far from gentle enough to do this. You would have to be a duke or a king to avoid disturbing the water." Everyone's faces changed. Kryman's face looked particularly bad, and he asked, "Is it really that hard?" Han-sen did not practice Moon Wheel, and he is just a Viscount that practiced Moon. How could he do such a thing? Look closer. He might have tried to trick us or something. Rebecca peered into the light for a while, before giving up with a wry smile. "This is Moon, yes. I don't know how he managed to do this. I have only seen a casting of such quality from my father. Maybe he really did leam something from the narrow moon knife." When everyone heard that, they were struck with speechlessness. Kryman's face was twitching, and it burned. Dulisha blushed. She had been so cocky about her generation of 3 moons, but now, she realized her performance wasn't anywhere near the same level. How can such a genius exist here in this universe? By just looking at a knife and hoping to learn a geno art? This is something most people might never accomplish if they spent their entire lifetime on such an endeavor, Sad Knight said in a frustrated tone. Rebecca responded simply, "It is easy to discern the truth. The moon has been here for half an hour. The power is still here. That tells us he has a very strong but gentle power. If this moon can remain here for a few days, he must have learned the secrets of Moonwheel. The light I can cast only lasts a day at the most. And on top of that, the water would be disturbed." "We can't wait here for a few days," said the Viscount that moved the cup. "I don't believe he could have learned the secrets of purity and gentleness from that knife. My father should still be around. We should seek him out and have him take a look. Then we will know the truth." Dulisha stood up and looked for Moonwheel King. Everyone wanted to know whether or not Han Sen possessed the talent to be so pure and gentle. They did not stop her. Rebecca and Black Steel also went out in search of Moonwheel King. Moonwheel King was talking with a few other kings. He felt something, and Black Moon King said, "Let them in." Dulisha and the others entered and bowed before the kings. "Don't you guys think we old farts are boring? What are you doing here?" Black Moon King smiled. Dulisha hastily explained what had occurred to the kings. She grabbed Moonwheel King's arm and said, "Father, come take a look and help us understand what Han Sen did." "Really? Let me come and take a look." Moonwheel King and the others looked shocked. They followed Dulisha to the garden. When they returned to the garden, Dulisha pointed to the light and said, "This is it. Do you think this is Moon, Father?" Moonwheel King had seen the light from all the way across the garden. He sighed and said, "Han Sen's skills are the best. He examined the leftover power I used to activate the knife, and from it he was able to learn that much. This is very rare." Hearing Moonwheel King say that shocked Dulisha and the others. They no longer harbored any doubt. "Father, how gentle is Han Sen?" Rebecca asked. "I will say 30%. I would be glad if you possessed that level of skill when you reach a duke. It is acceptable to only achieve it upon reaching king class," Moonwheel King said. Everyone was so shocked. They could not speak. It is a shame he has such good talents, but even so, he wasn't able to become a Viscount without consuming 200 to 300 water drops. He had to swallow a red mist soul to get this Geno art and strength. If Isha gave him everything, he'd be lucky to reach Duke. There is no way he can reach King at this rate. Night River King growled. After hearing that, the young ones felt better. Han Sen's talent was so scary, it was hard not to be disturbed by it. Moonwheel King was right. Han Sen's moon only had 30% of his own gentle power, and that was because Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra had only been able to simulate 30%. Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra was still at a low level, though, so he was still pleased that he had managed to simulate 30%. If his Dongxian Sutra ascended, it would not be difficult to increase that percentage. "Han Sen, you are good for causing people trouble," Isha sighed. She had already learned about the incident in which he performed Moon. Just as Han Sen had believed, Isha had given him Moon as another test. He had only practiced it for a short time, and he had only seen the narrow moon knife once. The fact that he had still managed such a breakthrough was astounding, and it allayed her fears. She no longer had trouble believing Han Sen, and she was sure he really was just that talented. It did give Isha conflicted feelings, though. Anyone would love to have a student that talented, but every time she thought about how hard it was to level up Han Sen, it gave her a headache. Isha sighed and spoke to herself. "I need to make a plan to see where he can go in order to level up. I can't wholly rely on my finite supply of resources. It won't take him very far." Han Sen was back on planet Eclipse, and while the feeling and memory were still with him, he continued his practice of Moon. That gentle skill was quite useful, and it suited Han Sen well. When Han Sen had a chance at night, he'd return to the sanctuary to be with his family. Today, Han Sen went home. Luolan and Han Yufei looked happy. They spoke to Han Sen and said, "A baby's coming! A baby's coming!" Han Sen's body shivered. His eyes opened wide, staring at his parents. He complimented them, saying, "Dad, you are still very manly. Are you saying I have another little brother or little sister on the way?" "What are you talking about?" Luolan hit Han Sen across the head. She blushed and happily said, "It's Yen Ran. She's having a girl." "Ah!" Han Sen was so happy. He almost jumped. "Go and see her." Han Yufei patted Han Sen on the shoulder. The family was happy that Ji Yenran was pregnant. It helped to reduce the trauma of Little Flower having been taken, and Ji Yenran particularly felt better because of it. She had only been pregnant for 3 months, though, so it would be a while before the birth. Han Sen had told people he was off to kill xenogeneics as an excuse. That way he could spend a lot more time with Ji Yenran at home. People worked at the base and he didn't really need xenogeneic genes. His Viscount gene tally was already maxed out, anyway. Until he became an Earl, there was no point in eating xenogeneic genes. Han Sen wanted to stay with Ji Yenran until she delivered, but the base soon had news. Isha was going to the Buddha, and she wanted Han Sen to go with her. Han Sen couldn't decline, so he packed his stuff and went to Planet Blade. There, he got on a ship alongside Isha. "My queen, why are you going to see the Buddha?" Since Han Sen was here, he wanted this to be over as soon as possible. Isha was flying the ship. She didn't look at Han Sen, and she wasn't using her ordinary battleship. She was driving a smaller ship, where only she and Han Sen could occupy it. Burning Lamp Alpha gives a speech every century. "We are going to listen to him speak with the Buddha," Isha said. "Is he the leader of the Buddha?" Han Sen asked. Isha nodded and said, "Burning Lamp Alpha is the one that lit the Geno Lantern. There aren't many of these alphas still alive amongst the higher races. Deified elites? We really should listen to his words carefully," Han Sen said. Surprisingly, Isha said, "You don't need to listen to the speech, but you do have to go to the Buddha's heaven." "Heaven?" Han Sen looked at Isha with confusion. Isha smiled and said, "After the Alpha has made his speech, he will open up heaven. People are only allowed to go there once in their entire lifetime. I have already been. I am taking you there so you can walk through their heaven. It might help you level up." "What are the benefits of walking there?" Han Sen asked, blinking. "It is difficult to say. If you walk well, it might help you greatly. If you walk poorly, you might not gain anything at all. You will find out when you're there, so there's no point in me explaining it to you right now," Isha said shortly. Han Sen was curious about the Buddha, particularly because of Ancient Devil. He really wanted to know more about them. If what Ancient Devil said was true, Azura was somehow connected to the Buddha. And even the Shura of the Alliance and the demons of the Geno universe had some link to the Buddha. The Buddha were friends of the Rebate, and they weren't too far away from each other. Isha drove the ship fairly lackadaisically. She wasn't in much of a rush. This planet is called Planet Magic. It is one of the planets of the Buddha. The planet is controlled by the magic. They are an interesting race. It's good that you will get a look at them. Isha parked her ship in the spaceport and took him to disembark with her. Han Sen wanted to get all this done as soon as he could, so he could get back to spending time with Ji Yenran. But he couldn't change Isha's mind, so he followed her around. When he stepped off the ship, he saw a creature that was reminiscent of a basketball. It wasn't exactly like one, but they were circular. They were around the same size as one, and they came in a variety of colors. Their textures were jelly-like, and they hopped to move around. They had big eyes, and they looked really cute. "These jellies are the magic?" Han Sen asked curiously. Isha nodded. "They are a special race. They are not hostile, but their attack power is more surprising than you would think." When Han Sen wished to ask why, a pink glob of jelly hopped in front of them. It looked right at Isha. And then, suddenly, it made a pop noise. The pink jelly took on Isha's shape. Han Sen's eyes opened wide in shock. Aside from the weaker energy, the pink jelly became Isha and looked exactly like her. Isha did not seem to mind the mimic, and she even stroked the magic's head. It enjoyed the touch and it rubbed her hands. Han Sen reached out to touch it, too, but Isha gave him a stem look. It was then that Han Sen realized that if he fondled the magic, it would practically be the same as him touching Isha. It was a shame, but he withdrew his hand. "Welcome. Our magic baby was born not too long ago." Are you guys interested in it? The magic that looked like Isha spoke. Shit, what is this? Are they selling kids? They have a planet protected by the Buddha, so they can't be doing anything that bad. Hansen thought. The magic that turned into Isha knew what Hansen was thinking, and so it said, our lives are weak, and our lifespan is only 100 magic days. That accounts for 1 cosmic year in the Geno universe. If we get adopted, our lifespan increases to that of our hosts. We live as long as they do. So, upon birth, most of us opt for adoption. Hansen now understood. While it was technically adoption, it was similar to a parasitic relationship. He didn't know if they'd actually benefit the host, and if they did, what benefit they would give. The magic anticipated this worry. Seeing Hansen's facial expression, it proceeded to explain, an adopted magic won't affect the life of its host. They only take a small part of the host's energy. And even so, it is down to the host to decide how much we absorb. If you just wanted to keep us alive how we are, a bottle of C4 genofluid will keep us going for a whole cosmic year. If you want us to evolve, you have to provide more energy than that. And providing and accepting energy is the cornerstone of our relationships. We'd never take anything without permission. A C4 genofluid is just a meal. It isn't much at all, Hansen said, as he looked at Isha. Isha smiled and said, the magic are a peaceful race. If you didn't give them energy, and they were deprived of nutrition, they would die. But even so, they wouldn't try to steal the resources from you. But overall, they are low maintenance and only require a small amount of energy. If you want a high-class one, though, then of course they require greater amounts of energy. And they are harder to level up than the average noble. In that case, why don't I adopt a few? Hansen thought the magic were cute. They were not annoying, and Hansen didn't want them all to die. Hansen could also take a few home to Bauer to be her companions. And he had plenty of energy to spare. Dear customer, we are sorry. Only 1 magic per person is the custom. It's a precaution, the magic said. Okay. Then I'll adopt one, Hansen said. Thank you. Please come this way. The magic led the way. Hansen and Isha followed it away from the port. While their port might have looked modern, the other portions of the planet all looked rather primitive. You could see big, grassy fields occupied by globs of jelly that were all hopping around. It was like something out of a fairy tale. On one of the grassy fields, the magic that looked like Isha pointed at Hansen and shouted, Kids, these customers would like to adopt one of you. Who would like to go with them? Quickly, many smaller globs of jelly came hopping over. They were all jumping and bopping around Hansen, saying, Pick me! Pick me! How do I decide? Hansen, seeing this group of magic, did not know what to do. There is not much difference between them. How they grow is down to the host and the energy they receive. You should just pick whichever you like, Isha said. Pick me! Pick me! The magic had their eyes wide open. As they hopped around Han's senator, they earnestly wished to be the one selected. Hansen chose a small one. It was a yellow blob of jelly, around the size of a fist. He laid it out in the palm of his hand and said, I'll choose this one. The other magic looked disappointed and left. They returned to playing around on the fields, waiting for the next chance of adoption. Please drip a droplet of blood onto its head. Then you can live with it, the magic said. Hansen touched a drop of blood onto the yellow jelly ball. He watched as the blood was absorbed, then disappeared entirely. When it was absorbed, Hansen felt a sudden connection form between him and the magic. It was like he could read the glob's mind. The magic was very happy, jumping around Hansen's hand. What is its name? Hansen asked. They don't have names. You can provide it a name if you so choose, said the magic that looked like Isha. I will call it Bubble, Hansen said. He wasn't very good at naming things, and he went for whatever rolled off the tongue comfortably. After he adopted Bubble, Isha took Hansen away from planet magic. They continued on their way, headed for the biggest xenogenic space of the Buddha. On the way, Isha told Hansen that having a magic would help him pass through the heaven there. That was why they stopped there on their way. Han-san wanted to ask how the magic would be helpful, but Isha seemed to be lost in thought and not very talkative. The Buddha were richer than the rebate, and they owned many systems. The biggest base they had, however, was Buddha Kingdom. It was a xenogenic space that was akin to narrow moon, but not many planets were there. There was just a chunk of land in the sky. That land could still be bigger than a system, though. The size was almost unimaginable. Han-san and Isha didn't have to announce themselves. They entered the xenogenic space without being challenged. The Buddha Kingdom was very open, and there were many different races occupying the city. There weren't even that many of the Buddha there, actually. Han-san was surprised to see that many of the Buddha and others had their own magic. It seemed to be a surprisingly common thing. Isha said, "I have to do something before we listen to the speech. You should walk around this Buddha place for a bit so you might learn a thing or two. I'll catch up with you later." After that, Isha was gone. She disappeared, leaving Han-san alone on the streets. Han-san did not know what to do, so he just decided to mosey around. That place was entirely new to him. There were many things there he had never seen before, so it was quite interesting. On the corner of a city block, there was a man clad in strange garb. He was sitting behind a broken table and holding up a sign that no one there understood. He was smoking, and each puff was done with squinted eyes. Not long after, an old Buddha walked past the broken table looking sad. For some reason, the sign the man was holding fell onto the Buddha's bald head. "What is wrong with you?" The old Buddha man rubbed his bald head and stared at the man. He didn't say anything more, and he started to walk away. "Fellow Buddha, your eyes lack emotion and your forehead is black. You have some black smoke coming out of your head. Something bad must have happened to you recently." The man moved to grab the old man and spoke seriously. Han-san was wandering aimlessly on the streets. He looked forward and saw a Buddha woman in the midst of a crowd. She was clad in white robes, and her eyebrows were like those of a painting as she smiled at Han-sen. "Speechless Buddha lady?" Han-sen was shocked. "Mr. Han, if you want, I can guide you around the Buddha Kingdom." Speechless Buddha lady came before Han-sen and spoke to him. "Yes, please," Han-sen said. It was impossible to escape from the Buddha in Buddha Kingdom. Han-sen had nothing better to do, and she was freely offering to guide him, so he wasn't going to say no. And that aside, Speechless was pretty to look at. "Then please follow me. I won't let you down." Speechless smiled at Han-sen and then started walking. Han-sen felt strange. There were many people in the city, but it didn't seem as if anyone recognized Speechless. He wondered why no one gave him peculiar looks. Speechless knew what Han-sen was thinking, though. She smiled and said, "The Buddha aren't very interested in celebrity. I rarely go out with my rank on display. That's why." Han-sen nodded, and then asked, "Is there anywhere special I can visit? I'm sure you know the most interesting landmarks around here. You can call me Speechless, by the way." Speechless paused and then said, "I don't think ordinary relics would interest you, but there is a Buddha wall that resides 400 miles from here. It is a place that was visited by a half-deified Buddha king. You should take a look, sir." "Call me Han Senator. Being called sir is strange." Hansen smiled. Speechless Buddha lady nodded and spoke about the origin of the Happy Buddha wall. She spoke well and she was pretty to boot. It wasn't a boring listen. The Happy Buddha wall was not created by Happy Buddha King. It was a student that drew an image of Happy Buddha King across that wall. That was how it came to be known as Happy Buddha Wall. Happy Buddha King was a very famous half-deified person, but he left a long time ago. His name was still commonly heard in the city, though, and he was a figure that was most well known. The student that drew his image was not any ordinary person, either. He was a legendary fellow. Out of the higher races, the Buddha society included the most outsiders. In the Buddha kingdom, only 1% of its people were full-blooded Buddha. The rest were outsiders, and many of them were quite famous. Some of the famous outsiders were even kings. The person that drew Happy Buddha King was an outsider duke named Silla. That person admired Happy Buddha King a great deal, so they wished to draw him a portrait. There were many different stories. Silla met with Happy Buddha King 10 times with the offer, and each time Scylla was rejected. The 11th time, however, Happy Buddha King allowed Scylla to proceed. The Happy Buddha wall was the result. Before finishing the drawing, Scylla practiced for 3 years straight in complete isolation. When Scylla returned, Scylla did so as a king. Scylla eventually went on to become half-deified as well. There was a saying amongst the Buddha. Scylla King was a famous king, but just like Happy Buddha King, history forgot them. All people now knew was the remnant of the Happy Buddha wall. Han Sen liked the story, and when it came to a close they were on Skycliff. That was where the wall was. Han Sen thought that the place, due to its sacred importance, would be well protected. But there was not even a railing, and they were able to come right before the wall. The Happy Buddha wall was drawn on the cliffside. It was at least 10 meters high. It looked rather strange. Han Sen looked at the Happy Buddha wall from far away. He wondered, I thought this was an image of Happy Buddha King. Why are there 2 Buddhas painted on the wall? Which one is he? The wall portrayed a Buddha sitting upon a lotus flower, smiling. But there was also a Buddha lady next to the Buddha. She was holding his neck, and they were locked in a kiss. Speechless smiled and said, I thought there were a lot of gods in the beliefs of the rebate. Happy Buddha King is our lover god. Happy Buddha King is called Ming King, and the Buddha lady there is Ming's wife. They were both deified, and forever together. They were both called Happy Buddha King. I see. Han Sen may have said that, but inside, he thought, isn't this like a combination of 2? I thought it was just one king, but it was in fact a horny old man and his woman. Nothing is sense, and sense is not nothing. Nothing is not sense. Where the senses are is where the Buddha are. Speechless spoke to Han Sen seriously. I don't understand this. It seems as if I am not suitable enough for the Buddha. Han Sen smiled. Speechless smiled and said, I cannot tell you if this is suitable for you, but perhaps by looking at the wall, you may learn a thing or 2. When Scylla drew this picture, Scylla King learned of what it meant to be happy. The happiness is inside this very wall. If this is your fate, then you will learn something also. Han Sen examined the Happy Buddha wall, but could not learn anything. He gave a wry smile and said, It seems as if I am not suitable for the Buddha, as I am unable to glean anything. I have a way for you to see it, but I will have to help you. Are you willing to try this? Speechless beautiful eyes peered right through Han Sen. If you are willing to help, then of course. Han Sen smiled. Okay. Then look into my eyes. Tell me what it is that you see. Speechless smiled at Han Sen, as her eyes began to show some form of movement. Han Sen looked at her eyes, but her eyes were too pretty. It was difficult to describe how beautiful they were. They were crystal clear, and looking at them made people want to stare in awe. Han Sen felt like his vision was becoming sucked into her own. Within the reflection of her eyes, he clearly saw himself. But the shadow was so strange, and he saw himself naked. He wore nothing in front of speechless Buddha lady. Boom! Han Sen felt as if he had just been shot in the head. So many thoughts rushed to his mind all at once, many of which made him blush. Speechless eyes continued looking at Han Senator. They became watery, and she looked at Han Sen strangely. Ming's wife used her love to feed that cruel demon Ming King. She seduced him to open his mind and become a Buddha King herself. Even that cruel monster could not block it. So how could you? Speechless felt so very cocky. During the cultural exchange between the Buddha and the rebate, Speechless had been beaten by Gu Qingqing. She was not happy about that. When Speechless heard that Han Sen was visiting the Buddha kingdom, she went looking for him. She badly wanted to exact her revenge badly. She planned to bring Han Sen to the Happy Buddha wall. With the atmosphere in front of the wall being what it was, and with her skills to disturb Han Sen's will, she knew she would succeed. Speechless would not stand for Han Sen becoming one of the Buddha. So, she made him fall in love with her. She was confident with the seed of love she planted. With Han Sen's mind currently shaken, she could take advantage of his dazed state and plant her seed. He would do whatever she bid him to do, and he would listen to her no matter what. The skill was called desire, and there were few people who could practice it with proficiency. Speechless was very talented with it, though, because of her connection to Speechless Buddha King. Speechless Buddha King had practiced happy skills, and she followed his example. Speechless eyes looked very attractive, and she thought to herself, "Come on, while your will is still a mess. I will nudge you into a situation that will embarrass you horribly when you come to your senses." Thinking about this made her feel so much better. She casually began to check out Hansen. He actually looked a lot like a Buddha. Hansen's face was more attractive than average, but it was too thick to look exactly like a Buddha's, though. It wasn't pretty. But Hansen's talents were shockingly good. They were so defined. Even she was jealous of what he was capable of. What shocked her the most was Hansen's eyes. They weren't pretty, but they were extremely attractive, for a reason she could not pinpoint. Something about them reminded her of a rising phoenix. Those black eyes were an enthralling abyss, and as she stared into them, Speechless suddenly found it difficult to look away. Slowly, Speechless' face started to blush. Her own eyes quivered strangely. She came closer and closer to him. Her eyes were so attractive, and her lips drew near Hansen's. "Why do I think he looks different, all of a sudden?" Speechless wondered, and her heart was beginning to race. She suddenly needed Hansen like she needed to breathe. He looked like the person of her dreams. Speechless' life force was all messed up. A moan passed her lips, as her eyes dropped into a soft look. It seemed as if she wanted to pull Hansen closer. Her arms, beneath the white robe, wrapped around Hansen's neck. Her lips were going to connect with Hansen's lips. Suddenly, a finger landed on Speechless' lips. She was hastily thrust out of her daze. "Don't try that too much. You'll become addicted." Hansen smiled as he touched Speechless' lips. Speechless' cheeks burst into fire. With another moan, she stumbled backwards. Her heart was all tangled up, and she couldn't bring herself to even look at Hansen now. She wanted to dig a hole and hide herself. "I'm sorry. I have remembered that there is in fact something I ought to do. I will take my leave now. Sorry." Speechless was in complete shock, and it was obvious she wanted to run away. Hansen found it funny that Speechless, of all people, would run off in such a manner. His will was like that of a deified being. It was too strong for someone like Speechless to easily manipulate. Speechless' desire skill could not shake Hansen. Her attempt at seduction had backfired, and that was why she ran off. After she left, Hansen sat down on some stairs and observed the Happy Buddha wall. Hansen couldn't discern anything particularly special about it. But now that she was gone, he could scan the wall with his Dongxian aura. "I see." Hansen looked at it, then deactivated his Dongxian aura. Turned out that it wasn't worth checking out. Just as he was getting ready to leave, though, a few people arrived. They had come there to see the wall, too. Hansen looked at them and noticed how similar to humans they looked, aside from the horns on their heads, of course. Furthermore, Hansen knew the leader of the bunch. "Luoji? He's not dead." Hansen was surprised. When he met Luoji the demon, he was on planet Kate. Luoji had invited Hansen to join him at Demon's Grave. When danger befell the pair, Luoji abandoned Hansen and fled into the desert. Hansen hadn't seen the man since, and so he presumed him to be dead. Apparently the man had survived, and to top it off, he had come to the Buddha kingdom at the same time as Hansen. It looked as if he had practiced a lot in the time they had been apart. He was faster than Hansen, and that was because he was an earl. When Luoji saw Hansen, he too looked surprised. He asked Hansen, "You are Knife Queen student, Hansen?" "Yes, I am." "Who are you?" Hansen had used his dollar persona when he first met Luoji. The man didn't know Hansen was dollar. "I am Luoji of Demon." Luoji had brought a few demons with him. He smiled at Hansen. "You must be here to access the Buddha heaven, correct? How about we go there together? I have other business I must conduct." "I am sorry to disappoint you," Hansen said and left. Hansen knew what sort of person Luoji was now, and he knew he wouldn't cooperate fully with him. Disrespectful. After Hansen left, a demon behind Luoji spoke. Luoji waved his hand and said, "That man's genes may not be stable, but his skill is profound. Knife Queen took him as a student, so it is best we do not offend him. This trip to heaven is important to me. We cannot risk failure. Please behave and do not cause me unnecessary trouble. Yes, sir. The demons with him agreed. Han-san was walking west, but he didn't have time to stop and admire the views. He just wanted to return to the city where Burning Lamp Alpha was to deliver a speech. And after that, he wanted to get this heaven ordeal over with so he could return to his wife. Han-san spent 2 days returning to the Buddha city. As soon as he entered, he saw a familiar shadow appear in the crowd. Why is he here? Han-san stared in shock. But then, the shadow disappeared. Han-san walked to the alley where he had seen it, but he found no trace of the man. Are my eyes going funny? God's retribution cannot be here. There is no way he could come out here without my assistance. Han-san retreated into thought, as the entire situation seemed wrong. But the shape of the shadow's body really did look like him. Han-san walked around a bit, but he didn't catch sight of God's retribution again. Maybe my eyes are going funny. Han-san shook his head, then went to find a place in the Buddha city to stay. The city was made of gold, and even the ground was paved with it. It was rather intimidating in its splendor. There were statues of the Buddha everywhere, and their presence made Han-san feel uncomfortable. I wonder when Isha will show up again? Han-sen waited for another 2 days and still didn't see her. He was getting impatient now. People in the city were starting to talk about Burning Lamp Alpha's upcoming speech quite a bit now. No race was prohibited from hearing the speech, and anyone of any status could go. It is no wonder she said it does not matter if I hear it or not. Since the speech will address everyone, surely nothing unique or valuable will be said. Everyone will know whatever he says. Han-san was thinking as he approached a Buddha statue. He was walking on a famous Buddha path. It was a straight road that led straight to the Burning Lamp Alpha's palace. The way was 10 meters wide, adorned with 3,000 gold Buddhas fencing it. The rumors said that every Buddha represented a world. 3,000 Buddhas meant there were 3,000 worlds. There was a Geno art of the Buddha that was called 3,000 Worlds. It was derived from the 3,000 Buddhas of that path. Han-sen didn't believe the stories, though, but he had nothing better to do with his time, and so he decided to come and take a look. Perhaps he'd be able to learn a thing or two. Because Burning Lamp Alpha would give a speech, many outsiders were there. Just like Han's senator, they were all accompanied by magic of their own. Bubble began bouncing up and down, wild with excitement. The intelligence of the magic grew slowly, and their personalities were rather simple. They weren't complex beings. Reaching the level of intelligence of the one that mimicked the shape of Isha would take a few decades. It also took a lot of energy for that to happen. The 3,000 Buddha statues were all unique, and not one of them was a copy of another. Han-sen came to take a look to kill some time. When he walked past 200 Buddhas, he saw Speechless and a few of the other outsiders there. None of them appeared to be low-ranked. Speechless had probably guided them there so they could take a look at the Buddhas. Han-sen took a closer look and was surprised. All those outsiders were of a different race. One of them was a feather. The feathers had been removed from the Hall of Higher Races, and they were hardly ever seen outside of Holy Heaven nowadays. It was nothing small to see a feather here. Han-sen did not recognize that feather, though. But amongst them was one person that Han-sen knew, and that was Higher of Pirate. She too was in the Buddha city. It looks like everyone is taking this heaven business seriously. I wonder what's so good about it, and what resides in their heaven. I don't know what Isha was thinking when she decided not to explain anything. Am I not her student? Or did she just get kicked in the head by a donkey? Han-sen felt depressed. Luckily, Higher would only recognize Han-sen if he was wearing his Dongshin armor. That would be the face of Dollar. If she knew who he was, she might very well have tried to attack him then and there. Aside from Han-sen, there was also a man with a cow's head. He looked like a minotaur. He was not of the cow, but Han-sen thought he was the same race as the fellow he had encountered during various rebate events. There were 3 others there, too. One of them had a head that grew like a dragonfly. There was one with 3 faces and 6 arms, and the other was a Ghana man. He had the snake lower body and all. They were all unique. Hansen could not tell how strong they all were, but they all looked very different. Hansen stopped looking at them and returned his gaze to the statues around him. Hansen really didn't want to see higher, in case she somehow identified him. Buddha lady, on this trip to heaven, how many people can reach the other side? The Ghana man addressed Speechless. There are many geniuses here, so many should be able to reach the other side. You are each an elite of your respective races, with unique talents. If you have a strong will, you will make it, Speechless said. The cowhead man grunted and said, maybe not. This heaven has opened many times, and fewer than 10 finish it each time. I am sure there is some limit to the number of those who can make it. And the more elites there are, the harder it will be. Amitba. Speechless spoke the Buddha catchphrase, and then she said, Sig Earl, you think too much. There are no enforced limitations. If you can walk through heaven, you will. The Ghana man emotionlessly looked at the cowhead man and said, Sig, if you are so afraid, you do not have to go. Good. What are you saying? The cowhead man ran towards the Ghana in rage, breathing fire out of his nose. Calm down. This is the Buddha's path. You cannot make so much noise here. Speechless stepped between the two. Higher and the guy with 3 faces and 6 arms did not speak. They were merely watching. Sig and Good did not look as if they would continue the feud, and they simply ignored each other after that. Speechless kept guiding them forward, showing off the 3,000 Buddhas. When they came near Hansen turned away from them. He didn't want to get involved. She only saw his back, but Speechless recognized Senator. Her expression became strange, and she pretended she hadn't noticed him. She continued her tour of the 3,000 Buddhas. Seeing them walk away, Hansen felt much relief. But before he could completely relax, Higher walked back towards Hansen. Hansen was shocked. Did she see something? Hansen was not afraid of her, but he couldn't risk his identity of dollar being exposed. It'd cause big trouble with Isha. Higher walked right up to Hansen and looked him over. Hansen kept looking at the Buddha and ignored her. Hansen decided that, if she did notice something, he'd deny whatever she said. He'd deny no matter what. Higher put her hand on Hansen's shoulder and spoke quietly into his ear. She said, Are you romantically involved with Speechless? Hansen was shocked. He certainly hadn't expected Higher to say that. So, he just looked at her and pretended he didn't know what she meant. Seeing how shocked Hansen looked, Higher took his reaction for a confirmation. She then murmured, We shouldn't talk here. We should find someplace else to chat. I think you have the wrong guy. I have no clue about what you're talking about. Hansen acted through his shock. Higher lifted her lips in a little smile and said, There is no use in pretending. I am a thief, and nothing escapes my senses. I will tell this to a Buddha king. You know what will happen to you and Speechless if I do, right? Before Hansen could put another word in, Higher continued. Oh, but just so you know, I am not being hostile. Actually, I would like to strike a trade with you. After saying that, Higher pulled Hansen away from Buddha's path. They walked out of the city and went to the banks of a nearby river. Hansen wished to hear what she wanted to say, so he didn't resist following her out. Okay, let's talk here. Higher let Hansen go, then sat down atop a rock. She smiled and said, Given your relationship with Speechless Buddha lady, I can only assume you know the secrets to heaven. What secrets? Hansen asked Higher. Stop pretending. Heaven has opened many times, and many races have been here. Only 10 of them can reach the end each and every time. I believe there is a secret to this somewhere. Higher was peering right at Hansen when she continued. With Speechless reputation, she must assuredly know how to reach the other side. I don't want anything from you. All I want is for you to take me with you and help me reach the end. If you do, I'll keep the relationship between you two a secret. I promise. I think you have misunderstood us. I know Speechless, but we are not in a relationship with each other. In fact, we have only ever met twice, Hansen said. Higher looked annoyed by the denial. Her face filled up with frost and she said, This is bad. I am going to tell Buddha King about it right now. So what if he knows? Hansen laughed at Higher. Higher looked back at Hansen with disdain. Still pretending? You can't hide anything from a pirate. Every trick in the book to get others to join their creed. Marriage is one such method. Many creatures in this universe have been tethered to the Buddha in this way. Like Happy Buddha King. He was the best in the entire universe. Yet even he was suckered into one of those arrangements. Speechless is famous, and she will have a marriage with someone powerful. It's a must for her. If Buddha King leams about you too, do you think he will let you go lightly? You should know about this. Hansen didn't know the Buddha had such a culture, and he found it rather interesting. When Hansen didn't respond, Higher went on to say, others don't know the Buddha are this way, but we do. They are not much smarter than the pirate, you know. I don't really like them, and more than that, I don't want to expose your story. If you help me, it is a win-win situation for all of us. You know who I am? Hansen asked Higher. Higher was surprised and said, how am I supposed to know who you are? You're just a lowly viscount even if you are famous. The Buddha won't let you be with her. Hansen smiled and said, I am the student of the rebate called Knife Queen. This is my first time here, and it marks my third encounter with Speechless. Nothing else is going on. Okay? You are wholeheartedly mistaken. Higher frowned at Han Senator. She looked right at him. Seeing him turn to leave, she tugged at him and said, even if the two of you aren't together, how about we cooperate anyway? Let's walk through heaven together. What benefit is there for us to cooperate? Hansen asked Higher. There is a lot. I am the #1 genius of the pirate. Everyone knows the name Higher. She is a rare and very talented person. I will be deified one day. Higher kept complimenting herself, showing utterly no embarrassment. If you and I cooperate, it would be easier to traverse heaven. Higher patted Hansen on his shoulder. If you're as good as you say, why do you need Speechless to guide you? Hansen laughed at her. Higher's face did not change, and she said, I am certain I can get through it, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime affair. It's good to take extra precautionary measures. Don't you think? Hansen turned around and left, ignoring her. Higher followed and pleaded, let's talk about it. State your conditions. I don't know anything about what to expect in heaven, so following me is pointless. Hansen knew Higher was suspicious about the prospect of his relationship with Speechless, so he kept walking resolutely. Higher gritted her teeth and pulled out something. You must know this. If you cooperate with me, then this is yours. Hansen looked at Higher's hands and saw a tablet. It was palm-sized. There were many words, smaller than grains of rice, etched into it. There was nothing particularly special about it, though. What is it? Hansen looked at Higher's tablet dubiously. Higher looked shocked. She stared at Hansen and said, really? You don't know about the virtual tablet? What is a virtual tablet? Hansen looked at it and asked. Higher saw that Hansen was honestly confused, so she shook it in front of him and said, the virtual tablet is a powerful treasure left behind by a mysterious, higher race. It has that mysterious race's geno-art. When the Buddha received the virtual tablet, they absorbed the talents to become as they are. Many geno-arts have come from this virtual tablet. This is one of many. The pirate unearthed it from some old ruins, and no one else knows about this. But it can be yours for the price of a cooperative partnership. How do I know if this is real or not? Hansen was curious. Aren't you Knife Queen's student? If you let her take a look, she'll know the truth. She won't lie either, Higher said. Okay, if this is real, I will cross heaven with you. Hansen took the tablet. Higher had no relationship with Speechless, and she was practically giving him something for free. He wasn't going to reject that. Why are you following me? Hansen asked, looking at Higher. Higher sauntered casually behind him. I gave you my end of the bargain, so of course I'm going to follow you. Heaven is going to open in a few days, and until then, I am attaching myself to you. I am going to listen to Burning Lamp Alpha's speech. We can meet there, Hansen said. There's nowhere else for me to go anyway. I might as well follow you. It might be nice to meet up with Knife Queen, too. Hire really wanted to follow him. Han Sen, seeing that Hire wasn't leaving, allowed her to tag along. There were a few days to go until the speech was to commence, and it felt like forever for Han's senator on the day of the speech. Isha still hadn't revealed herself. Weird. Where is Isha? Did she go to the speech area straight away? Hansen frowned. Are you really Knife Queen student? Where is she? When the speech was about to begin, Hire cast a suspicious glance at Han's senator. She was starting to think she didn't know who he really was. If you don't believe me, then take your tablet back. Then we can go our separate ways. Han Sen held it out to her. Over the past few days, he had researched the text on the tablet. It looked like something very profound, but there was no beginning or end to the text it included. It was just a section of a greater geno-art. You couldn't learn anything from that. Han Sen found out the tablet was rather well known, though. The section that Hire had was likely very real. The virtual tablet had quite a lot of storage, and the geno-art filled all of it. If he only had one piece, then he only had one part of the geno-art. It was no wonder why Hire was willing to give it to him. No, you've already read the contents. What's the point of giving it back to me now? Hire shook her head. Han Sen ignored her, and he continued to frown. The speech started, and Isha had yet to return. Without Isha, Han Sen wouldn't have the Buddha's invitation to enter their heaven. He could not listen to the speech in the palace, so he'd have to stay in the plaza and listen alongside the commoners. Burning Lamp Alpha couldn't be seen from the plaza. The audience could only listen to his voice ringing out of yellow speakers. Many creatures listened to the speech through the Buddha sound system. When Hansen heard what was being spoken, he thought it was very meaningful. He felt as if his heart had leveled up. But after thinking about it a little more, he thought it was indeed a little too vague. If you could do what the speech told you to do, you would have to be a saint. You wouldn't have to learn anything. It's your fault. I am from the pirate. I am supposed to listen from the palace. Now I'm stuck in the plaza with these lowlifes and you. Hire sounded upset. Hansen laughed and said, You probably weren't going to listen all that well. Anyway, it doesn't matter where you were standing when you heard him speak. It's different. Hearing it from the palace is a recognition of your identity. It's different when you're there, Hire said. Hansen didn't think too much on the speech, though. He was concerned for Isha, who was still a no-show. Far away, in a stone pavilion in the southwest corner of Buddha Kingdom, an old man was sitting in front of a table. It looked as if he was dozing off. There was a game of chess sitting on the table, and it was in the midst of a stalemate. Isha was sitting opposite the man, examining the stalemate in play atop the table. She was holding a piece, trying to decide on her next move. The pavilion was fairly ordinary, but it gave others a feeling of separation from the world outside. It was like a realm that did not exist in full. Time passed, and Isha sat as still as if she had been turned to stone. Hansen couldn't see Burning Lamp Alpha, and the speech lasted the entire day. After that, the creatures all showed their thanks to the Alpha, kowtowing before the palace. The speech ended, and the heavens opened. Countless creatures poured in towards the opening. Hansen and Hire were stuck in the crowd, looking at the way to heaven. There were 8 doors in the Buddha city, and 3 of them were open. 5 of them were always shut. One of the doors led to heaven, and that was the only way to heaven. It was situated in the west. The western door was now open, and when they looked out at it, they could see a Buddha light. It obviously did not lead to the land outside the city, as one might expect. Hansen still hadn't seen Isha, so he decided to move with the crowd towards the western door. When he went through the western door, he was not taken outside the city. He found himself in a desert. Nothing was visible on those desert wastes. Not even cacti. It was just yellow sand, sizzling beneath a bright, hot sky. After entering the desert, Hansen heard something, like someone whispering near him. It almost sounded like someone speaking the Buddha catchphrase, but from an indiscernible source. The noise flowed all around him in a constant susurrus. The sound wasn't loud, but he could hear it clearly. It was like it was coming straight from his brain. As he listened to that sound, Hansen's body wanted to move along with it. It made him frown. Do you hear a noise? Hansen asked higher. Of course. Did you not know that heaven has the heavenly sounds? Higher rolled her eyes. If she hadn't asked around, she wouldn't have believed Hansen was the student of Knife Queen. He didn't know anything. What's up with these heavenly sounds? Hansen was trying to pinpoint its source, but he couldn't figure it out. Higher kept walking and explained. The music is everywhere, all across this heaven. First, it will feel like it's nothing, but the longer you hear it for, the deeper it will touch you. If you can't stay composed and walk through this heaven in time, your body will begin to dance along with it. It won't stop until you're dead. Hansen frowned and said, if it's that dangerous, and only 10 people can make it through, why are so many people coming here? Aren't they afraid of dying? Well, you can turn back before you lose control. You'll be safe if you do that. Higher looked around, but she could not catch sight of Speechless. Then, she asked, when will you and Speechless meet up? I told you, we are not in a relationship. Hansen looked around and asked, how do I know when to keep going or when I should return? It depends on who you are. Everyone has fear in their hearts. You turn back when you've lost all hope. The more confident and stubborn people are, the more danger they are in. Higher rolled her eyes and continued on to say, but you will be fine. Speechless will protect you, and you will make it to the end. Hansen didn't bother to contradict her again. He followed the big group across the desert. There was a huge crowd around them initially, but many people quickly began to tire and turn back. There was no day and night cycle in heaven, and the sun was always high in the sky. After 10 hours, the sun was still unmoved. It was just as Higher said, too. The heavenly voice was nearly impossible to ignore. It wasn't long until Hansen saw weaker-willed creatures beginning to dance along with the music. A giant danced across the sand. An initial glance might seem amusing, but it ultimately gave onlookers the chills. Many groups of people walked together. If anyone started dancing with the music, others could snap them out of it. Some creatures that were having difficulty withstanding the music, and they decided to turn back. They didn't want to risk dying there. The music did not affect Hansen at all, though. He heard it, but it was just annoying, more than anything. Higher kept on bugging Hansen about when he was going to meet up with Speechless, but he was too lazy to answer her. Higher refused to give it up, though. He eventually couldn't stand it. He frowned and asked, why do you think I'm in a relationship with her? Higher smiled and said, I am a woman too. The way she looked at you could not fool me. Can you swear to God that there's nothing between you two? Hansen shrugged and did not say another word. He continued walking. There was no nighttime in that desert. No one knew the specific direction they should be moving, which eventually resulted in the large crowds splitting up as people ventured separate ways. Most of them continued going forward, though, and that meant they were headed west. Hansen was going west as well, but as time went by, there were fewer and fewer people around him. The desert was too large. After 50 hours of this, aside from Higher, there was no one nearby. Higher kept walking and asked, Hansen, I can't see anyone close to us. Speechless should be here. Hansen acted like he didn't hear anything. He merely stroked Bubble, which was perched on his shoulder, and asked, did you bring a magic? What do they do? Higher said, they aren't affected by the music. You can use them for a distraction from the music. It keeps your mind from being so easily lured by the heavenly music. I see. Hansen had guessed that, but he just wanted confirmation. Stop beating around the bush. When is Speechless getting here? Higher asked in irritation. As Hansen started to respond, a shadow appeared over the horizon. They looked in its direction and saw a Buddha with a white robe. The bald head gleamed under the radiance of the sun. You see? There is no way I could have been mistaken. Higher looked cocky. Look closer. It's a man. It's not Speechless, Hansen said after a second. You're still pretending? Speechless must have sent that man to pick you up. You cannot lie to me. Higher gave him a you cannot lie to me face. Hansen's face suddenly looked rather pale, and his eyes twitched. He had picked up a very hostile aura coming from that man. Let's go. Han-sen turned around and started to leave. Stop playing, Higher said with an eye roll. But then she realized that Han-sen was already running off. Higher turned to look at the Buddha and found that he had accelerated. He was coming towards her like an arrow. She felt something was amiss now, too, and so she ran after Han-sen. Who is that? Isn't he here to pick you up? Higher asked as she ran. I already told you. I have nothing to do with speechless, Han-sen said again. Higher turned her head to look behind them, and she saw the Buddha getting closer. She was shocked and said, If you have nothing to do with her, why are they chasing you? They must have unearthed your dirty secret, and that's why that man has been dispatched to get rid of you. Higher looked at the man more closely, then screamed, Seven Spirit Buddha. I was right. You and Speechless have been exposed. This Buddha has been sent to kill you. You recognize him? Han-sen asked. He didn't know why one of the Buddha would come after him. And since their pursuer was undoubtedly a hostile, Han-sen wanted to know more about him. You haven't heard of Seven Spirit Buddha? He is Speechless Buddha King's seventh son. But the Buddha King did not leave anything to him in his will. He gave everything to Speechless. Seven Spirit Buddha wasn't denied an inheritance because he was a disappointment, but because he was too smart. Speechless Buddha King was afraid that his will might limit and actually impede Seven Spirits' future. So nothing was left for him. Burning Lamp Alpha himself refused to take students for 1,000 years. But decades ago, he made an exception for Seven Spirit Buddha. He must be a marquise by now. Higher went on to say, The relationship between you and Speechless must have been exposed. That is why he is here to kill you. So, since this has nothing to do with me, I'll take my leave. After that, Higher changed course and ran the other way. She wanted to get as far away from Han-sen as she could to avoid getting mixed up in his mess. Han-sen suddenly sped up, though, and he grabbed Higher by the clothes. He picked her up and continued running. What are you doing? I thought we were friends. Don't harm me. Higher struggled, trying to escape. I am Knife Queen's student. The rebate and the Buddha have a good relationship. If they wanted to kill me, do you think they would allow witnesses to know that I was murdered? Han-sen coldly said. Higher was shocked, and so she stopped resisting. She said, We should run separate ways then. He might not come after me. It's better than dying with you, at least. You're just a viscount. If I was the Seven Spirit Buddha, I'd kill you before coming after me, Han-sen said. You say that like you're really strong, but you're a viscount the same as me. Higher smiled. But after she said that, she felt Han-sen tucking her under his armpit. Then he accelerated to a point where she could not even open her eyes for the wind. How is he so fast? Higher was shocked. Han-sen carried Higher as he ran. But it wasn't because he had any sympathy for her. He wanted a witness. If he had one, it might prove useful further down the line. Han-sen used his rabbit shoes to run, but he still looked gloomy. Seven Spirit Buddha was keeping up with him, and the gap between them was slowly closing. Although there was still some distance between them, Han-sen was fleeing over the flat, unobstructed sands. There was no place to hide, and it would only be a matter of time before Seven Spirit Buddha caught up with him. He's just a marquise? Han-sen looked back. Seven Spirit Buddha was 1 kilometer behind them. Higher was shocked, and she said, Seven Spirit Buddha is a marquise. But he is a genius amongst the Buddha. And Burning Lamp Alpha taught him personally. I fear not even a duke could rival him. You need to run because he is coming. Han-sen wanted to run faster, but he was still just a viscount. He was already moving as fast as the shoes would allow. Seven Spirit Buddha, why are you chasing me? Han-sen shouted as he ran. Seven Spirit Buddha said grimly, Amitba. He didn't say anything more. He merely focused on his pursuit of Han-sen, and he slowly reeled in the distance between them. Higher looked grim, and she said, It looks like he really wants to kill you. This is bad, man. If we don't reach our destination, we're going to die. Han-sen suddenly slapped Higher's body, sending a surge of energy into her. She found herself unable to move. She couldn't squirm, and neither could she speak. Stop talking. I can lose him, Hansen said to Hire as he hopped up a sand dune. But Hansen didn't jump up there to remain on high ground. He slid down its other side, and he used the height of the dune to obscure Seven Spirit Buddha's vision. The moment Hansen was out of sight, he patted Little Invisible. Then, a strange colorful power wrapped him up. Hansen was able to blend into the desert itself. No eyesight could detect them. After crossing another 1,000 meters, Seven Spirit Buddha reached the dune. Then he started looking around. "Mr. Han, I know you are here. Come and fight me, student of Knife Queen. At least die with dignity." Seven Spirit Buddha rumbled. Nothing responded to him, though. Seven Spirit Buddha did not move from his position as he looked over the desert. He moved his lips, and a sound came out of his mouth. A whirlwind kicked up, quickly swirling into a choking sandstorm. It had a diameter of 1,000 meters, and its thickness painted it like a yellow fog. Seven Spirit Buddha was convinced Hansen was there, and he wished to use the sandstorm to reveal him. But when the sandstorm quelled, he was unable to see anything. It was still and quiet, and he could not see Hansen. "Is he good with the element of earth?" Seven Spirit Buddha spoke to himself. He looked around and ventured in a specific direction. Then he disappeared. In the sky, Hire saw Seven Spirit Buddha vanish. She wanted Hansen to free her, but she had no voice to speak with. She was yelling in her mind, "Asshole! Let me go. You are deliberately touching me." She could only think these things, since she still couldn't control her mouth. Hansen was in the air, and he didn't go back down. Neither did he free Hire. He slowly flew higher and higher. He drifted up so gradually, it felt as if he wasn't moving at all. "Wimp! Seven Spirit Buddha is gone. Why are you still being so careful? Let me go!" Hire was yelling in her heart. Hansen's forehead dripped with sweat. He was just a Viscount, and flying slowly cost more energy than flying fast. And on top of that, he was holding Hire. That cost him even more energy. After 10 minutes, he traveled 1 kilometer. Hire was going to go crazy, being unable to move or speak. If she could, she'd have been yelling at Hansen. Suddenly, Hire saw the same dune that Seven Spirit Buddha had been standing atop. Seven Spirit Buddha had appeared there once again. He was wearing a white robe, standing atop the dune. It was as if he hadn't moved at all. Hire was shocked, and she thought to herself, "I saw him walk away. Why is he still here? Can he teleport?" Amidst Hire's shock, Seven Spirit Buddha mumbled something to himself. A light then came out of his body, glowing strangely from his chest. It looked like another 7 spirits emerged from him and walked their own separate ways. Not long after, another 7 spirits emerged from each of the 7 spirits. They all went off in different directions, but the real 7 Spirit Buddha was still atop the original dune. After a while, he traveled west. Buddha clone? He is powerful. Hire understood that the 7 spirits she was seeing were actually just clones. But producing clones like that was something only a king-class Buddha could do. 7 Spirit Buddha was just a marquise. His ability to produce 7 clones to search for them was terrifying. Hire was so happy right now that Hansen had not freed her. If she had made a noise, 7 Spirit Buddha would immediately have known where they were. This guy is pretty good. He's just a Viscount, but he has that speed? I don't know what treasure he collected to make him so fast. Hire thought. Hansen landed, and then he removed their camouflage. He also freed her. Hire was being quite suspicious. She carefully looked around and said, "Is he really gone?" "He is for now, but I am sure he will be back." Hansen moved to rest on the sand. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's run," Hire said. Hansen did not move from his spot, though, and he calmly said, "His clones went off in 8 different directions. Wherever we go, he will see us. Then what do we do?" Hire was not strong enough to deal with someone like 7 Spirit Buddha. Somehow, she had found herself depending on Hansen. "We need to find a way to exit this heaven. We might have escaped for now, but there's still a chance we might be found by 7 Spirit," Hansen said. "If you do not know how to get out of here, then you should know that I don't either," Hire said. She thought for a moment. Can't you turn invisible? If we stay invisible, then 7 spirits clones won't be able to find us. Will they? Hansen shook his head. There are limitations to remaining invisible, as I cannot keep it up for long. Little invisible could make Hansen invisible, but Hansen was carrying another person. It would be too much for him to handle. The creature was still just a baby, and after the amount of time they had spent invisible earlier, all its energy had been drained. What do you plan to do, then? Hire was standing atop a dune. She scanned the desert, afraid their nemesis would return. Don't stand there, Hansen told her, motioning her down from the top of the dune. Then he said, I thought you were of the pirate. You might just be Viscount, but you should be able to stay alive, right? Normally, of course. Even if there was a duke on our heels, I could stay alive. But this is 7 spirit, so I can't be entirely sure. Hire gave a wry smile. If it was just one clone, do you think you could make it out? Hansen asked after some thought. If there was just one, then I guess I could. But my method can only protect me. Hire looked glum, saying that. That is enough. I will go to 7 spirits' true self. His clones will be coming for me, but that will allow you to go back the way you came and leave. If 7 spirit does not recall his clones, though, then you'll be on your own, Hansen said. Hire looked at Hansen and said, Why are you helping me? Hire hailed from the pirate. She found it hard to believe a stranger would help her formulate a plan of escape at his own expense. Hansen smiled and said, No matter what reason he has for trying to kill me, he waited until only the 2 of us remained. That means he doesn't want others to know what he wants to do. If you make it out, perhaps he'll give up on the idea of killing me. And if he doesn't give up, at least you can spread the news of what actually happened. You could inform Knife Queen. If you can't, I'll die for nothing. Vengeance won't be sought. Hansen paused, then went on to say, 7 spirit is coming after me. I cannot escape, and this is the only gambit we have available. Hire looked at Hansen for a while and then spoke. If I can make it out, I will inform Knife Queen. It's a deal then. You walk east, and I'll go west. Hansen looked at the time and then continued. He should be on his way back by now. Go on and good luck. Hansen stood up and ran to the west. Although Hire was worried, she knew if she went along with Hansen, she might very well die. So she went east. Hire did not dare run too quickly, though. She was afraid Hansen might use her as bait, so just in case she went slowly. If Hansen was going west, 7 spirit should bump into him first whenever he turned back. When that occurred, she would have her chance to escape. Hansen was not that graceful, though. He walked west, looking around as he went. Because he had been in that place for a while, and the music affected people a lot, it was fortunate Hansen's will was as strong as it was. It didn't affect him as it did the others. After a while, Hansen stopped walking. He looked around and buried himself inside one of the dunes. Once inside the sand, he cast Petrify to turn himself into stone. Not even a deified elite could find him there. Now all Hansen had to do was wait. He was going to wait until 7 spirit came past. And when the hound did, he'd emerge. If 7 spirit was walking slow, then Hire should encounter a clone. If she did, she'd surely attract 7 spirit in that direction. But Hansen wasn't certain she'd entice the attention of 7 spirit himself. If 7 spirit found out that Hire was alone, he'd still want to search for Hansen more than anything. Hansen reviewed every possible way this situation could unfold, and he formulated a method for dealing with each circumstance. Suddenly, though, he felt as if a being had just walked past. He was buried under the sand, though, and he couldn't use Dongxian aura to be certain. He couldn't be sure that it was 7 spirit. The creature was slowly heading east. He had walked past where Hansen was hiding, headed on an eastbound trajectory. Hansen assumed it had to be 7 spirit, since who else would walk backwards when they were this late in the game? Hansen waited until the presence went by, hoping to head the opposite direction after 7 spirit passed. But 7 spirit only walked east for a bit before turning back. He was searching for something. Hansen, do you want to die down where you are? Or do you want to go out fighting? Seven Spirit Buddha asked. Han-sen frowned and thought, weird. How does he know I'm here? Han-san was a little worried, but he didn't move from his position within the sand dune. If the fella knew where Han-san was, it was likely that he'd already have attacked. He wouldn't bother talking. Seven Spirit waited a bit for a response to come, but none came. He didn't actually know where Han-sen was, but it seemed as if he knew Han-san was somewhere nearby, as he didn't leave the approximate region. He must have a way to sense my general presence, but he can't find me. This is a tough spot to be in, Han-sen was thinking. Seven Spirit stopped. He mumbled something, and then the sand was kicked into turmoil again. The wind whipped into a raging tornado. Wherever it went, the sand flew everywhere. It dug up 1,000 meters of desert. Marquises are stubborn. It must be costing a lot of power for him to keep searching that way, Han-sen thought. It also made him feel disappointment. Even if he had turned into stone, Seven Spirit would find him if he dug too deeply into the sand. Han-sen was not in a rush to move, however. He waited for the tornado to come. He wasn't going to move until he was found, in the hope that Seven Spirit would exhaust most of his energy. Several tornadoes raged across the desert. They were searching for Han-sen almost hungrily. When the tornadoes reached a specific dune, it exploded and a person emerged. He went straight west. Amitabha. Seven Spirit waved his white robe, and the tornadoes retreated into his sleeves. He looked like a dragon with yellow wings as he came after Han-sen. Han-sen was running forward, and the shape of a yellow dragon that was a few hundred yards long was giving chase. It looked like a yellow vortex that wanted to suck him in. Han-sen's blood was burning. His spell armor glowed with light. Han-sen looked like a bird, soaring through the sky to avoid the power of that tornado. Seven Spirit emerged from the trailing tornado and threw his palm forward at Han-senator. It turned into a golden, roaring lion. Han-sen's body responded like a phoenix. He borrowed strength from the air itself to accelerate. His body performed a stunning arc to neatly avoid the lion's attack. Seven Spirit clicked his fingers, and then the gold light turned into the spirits of the Buddha kings. They all rushed forward to attack Han-sen. There was a dragon, a lion, a sheep, an elephant, a horse, a bug, and even a fish. They were all different types of animals. The dragon was powerful. The lion was intimidating. The sheep was implacable. The elephant was strong. The horse was fast. The bug was creepy. The fish was spiritual. They all possessed a different power, and they all had an effective synergy with one another. Han-sen borrowed the speed of the rabbit shoes to keep up with Seven Spirit, but he didn't dare fight him head-on. A marquise would be too strong. If Han-sen got hit, he could die in a moment. Seven Spirit, I have no grudge with you. Why do you want to kill me? Han-sen shouted as he tried to hide from the scary attacks being aimed at him by the Seven Spirits. Seven Spirits' desire to kill him was a grave issue. Even if Han-sen escaped, it could pose trouble in the future if Han-sen didn't understand why Seven Spirit wanted him dead. In order to sort this out, he needed to figure out what had inspired Seven Spirit's rage. But Seven Spirit refused to answer. His finger kept making spiritual markings. He kept creating Buddha light marks and infusing them with a desire to kill Han-sen. Han-sen saw Seven Spirit wasn't going to answer, and so after dodging the next spirit mark attack, he said, I know, you must really love Speechless. But Speechless loves me, and she wants to have sex with me. That is why you're mad, right? Despite what he said, Han-sen did not think that was the reason. He just wanted to goad his nemesis into talking. Higher kept saying Seven Spirit wanted to kill him because of Speechless, but that made no sense to Han-Senator Speechless' plan to seduce him had backfired. But no matter how prideful someone was, they could not kill a student of a half-deified elite over something like that. There must have been an important reason why Seven Spirit wanted to kill him. Seven Spirit heard Han-sen, though. With a look of fury, he said, Shut up! Speechless is not someone you can be allowed to pollute. After that, Seven Spirit's Buddha light shone. A giant Buddha hand rose from his back, then began approaching Han-Senator. The palm had 7 spirit marks. 2. Han Sen could see that the sky was now full of creatures, raining down towards him. Seeing it made him feel terrible. The 7 spirits were scary, and he knew he'd be unable to dodge them. Han Sen's eyes froze. Then he ran in front of the Buddha horse. When he did, he felt an impact shudder through his body and into his own hand. Then he was sent flying. Han Sen used Yin Yang Blast, and the impact of the horse's hoof sent Han Sen shooting off like a kite. He was flying far away. Han Sen began running as soon as his feet touched the ground, coughing blood as he went. His opponent was too strong. He had used most of his power to deal with that force, but somehow it had still managed to damage his body. If he hadn't been wearing his Marquis armor, he would have been killed. 7 Spirit did not have the power to keep using Buddha hand. The Buddha light dimmed, and he returned to pursuing Han Sen. 7 Spirit, it isn't strange for a girl to fall in love. You cannot change someone's heart by force. Speechless thinks I'm hot. She wants to be with me. Killing me is pointless, as I will always be in Speechless' heart. She'll never forget about me, Han Sen said, as he made his escape. Han Sen could not defeat 7 Spirit, but if he could make his enemy mad enough to lose his cool, perhaps there was a chance of pulling through. 7 Spirit's face turned green, and he said, "Shut up, don't talk about her like that." Seeing that 7 Spirit really did care about Speechless, Han Sen was delighted. He had to do what he could to live, so he said, "Speechless and I are so in love. She mentioned you to me. She said you were nice, but you are extremely boring. You don't know how to treat a woman. You don't even dare to touch her fingers. You aren't a real man." 7 Spirit did not say anything. He kept casting his 7 Spirits marks like mad. Han Sen had managed to gain some distance from 7 Spirit, so they weren't terribly close together. Han Sen managed to dodge every attack too, so there wasn't as much of a threat. 7 Spirit knew this was pointless, so he stopped attacking. He used his power to close the gap instead. By doing that, he was able to catch up quickly. This guy is annoying. Han Sen's chest was rumbling, and he was still coughing up blood. He was thankful he had his mutated blood. He wasn't losing as much blood as he would have otherwise, but he could not heal. 7 Spirit, a man should be more straightforward. I only used a little effort to make her come after me. I touched her body all over, and you didn't even touch her fingers. You are such a sad man. As he provoked 7 Spirit, Han Sen kept thinking about how he could survive this. Shut up. 7 Spirit was enraged. His Buddha light brightened considerably, and then he used 1,000 Buddha hands. This time, he did not use his 7 Spirit marks. He merely pulled out a wooden instrument. He struck it, and the sky flashed above them. Han Sen felt a rumble of thunder in his heart. Arg! Han Sen felt electricity course through him. More blood spilled from his lips, and he almost fell over. 7 Spirit sprinted toward Han Senator. He wanted to slay Han Sen as soon as he fell. But Han Sen only dipped a little, then immediately sprang back to his feet. His speed did not diminish either, as he kept on running forward. 7 Spirit's brow furrowed. He wielded his wooden gong with 1,000 Buddha hands. Dong! The sound of thunder rumbled in Han Sen's heart, like it could annihilate the spirit of any being. But Han Sen was not affected, and he continued running. In the times between 7 Spirits' use of his 1,000 Buddha hands, Han Sen was able to increase the distance that separated the two. 7 Spirit frowned harder. He channeled all his power into his legs so he could focus on catching back up to Han Sen. Due to Han Sen's provocation, 7 Spirit had cast the scariest powers he had. It had cost him a lot of energy, and the distance between the two was quite large now. He didn't want to risk exhausting more of his strength. Han Sen's speed was a boon of the rabbit shoes. Beast souls had their own power, and they didn't tax Han Sen's own energy reserves. As a result, he'd never have to slow down. They both kept running across the desert. 7 Spirit kept trying to attack Han Sen, but Han Sen was able to evade each and every strike. Han Sen's opponent was unable to damage him in the slightest. When Han Sen was hit by the Buddha's sonic attack, he had been injured. Fortunately, he had practiced sonic hypergeno arts in the past. He was no stranger to what they could do. When Seven Spirit attacked the second time, he used Yin-Yang Blast to reverse some of the Buddha's sonic power that was bearing down on his Marquis armor. It made it look as if he was not affected by the Buddha's second sonic attack. His Marquis armor, however, was full of cracks. He had indeed been injured. Still, Han Sen was able to hold on. And with his speed not slowing down, Seven Spirit believed Han Sen had not been damaged by the Buddha's sonic attack. If Seven Spirit struck the wooden gong more, Han Sen wouldn't be able to withstand it. This guy is annoying. It is lucky that I am able to understand a bit of the reach of his strength. Han Sen used his rabbit shoes to keep on running. Han Sen had nothing else to do right now, and so he had to keep on doing this. Seven Spirit was using all his power to chase Han Sen, and Han Sen didn't think he could continue doing this indefinitely. I am going to tire you out. I'm not afraid of you, because I have a beast soul. Han Sen gritted his teeth and ran. He was going to compete with Seven Spirits with stamina, and nothing else. Seven Spirit was pledged to do the same. He couldn't kill Han Sen, and his marks were useless. He didn't attack, and so he preserved his energy for the purpose of running. Seven Spirit did not think Han Sen, who was a Viscount, could keep up that speed for long. He had a plan. If Han Sen kept running like that, the noise of heaven would bear down louder and louder. Seven Spirit had a Buddha Geno art that granted him a strong resistance to the noise. He did not think Han Sen could last as long as he would under the power of those sounds. Once Han Sen was controlled by the music, Seven Spirit would have Han Sen's life under his thumb. When Seven Spirit stopped talking, Han Sen decided to provoke him some more. He hoped his nemesis would be angered into attacking again, exhausting more of his energy. Seven Spirit did not say anything. He did not attack, and he just kept chasing. Looking at Seven Spirit's eyes, he seemed like the devil. His entire body carried a bad aura. While Han Sen ran, he saw a few shadows ahead. When he drew nearer, he noticed it was Luo Ji and a few others. Han Sen ran to Luo Ji and shouted, "Mr. Ji, help! Seven Spirit wants to kill me." When Luo Ji heard Han Sen, his own face changed. He then shouted, "Run!" They all ran without hesitation. In Luo Ji's heart, he yelled, "Han Sen is an asshole who's going to get me killed." Luo Ji's brain responded quickly to this. He knew what was going on here. Seven Spirit wanted to kill Knife Queen's student. If Knife Queen knew about this, the Buddha and the rebate would suffer a big divide. If anyone saw Seven Spirit chasing Han Sen, they might be killed. Luo Ji ran fast, but when he turned around, he saw Han Sen was next to him. Luo Ji couldn't outrun him. Luo Ji shouted, "You asshole! We have no grudge with you. Why bring us harm?" Han Sen thought to himself, "You did the same to me in Demon's Grave. This is you getting your just desserts." Han Sen had his rabbit shoes, so he was able to run faster than Luo Ji. When Han Sen was about to pass them by, he leaped over their heads. Luo Ji knew he could not let him pass. If he did, Seven Spirit would reach him first, and Luo Ji and his people would be killed. Luo Ji shouted, "Block him!" After that, he drew his knife out and tried to cut Han Sen. The knife came at Han Sen like a demon. The black smoke lurched toward Han Sen, and it made onlookers think there'd be no way for him to block it. The demons around Luo Ji tried to attack Han Sen too. They had not practiced Sky Demon Sutra, and neither did they have Sky Demon powers. All they used were Geno arts. But they were all Earls, and there was a Marquis in their midst. When they attacked, they did so with grand strength. Han Sen did not move, and the Sky Demon powers hit Han Senator, so did the others, with their scary attacks. Han Sen's body exploded like a water balloon. Above their heads, though, Han Sen's body reappeared. He flew right over them like a bolt of light. What they had attacked was one of Han Sen's clones. He produced it from his moon skills. Split up. Luo Ji could not prevent Han Sen's advance, so he barked the command and ran. Each demon went off in a different direction. Han Sen, seeing Luo Ji respond so quickly, thought he was something of a genius. But even so, he was as evil as an old fox. Han Sen was hoping the crew could buy him some time, but that looked like it might be unlikely to happen. They all ran their separate ways, and Seven Spirit Buddha was unable to catch up to kill them all. There was no point in killing them, and he appeared to be letting them go. What happened next shocked Hansen, though. Seven Spirit shone with gold. His body became golden, and he expanded 3 meters in every direction. Each side of his head grew an extra face, and his body sprouted an additional 6 arms. He had 8 arms and 4 faces. He looked like a weird Buddha statue. This guy is a xenogeniac. Hansen's face changed, and he knew what he was going to do. Seven Spirit had 4 faces. The left one was smiling. The right one was crying. The back one was evil and very scary looking. The 8 arms were raised at a variety of different angles. A spirit spell powered his strange body as he flew forward. Hansen heard some screaming and explosions coming from behind him. He turned around and saw a few of the demons, who had been running a kilometer behind him, get ripped apart. Their bodies were scattered all over the sands, splattering blood everywhere. Seven Spirit, with his gold Buddha body, chased after Luoji. He was the only one of his party who was still alive. Luoji knew he could not outrun the villain, and so he roared. His demon smoke enshrouded the blade he wielded. He sent a full-powered Sky Demon attack towards Seven Spirit. Sky Demon's shadow swallowed Seven Spirit, but in less than a second, the shadow was torn apart. The 4-faced, 8-armed Buddha that Seven Spirit had become escaped and teleported to Luoji. His arms grabbed Luoji, and Luoji watched with shocked eyes as the monster tore him apart. That is cruel. Hansen was not in the mood to watch, so he kept running through the desert. After Luoji's body was ripped apart, a black smoke came out of the body and landed on Han. Senator Hansen felt the black smoke go into his sea of soul. His body could not prevent it from getting inside. Ordinary Geno universe creatures had a spirit sea. Hansen's spirit sea was his sea of soul, and it was unique to beings that came from the sanctuaries. The black smoke went in, and when it did, Destiny's Tower shone. It was like a giant funnel that sucked the black smoke into the tower. What is this place? Let me out. The black smoke was now screaming from the top floor of Destiny's Tower. The voice belonged to Luoji. Hansen did not have the time to figure out what the black smoke was right now, though. Seven Spirit had killed all the demons at once, and that hadn't bought Hansen as much time as he had hoped. His nemesis was catching up from behind once again. Luckily, Seven Spirit's xenogenic form had not increased his max speed. He was still unable to catch up with Hansen, and that was why Hansen did not feel the need to transform either. Seven Spirit was not in a rush, though. He released his xenogenic transformation and returned to his normal form to chase Hansen. Becoming a xenogenic might have increased his strength, but it had 3 times the energy cost. Remaining in a xenogenic form wasn't a good idea. The chase continued, and Hansen hoped to encounter someone else across the sands. He was hoping for a duke, but as he ran, he didn't see hide nor hair of anyone else. I don't know if Hire escaped, Hansen thought to himself. That was because he had not seen Seven Spirits' clones return. It made him wonder how Hire might have been faring. Hansen kept running for the next few days. Most of his power came from the rabbit shoes he used, but he still felt tired. Seven Spirits' stamina level was incredible. He was still on Hansen's heels, and he hadn't slowed down. This guy is annoying. Hansen's tired body still chugged along. Heaven was like an infinitely large realm, the ends of which could not be reached. The next horizon was always just desert. I can't just keep running like this forever. I have to reach the other end so Seven Spirit won't attack me. How will I get to the other side, though? Hansen had been thinking this over and over for the past few days. He couldn't come up with a solution. Hansen put his mind into Destiny's Tower. He spoke to Luoji, who was now a pillar of black smoke. Luoji, do you know how to reach the other end? You got me killed. I won't tell you. Go to hell. The black smoke boomed with Luoji's angry voice. Hansen coldly said, If I escape, you can still live this way. If I don't, you won't even be alive as a black smoke. After that, Hansen took control of Destiny's Tower and made it shine. It shone on the black smoke, and the black smoke looked like water that had touched burning steel. The smoke was vaporizing, and Luoji was screaming. "Don't kill me! I'll tell you," Luoji shouted. "Don't feed me a single lie. If I die, you die. If I can escape, I will keep you alive. You'll also be a witness for 7 spirit chasing me," Hansen said. Luoji said, "Heaven is not a xenogenic space. It is a deified treasure, but this treasure came from a deified elite of the Buddha. Even they can't control it. They can only control a portion. Although they only control a small section, it is not difficult for them to trap people. If you get pinned, it will be impossible to reach the other end. But if they cannot control heaven totally, we can escape their control somehow, right?" Hansen asked. "That'd be difficult. Every time heaven opens, only 10 people can reach the other side. That isn't a coincidence, you know. The Buddha do this on purpose. I made inquiries into those who did reach the other end, and I discovered that they are all close friends of the Buddha. Not many enemies can reach the exit," Luoji said. "If you know this, then what were you still doing here? You must know of a way," Hansen asked. Luoji paused and then said, "I have a guess, but I don't know for certain. I have come here to find out." "Tell me." Hansen looked back and saw 7 Spirit was still giving pursuit. He wasn't worried that Hansen would be able to escape heaven. Hansen thought to himself, "I'm afraid that what Luoji says might be true, but if so, then the Buddha have full control over who makes it out the other end. It isn't random." Luoji wasn't certain, but under pressure from Hansen, he relented and told the story. Many factions had researched the Buddha heaven. They had guesses similar to Luoji's, but no one had proven their authenticity. This was primarily because the Buddha forbade king-class sorts from entering the Buddha heaven. Ordinary nobles could not do much in the Buddha heaven. Luoji consulted many people that had reached the other side, and people that had gone deep without reaching the end. He gathered a lot of information and came up with a guess. The Buddha could not control heaven in its entirety. If someone traveled to the area that was not under the control of the Buddha, they had a chance of making it to the other end. Luoji thought the area that the Buddha did not control was under the Sand Sea. Once you enter the Sand Sea, you will see some white dunes. They're different from the ones of yellow sand. You won't find them if you don't look, either. Once you find them, though, head for them immediately. Then, you can enter the region that the Buddha don't control. This is merely my theory, though. There's a chance I am incorrect, Luoji said. If it's not correct, then you know you will die with me. It is best you tell me everything, Hansen said to Luoji as he continued running. There is no more for me to tell. That is all I know, Luoji said. Really? I don't think you're the sort of person that goes on an adventure with nothing but a guess, Hansen coldly said. You can't say that. The whole reason I am here is because the place the Buddha control might have a treasure that the deified elite left behind. That is why I came here in the first place, Luoji answered. Hansen kept running, looking all around. He was pivoting his head to look for the white dunes Luoji had mentioned. There were many dunes around, but there wasn't a single white one. After running for a while, Hansen's eye gleamed brightly. Amidst the bumpy dunes of the desert, there was a smaller dune between them. It was only 2 meters tall. The dune was a little white, and if you did not peer at it closely, you might not have seen a difference at all. I found your dune. So, how do I get in? Hansen asked Luoji as he ran for the dune. Some peoples have been known to accidentally run inside, usually when they were getting attacked. I don't know exactly how to get in, but I was planning to try digging, Luoji answered. Hansen stopped hesitating. He pulled out Ghost Teeth knife and slashed a Fang attack towards it. The knife light struck the little dune and created a big hole inside it. Hansen was very pleased with the result. His Ghost Teeth knife had created a big hole, and the knife light was still moving forward. The attack had punched through easily, as if it was hollow down below. But if you looked from above, you'd see a hole with sand at the bottom. Hansen clenched his jaw and went inside the dune. Hansen did not feel as if he was hitting sand. Felt more like water. It seemed like he was drifting down, like he was sinking. 7 Spirit, who had caught up by that point, hesitated for a moment. he still decided to jump in. Eventually, Han Sen's eyes brightened. What he saw shocked him. When he went through the dune, he didn't arrive in some cave. It was another world, complete with its own sky. It was like he was traveling through the skies. It was different from the desert above, too. Here, he could see gold springs and giant gold trees. Every tree had a gold temple. Light glowed everywhere. There was a Buddha mist that covered a temple, splitting the light into many colors. It looked like a heaven of its own. But there was no pain and violence like in the heaven above. Is this the real heaven? Han Sen frowned because the music was stronger there. Even he was starting to feel that pressure. His legs trembled, and it seemed as if he was about to start dancing. Han Sen used his will to regain control of his body. Before he could decide where to go, he heard a noise and Seven Spirit dropped down behind him. Han Sen tried to leap towards the gold forest that was visible in front of him, but he felt as if he was grounded and could no longer go airborne. So he kept running forward. Seven Spirit did not follow him. He looked at Han Sen and laughed grimly. Han Sen, this heaven is not a place you can freely access. Really? Because I just did. So what? Are you going to come and kill me? Han Sen didn't look back as he shouted. If you keep going, you'll be dead without me lifting a finger, Seven Spirit said simply. Han Sen wished to say something more, but Seven Spirit went on. It is almost time. And then a bell chimed. Han Sen's brain felt as if it had just exploded. He almost collapsed to the ground. The tolling of the bell was far more powerful than the music. Seven Spirit put his hands before him. Then a Buddha light shone. His forehead produced a cold sweat with the difficulty of what he was casting. Seven Spirit coldly looked at Han Sen, who was lying on the ground. He walked towards Han Sen with a Buddha light. He turned into his four-faced, eight-armed Buddha form and said, "Dying in the face of such music is your luck." Han Sen wished to say something, but he heard another bell chime. He did not know where it came from, but it echoed across the entire world. Han Sen was on the ground, and the chiming of the bell had him coughing up blood again. Seven Spirit, why do you want me dead? Han Sen asked Seven Spirit since he was having a hard time standing up. It is because you deserve death. Seven Spirit spoke each word from all four mouths. They each had a different tone, and it was like four people telling him all at once. It looked very creepy. After that, the 3-meter-tall Seven Spirit came charging towards Han Senator. 8 of his arms had 8 different spirit marks, and they were all coming to attack Han Sen. Dragon, lion, sheep, horse, elephant, bug, and fish. All 7 Buddha lights were collected and sent rushing toward Han Sen. Han Sen rolled across the golden floor to dodge the 7 mark attacks. Then, he got up and ran towards the golden forest again. But the heavenly music was getting louder and louder. Han Sen was starting to lose control of his body. He started dancing a morbidly amusing thing to see. Seven Spirit, who was behind Han Sen, could tell he was having trouble walking. Seven Spirit himself had already turned into a xenogeniac, but he was losing control. Han Sen followed the music and kept running the same way, dancing as he went. Seven Spirit could not kill him, but Han Sen had been attacked by those spirits, and he had incurred an injury. Seven Spirit used his lion spirit to attack Han Sen, but the arm twitched. The lion landed on the golden ground and did not touch Han Sen. Seven Spirit, you finally cannot handle this music anymore. Han Sen suddenly laughed. He brushed off the dirt on his front and stood up. He looked very lackadaisical, as if the music hadn't affected him at all. Impossible! Seven Spirit's face went slack. Ordinary people could not withstand the music, and the chiming of the bell was far more grueling. Even Seven Spirit himself, who had practiced the Buddha Geno art and acquired the four-faced, eight-armed Buddha form, was having a hard time under the bell's oppression. He was losing control of his body. Han Sen was a viscount, and yet he had escaped the music. Seven Spirit could barely believe it. The ordinary heavenly music and the bell were not physical attacks. They were more like a torturing of the mind. But this was a department where Han Sen excelled. His will was as strong as a deified elite's, so he wasn't affected by the Buddha heaven's music. He pretended to be affected so he could lure Seven Spirit forward and ensure that the Buddha wouldn't give up chasing him. Now, Seven Spirit had fallen under the bell's influence, and that meant it was time for Han Sen to strike back. Han Sen's rabbit shoes were moving in a blur, flinging him forward like a shadow. The ghost teeth knife gave off a purple knife light as it came swinging at Seven Spirit. Seven Spirit wished to flee, but as soon as he started to do so, his arm and legs flailed in a dance. His legs weren't following his commands, and he couldn't move the way he wanted to. Pang! The knife light was broken by Seven Spirit's hands. The four-faced, eight-armed Buddha body was quite scary. Han Sen's face did not change. He kept swinging the ghost teeth knife and using teeth knife skills. His body continued to flash around Seven Spirit. Seven Spirit stumbled back, using his 8 arms to fight against Han Senator, but at various times, some parts of his body would lose all control. He began to make mistakes he wouldn't have otherwise. A moment was all that it took for him to make a big mistake. Even though Han Sen's body was inferior to Seven Spirits, it was through all those mistakes that Han Sen could discern his flaws. Ghost Teeth Knife's purple knife light slashed down on Seven Spirit. It created a spark and left a white mark on his golden body. Then it disappeared. What a powerful xenogenic body! Han Sen was shocked. He didn't cast Ghost Teeth Knife's power a lot, but it was still easy for him to kill an Earl. The fact that he couldn't leave much of a mark on Seven Spirit's body spoke volumes about just how scary the Buddha's body was. Seven Spirit looked furious. His eyes shone gold, and his 8 arms tried to generate a spirit to attack Han Senator. Now his body was losing more and more control, though. Too many of his flaws were being exposed. He couldn't suppress Han Sen as he had earlier. Han Sen depended entirely on his rabbit shoes for speed. The red mink gloves gave him increased power. With the 2, Ghost Teeth Knife continued to hack at the four-faced, 8-armed Buddha body. But his attacks could only leave white scrapes across the gold body. The teeth powers could not latch onto Seven Spirit. Seven Spirit wished to escape heaven now, but it was too late. He fell back quickly, but the tolling of the bell was rather frequent. It affected him more and more. Before Seven Spirit escaped from heaven, his body fell completely into the dance. He couldn't stop that strange dance, and he couldn't get out of heaven. Han Sen was so happy, and he kept slashing at Seven Spirit. Using jade skin and mutant blood, he began to leave shallow marks on the gold Buddha body. But that was enough. If he could leave marks, the teeth power would slowly start to tear Seven Spirit's body apart. Although it was slow, over time it'd be enough for him to kill Seven Spirit and his Buddha body. Seven Spirit kept roaring with his 4 faces. He wanted to take control of his body and escape the Buddha heaven, but his body had been hijacked by the music. Regaining control was a very difficult task. Why is he not affected? Impossible. Seven Spirit Buddha took another hit from Han Senator. His eyes gleamed gold, and he looked angry. Han Sen wanted to cut him a few more times before he left that place. When he exited, the marks would kill the felon slowly anyway. But before Han Sen could slash him again, Seven Spirit's eyes suddenly turned gold. Gold fire flared to life, and it burst out to wrap up Seven Spirit's body. The body that had been affected by the music suddenly became still, thanks to that gold flame. He had stopped dancing. Han Sen, I said we would meet again soon. The 4-faced, 8-armed Buddha, which was enveloped in fire, opened its 4 mouths to speak. A scary voice boomed out. Qing Jun. Han Sen now knew who it was. The sky god had been behind everything this entire time. Seven Spirit's mind was completely under the control of Qing Jun, and in his true form he was not affected by the bell. He cruelly laughed as he walked towards Han Senator. He said, Han Sen, I have waited a long time for this. But don't worry, I won't kill you. You are a big delicious meal for one such as 1.1 will feast on your fear, your tears, and your death. The voice of utter contempt echoed in Han Sen's ears. Han Sen felt terrible, but he brought out the red mist orb. He couldn't deal with Seven Spirit, and now it turned out that he was being possessed by sky god Qingjun. There was no way Han Sen could triumph now. Han Sen planned on using Red Mist King for his final bid. Although Red Mist King had barely any juice left in the tank, he'd kill 7 Spirit if he could land a hit on him. Qing Yung looked so mad as he flared with gold fire. His demonic presence was insufferably strong, and it made the 4-faced, 8-armed Buddha body look even scarier. It was like he was going to eat people. Boom! Qing Jun lifted his finger and gathered up a swirl of hot flame atop it. The fire gathered up 7 spirits Buddha light and flame powers. He used it only for a second, and Han Sen felt himself burn. The 4 faces looked to be filled with vile hatred. Qing Jun controlled 7 spirits' body. His fingers fired a gold flame towards Han Sen. But suddenly, a bag was hanging around 7 spirits' neck. The bag was incinerated by the gold fire. There was a yellow spell paper inside, and it was scorched. When it burned, a weird light came out of the ash and went to 7 spirits' forehead. Arg! Han Sen heard a scream. The scream came from Qing Jun. Han Sen stopped in his tracks. He couldn't figure out what had just happened. The light spell was stuck to 7 spirits' forehead. It shone brightly, and Qing Jun started to scream as it gleamed. Who dares to trick me in such a fashion? Sky God Qing Jun screamed. The gold fire began to lessen, and Han Sen saw a gold shadow writhing around 7 spirits' body. It twisted as if it was in agony, which was extremely creepy to watch. Although he did not know what had happened, Han Sen knew his chance to act had come. Rather than continuing to watch the spectacle, he moved forward to swing his ghost teeth knife. As the knife light slashed across 7 spirits' body, Qing Jun and 7 Spirit lost control of the 4-faced, 8-armed gold Buddha body form. He screamed in rage as Han Sen hit him, but it was useless. Qing Jun's will was suppressed by the light spell. His scream turned to pain. He had possessed 7 Spirit, yes, but he could no longer exit the body. 7 Spirit's will was not strong enough to withstand the rhythm of the music. He could only watch as Han Sen continued to strike his hardy body. No matter how strong his body was, though, it could not withstand 1,000 hits. Lacerations began to appear across the gold Buddha body. Blood seeped out of the wounds, looking like liquid gold. Han Sen was cruel. He paid no mind to Qing Jun or 7 Spirits' cries. I will kill you. This has nothing to do with me. Kill you. Controlled me. You are killing a Buddha. The 4 mouths spoke different words. Qing Jun and 7 Spirit were talking in tandem. Han Sen ignored them, though. He continued his rage of slashes. If 7 Spirit had been controlled by Qing Jun, then the Buddha hadn't meant to kill Han Senator, but given how long 7 Spirit had been chasing Han San, why hadn't the Buddha tried to fight off Qing Jun's control? Without a doubt, the Buddha had some reason to hope for Han Sen's death. It did not matter if Qing Jun had possessed 7 Spirit or not. 7 Spirits roaring echoed across the heavenscape, but his struggles were futile. Han Sen delivered 1,000 blows, striking 7 Spirits' neck over and over. Eventually, he was able to lop the head of 4 faces off. The gold blood squirted everywhere. Marquis class Xenogeneic hunted. 4-faced, 8-armed Buddha. 4-faced, 8-armed Buddha beast soul obtained. Xenogeneic gene found. That voice sounded inside Han Sen's head. He was glad he had managed to obtain some sort of reward, following the trial he had just been put through. 7 Spirits' xenogeneic body crumpled. The gold flames were not extinguished, though. The light spell was still sticking out of the fiery shadow's forehead. Pang! The light spell suddenly exploded. The gold flames shattered, and Qing Jun's roaring disappeared along with it. Nothing more remained. As this was occurring, a ship departed the Buddha kingdom. A man, dressed in rich clothes, was resting upon a seat. His mouth spoke words only meant for himself. I can't believe Qing Jun possessed someone. He had it coming. This damage will put him off for some time. What an asshole to think of touching one of the Han family. Han Sen pulled out a bottle. He collected the blood of the 4-faced 8-armed Buddha. Its blood was the xenogenic part of its body. After everything was done, he took a look at the beast's soul. Viscount class 4-faced 8-armed Buddha, soul armor. Han Sen was shocked. He had seen armor beast souls before, and those were simply titled armor. Han Sen was unsure what soul armor meant. Without hesitation, Han Sen summoned the beast's soul. A gold armor suddenly wrapped him up, and he could feel how powerful it was. It resembled the gold armor for Geminis, but it looked like ordinary beast soul armor. It didn't look like anything special. Han Sen tried to generate power to punch with it, but as soon as he moved, the gold armor began to shine. A 4-faced 8-armed Buddha appeared directly behind him, and when he punched, he did so with the Buddha's gold light. It had the same power that Seven Spirit had possessed. Damn! This soul armor is strong. Han Sen was so happy, as he had never possessed armor like this before. Wearing the armor granted him the power of a marquise. And since it was from Seven Spirit, it was even stronger than normal. I don't know if other people can see the 4-faced 8-armed gold Buddha that appears behind me. If they can, that might be bad. Han Sen thought to himself as he put the beast soul away. Then he looked over the heaven. In a hall of the Buddha, a candle went out. Burning Lamp Alpha's eyes widened, and many of the nobles around him seemed stunned. Burning Lamp Alpha had not shown surprise in more than 1,000 years. Seven Spirit is dead. Burning Lamp Alpha spoke slowly, with his face all twisted. With Seven Spirit's power, there is no way Han Sen was able to. The Buddha were in shock. How? Wasn't Seven Spirit going to get the knife child? He knew he had misspoken when the Buddha King spoke the Buddha catchphrase. Whoever killed him must pay. Burning Lamp Alpha was calm, but his calm was frightening. Seven Spirit was his first student in 1,000 years. Burning Lamp Alpha believed he had what it took to become deified. Now that he had simply died, Burning Lamp Alpha was furious. Hansen, he. A Buddha Duke that was watching over heaven screamed. What happened? Clear Sea Buddha frowned at the Duke. Han Sen has reached the end. The Buddha Duke looked strange. What? He did? I thought he wasn't on the list. Clear Sea King did not believe it. I don't know, but he has. Come take a look. The Duke was having trouble explaining, so he waved at the Buddha mirror and instructed it to reveal Han Sen's body. All the Buddha Kings could clearly see that Han Sen had reached the other end. He entered heaven with Seven Spirit. Now he is making it out and Seven Spirit is dead. He must have killed him. Burning Lamp Alpha stood up from his lotus seat. He walked towards the door of heaven. Burning Lamp had suffered thousands of years of pain, but he refused to die. He wanted to remain long enough to see a new deified amongst the Buddha. Seven Spirit was his greatest hope of achieving this. But now that hope had been stolen from him, and it was difficult to fathom just how angry Burning Lamp really was. The Buddha commoners were in shock. It had been years since Burning Lamp had been seen in person outside the palace, but now he stood in the city beside the western door. Many kings were following him also. The citizens of the city wondered what had happened. Han Sen had traveled through heaven until he came to the shore of a seemingly endless sea. A ship had been waiting beside the waters. A ship made of golden leaves. He embarked and used it to reach the other side. On the other side, Han Sen found Speechless and others. There were 10 of them. A few of them were the people that had seen following Speechless. The music in heaven had no effect on Han Senator. He had reached the other end. And when he did, a Buddha light landed on him. It energized Han Sen's cells and reinforced his body. That reinforcement was not enough for Han Sen to level up, but he knew his body had gotten a lot stronger. It was quite effective, whatever it was. Speechless, seeing Han Sen reach the other end, was flabbergasted. The others with her were surprised, too. They didn't expect anyone who wasn't in their group to survive the trip. Speechless Lady saw Han Sen approach, as if to speak with her, but just before he did, a door appeared. The group traveled through the door, and they ended up outside the western door in Buddha City. After they exited, they all took a step back in shock. Burning Lamp Alpha and the other kings were all there. Speechless immediately bowed before him, as did the others. They were all shaking and trembling in fear. "You may be excused," Clear Sea King told the others. Burning Lamp Alpha didn't say anything, though. All he did was look at Hansen. The others sighed in relief. They staggered away. The feeling of pressure hadn't been directed at them, but they still felt an overwhelming sense of danger, and that was enough to scare them. Hansen frowned when he saw this. He knew the Buddha wouldn't be very forgiving, but he didn't expect Burning Lamp Alpha himself to appear. Clear Sea King, seeing Hansen, asked coldly, "Hansen, why did you kill Seven Spirit?" After hearing that, everyone looked at each other in shock. Everyone knew of Seven Spirit and his incredible talent. "Why are you saying that? When did I kill him?" Hansen responded without an ounce of fear. "You're denying it?" the Buddha shouted. They were very angry. There was such a frightening pressure being thrown about, and the people nearby were having difficulty keeping their breathing steady. But Hansen, the one under the force of those questions, was wholly calm. He said, "You say I killed Seven Spirit? Okay. And where's the evidence of that?" "We will have evidence. You cannot deny this wrongdoing." Clear Sea King didn't want to let Hansen talk. He flapped his sleeves, and they became large pieces of cloth that tried to cover Hansen. In the comber of a pavilion, Isha's eyes looked cold. The white chess piece in her hand snapped in half. She stood up, her back as straight as a knife. The old man across from her was shocked. He placed a black chess piece down on the board. The pavilion was in a strange dimension, separate from reality and the rest of the world. "Buddha Mark, our friendship ends here," Isha said, her voice cold. She slashed through the air and broke through the dimensional fabric. Then she leaped into the sky. In front of the western door, Clear Sea King's sleeve was going to wrap around Han's senator, but just as it was about to snare him, a purple knife light ripped through the sleeve. Isha appeared directly in front of Hansen, her posture as straight and regal as a queen's. She looked emotionlessly at the Buddhas before her, and when she spoke, there was no fear in her voice. "Burning Lamp, you are deified, but if you do not give me an explanation for this transgression today, I will see to the destruction of the Buddha kingdom myself. I will destroy everything here without remorse." Isha spoke slowly, staring directly at Burning Lamp Alpha. "How dare you, Knife Queen? Just because the Buddha have a fond relationship with the rebate, it does not mean you can be disrespectful towards Alpha." The Buddha kings all started to yell. Burning Lamp raised his head and said coldly, "Your student killed my student. Isn't that enough for you to know?" "Evidence," Isha responded simply. Burning Lamp looked at Isha, and he moved his hand. It was not clear how he moved it, and it did not seem to be aimed at anyone in particular. But somehow Hansen had been grabbed from behind her. Isha looked cold, and she slashed towards Burning Lamp Alpha. Burning Lamp Alpha did not look at Isha, yet he moved his palm perfectly in time with her attack. Isha's strike tore through the air, but it was like it needed to travel countless miles before it could hope to reach that hand. It was close and yet so far. Burning Lamp's other hand, which had grabbed hold of Hansen, was shining. It covered Hansen's body, and then all of a sudden, Hansen was turned into an ant. After Hansen was transformed into an ant, Burning Lamp Alpha threw him back to Isha. He coldly said, "For all our sakes, I will allow him to live, but you better watch it." After that, the kings walked away with their light. As Isha held Hansen's ant body carefully, she kept clutching her knife. She didn't try another attack, though, because she knew it would be pointless. "I'll be useless until I become deified. Being half-deified is just a joke." Isha gritted her teeth, gripped the ant more firmly, and flew away. The other races had seen what Burning Lamp did, and they were shocked. Even a half-deified elite like Isha could not do anything to oppose him. She could not protect her student from being turned into an ant, either. It was scary to think about. Hansen had been shocked too. His power had been too weak for him to even consider fighting back. And then Burning Lamp had simply turned him into an ant. He really did feel like he had been turned into an ant too. It didn't appear to be some sort of illusion. "Hansen, I've brought harm down on you. I cannot believe the Buddha had an ulterior motive for inviting me there. Back on the ship, Isha placed the ant down on the table and sighed. Han-sen wished to speak, but he could not. He had become an ant, and he could no longer use any geno-arts. He really was like a normal ant. Han-sen was not frightened by his new state, though. He started skittering across the table, writing something out by the way he was moving. The few items I had were stolen by burning lamp. He took my deified knife blank. When Isha saw Han-sen writing this out, she looked overjoyed. She said, "You still have a will of your own?" "I am aware, yes." "What's wrong?" Han-sen wrote, "Burning lamp's geno-art can change the genes of a being. He can turn a member of the higher races into a primal creature. Even their brains are reduced to the level of an animal. He didn't kill you because turning into an ant is a worse fate. It would make you feel hopeless. There is no way he'd go easy on you, though, so it is strange to see that you still possess your own will. Are you sure you are okay?" Han-sen considered his body. Aside from being an ant and being unable to use geno-arts with a human body, he had not been affected. Han-sen explained the situation to her and asked, "How do we break the spell of this geno-art, so I can have my proper body back?" Isha's expression looked sickened, and she said, "You can't. You really are an ant now. Unless there is a deified elite with the same talent, you are stuck like this. There must be another deified elite with his geno-art around." "What about Kong Fei?" Han-sen asked. He didn't want to be stuck as an ant. Isha gave a wry smile and she said, "Every deified elite has a skill of their own. Kong Fei is strong, yes, but he is not talented with loop geno-arts. He cannot help you get your body back." After a while, Isha spoke again. She said, "From what I know, there is a deified elite that can do this, but I don't know where he is. Even if I wanted to ask him, I wouldn't know where to find him." Han-sen gave a wry smile, but he wasn't going to give up. He said, "Don't worry, my queen. If this is just a geno-art, then there is surely a way it can be broken. I will be fine sooner or later." Isha shook her head and said, "If I become deified, I will destroy that Buddha kingdom." "Yes, destroy it." Han-sen was so angry. It was the Buddha that commanded Seven Spirit to kill Han-sen, and they almost succeeded. But now they had been bold enough to do this. The Buddha were clearly impossible to reason with. "I need power. That's my focus now, and I need that power if I am to level the Buddha kingdom," Han-sen thought. He was furious over what had happened. The news about Han-sen being turned into an ant by burning lamp had traveled to every corner of the universe. Many of them felt sorry for what had occurred, whereas others mocked him. Most people were just curious, though. They didn't care what he did next. Han-sen obviously had no future now that he had been turned into an ant. He had a body that belonged to one of the most primal creatures, so his intelligence would be extremely low. It was unlikely he could practice anything. He wouldn't even be able to generate a geno-armor. But Han-sen had been able to kill Seven Spirit. It was a shame that someone of such strength had met such an ignoble end. Han-sen rested on board the ship. Little Invisible and Ghost Teeth Knife were next to him. Isha had retrieved them for him. Han-sen had felt something was wrong just before Burning Lamp struck him. He had tossed Little Invisible and Ghost Teeth Knife to Isha, but the moment he threw them, Burning Lamp had snatched him off the ground. He couldn't give his other items to her, and so Burning Lamp had taken them all. He hadn't minded losing most of his things, but the half-deified knife blank was a wonderful item. He felt very bitter over that being lost. Han-sen tried to use his powers while he was an ant. The Dongshan Sutra, the Bloodpulse Sutra, and Jade Skin had become completely useless for him. They were geno-arts purposed for the human body. They did not work while he was an ant. But when he ran the story of genes, it ran as smoothly as always. Because it functioned without a hitch, there was nothing to impede his continued study of the geno-art. He could even make use of spell. Han-sen felt very relieved when he discovered this. If he was able to use some of his power, then he could be fixed. There was hope. Han-sen wanted to try using his Super God Spirit mode to escape the ant form, but Isha was on the ship, and she would surely notice if he used it. Even if he successfully turned back into a human, it would be a poor situation. Han Sen remained patient, and he followed Isha back to Narrow Moon. Isha did not take him back to Planet Eclipse. He was put in the palace on Planet Blade. Han Sen requested to go back to Planet Eclipse, but he wasn't permitted. So, he performed The Story of Genes in front of Isha and summoned spell. Isha saw it, and she was shocked. It looks like you haven't turned into a primitive creature at all. Maybe it is because of The Story of Genes. This strange geno art is special. Can even disrupt deified powers. If you make it up to king class, I cannot begin to imagine what it might do. My queen, do you see? I have turned into an ant, but I still have the powers of a viscount. You should send me to Planet Eclipse, because I have stuff to do there. Han Sen was now using spell to communicate with Isha. Okay. And I will focus on finding you a way to get your body back. Isha seemed to have a thought, and she began searching through her records. She returned with a geno art. You've turned into an ant, so you cannot make use of most geno arts. This skill, called Consume, is a geno art that belonged to a consuming ant. They are an old higher race, so perhaps it can help you in the time being. Han Sen did not know why Isha had given him the skill of Consume to learn. But it did suggest that she feared for Han Sen's possible recovery. If he practiced as an ant, there might be hope. It wouldn't be over. Han Sen let spell accept Consume, and then he went to Planet Eclipse. He wanted to find out if Super God Spirit could turn him back into a human. Super God Spirit gave him a certain amount of immunity to certain types of attacks, so it should have worked. Planet Eclipse. Wang Yuhang was riding his bike across the mountains. He was wearing a pair of eye-catching sunglasses. Little Angel and the others were ready to level up, but they had to prepare before becoming viscounts. So they hadn't come hunting with him. Wang Yuhang had also eaten enough xenogeneic genes to become a viscount, but he lacked proper fighting experience, so it would be difficult. He didn't like sitting around either, so he had gone out hunting. Not long after, Wang Yuhang saw a young Kate girl on the trail. She was walking towards the mountains. Wang Yuhang frowned. The little girl had a tiger pattern of stripes, cat ears, and a cat tail. She was rather cute, but she looked like she was only 10 or so. She shouldn't have been able to fight, so it was strange to see her out there all alone. Wang Yuhang turned toward her. "What are you doing out here?" he asked the little girl. The little girl, seeing him, looked at him queerly. She answered, "I am looking for my mother." "Looking for her?" Wang Yuhang was shocked. The little girl explained, "My mom has been out hunting for the past 2 days, and she has yet to return. So, I am out here looking for her. It has only been 2 days. She'll be fine." Wang Yuhang offered her some comfort. Many of the mothers in the base had become barons. They wanted better lives for their children, and so they hunted to supply them with easy points. The little girl looked worried, and she shook her head. Mom said she would return each and every day to check in. She has always come back on time, except for this time when she hasn't. She must have stumbled into some sort of danger, and so that is why I have come out here to save her. You're just a kid, though. What can you do? You should let the good folks at the base help you, Wang Yuhang said. I did tell them, but no one believed me. They told me to wait a few more days. I'm sorry, I have to keep going. The little girl started walking again, headed deeper into the mountains. Wang Yuhang rode the bike up next to her, smiled and said, "Are you willing to take a risky ride with me? I can take you on this, if that's okay with you." Really? The little girl's eyes shone brightly. Yes. But it depends on whether that's what you want. Wang Yuhang smiled. Before Wang Yuhang finished talking, the girl had already jumped onto the back of his bike. She held onto Wang Yuhang's back and said, "Please find my mother. I have no father, so I cannot lose my mom." Wang Yuhang smiled and rose into the mountains. He asked, "Do you know where your mom usually hunts?" "My mother never hunts too far from home. She stays in the region, so she doesn't have to spend too much time traveling each night," the little girl quickly said. "It shouldn't be hard to find her, then." Wang Yuhang accelerated along the trail. As soon as Wang Yuhang entered the mountains, a xenogeneic began running behind him, digging into the ground with its claws. chased his bike like a hungry wolf. More and more soon gathered up, until there was a whole group of xenogeneics trailing them. They were all barons, too. The little girl looked frightened, and so she held on to Wang Yuhang. She shivered in fear, and she couldn't bring herself to look back. "If you are afraid, I can take you back now," Wang Yuhang said as he rode. "No, please take me to my mother. She is in danger. Please." The little girl was trembling, but she never stopped begging Wang Yuhang to find her mother. "Okay, then." Wang Yuhang began working methodically to scour the mountainsides. There were many xenogeneics coming after him, but they were all slower than his bike. They couldn't hurt him or the little girl. Sometimes xenogeneics appeared in front of them, but in such instances Wang Yuhang was able to evade them. The little girl would hold his waist tightly when this occurred, and she almost fell off multiple times. Still, she asked him to keep going in search of her mother. A few hours later, Wang Yuhang heard the cry of another xenogeneic. He frowned and decided to take a look. He found a group of xenogeneics surrounding a Kate woman. She was fighting one of them. It looked like the group was just crowding around her to taunt her. The xenogeneics were enjoying it like some sort of sporting event. Many of them were Viscount class, too, and so they were much stronger than the Kate woman. If they wanted the Kate woman dead, she'd have been a pile of bones by now. The woman, instead, was still engaged in battle. She was bleeding a lot, but she wasn't ready to give up the ghost. As Wang Yuhang rode toward her, he could see the will and drive it must have taken for her to keep going. Some of the wounds she had incurred were deep enough to reveal her bones. She should have passed out by now, considering the amount of blood she must have lost. "Mom!" the little girl squealed, trying to jump off the bike. But Wang Yuhang caught her and pulled her back on. There were many Viscount xenogeneics there. He didn't have the Marquis's armor, so he couldn't move too rashly. "We need backup, but it appears to be too late for us to call on others." Wang Yuhang stroked the little beard on his chin as he thought. The woman, seeing the little girl, looked towards them. Her face paled and she screamed, "Run, little Rain! Get out of here!" The xenogeneics then noticed Wang Yuhang. They became extremely alert, and their interest in playing with the woman seemed to vanish. One of the xenogeneics moved over to cut the woman's neck and be done with it. "No!" The little girl's eyes opened wide as she screamed. Wang Yuhang's expression looked strange, but he accelerated towards the woman, swinging his sword as he went. Just as the creature swung its claws toward the woman's neck, the sword slashed the xenogeneic's back and made it squeal. Wang Yuhang used the time he had bought to swoop into the crowd. He picked up the woman in one motion as he passed by. Wang Yuhang turned the bike to leave the mountain, but the xenogeneics had already reacted, running towards Wang Yuhang. The Viscount xenogeneics started to glow as they surged forward. Wang Yuhang, still riding the bike, evaded them. The mother and daughter held onto him tightly, but they looked like they were losing hope. The crowd behind was approaching fast, and the gang that had chased Wang Yuhang earlier was still waiting just outside the valley. They were like hungry wolves, adamantly blocking his attempt to depart. "This is why I hate women and kids." Wang Yuhang sighed. He spun his bike and stopped. The scary xenogeneics from both sides were coming quickly. The mother and daughter held each other, sitting on the bike. They shivered in each other's arms, with their eyes closed. "If you can, could you please not treat me like a monster?" Wang Yuhang ignored the xenogeneics. He spoke to the mother and daughter, but his voice was so quiet, they could barely hear him. Boom! A noise like a generator sounded. Wang Yuhang's body brimmed with an unspeakable power. The noise came from his body, but there was no light, smoke, or shadow to see. But the power inside him exploded like a volcano. Even his bike seemed to react, releasing clouds of smoke out of the exhaust. Suddenly, the world quietened down. The xenogeneics that wished to attack Wang Yuhang stopped. They all froze and looked at him strangely. The next second, they ran at Wang Yuhang again. But just before they touched him, the two groups collided to kill each other. Blood and limbs were strewn about everywhere, all across that trail. As the generator noise ran, The two groups fought each other until they all died. Some of them lost their arms, but still they fought on. The way they looked at Wang Yuhang was strange. It was like he was the most precious person in the world. Some looked at him like a treasured lover, for whom they would do anything. More likely, Wang Yuhang had become their queen. They had to kill their opponents to make themselves the strongest. Also they could make with the queen. Blood. Blood was everywhere. A few hundred xenogeneics were forced to kill each other. They did, and they all died. The sole survivor was a viscount. It was extremely injured, and it ended up crawling towards Wang Yuhang. Cha! Wang Yuhang thrust his hand into its wound and tore out its heart. It was dying, but the look it gave Wang Yuhang was not a look of hate. It was one of pleasure. The Kate family held each other. They looked at Wang Yuhang with shock. They had been chilled to the bone. At that moment he was scarier than the xenogeneics. That's why I like sticking with Han Senator. It is because those monsters make me look like a person. If no one is afraid of me, I feel like a person. Wang Yuhang spoke quietly to himself, and he looked rather sad. Cool. You became an ant. How did you do that? Teach me. If I learn it, I can sneak into any women's locker rooms that I want to. Wang Yuhang's eyes opened wide. He looked at Han Sen, who was being held by spell, and smiled. Little Silver, Little Angel, and Dragon Lady looked at Han Sen's ant body curiously. Han Sen felt depressed. He sent his words to be spoken through spell. So, spell spoke for him by saying, "Cool my ass. Go and find a way to turn me back to normal." How did this happen? Wang Yuhang used his finger to poke Han Sen, and he laughed. Stop. Poke me again and I'll be mad. Han Sen felt even sadder now. Being pressed by a finger felt as if he was being bullied. Planet Eclipse's news channels were blocked. The others had not heard about what had happened to Han Sen during his time with the Buddha. So, Han Sen took the time to explain what had transpired. A deified elite's power? Even if we could suppress his ability, he'd still be too powerful. It won't work, and none of us have the same element as him. Gu Qingcheng stopped to thought, and then proceeded to say, "What about the power you used to transform? Even Purgatory Heaven did not work on you. Could you not try that?" Han Sen said, "If there is no other option, I will have to do that. But I am afraid that if I recover too quickly from this state, Isha might become suspicious. So, I will wait like this for a few days." It won't be suspicious after a few days? Wang Yuhang did not understand. When I become an ant, I cannot use geno arts. I can only use the story of genes. If I can recover, I plan to use the story of genes as an excuse. Nobody else has ever practiced it before, so no one will know if I'm telling the truth or not, Han Sen said, through spell. In that case, let's see if we can help you. Dragon Lady gathered up her power, and then put her finger on Han Senator. She wanted to send her power to him. It was useless, though. Little Angel and Xie King gave it a try as well. But the results were the same, and it did not work. You guys did that on purpose. Han Sen watched them all come to press a finger against him. When he looked at their faces, he didn't feel quite right. Little Angel and Dragon Lady were not viscounts yet, but Gu Qingcheng and Xie King were, so there was no need for them to use a finger to touch Han Senator. Even so, that was what they did. No, I promise we did not plan on squashing you to death. Wang Yuhang laughed. I promise it really isn't like that. Xie King spoke with a tone of sincerity, but it was obvious that he was trying to suppress his urge to laugh. You assholes! Han Sen felt so mad, and so he jumped atop Spell's shoulder. Spell then started to fire shiny bullets at them. After chasing them away, Han Sen took a break. He felt bored, so he decided to read the consume skill that Isha had given him. The consuming ants were a famous higher race of the universe. They could consume everything, so they were far scarier than humans. Humans were omnivores, and they could eat both plants and animals. But the consuming ants were even better. They could eat metal or any and all sorts of materials. There was nothing they were not able to digest. The stronger the ant was, the more digesting power they had. The geno art they learned was called consume. Practicing the skill required a body that was similar to the consuming ants, though. Burning Lamp Alpha could turn others into ants, but he hadn't given Han Sen the body of an actual consuming ant. Han Sen was just a common ant without any intelligence. He could not generate a geno armor, so there was no way he could learn consume. Han Sen decided to give it a try anyway. After all, there was nothing else he could do while he was in the form of an ant. After Han Sen read through the geno art, he learned that consume was able to fortify one's stomach. It made the digestion capabilities of a person's stomach quite scary. He could digest something like steel in a short amount of time, and turn all types of materials into energy. They would be absorbed by the body. This would be good for people who love to eat. If they could learn this geno art, people could eat a lot more than usual in the sanctuary, Han Sen thought. When Han Sen had been in the sanctuaries, he had wanted a geno art that could digest stuff quickly. He had never been able to find a good one, though. Consume appeared to satisfy all of his needs, but only consuming ants could practice it. Han Sen wanted to try it, so he started practicing. He thought it'd be difficult, but after a few whirls, he felt a chill inside his stomach. It was an odd sensation. I can practice this? Han Sen was shocked. Since the skill was having an effect, that meant he could practice it. Since Han Sen had nothing to do, he kept practicing with consume. He learned quickly, and he achieved beginner status in a few short days. I wonder if Metal Eater can practice something like this? I can take it back to the sanctuary for him. But Han Sen was just practicing for the time being. He didn't mean to practice it all that much, as he didn't want to be an ant forever. After a few days, Han Sen could not wait anymore. He wanted to see Ji Yanran, so after 4 or 5 days, he tried using his Super God Spirit mode. A holy light captured Han Sen's body. Wherever it went, he became a human again. He became a transparent Super God Spirit. It works. Hopefully, I won't turn back into an ant when I deactivate the skill. Han Sen was worried, so he quickly stopped Super God Spirit mode. The light disappeared from Han Sen's body, and he returned to his ordinary human form. He did not go back to the shape of an ant. Good. Being human is better than being an ant. Han Sen sighed. He could not wait to use the Bloodpulse Sutra to open a portal to the sanctuaries. So, he went back to his home in the Alliance. Han Sen planned to stay there for a while. He wanted to delay revealing the fact that he had healed to Isha. But after chilling at home for a while, he felt uncomfortable being away from his usual life as an adventurer. Since Han Sen had nothing better to do, he tried using consume. He did not know if he could use it now that he was in human form. It surprised him that he was actually able to activate the geno art. When he used consume, something changed in his stomach. It was like a xenogeneics, but not as strong. His stomach became much stronger than usual, though. As he practiced consume more and more, the power of his stomach increased. It wasn't long before Han Sen was able to digest steel. Whenever he swallowed a hunk of steel, it'd be converted to energy. The digestion capabilities were scary. Han Sen was afraid that consume might affect his body, but after a few tests, his worries were eased. There were no negative side effects, and so he continued to practice the skill. Han Sen let Xie King and the others practice consume as well. Aside from Metal Eater, though, none of the others were able to make any headway with it. Han Sen did not know why he could practice it. Maybe it was because of the story of genes, or maybe it was because of his time spent as an ant. He couldn't be sure. Han Sen was surprised Metal Eater could practice it, though. It would be good for the creature's evolution, and he was developing at a much faster rate than before. Han Sen thought about whether or not he should bring Metal Eater over to the Geno universe. He was strong and he had a broad comprehension of consume, but Han Sen thought that would be a negative. He was afraid that Metal Eater would draw trouble when he crossed over. So, for the time being, he decided against it. When will I have the power to challenge deified sorts? If I had that power, I could bring people and creatures over from the sanctuaries without worry. I could build a strong army and bring ruin to the Buddha. Han Sen thought to himself. Dad! Bauer came back from school and gave Han Sen a firm hug. You have grown up a lot, Bauer. You are heavier and taller, Han Sen said, stroking her head as he held her. Bauer squinted her eyes and said, Can I go to the Geno universe with you now? Not yet. You still need to grow a bit bigger. But soon. Okay? Hansen smiled. Humph. Bauer pouted and acted all angry. Okay, I promise you. And I'll visit you more often. Even though I'm there in the Geno universe. Hansen rubbed her cheeks and smiled. 9 months later, it was time for Ji Yenran to give birth. Hansen, Han Yufei, Luolan, Han Yen, and Ji Yenran's parents were all waiting outside the delivery room. Ji Yenran gave birth in their own private hospital, where no outsider could reach them. They were so nervous waiting outside. They couldn't hear a peep of what might have been happening inside. They didn't hear a baby crying, but suddenly the doctor screamed, "Arg! Ghost!" Everyone was shocked, not knowing what had just happened. Ji Yenran hadn't screamed, but the doctor sure had. Hansen ran inside, and he was shocked at the scene before him. A half-transparent baby hung in the air, her hands moving. Super God Spirit mode. Hansen's eyes opened wide, looking at the child in surprise. Hansen's daughter was in Super God Spirit mode. She was scarier than Little Flower, who had Super King Spirit mode. This was like a new and improved version. Fortunately, the baby did not keep Super God Spirit mode activated. After a while, she returned to looking like a normal baby, and it brought Hansen much relief. If it remained in Super God Spirit mode forever, that would have been bad. Normal sustenance could not reach her, and she could not be fed milk. The Han family daughter was BOM without issue. Hansen had learned his lesson the last time, and he knew better than to suggest that Ji Ruojian come up with names. Acknowledging this, Ji Ruojian felt terrible. Hansen was also bad at naming things, though. After a long time of thinking, he decided to name the baby Han Linger. She was the Han family's sacred daughter. Everyone was very careful as they took care of Linger. Little Flower had been prone to blowing buildings up as if it was nothing, after all. They could never risk getting Little Flower mad. Han Linger had Super God Spirit mode, so that was an even scarier prospect. God only knew what would happen if she became displeased. But the family was fortunate in that both babies were surprisingly well behaved. They were very quiet and people loved them. Linger's birth also helped to wash away the pervasive sadness that had haunted them since Little Flower had been taken. Ji Yenran looked far happier, but she always made sure to mention a wish for Little Flower to return. She'd frequently mention how much Little Flower would love his little sister. Hansen stayed at home with Ji Yenran. He was not in a rush to return to Planet Eclipse. He could practice anywhere, and he practiced a lot in the hopes he could become an earl soon. Becoming an earl was much harder than becoming a viscount. For the next half a year, Hansen made very little progress. No Geno art had yet to reach earl class. But that did not mean the 6 months were wasted. He spent time researching the Red Mist Orb's Copper Palace, and he was able to learn that the throne was a teleporter. It did not just teleport him to planet Mecha. Any Mecha xenogeneic space had a teleporter, and could be accessed via that throne. Hansen tried using it a few times. Whenever he visited a planet, no mecha attacked him. He was able to figure out that he was now going to a business planet that belonged to the mecha. They allowed other races to visit freely. He was attacked the first time because he had entered a private planet of the mecha. Any intruder, even another mecha, would still be attacked. When Hansen had nothing better to do, he used his beast soul armor to walk around one of the mecha planets. He wanted to take a look at their culture. The 7 little minks had been fed xenogeneic genes by Han Senator. They had been able to generate xenogeneic gene materials, which then allowed them to generate a xenogeneic gene battle body. Hansen walked down a street belonging to the mecha, and a few spherical heads caught his attention. One of them was Clear Sea King. There were a few other Buddhas there, too. Speechless was amongst them. What are they doing with the mecha? Hansen wondered, looking at them. The mecha were good at making xenogeneic gene battle bodies, but aside from the mecha themselves, not many creatures could use them. It didn't seem likely that Clear Sea King and the others were on the planet to buy battle bodies. Clear Sea King and the others walked past Hansen, and none of them recognized him with his beast soul armor on. No one could see the 4-faced 8-armed gold Buddha armor. Only the user could. Outsiders wouldn't notice a thing. Hansen planned to see what they were up to, but after walking a couple blocks down the street, Clear Sea King and the others dipped into a giant building with mecha guards. The place was private, so Hansen couldn't just wander in. He asked around and came to know that it was a house belonging to a king-class mecha. Hansen couldn't find out any more than that, as there was no reliable source of information. Hansen waited outside for a while, but they still hadn't emerged after some time, so he surmised that they had to be staying there. Hansen couldn't do anything reckless on a planet belonging to the mecha, so he decided to leave. As he turned around, a naughty little mink leaped out of his pocket and started to scuttle down the street. Hansen immediately grabbed the other 6 while chasing after the escapee. He called out its name, "Little 7, don't run. Come back." Hansen was bad at naming names, so he named them sequentially from 1 to 7. They went by their numbers. Little 7 was the naughtiest and grumpiest of the bunch. Not even Hansen could bring him to heel. Even so, all 7 little minks regarded Hansen as their master. And even if they did run off, they'd always come scurrying back when they got bored. Hansen kept shouting after it as he ran. Hansen did not want to force the mink back, though. He let it run and followed it. The place belonged to the mecha, so no one would care too much if a mecha was found poking about. Little 7 was interested in something, that much was certain. He wasn't running around aimlessly. He ducked into a building and hurried upstairs. Hansen followed, and he noticed it was a large mall. The shopkeepers were all outsiders, too. He followed Little 7 to the 2nd floor, then into a particular shop. He heard some noises coming from the back. When Hansen approached, the little mink was wearing his xenogenic gene battle body. The red armor wrapped up the little creature's body. The little mink was still just a baron, so it was very small. Due to this, it couldn't generate much juice. The battle body was simple, and when the mink generated more materials, the battle body would improve. Little 7 was running around the shop, munching on a mouthful of chestnuts. The shopkeeper kept trying to chase Little 7 away, but the mink was small and nimble, could run around and quickly grab items from the shelves. Little 7 was eating everything it could reach. The other 6 smelled the food and wanted to come out. Hansen managed to push them down and seal his pockets, though. He didn't need them adding to the trouble. The Kate shopkeeper soon looked ready to cry. Soon, 2 mecha guards jumped at Little 7. But because of how fast and nimble he was able to dodge them. By doing so, he managed to steal another 2 pieces of food. The mecha guards were Viscount class, but not even they could catch Little 7, who was merely a baron. Hansen moved and grabbed Little 7, then pulled the mink away from their attacks. He quickly said, "I am so sorry. I will reimburse you for the losses incurred." "No. If you misbehave here, you must be investigated," one of the mechas said. "I am sorry, but he is just a child. Please give him another chance, and I will pay twice the amount owed," Hansen said quickly. He presented Little 7 and said to it, "Come on now and apologize." Little 7 had done wrong, though. Hansen wasn't going to needlessly spoil the thing. Little 7 bowed and lowered its head. Then, it made some tsetse noises, as if it was apologizing. "We can talk about the payment later, but you have to follow us. Otherwise, we cannot report to the shopkeeper," the mecha security guard said. As Hansen wondered what he should do, someone shouted from the shop, "Hang on!" Hansen looked to where the call came from, and he saw a feather emerging from the back of the store. He ran in front of the mecha guard and spoke with him. Then the guard left the shop. "Thanks. I will be reimbursing you for the losses incurred," Hansen said, as he saw the feather approach. "Not too much inventory was lost. Do not worry. If you are able to, though, could we talk inside?" the feather said while looking at Little 7 in Hansen's hand. Hansen was confused, but he still nodded and followed the feather to the back of the shop. He was behaving like an officer. The feather closed the door, and then looked at Hansen and Little 7, and said, "My name is Mach. What is your name?" "My name is Dollar, from the race of humans," Hansen answered. Mach repeated Hansen's name, then thought of something. He asked, "What is your association with this mecha?" "I am its guardian, sort of," Hansen answered. After hearing Han Sen, Mok's eyes gleamed brightly. He said, "Does that mean you can command it?" "What does that mean?" Han Sen frowned. Mok worried that Han Sen might misunderstand his intentions, so he quickly explained, "If you can command it, I would like to invite it to endorse my shop." "An endorsement?" Han Sen never thought something like would happen. "It's like this," Mok explained. Mok's store sold xenogeneic fruit. For the mecha, the fruit could replace gathering actual xenogeneic genes. After the mecha ate them, they could release materials for the xenogeneic gene battle bodies. But the fruits weren't popular. Not many of the mecha knew about them, so the sales had been quite slow. Mok was not a rich fellow, and he couldn't afford big advertisements, so he hadn't found a way to market his wares. Little Seven's performance surprised Mok. He thought this could be his chance. Little Seven could endorse the food for him by participating in the mecha's battle body races. If Little Seven was able to get a good score in the Baron tier, and did so by advertising the goods he had just eaten, the xenogeneic gene battle body would be better than any other advertisement. Little Seven would need to get a very good score, but after Mok saw Little Seven's performance, he thought the little mink could achieve first place. Han Sen initially didn't want Little Seven to participate in the battle body races, but when he heard what they could win if Little Seven achieved first place, he changed his mind. It was a battle body fluid synthesized by the mecha themselves. Battle body fluid could level Little Seven up, could turn barren battle bodies into Viscounts. For the mecha, this was great. Mok offered Han Sen a very good deal, and Little Seven showed interest in giving it a shot. So Han Sen agreed to participate. He signed a contract with Mok. If Little Seven achieved a good result, he could even gain shares in Mok's company. The better Little Seven did, the more shares Han Sen would receive. If he earned first place in the Baron team, they could gain a 40% share of the business. Mok helped Little Seven sign up. He got the permit to join very quickly, and Han Sen took Little Seven to take part in a few of the early matches. The other young mecha barons could not compete with Little Seven. He kept winning over and over, which made him ecstatic. He began to draw the attention of important members of the audience. Inside a Mecha King's palace, Clear Sea King and a Mecha King were watching the Baron battle body races. "Amitba, making this trade will require a lot of effort on your part," Clear Sea King said to the Mecha King. That king looked like a giant bear, and while it munched on food, it responded, "It's fine. If you have enough galaxy sand, we can give you as many babies as you want." Clear Sea King watched the match without expression. "Galaxy sand is not a problem, but I need some good mecha children. There are a few babies here I really like, so please help me acquire them. Some of the young ones who have joined the matches are from big families. I can try to get some of the other ones, but the prices." Battle King stopped talking, but his meaning was obvious. "I will give you 10 times as much galaxy sand as we discussed. What do you think?" Clear Sea King said calmly, pointing out the competitors that he wanted. "The ones you have chosen are very talented mecha babies. If you are not famous, you can't." Battle King looked glum. "I will give you 20 times the galaxy sand." "This is a serious offer," Clear Sea King said simply. "Okay, good. Then it is a deal." Battle King agreed. "Hopefully we can conclude this trade quickly and take those babies back to the Buddha," Clear Sea King said. He looked at the mecha babies in the match, paying particular focus to Little Seven, who was ravenously chowing down on some fruit. Little Seven was doing very well in the Baron tier. He had managed to reach the top 10. Other Baron mechas didn't stand a chance against him. Little Seven kept winning and winning, and his renown soon started to spread. He quickly became a mecha superstar. He ate a geno fruit every time he competed, which was something others soon came to notice as well. Shortly after, the sales in Mok's shop started to rise. It delighted him, but many people came to Mok's store to simply ask about Little Seven too. He was worried about this, and so he told Han Sen about it. But even without Mok mentioning it, Han Sen could feel things going that way. There were eyes all over him and Little Seven. It seemed reasonable given the fame that Little Seven had gained. But Han Sen still felt that something was amiss. There were people watching him 24/7, and their methods of observation were too secretive. They were not low-class nobles either. They had to be earls, at least. If Han San did not have his powerful Dongshin Sutra, he'd have never noticed that they were observing him. Who are these guys? Han Sen wondered, but then an idea crossed his mind. At night, Han Sen took to the streets. He disappeared in the mall. After a while, a mecha walked around and around in the mall. He looked terrible. Weird. I thought he was here. How did he just disappear? The mecha said to himself. He then reported what had happened through a communicator. He walked around the mall again, to confirm that Han Sen and Little Seven were nowhere to be found. Then he left the mall. Han Sen came out from a corner, wearing his Dongshin armor. Even his energy had changed. He followed the mecha to a giant building, then watched the mecha enter. Isn't that the building that Clear Sea King went into? Are they involved? Have they discovered my true identity? Han Sen thought to himself. But that would have been impossible. If Clear Sea King had discovered that Little Seven's owner was Han Sen, he would have attacked already. There would have been no need for him to wait. It seemed obvious to Han Sen that their target was Little Seven. Han Sen couldn't go in, but he could sneakily send in Little Invisible. If Little Invisible could snoop around inside, he would work like an invisible camera. The only downside was his inability to record voices. Han Sen spoke to Little Invisible and placed him on the floor. The colors on its body changed to mimic the ground underfoot. Then it vanished. Little Invisible's camouflage was strong. Not even king-class people would notice he was around. Han Sen still worried, of course, so he waited outside the building. If something happened, Han Sen would use Red Mist King to go save him. Luckily, these fears didn't come to fruition. After a few hours of waiting, something landed on his shoulder. It was Little Invisible. Han Sen brought Little Invisible back to Mock's shop. He went to his room and sat down with Little Invisible. Little Invisible, what did you see? Han Sen asked. Little Invisible's color started to change. It was like watching a show. It displayed the palace. After Han Sen watched was revealed, his face got all gloomy. Now he knew why they had their eyes on Little Seven. Little Invisible had shown Han Sen many imprisoned mecha babies. Some of them had done quite well in the races. Mecha have a complicated blood lineage. Sometimes they sell out their own. But I cannot believe a king-class elite would merrily sell off their own kind like that. Clear Sea King is here to buy them. But for what purpose? Han Sen wondered. Clearly, the Mecha Battle King and Clear Sea King had their sights on Little Seven. Han Sen was wondering if he should back out now. But as he was considering his options, a few people came out of the house. It was Speechless and the other Buddhas. Han Sen did not see Clear Sea King. It was just the young Buddha men and women. Han Sen's heart jumped. Han Sen followed them and turned on his Dongshin aura. He didn't put a lot of effort into hiding himself, as Speechless and the others didn't seem to be too paranoid. They were just walking around and chatting casually amongst each other, not suspecting they were being followed. But Han Sen followed them for half a day without learning a single useful nugget of information. Their chatter was standard fare. Just as he was going to give it up, though, a Buddha man said, "What is the master thinking? Why would he swap galaxy sand for those mecha babies?" Han Sen was surprised by this. He had heard of galaxy sand before. It was a famous treasure belonging to the Buddha, primarily. Galaxy sand was not really sand. They were the tears of a king-class xenogeneic called Galaxy Dragon. Each teardrop would become galaxy sand, and it was a rare treasure. Galaxy sand possessed an impressive amount of energy. King-class creatures that refined galaxy sand received many benefits. Low-level creatures that used it would level straight immediately. Clear Sea King was swapping it for mecha babies. It was a lot to give up, so he must have been doing it for something even bigger. Shush! Another of the Buddhas stopped him from talking. He then lowered his voice and said, "Don't talk about it. This is where the mecha live. We cannot let them know about the trade. What are we afraid of? This is the Battle King's territory, and he is the one selling us the goods. What can they say about it?" The Buddha lifted his lips, but he didn't look like he was going to push the topic too much further. Speechless Lady frowned and said, "Just be careful. Let's stop talking. Speechless and the others walked around, and then they headed back to Battle King's house. Hansen thought he wouldn't learn anything more useful than that, but Speechless received a message. Then she told the other Buddhas, Buddha King has asked me to return. You guys go ahead, and I'll go find out what's going on. Why don't we go with you? A Buddha said. It's fine. Speechless shook her head and then left. Hansen followed her. He could not fight Clear Sea King, but Speechless was just a viscount. If he had to, he could take her. Hansen planned to capture her and ask her why Clear Sea King was snapping up the mecha babies. Speechless walked alone as she headed towards Battle King's house. When she turned one particular corner, however, she frowned. A man that looked like a Buddha, wearing gold armor, appeared in front of her. Something seemed odd about him, but she couldn't quite tell what. I am Speechless, the Buddha lady of the Buddha. Who are you? And why are you blocking my way? Speechless Buddha lady was being careful, and she watched the man closely as she spoke. She recognized Hansen's armor. It was the man who owned Little Seven. Hansen didn't say a word, and he simply threw his hand forward to grab her. Speechless lady saw the hand get bigger in her vision. It was like it was consuming the entirety of space. It felt as if she had nowhere to run, and it was now she realized she had bumped into an elite. Speechless Buddha light burst out. She summoned a Buddha sword. When it came to strike Hansen, she spoke the Buddha catchphrase. The distance to the Battle King's house was 2 kilometers, so her cries would reach Clear Sea King. With his power, he could definitely come and save her. But when she opened her mouth, she unleashed a power minus its sound. It was like an empty sonic blast. Speechless' face changed. Before she could react, Hansen had grabbed her Buddha sword. Then, he used his finger to fire a coin. It landed on her chest. Speechless suddenly felt so heavy. She ended up dropping to her knees on the ground. She braced herself with her hands, though, so she wasn't completely flattened out. Hansen laid the Buddha sword across Speechless' neck, coldly telling her, I will ask, and you will answer. If you don't, I will cut your head off. Speechless was putting all her strength into keeping herself from collapsing. The scary power from the coin made it feel as if her chest was going to explode. Pain radiated across her torso. Who are you? Don't you know my Clear Sea King and the Mechas Battle King are nearby? If you kill me, you'll be joining me soon, Speechless said, as if she was holding the ground at bay. I don't know if I'll be dead, but you will be for sure. That is, if you refuse to answer my questions. Why are you buying up the mecha? Hansen asked. Speechless didn't answer, and it seemed as if it was a secret she willing to take to the grave. Hansen swung the Buddha sword and cut open her armor. Her skin was revealed. What are you doing? Speechless' face changed. Don't worry, I'm not interested in women like you. If you don't answer me, though, I will strip you completely. And you can prance on down the street naked so everyone can see you clearly. Only after will I cut your head off. Hansen then went on to say, I am an impatient man though, so I will ask you one more time. Why are you buying the mecha? Speechless' face remained unchanged. When she didn't say, Hansen cut the lower part of her armor off. He grabbed her by the scalp and started to drag her. We are buying the mecha to fix a deified weapon. Speechless was shocked. She couldn't think anymore. What deified weapon? And how does it get fixed? Hansen asked. I don't know. I have only heard a bit about it, but I know it's a knife. Only Clear Sea King knows the specifics, Speechless quickly said. Ugh, you don't know anything. Why would I need you? Hansen looked at Speechless without sympathy. If you let me go, I will tell you anything you wish to know. If you let me go and gather the information, I will surely not disappoint you, Speechless said. I am giving you one last chance. If you still can't answer for me right here, enjoy performing on the streets, Hansen answered, ignoring her plea. Where is the galaxy sand you have stored to purchase the mecha? Don't tell me it's in Clear Sea King's pockets. But it really is with him. Before Speechless finished, Hansen grabbed her head again and dragged her across the street. Speechless' face changed and she shouted, It really is on him, but I have a way to get it for you. What way? Tell me. Han Sen looked at Speechless with interest for the first time. Galaxy sand needs to be showered with starlight to be kept alive. Otherwise, it turns to simple stone in only a few days. I know when Clear Sea King will bring the sand out, and where he takes it to be replenished with starlight. Before Speechless finished, Han Sen summoned a green tower and sucked her inside. Entering a king-class house and stealing their items was something Han Sen would do only if he was crazy. Speechless was only stalling for time. Han Sen hid all the evidence he might have left at the scene, but Speechless was supposed to meet with Clear Sea King. If she didn't show up, Clear Sea King would notice something was amiss. He didn't want to waste any more time than he had to, so he scrawled a few words on the ground where he was and then left. Han Sen walked around the mall and eventually Battle King's subordinates saw him. On his way back to Mock's shop, all the subordinates that belonged to Battle King began to move. News of Speechless kidnapping had already spread. When Clear Sea King saw the words Han Sen had left on the ground, his face looked extremely sour. Clear Sea King, do not worry. I will take responsibility for this. I will return the Buddha lady to you alive. But I want to find out who is messing around in my territory. Battle King looked horribly angry, too. The enemy had kidnapped a Buddha in his own territory, and had asked for galaxy sand in exchange for her return. It was humiliating Battle King. If Battle King hadn't taken responsibility, Clear Sea King might have believed he was the one who started all this, to steal the galaxy sand. Amitba, I will let you handle this. Clear Sea King spoke the Buddha catchphrase. His face did not change, but he looked worried. Battle King might have said he was going to help, but Clear Sea King was still suspicious of his possible involvement in the kidnapping. On Battle King's planet, someone had kidnapped Speechless in secret. And furthermore, she was there under Clear Sea King and Battle King's protection. Clear Sea King believed that Battle King must have been the kidnapper. Give me 1 day. Battle King knew Clear Sea King was suspicious of him, and so he looked fairly gloomy. The entire planet started to search for Speechless, all following a command issued by Battle King himself. But after a whole lot of time, Speechless went undiscovered. The kidnapper's identity was still unknown. When the investigation concluded, the most suspicious person they found was Han Sen, who happened to disappear from the watch of the spies. But Han Sen was just a viscount, and it seemed impossible for someone such as that to kidnap someone like Speechless without making a ruckus. At a time like this, though, Battle King wasn't willing to let the slightest possibility by. When Han Sen took Little Seven to participate in the next contest, Battle King's best subordinate, Blood Kilduke, took control of Mock's store with further subordinates. Mock was just a businessman with no money. He wouldn't risk cooperating with Han Sen, but he informed them of how he and Han Sen met and did not hide a single thing. After Han Sen returned from the contest, Mock invited him in. But when he entered, Blood Kilduke and his people quickly surrounded Han Sen. What are you doing? Han Sen frowned. Blood Kilduke brought out a red chain and tied up Han Senator, he said. Take him back for interrogation. Quickly, Han Sen was brought into Battle King's house. Little Seven was taken away. In a lonely room, Blood Kilduke looked at Han Sen and coldly said, "Dollar, if you hand her over now, all will be fine. Don't make me do this. You should tell me what you want me to hand over first," Han Sen replied. "Where is Speechless Buddha?" Blood Kilduke asked Han Sen. "In a safe place." Han Sen laughed. Blood Kilduke was shocked. He did not expect Han Sen to admit he was responsible, so that was quite unexpected. After pausing, Blood Kilduke looked murderous once more. He shouted, "Hand Speechless over and I will let you live." Han Sen laughed and said, "If you dare touch me, I can assure you that you'll never see Speechless again. Why don't you give your method a try, and see what Clear Sea King and the Buddha will have to say about it?" "This is Mecca," Blood Kilduke growled. He shone with a red light, which then flew SWTOI down on Han Sen. Han Sen didn't even blink. He just looked at Blood Kilduke. He made no effort to dodge, and he just sat there quietly. Blood Kilduke was annoyed, but he knew he couldn't do anything. This was something that involved the Buddha. Things would go badly for him if he messed this up. "What do you want?" Blood Kilduke asked after he regained his calm. Galaxy Sand. You are too low level to talk to me, though. Give Clear Sea King a ring and tell him to come over, Hansen said. Don't forget that your life is still in my hands here. I can make you suffer. Blood Kill Duke hummed. Kill me or give Clear Sea King a shout. It's your decision, Hansen said, as calm as ever. In the control room, Clear Sea King and Battle King witnessed everything. They were surprised to hear he was the one who kidnapped Speechless Lady. Amitba, let me talk to him, Clear Sea King said. Battle King nodded. Dollar had put him in a pretty bad situation. He couldn't kill him either. It would be best if Clear Sea King went and talked with him. Blood Kill Duke was given an order by Battle King, which prompted him to leave. Then, Clear Sea King came in. Clear Sea King sat next to Han Senator. He did not say anything to Han Sen, and merely looked at him. Han Sen's energy was not outstanding. It didn't seem too powerful, but Han Sen didn't appear to be trying to hide anything, either. It was like he didn't care about his own presence, even when a king was sitting right in front of him. Han Sen wore armor so Clear Sea King couldn't recognize his face. After a while, Clear Sea King said, "How much did they give you? I can give you 10 times more." Hansen laughed and said, "Don't even think about it. No one else is behind this. You either kill me and Speechless dies with me, or you give me Galaxy Sand. Those are your two choices. Why should I believe you? If I give you Galaxy Sand, what guarantee do I have that you'll let Speechless go?" Clear Sea King was not mad, and he spoke in a level voice. "Give me Galaxy Sand, and I will take you to her," Han-san said implacably. "Until I see her, you're not getting anything," Clear Sea King said. Hansen laughed and said, "Then you should just kill me. I can tell you that Speechless is somewhere on this planet. Give me Galaxy Sand and I will take you to her. Otherwise, I won't make any deals." Clear Sea King asked Hansen, "Speechless is really still somewhere on this planet?" Hansen did not speak. He merely smiled. Clear Sea King asked him a few more questions, but all Hansen did was smile. He eventually realized Hansen was not willing to say anything more. Clear Sea King stopped his questioning and returned to Battle King's lobby. Hansen was not in a rush, and he continued waiting where he was. He knew Battle King was going to resume a search across the whole planet. A search that would conclude with no results. Clear Sea King would come back and talk to him again. Seven Spirit was dead now, so Speechless was the Buddha's next hope for a deified elite. Burning Lamp Alpha greatly supported her now, so he couldn't allow anything to happen to her. A day later, Clear Sea King came back to Han San and asked him, "Speechless is still on this planet, you say?" "Yes." "Give me the Galaxy Sand and I will take you to her. The trip will take less than half an hour," Han San said matter-of-factly. Clear Sea King looked at Han San and felt strange. A normal Viscount shouldn't have been able to keep such calm composure in front of a hostile king. "Why even take Speechless?" Clear Sea King asked. "Because you have put Little Seven in your sights," Hansen said. "Amitba, that is Battle King's business. This is none of our business," Clear Sea King said. "Speechless told me that you are snapping up mecha babies for the restoration of some deified weapon," Hansen said. Clear Sea King frowned. This confirmed to him that Dollar had indeed taken Speechless. Aside from Clear Sea King himself, only Speechless knew about the need to fix up a deified item. Not even Battle King knew when he was buying the mecha for. While Clear Sea King sat in silence, Battle King's voice rang in his ear. "If Speechless is indeed on this planet, you can agree to his demands. I will make sure he doesn't earn a single grain of sand. Otherwise, I take full responsibility." Battle King knew Clear Sea King had yet to make a decision because he still suspected that Battle King had something to do with the kidnapping. So, Battle King had to show that he was innocent in all this. He was also confident that Dollar couldn't escape with the Galaxy Sand that had been reserved for him. After hearing Battle King, Clear Sea King did not hesitate to say to Han San, "Take me to Speechless and we will conduct this trade." Han San looked at Clear Sea King and smiled. He didn't speak, but it was obvious what he wanted. "I will give you Galaxy Sand, but you have to promise me that Speechless is on this planet." Clear Sea King stared at Hansen. "Yes, I told you. It'll be a half-hour walk. Do you think I can walk off this planet in 30 minutes? Hansen smiled. Clear Sea King looked at Hansen for a while. He eventually placed a box on the table and opened it. There were many shining crystals inside. Each sparkled with the radiance of a diamond. They were so shiny that they were difficult to look at. The energy surrounding the items was immediately decimable. Anyone could tell they were some good stuff. Clear Sea King cast a gold light and broke the red chains around Han Senator then. The gold light surrounded Han Sen. Han Sen could move, but the power in his body had been somewhat restricted by that gold light. Han Sen picked up the box and counted the contents. Then he placed it in his pocket. The amount is correct. Let's go. I will take you to Speechless. Oh, and yeah, give me back little 7. After that, Hansen stood up and walked to the door. Clear Sea King was next to him, and the guard did not stop Hansen from leaving. Someone sent little 7 over. Hansen took little 7 back and walked out of Battle King's house. No one stopped him, but Battle King's people were everywhere in the surrounding radius of 100 miles. Not even a mosquito could escape their watch. Let's see how this plays out. Once you reveal the Buddha lady, I will make you suffer. Battle King's expression was cruel as he stared at the camera. He couldn't tolerate anyone committing such a misdeed on his planet. To him, Hansen was a very dead man. Clear Sea King walked next to Han Senator. He believed Hansen could not escape with the box of galaxy sand. Hansen walked slowly, and he looked at the mecha all around. The shops and streets were all roadblocked, so there was no chance of him running. You sure you don't want to go faster? If I don't see Speechless in half an hour, the deal is off. Then I will attack you. Clear Sea King looked at Han Senator. Han Sen's calm demeanor was starting to worry him. Clear Sea King did not detect any significant power from him, so he did not believe Dollar could escape. Half an hour is enough. Hansen smiled and kept walking. Hansen was more popular than a superstar. All the cameras, weapons, and nobles were trained on him. Even if Hansen could fly, it was unlikely he'd escape from the planet. The allotted time had almost passed. It had almost been half an hour. Hansen had not even gone down a single street in that time. Battle King frowned and looked at the whole planet. There was no other powerful king on the planet, so even Battle King wondered why Hansen was so calm. Half an hour went by, and Clear Sea King stopped Hansen. Time is up. Where is she? Here. Hansen looked at all the mecha warriors, then back at Clear Sea King. He clicked his fingers. Hansen's fingers flashed with gold. The sky suddenly lit up, as the golden lights became coins that rained down. They covered an area of 12 miles. Ordinary Viscounts would not have power such as that. At best, they could only encompass an area of a few hundred meters. But Hansen had his soul armor boost right now. The shadow of the four-faced, 8-armed Buddha lurked behind him, unseen. The Buddha light was inside Hansen's body, imbuing him with the power of a marquise. That was how he was able to summon the big coin rain. All the gold lights became coins, which landed across the mecha's xenogeneic gene battle bodies. It was like the mecha had been hit with big chunks of metal, making them heavier. The lower-level xenogeneic gene battle bodies crashed to the ground. The bodies belonging to those of a higher level began to move slower. Amitba. Clear Sea King spoke the Buddha catchphrase, but he didn't do anything. He went through the coinfall and came before Han Senator. He waved his sleeve like a cloud, trying to capture Hansen inside it. Hansen didn't dodge, though. His left hand possessed a red mist, and it shone. A strong red metal body came out of it. It threw a punch towards Clear Sea King. Boom! A scary red mist light punched into Clear Sea King's sleeve. The sleeve deflated and tore. The red light went through the sleeve up and into his chest. Clear Sea King started to bleed as his body was sent flying away. He went barreling down the street like a meteor, crashing into Battle King's ornate house. He broke the palace-like construct in half. Everyone watching was stunned. No one could believe that a king had been sent flying like that. Hansen was shocked too. He used Clear Sea King's mistake to give himself an advantage and opportunity. He didn't expect that a less than 1% release of energy could be so powerful that it'd knock a king class into the distance. Hansen didn't spare much time thinking, though. Red Mist King picked up Hansen and sprinted towards the teleporter. There was a boom noise. All the buildings and xenogenic gene battle bodies in front of Red Mist King were pushed away. The mecha were still frozen, and not a single one of them moved. With Clear Sea King having been punched away, none dared step in Hansen's path. A roar came out of Battle King's house. Battle King was riding a giant, bear-shaped xenogenic gene battle body forward, wanting to stop Hansen and Red Mist King. Battle King hadn't expected something of this sort could happen. He thought that since Clear Sea King was right next to Hansen, Battle King himself would only have to make sure his subordinates were in order. He hadn't expected Hansen to pose such a threat. Now it was too late, and Red Mist King was jumping into a teleporter alongside Hansen, to disappear amidst the depths of space. Battle King roared. His battle body broke the teleporter, but his anger was futile. Clear Sea King came out of the rubble with lips caked in blood. He looked awful. He was injured, but most of all he was angry. Hansen went back to the Copper Palace. He got out of Red Mist King's hand, and Little Seven came out of Red Mist King's heart. That punch had consumed all of Red Mist King's energy. There was only 0.01% of energy left now, and it hurt Hansen to see. Luckily, he had managed to obtain 100 galaxy sand crystals. If he hadn't gotten those, it would have been a grand loss. Back on Planet Eclipse, Hansen researched the mecha. He noticed that news concerning Dollar and Clear Sea King had spread far across the universe. The Buddha and the mecha had put out an APB on Red Mist King and Dollar. If anyone could provide a lead that led to either of their capture, they would be handsomely rewarded. Hansen saw the rewards up for grabs, and fancied taking off his own head for Red Mist King to deliver. The entire Geno universe was talking about it, but they were mostly talking about Red Mist King. People began talking about the last time Red Mist King had made an appearance. It became known that he was a rare mecha xenogenic gene battle body, and that he must be king class. But before that, no one had ever seen Red Mist King. Not even the mecha knew about him, which was fairly scary. A mysterious xenogenic gene battle body and a human named Dollar had managed to scam a king-class Buddha and escape from mecha. It just didn't sound possible. Many creatures now hoped to find them, in the hopes of obtaining the rewards put up by the factions slighted. The Buddha were in a major rush to find him, in particular. They had just lost Seven Spirit, and Speechless herself had been kidnapped. It was a divine insult, but after a long time of searching, no one was able to find out anything concerning Dollar and Red Mist King. When Isha heard that Dollar had appeared on Mecha, she herself assembled a group to find out more, but they didn't uncover anything either. Hansen took the 100 grains of galaxy sand to the Alliance. He planned on refining them while he practiced the story of genes. Other Geno arts could advance and achieve breakthroughs by simple practice, but the story of genes required some sort of external force. Hansen brought out the galaxy sand grains, but before he started refining them, he saw a blue shadow travel through the wall. It appeared like a phantom. "Little Star, why are you here?" Hansen was surprised as he looked at Little Star. Little Star had eaten many xenogenic genes, and he was very talented. So he had now reached the Alliance. Little Star was very tame, and he was able to travel through materials. He had never entered a room without permission before, though. Little Star's sudden appearance in Hansen's room was very weird. Little Star cancelled its Starsea travel, and it brought its shiny body right up to Hans Senator. It was staring at Hansen's galaxy sand. "You want this?" Hansen then thought to himself. Little Star's original name was Starsea Beast. Galaxy sand came from the Galaxy Dragon. Are they connected? Little Star nodded and started licking Hansen's face. "Bringing this back here cost me a fortune." Hansen looked at the box of galaxy sand with regret. But seeing the look on Little Star's face, he didn't want to reject its request. So he took one out and coughed. "I'll let you try one." Little Star was so happy, and it wagged its tail. It stuck out its tongue and consumed one whole piece of galaxy sand. It didn't even chew the thing before gulping it down. People might think you were a pig. You should at least try to taste it. Hansen looked depressed. Little Star did not listen to Hansen, though. It started to shine, until a strange aura burst out from it. Don't generate Geno armor here. Stop. Hansen did not expect that a single grain of galaxy sand would force Little Star to produce its Geno armor, so he shouted loudly in surprise. But Little Star could not control the process. So Hansen brought it to the space tunnel and took it to planet Eclipse. Little Star shone with starlight, and then it generated a starry set of armor. Without stopping, the star armor melted into a Geno fluid that was absorbed by its body. The generation was heading into a second cycle. Little Star's second evolution was xenogeneic. Its starlight grew brighter, and it looked like a beast shrouded amid a countless number of stars. Little Star finished its evolution, and then put its head next to Hansen. It was staring at the box that contained the galaxy sand. Hansen hid the box behind him, but Little Star was still looking at Hansen with its eyes wide open. It looked as if the creature was begging. I can only give you one more, then. But no more after this. Hansen felt pretty bad about it, but he gave in under Little Star's gaze. Little Star licked Hansen and swallowed the grain of galaxy sand. The most shocking thing was that, after eating it, Little Star leveled up once again. It generated starlight power and became a Viscount. Damn! These things are that good. Hansen gritted his teeth and decided to give another one to Little Star. He wanted to see how much he could level it up. If one level really did equate to 1 grain of galaxy sand, then that would be wonderful. But Hansen's wishes were not fulfilled this time. After Little Star swallowed the third piece of galaxy sand, it did not level up. The stars around it grew brighter, but that was it. Little Star looked at Hansen, but Hansen did not provide it with any more. He called Little Angel, Zero, Hanmenger, and Dragon Lady. He gave them each a grain of galaxy sand, with the hopes of bringing them up to become Viscounts. But after they used the galaxy sand, none of them became a Viscount. That surprised Hansen. Dragon Lady said, Galaxy sand is powerful, but we have different elements. We have to refine it well for full digestion, otherwise it will be hard to level up. The other 3 nodded and agreed with Dragon Lady. They were in a similar predicament as her, too. Hansen ate one himself, then. The galaxy sand dissolved into a liquid inside his body. The power streamed through this body like a river. Hansen quickly cast the story of genes to absorb the power of the galaxy sand. The story of genes was really compatible. Hansen had no trouble connecting with different elements, so he was able to use the energy quite effectively. Galaxy sand was powerful, and it took Hansen a few hours to completely refine the energy he was bestowed. It was difficult to refine it all. Hansen gave Little Silver a grain of galaxy sand next, but he was already a Viscount. It didn't work well on him, but it did provide him a lot of power to refine slowly. Luckily, Little Star was a xenogeneic. If anybody asked where it came from, Hansen could just say it was from planet Eclipse. The tale might seem unlikely, but there were enough xenogeneics on planet Eclipse that it would be difficult to prove if the tale was true or false. Hansen took the grains of galaxy sand back with him to the Alliance, and he began refining it 1 piece per day. He spent his leftover time learning Geno arts and staying with his family. Hansen thought that due to the fact that there were so many grains of galaxy sand, with each one packing so much energy, the bounty would eventually bring the story of genes up to Earl class. After refining half of the load, though, there had yet to be a single sign of him leveling up again. Hansen was depressed, so he decided to feed Little Star a few more. Little Star ate 10 of them, and eventually it became an Earl. That is a staggering difference. Hansen felt depressed. He knew Little Star's element was highly compatible with the galaxy sand, but it really was so much easier for Little Star to level up compared to him and the story of genes. Hansen refined the rest of the galaxy sand himself, and when he was done, he felt himself teetering on the brink of leveling up. But even so, he couldn't get that last push to nudge him into Earl class. So many pieces of galaxy sand. If I had given them all to Little Star, it might have become a Marquise. Hansen felt bad about his decision, but it was not as if he had anything better to do. The days he spent holding his daughter and kissing his wife were great, and Han-san didn't worry too much about things he couldn't change. Isha sent a message to his base, asking for Han-san to meet her on Planet Blade. When Han-san was standing in front of Isha, she saw that Han-san had recovered his human form. She looked startled. "Since when have you been a human again?" Isha asked Han-san. "I practiced the story of genes every day. Within 2 months I was back in a human state. Unfortunately, I feared there might be some side effects. So, I planned to practice for a while longer to make sure I wouldn't turn back into an ant or something before telling you." Han-sen had already prepped this speech beforehand. Isha nodded and said, "I hatched a plan for fixing this, but since you are already healed, I guess there is no need for it. Don't go around telling everybody you are healed, though. And don't go drawing any unnecessary attention." "Yes," Han-sen said quickly. After a moment of silence, Isha went on to say, "There are too many spies on Planet Eclipse. Don't go back just yet. I will send you to Sky Palace for the time being, and you can study there." Sky Palace. Han-sen was surprised. Han-sen had heard this name before. When the crazy crystallizer opened the gate of the sanctuaries, Han-sen met a man who said he owned the throne of Sky Palace. And Little Flower was almost taken by that man. Luckily, Han-sen was able to get away in time. Isha said, "Sky Palace's leader is a deified elite. He has a deep connection with my elder. I used to practice in Sky Palace as well. In essence, half of what I was taught came from him. I have already informed him of your arrival, and so he will assuredly take care of you. But Queen, I want to study where you are near." Han-san looked sincere as he stared at Isha. The leader of Sky Palace had seen Han-san before. If he was recognized, things could go bad very quickly. "You are going there tomorrow." Isha obviously wasn't interested in a debate.